Qingshan Brigade is not close, so Chi Hongdo and Kai Winli set out before dawn. Chi Hongdo carried a basket, and Kai Winli carried a basket filled with a hen and dried food, bringing their own provisions to visit relatives. Yesterday, Zhao Aimin went to Old Chen's house but didn't get anything to eat. Chi Hongdo also prepared 2 rough cloth outfits, made based on Zhao Yujun's figure at the cat tailor shop, for Zhao Xuehua. She also packed a bag of fruit candies and bought 2 jean of millet at Zhang's grain and oil shop. Their preparations were quite thorough. Even Kai Winli told Chi Hongdo to wear a patched-up, least fancy outfit when they went out. Being poor and visiting relatives in a shabby state would definitely make people look down on them. Kai Winli was secretly amazed. Her mother-in-law was really generous. That old hen was fat, and the mother-in-law said she could take it away. And the basket her mother-in-law carried, who knew what was inside? It was probably a piece of meat that had fallen from her stomach. Yesterday, her brother-in-law described the scene, and she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, not to mention her mother-in-law. Kai Winli's biggest impression of Zhao Xuehua, her younger sister-in-law, was that she was a bit simple-minded. Not entirely naive, but she was easily taken advantage of by those with bad intentions. Chi Hongdo thought Zhao Huahua, the 4th sister, with her round face, looked pretty, but Kai Winli believed that among the sisters-in-law, the youngest, Zhao Xuehua, was the most beautiful. Zhao Xuehua, like Zhao Aimin, inherited her father's pale, white skin and delicate features. Her cheerful personality made Kai Winli secretly think that calling her a village flower wouldn't be an exaggeration. But no matter how beautiful a girl is, after marriage and years of hard work, she would inevitably look tired. Kai Winli just couldn't imagine what Zhao Xuehua looked like now. When she finally saw her sister-in-law in person, Kai Winli was more shocked than Zhao Aimin. Xuehua? Kai Winli almost didn't recognize her at first. She was thin, but what really scared her was the heavy, lifeless aura around Zhao Xuehua. Originally, Zhao Xuehua was one of the few cheerful sisters in the Zhao family, the most fond of smiling. Chi Hongdo looked at her and also felt a sinking feeling inside. This was not just caused by a cut in the food allowance. A person stood in front of her, looking like a walking corpse with no soul. Chi Hongdo watched the scorpion-like insect crawling nearby. Since she arrived, it had been wandering inside the house. The son-in-law, who was busy tidying up tables and chairs, pouring tea, and saying nothing, furrowed his brows even more. In the main hall, Old Chen sat at the head seat with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Why has the mother-in-law come?"
"Such a rare guest."
Old Chen greeted Chi Hongdo and offered her water. In the corner, 5 children, from big to small, looked anxious and uneasy, as if sensing the tension among the adults earlier. Zhao Xuehua never expected her own mother to come see her. "Xuehua, come here so I can see you properly," her mother said. Chi Hongdo ignored Old Chen and just waved to Zhao Xuehua. They were only a few steps apart. Zhao Xuehua clearly saw Chi Hongdo's expression. When she finally reached her, her vision blurred. She reached out and touched her face, which was wet with tears. Unlike the surprise and joy she felt when seeing Zhao Aimin, at this moment, Zhao Xuehua only felt overwhelming sadness and helplessness, impossible to describe with words. Even if her mother hadn't been very kind to her, the moment a child sees her mother, she instinctively wants to run into her arms. Even if her mother was now old and frail. When Chi Hongdo realized Zhao Xuehua was hugging her, her body stiffened for a moment, then she gently patted her daughter's back. Her thin, coarse cloth dress revealed her bony spine. In the corner, the oldest of the children, Chen Lady, lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. Tears fell to the ground. She didn't know why she was crying. She just couldn't help but cry when she saw her mother, Zhao Xuehua. The youngest boy, Chen Xiaobing, saw his mother crying and his sister also crying. He instinctively wanted to open his mouth and cry too. His third sister, who was closest to him, covered his mouth. Sensitive Chen Sonia sensed something was happening and didn't dare let her little brother make noise. She kept her eyes wide open, staring at Chi Hongdo and Zhao Xuehua. Just yesterday, A brother from my maternal family came, and today, the mother-in-law is here too. What are you guys doing, Zhao family? If you really want a daughter, just bring my second sister-in-law back home. Wei Xianzi found the Zhao family's behavior very strange. Who were they trying to impress? Why come here twice? Are they giving up on their life? Do they really think they can show their attitude to them? Kai Wenli, who always argues with Li Xiaoa, immediately sensed trouble when Wei Xianji appeared. She looked him over, raising her eyebrows, noticing his high cheekbones, thin lips, and uncertain gaze. Clearly not a good person. Her words sounded almost like a dog's bark. Kai Wenli immediately retorted, "If we didn't come, you would have worn us out, and we wouldn't even know. Why can't we come? Who do you think you are? No one from the Qin family has spoken, so what are you jumping out for? Yesterday, if my brother-in-law hadn't arrived just in time, you would have gone after our daughter's head, right? Tell me, why are you so mean? Bullying a kid and threatening with violence. Are you even human?" Chen Daisao watched her sister-in-law get scolded, hesitating for a moment, then pulling back her foot. Soon she realized it was right not to jump in at this moment, because Kai Wenli was much better at arguing and hitting the nerve points than Zhao Aimin. At least Zhao Aimin didn't argue so skillfully to hurt others. My little sister-in-law used to be so lively and charming. Look at what she's become in your old Qin family. Shameless. Coming to freeload and pretending to be noble. Do you even have the face? It was just yesterday that Zhao Aimin from your family came to freeload, but didn't succeed. Now you dare to send someone again? Truly shameless. Ugh. Kai Wenli spat directly at Wei Xianji's face. Before Wei Xianji could scream or curse, Kai Wenli pointed at the straw-covered basket and basket beside Qi Hongdou, where a hen was with its legs and beak. Quiet now. They had put the things down when they entered, so no one noticed. Are you blind? Coming to freeload at your house. Kai Wenli pointed at the basket. Although she felt sad and reluctant about the hen, she remembered it was personally chosen by her mother-in-law, and she showed a disdainful expression. Who brings a hen to freeload? Your Qin family is so poor and hungry. Is it worth someone coming to freeload? It's really laughable. Kai Wenli's teasing skills were fully on display. Old Chen, sitting in the main seat, looked pale and pale again. But he couldn't argue back with Kai Wenli. He could only look at Qi Hongdou and say, "Mother-in-law, it was all a misunderstanding. After all, our families are not strangers. Why cause such trouble? Second son, help your mother-in-law sit down." Old Chen was actually regretful last night for not asking someone to teach Zhao Aimin a lesson, but now he was somewhat glad that things didn't escalate. Otherwise, with this old lady's fierce attitude, Old Chen's family might have been in chaos. Grandma Zhao's bold and unruly style was something Old Chen was aware of as a relative. However, after not dealing with her for a long time, he almost forgot. It was only when Kai Wenli's loud and sharp insults and curses made him suddenly realize. Qi Hongdou smiled at Old Chen, looking easy to talk to, even a little timid and easy to bully. If the relative says it's a misunderstanding, then it must be. That's more like it. This is the proper attitude for communication. That brother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the relative, speaking loudly and making sure everyone knew how big their voices were, was quite a sight. Old Chen thought to himself, wondering if he could get a handle on this old lady in front of him, and suddenly felt a strange confidence. Our farmers often go hungry, and I can't always fill their stomachs. As for our old Qin family, I don't mind you laughing at us. We're not a wealthy family. But it's not just a few people going hungry. Yesterday, when the relative's brother-in-law came, I said it plainly. It's not favoritism or deliberately making anyone go hungry. After Old Qin finished speaking, he noticed Qi Hongdou didn't interrupt him, so he kept talking more and more. He was implying that Zhao Aimin was making a fuss and deliberately causing trouble. After finishing his long speech, he looked at Qi Hongdou with hopeful eyes, waiting for her to agree. Qi Hongdou listened carefully, nodded thoughtfully, then looked into Old Chen's eyes and said, "What the relative said is true. We are not outsiders." Nowadays, few people talk nonsense openly, and Old Chen was one of the few capable ones. In her heart, Chi Hongdo sneered. But since we're relatives, knowing how hard things are at home, you should have let someone know. With our relationship, shouldn't we help each other? Besides, just this mid-autumn festival, if Snowflake goes back and sends a message, it could clear up these misunderstandings, right? Old Chin waved his hand, not believing Chi Hongdo's words about helping. Besides, Old Chin still cared about his face. He wouldn't ask his daughter-in-law's family for help. Everyone is just an ordinary person. Old Zhao's family doesn't have anything impressive to show. Old Chun is secretly dismissive. Every family is tight on food. How can we ask your family for help? Besides, our Chin family isn't starving yet. Chi Hongdo responds with an O, stretching the sound, then turns and pats Zhao Xuehua's arm. So, you're saying my daughter is hungry? Old Chen's face tightens. Her words sound unreasonable. He doesn't care if his daughter-in-law is fat or thin. Feeling something's wrong, Old Chin quickly changes the subject. Since the mother-in-law has come, let's have a meal before you leave. He speaks warmly, but he's actually urging Chi Hongdo to leave quickly. No family has plenty of food. Ordinary people wouldn't easily eat at someone else's house. Whether the meal is good or not, it involves a favor. Originally, since the two families are relatives, sharing a meal was enough. But yesterday, Zhao Aimin threw a fit at Old Chen's house, and Old Chen waited a long time, but didn't get an apology from Chi Hongdo. He was already feeling uncomfortable. He definitely wouldn't want her to stay for dinner. Old Chen glances at his third daughter-in-law. If this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law really stay, he will prepare the same simple vegetable dish as yesterday. He wonders if they are shameless enough to stay and eat. Not only Chi Hongdo, but even Kai Wenli can see the real meaning behind Old Chen's words. Kai Wenli feels she was too mild earlier in her scolding. What a shameless mother-in-law. And rushing people away. Neighbors visiting the village also care about face, but this old man says one thing and does another. He doesn't treat them like relatives at all. Chi Hongdo shakes her head as Old Chin wishes, I won't eat. I won't eat at your Chin family. We're relatives. How can we let your family suffer? Since I'm here to see my daughter, I brought some grain. Mother-in-law, I won't eat, but is it okay to use your kitchen? As she speaks, Chi Hongdo directs Kai Winli to pull out the old hen tied in the basket. The quiet old hen suddenly is lifted upside down and starts flapping wildly. The heavy, plump hen looks at the two women from Zhao's family, making Wei Xinji, who is bragging about her cooking, stare in shock. Little Chen Xiaobing, holding his fingers, doesn't know what chicken tastes like, but just looks on foolishly. His several older sisters would never have imagined that their forgetful mother-in-law, who hadn't been close to them, would bring a live hen to visit. They also wouldn't have thought that today, their family would actually be killing a chicken. Old Chen looked at the big, fat hen in Kai Wenli's hands, his eyes nearly popping out. He heard her mention it earlier, but he didn't believe it. As the mother-in-law of the family, how could she be willing to see her daughter bring home a chicken? Was the reason she appeared here today because the second daughter-in-law didn't bring anything back from her visit to her parents' house during Mid-Autumn Festival? Was she deliberately causing trouble? Old Chin thought this was the real reason, but he was wrong. That wasn't the case at all.
Wow, such a fat chicken.
Sister-in-law Chen and Wei Xinji both instinctively swallowed hard. This was real meat. Not just bragging. Mother-in-law, can I borrow the kitchen fire? Since we're relatives, I promise my wife is quick and won't take up much of your time cooking. Chi Hongdo gently stopped Zhao Xuehua from speaking, acting calm and honest as she talked to Old Chen. How could Old Chen refuse? He couldn't just say no or refuse to lend the kitchen. Since Chi Hongdo even mentioned firewood, it was clearly cutting off his options. If they pressed further, it would make the Chen family look bad. Old Chen forced a smile. Look at what my mother-in-law says. Just using the kitchen is no problem. Our families are close, so feel free. It's just a hen. What's the big deal? Old Chen was annoyed inside but watched as Wei Xinji, who was killing and bleeding the chicken, kept her eyes moving. The hen was killed in the Chen family's kitchen. There was no reason they shouldn't eat it, right? Chen Shulin thought Old Chen was genuinely willing to let his mother-in-law use the kitchen. After snorting and circling around Chi Hongdo and Old Chen, she went to help boil water in the kitchen. Killing and plucking a chicken requires hot water to make it easier. While Kai Winley was killing the chicken, Chi Hongdo had completely lost interest in pretending to be polite with old Chen. The old man didn't tell the truth at all. Talking was pointless. She stood up, told Zhao Xuehua to carry the basket and the bamboo basket, and said, "We haven't talked much in a long time. Let's go to your room to chat." "Dear, I won't take up your time now. You're busy. Snowflake, go with Mom and take her to your room to have a look." Chi Hongdo turned her head and showed old Chen a friendly smile. It was as if the sharp, tense feeling from earlier was just her imagination. Chi Hongdo took Zhao Snowflake and the little kids to the corner, leaving the main hall of old Chen's house quite empty. Old Chen looked at Zhao Snowflake helping Chi Hongdo and felt that their figures looked a bit too noticeable. Old Chen's third son and his wife, Wei Xinji, were on the same side. Seeing Kai Winley really go to kill a chicken, old Chen wondered if he could sneak a chicken leg to eat later. The children in the family all looked at them eagerly. They might not understand everything, but they definitely knew about killing chickens and cooking. Those few unworthy ones and the second aunt who felt invisible at home, did they deserve to eat meat? Of course, the meat was meant for them.
Mom.
A few little kids gathered around Zhao Snowflake, looking up and glancing back and forth between Chi Hongdo and Zhao Snowflake. Because they were thin, their eyes were especially bright and dark. It seemed like they could see straight into people's hearts. Chi Hongdo looked at these shy but curious little ones and sighed inwardly. What a tragedy. She took a packet of fruit candies from her basket, opened it, and, to Zhao Snowflake's surprised look, handed one to each child. The smallest one saw the candy and drooled. Chi Hongdo asked the oldest to break the candy with a stone and gave him some crumbs. The children quickly quieted down after getting the candies. Chi Hongdo then looked again at her little daughter. Zhao Snowflake's mind was in chaos, with no clear thoughts. She could feel her heart pounding loudly and fiercely in her chest. After losing control of her tears for a moment, Zhao Snowflake regained her composure. She was more confused than old Chen himself, not understanding why her mother suddenly came to Qingshan Brigade. Whether it was the chicken or the candies given to the children, everything felt like a dream, making Zhao Snowflake unable to grasp it. But Chi Hongdo's purpose from the start was very clear. "Old Chen's family mistreats you?" she asked directly, afraid that if she was too gentle, Zhao Snowflake wouldn't understand her meaning. When she said this, Chi Hongdo's face was not smiling with fake friendliness toward old Chen, but serious and stern. This made Zhao Snowflake suddenly find herself unable to say the words "it's okay" that she had almost spoken. It's impossible to be fine. She is not living a normal life at all. Zhao Xuehua's tears flowed uncontrollably again, streaming down her face. Chi Hongdo took a deep breath, maintaining a calm tone, and spoke sharply. "Speak. Whether it's old Chen Shulin, or those two scheming sisters-in-law who are not easy to deal with. Her person is right here now, and even if she can't speak about certain things, she must clarify everything at this moment." In the kitchen, Kai Winley killed a chicken, then went to Chi Hongdo to take out potatoes and flour from the basket. She cut the potatoes into chunks, kneaded the flour and water into dough, and stretched it into large flatbreads. These were cooked together with half a chicken and the flatbreads. Old Chen's family only has a rusty iron pot, and Kai Winley asked Chi Hongdo about the remaining half chicken, then used a clay jar to stew fresh chicken soup on the stove. Kai Winley usually likes to slack off when doing other chores, but she rarely gets a chance to cook a big meal. She was very careful not to waste the old hen and finished preparing the meal efficiently. Soon, the aroma of stewed chicken wafted out from old Chen's kitchen. Chen Laosan, Wei Xinji, and the children of old Chen's family all sniffed the smell, their eyes shining with greed like hungry wolves. It smelled so good. In the kitchen, Chen Shulin, who was only helping by lighting the fire, also couldn't help but start salivating. Kai Winley's eyes brightened. She grabbed the oil bottle and poured generously into the pot. She didn't just wipe the bottom of the pot with a cloth to cover up any mess. Since her sister-in-law and the children were all from old Chen's family, She could tell from their expressions that they probably hadn't eaten well before. They weren't lazy people who avoided work every day, so why shouldn't they enjoy the good food and benefits?
Eat.
Eat as much as you want. Kai Wenli secretly thought fiercely. If old Chen's family hadn't been so stingy with her sister-in-law, her mother-in-law wouldn't have thought of bringing over a fat old hen.
And it was so plump.
They wouldn't even eat it themselves. Then Kai Wenli saw Chen Shulin wandering around the kitchen and then going to fetch water with a shoulder pole. Seeing Chen Shulin like that, Kai Wenli almost shook her head in frustration. How could her sister-in-law's man be so clueless? Today, her mother-in-law was here, and he still couldn't tell the difference between the big and small bosses? What's the point of doing unrelated chores at a time like this? Kai Wenli was furious inside, wishing that Jiang Yun was here to share the gossip and gossip about everything going on. Outside the kitchen, Wei Xianji watched Kai Wenli stay close to the stove, not daring to move away. She secretly cursed Kai Wenli for being narrow-minded. They used old Chen's pot and his salt and oil. The smell of the stewed chicken was already fragrant, but Kai Wenli didn't seem to notice. Why didn't she serve the food to them? It was really unreasonable. Wei Xianji and old Chen were eager to act. They planned that if Kai Wenli didn't lift the lid soon, they would go in and take bowls to serve themselves. Kai Wenli didn't want to part with that old hen, which was hard to come by. The potatoes she brought from home were precious, and the noodles were made from finely ground flour her mother-in-law had prepared. Such quality was too good to share, not even for old Chen's family, not even for a sniff. If she personally served the food from the pot to her mother-in-law and others, and if she left the stove even a step, she wouldn't be Kai Wenli anymore. This was a kitchen battle to protect the hen, while inside the house, Zhao Xuehua had already cried herself into a rabbit-eyed state. From the initial awkwardness and hesitation to speak, to the later pouring out her frustrations, her emotions fluctuated greatly during this meal, more than anyone else could imagine. Qi Hongdo was getting angrier and angrier, her eyebrows so furrowed they could catch flies. Zhao Xuehua's troubles began after she married into the Qin family and had successive daughters. She had raised 4 daughters now, but she had lost one early and had 2 miscarriages. It took almost her whole life to give birth to her son, Qin Xiaobing. When she had daughters, there was no special postpartum rest. She had to work 2 days after giving birth. Raising these 5 children, she probably only ate a boiled egg during her confinement after giving birth to her son. For the other children, during her confinement, she was lucky to have a bowl of cold wild vegetable soup. Zhao Xuehua's 2 sisters-in-law were treated better than she was. Not for any particular reason. First, because they looked down on her for not having a son initially. Second, because they thought her having or not having her maiden family didn't matter. Third, because her husband, Chen Shulin, had no temper and was easily influenced. He simply couldn't stand up for himself. When the eldest son of the Qin family died unexpectedly, Chen Shulin, as the second son, was always on the sidelines, never getting a share of the benefits. But he was the first to be sent out for hard or tiring work. Despite all this, Chen Shulin never complained. He believed it was his duty. Now that the eldest son of the Qin family is no longer here, Chen Shulin feels he should do more. After all, with the biological father gone, the eldest son lost his big brother, the eldest sister-in-law lost her husband, and the nephews lost their father. If he doesn't do a bit more, how will this big family survive? As for sharing responsibilities with a third brother, Chen Shulin has never considered that option. He eagerly wants to be a filial son and a good grandson. Is there anything wrong with being a good brother and uncle? There's no problem at all. But the condition is that he is not married and has no children. If he has a wife and children, not only does he not consider them, but he also drags them along to be filial and caring. He doesn't understand his own limits, yet he still makes his wife and kid suffer. Is this how a normal person thinks? Qi Hongdo just listens and feels her heart tighten. But that's not even the worst part. What makes Zhao Xuehua feel most wronged is, every time I argue with my sister-in-law or younger sisters, even when I fight with Yaozu and the others, Shulin always blames us. Not once has he stood by his wife and children's side. It's suffocating. Zhao Xuehua, who eats coarse food and digs water channels without complaints, only feels the most wronged about this. She endures hardship because it's her fate, but why should her children be treated as inferior just because they are from the old Qin family? What's even more confusing is Qin Shulin's attitude. Zhao Xuehua doesn't understand why he cares so much about others' affairs, valuing other children more than his own. Now, he's even indifferent toward his son Xiaobing. When Xiaobing was born, Qin Shulin was very happy, but now he shows no smile at all. Living in such bitter days, with constant cold treatment from her partner, slowly wears down Zhao Xuehua's body and mind. The once lively person gradually becomes lifeless. Qi Hongdo listens to Zhao Xuehua's tearful complaints and sighs deeply. Zhao Xuehua, exhausted, finally kneels slowly in front of Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo sits on a stool, and Zhao Xuehua leans on her lap. After saying everything, she doesn't feel a sense of relief from venting her pain, only endless confusion. She works so hard, does everything desperately, yet her life has become like this. She doesn't know what she did wrong, her eyes filled with more and more confusion. Even after telling Qi Hongdo all this, Zhao Xuehua still didn't feel she could rely on anyone right now. She had never received support from her family back home. Now that Qi Hongdo was sitting in front of her, she couldn't think of asking for help. It's not your fault. Qi Hongdo gently touched Zhao Xuehua's hair with her rough, wrinkled hand. She saw a few silver strands in Zhao Xuehua's hair. Little daughter Zhao Xuehua is only 30 years old. Mother? Zhao Xuehua didn't hear clearly what Qi Hongdo said, only felt that she was speaking, so she looked up with her eyes red and swollen like overripe peaches, staring blankly at Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo looked steadily at her young daughter. Mother says, all these messy problems now are not your fault. It's all those bad people from old Chen's family. Qi Hongdo patted Zhao Xuehua's hand and took out a light yellow handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her tears. Today, Mother came to tell you that everyone has their own way of living. Our Zhao family doesn't lack your share of food. You can go back whenever you want. Even if your mother is useless, it's not right for those to mistreat the daughter she raised. Zhao Xuehua felt the soft handkerchief wiping her face and listened to Qi Hongdo's words, her expression becoming more confused. How could her mother say these things? How could she possibly be without fault? Her sister-in-law, brother-in-law, even her own husband, all kept saying it was her fault every day. Qi Hongdo looked at her thin, frail daughter with disbelief and helplessness in her eyes. She couldn't help but sharpen her resolve. Zhao Xuehua's reaction now didn't surprise her. Not just Zhao Xuehua, a naive country girl with little experience or scheming, even high-achieving students from top universities in modern society, like those from 985 or 211 institutions, often fall prey to manipulation. They wish they could be beasts of burden, and most people are unaware. Even if they realize it, escaping their current plight is difficult. Xuehua, your sister-in-law, how long are you going to keep using this excuse? Isn't it delaying our family's meal? Look, your dishes are already ready. Why haven't you brought them out? Maybe you can't find a bowl. Let me help serve. Chun Jiju was already eager to eat chicken, rolling around. Wei Xianji couldn't hold back anymore and shamelessly moved closer. Kai Winli waved her spatula and raised her voice. What are you all doing? Are all of you from old Chen's family as shameless as you are? You just borrowed your kitchen, and now you're claiming the meat in the pot is your own? It's funny, these days, whose meat isn't expensive. If you want to eat, just take some. If you really want meat, your family keeps chickens. Go catch one yourself. Kai Winli swung her spatula at Wei Xianji's face, but only hit the air with a loud slap. Wei Xianji, feeling oddly hurt, took a step back. Then she started shouting, "You still want to hit someone?"
Dad.
Third brother. Second brother. But instead of the usual men from old Chen's family, a strange woman's voice sounded behind Wei Xianji. The food is ready. There's no need to keep using their pot. Just serve it out. As she spoke, a figure walked past Wei Xianji to the stove. Qi Hongdo approached the wooden pot, lifted the lid, and steam quickly filled the kitchen with a delicious smell. Wei Xianji watched as Chi Hongdo and Kai Wenli, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, neatly served the potatoes, chicken, and pancakes from the pot. She even saw Kai Wenli take out a jar of chicken from the stove's embers. What's more impressive, Kai Wenli added a ladle of water to the potato chicken pot, using the last bit of oil and meat as soup, and carried it away. This move, not only the old Qin family people, but even Chi Hongdo wanted to give Kai Wenli a thumbs up. She thought Kai Wenli was clever, but didn't expect this daughter-in-law to truly be talented. Seeing Wei Xianji and the others from old Chen's family with their faces turning green, Chi Hongdo just wanted to say, Kai Wenli did a great job. Oh dear, I've delayed your cooking, dear family. Look at this mess. This is a misunderstanding, right? I say, you folks are so honest. You shouldn't be jealous of this old lady giving her daughter some nourishing meat, right? That's her aunt, isn't it? Don't be stingy. Our family isn't as rich as old Chen's. We only have this one chicken, not much meat, and we need to save it for my daughter and grandson. Dear family, if it's really not enough, I can pick out a couple of pieces of chicken for you and share my ration. Is that okay? She is such a reasonable and kind old lady. Chi Hongdo looked at old man Chen and wondered if he had the face to eat this. Old Mr. Chen was quickly persuaded by Chi Hongdo, who spoke briefly and made his mouth water, but he couldn't interrupt her at this moment, or he would lose face. Zhao Xuehua stood behind Chi Hongdo, watching every expression change on the faces of the Qin family members across from her, including her own husband, Qin Shulin. Her heart was uneasy, feeling anxious and hot alternately. No, dear mother-in-law, you are too kind. Old Mr. Chen clenched his teeth, surprised that the elderly lady was so stingy she wouldn't even share a piece of meat. A big bowl of meat and pancakes wouldn't hurt anyone or make them overly full. Chen Shulin watched his mother-in-law and wife carry the meat out of the kitchen without looking back. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't. His father and nephews hadn't eaten the meat, and he felt a little uncomfortable about that. But the meat wasn't really his concern. It was brought from his mother-in-law's home far away. It didn't seem right for him to speak up now. Aunt Chen pushed her 13-year-old son, Guangzong, closer to Qin Shulin. Second brother, your nephews are all growing up. We haven't had meat at home for a long time. Can you ask your mother-in-law to bring a bowl of meat for the kids? It's okay if I don't eat, but your big brother has only a few children. As their uncle, you should help out a bit. Guangzong, second uncle, I want to eat meat. Guangzong, the 13-year-old, hugged Qin Shulin's arm affectionately, calling out warmly, more familiar than his own son, Qin Xiaobing. Second uncle, I want to eat meat too. I want meat. I want to eat meat. One child led the others in shouting, and soon everyone was calling out. Qin Shulin, who loved his nephews dearly, couldn't bear to refuse. Old Mr. Chen watched this scene and didn't think anything was wrong. After all, the children should get to eat some meat. Wei Xianji, at this moment, pointed at the oil bottle and shouted, "Oh, we're going to die. You've used so much oil from our house. Yaozu, go eat some meat." They had to eat. Her attention had been fully absorbed by the pot of chicken earlier. Now she noticed the oil in the bottle was missing a large chunk. Wei Xianji felt even more justified. With a united front and a clear goal, everyone went together to ask Chi Hongdo for some meat. Today's Qin family was unusually lively. It was mealtime, and neighbors on both sides, holding their bowls, silently gathered at the Qin family's door. Some even brought small stools to sit and chat. Everyone stretched their necks, their eyes full of gossip. The smell of stewed chicken had already filled the air. Oh, why are they eating meat during this special time? The old lady who came today seems to be the daughter-in-law's relative from old Chen's family, right? I heard that yesterday. Old Chen's second daughter-in-law's family came and caused a fuss at the dinner table. What's happening today? More visitors? The villagers waiting to see the show had different expressions. Xianji, the smell of meat from your kitchen is so good. Why are you cooking chicken today? Relatives are visiting today. So generous of you. I didn't realize old second is so respectful to his mother-in-law. Wei Xianji felt both sympathy and annoyance. She immediately scolded the neighbor gossiping nearby. Look, look, what are you looking at? There's no rice in my pot. Why do you care what I'm eating today?
Hey you.
The neighbor, holding a bowl, was suddenly cooled down by Wei Xianji's sharp words. Why is she so harsh in her words? Some people were asking about the inside story of sister-in-law Chen. Seeing how worried the third daughter-in-law looked, it seemed that old Chen's family was hosting a chicken feast because old second's mother-in-law came to visit. Sister-in-law Chen didn't explicitly say no, just smiled vaguely. At first glance, it really seemed like old Chen's family was going all out today because old second's mother-in-law came to visit. Not only did she come alone, but she also brought her daughter-in-law along. What kind of person is this? Not only helping her daughter and son-in-law, but also coming to hold them back. Some people might look down on her for that. The neighbors whispered and discussed eagerly. While the gossip was in full swing, an elderly woman with messy hair and tears in her eyes came out of the west room, carrying a bowl of meat, and headed straight for old Chen's house. Is this old second's mother-in-law? What is she doing? As Chi Hongdo came out, angry and with her hands on her hips, Kai Wenli also chased out a group of children with a broom. These were all children from old Chen's third family. Followed by Chen Shulin, whose face was flushed red, and Zhao Xuehua, looking tense and worried. Dear, what's going on? Old Chen's grandfather spoke, but his eyes were fixed on the potato-stewed chicken in Chi Hongdo's hand. Even from a few steps away, the smell was so good. Grandpa, this old woman won't let me have any meat. Exactly. Why can those spoiled girls eat meat, but we can't? I want to eat meat. The children from the third family were crying loudly and desperately. Oh dear, this mother-in-law is so bossy. She came to old Chen's house to ask for help, and they even made a chicken for her. But she still argues with the kids over food. Old Chen's family isn't strict enough. She's too easy to talk to. TSK, that stewed chicken smells really good. The neighbors gossiping and disapproving looks fly around, mixed with pity and envy. Chi Hongdo becomes the center of attention. She holds a bowl of meat in one hand and covers her mouth with the other, trying to look serious. Dear-in-laws, if you had told me earlier that your family was struggling and the kids were craving meat, I would have found a way to bring more chickens from my old lady's savings. Yesterday, my youngest son came home and said he almost didn't recognize his older sister at first glance. Your big family in old Chen's house is so lively, but my girl is the thinnest. My family Zhao is big and busy, so I can't always take care of my daughter, who married out. But Xuehua is a piece of meat I dropped from my own body. Hearing these things makes my heart ache so much I can't sleep at night. So, I thought I'd bring some dry food and meat early in the morning. I know my girl is honest. Every time she visits her parents, she never complains about your family, but when I saw your big family laughing and eating happily, my few grandchildren looked like little kittens. My girl looked like she'd lost half her life. Any mother would feel heartbroken seeing her child like that. I just wanted to come and give my daughter and grandson some good food. But your family acts like hungry wolves, rushing to grab everything. It even scared my grandson into crying. Asked if you wanted me to leave some for you, and you said no. Now, what are you doing? My daughter married far away, but our Zhao family supports her no matter how far. If you want to eat, is this enough? Does this bowl of meat look full enough? Chi Hongdo's bowl of stewed potatoes with meat is mostly potatoes, with only 2 pieces of meat on top, but it looks full. Others can't see the effort behind it. Just one look at this bowl of meat shows sincerity. Old Chen's father reached out to take the bowl, but he stiffened when Chi Hongdo spoke. Oh, is this really what old Chen's second mother-in-law says? Looks like the meat is brought by the old lady for her daughter and grandson. TSK. Zhao Xuehua's situation at old Chen's house is obvious to everyone nearby. Many people secretly think that Chen's second son is foolish for caring so much about his brother's son. Old Chen's family is not in a position to be completely cut off, and Chen Lao heir is so close to someone else's son that his own daughter doesn't even look at him. A few years ago, not having a son was understandable, but now that they have one, why aren't they paying more attention? Even though the nephew is good, he's not their own child. If he ends up being ungrateful, they might regret it later. No one has failed to remind Chen Shulin, but unfortunately, he simply doesn't listen. Since Chen Shulin doesn't appreciate the advice, others don't bother to remind him again. Unexpectedly, Chen Laoer's wife didn't cause trouble, but her mother-in-law came rushing over. That old lady looks pitiful too. She's worked hard to take care of her daughter's and grandson's needs, only to be watched closely by the Chen family. Chi Hongdo said that the children of the Chen family tend to be aggressive, and villagers believe it. The two cousins are very wild and often behave shamelessly, going to others' houses to eat and drink without permission. If refused, they cry, make a fuss, or throw tantrums. Villagers enjoy watching this, especially because Chi Hongdo's tears are very touching and Zhao Xuehua's pitiful appearance adds to the scene. The Chen family, led by Chen Laoguai, quickly appears to be oppressing the hardworking villagers, like greedy landlords. This scene is so moving that it makes listeners feel sad and even cry. You, relative. Chen Laoguai was so angry that he had a heart attack from Chi Hongdo's repeated lines. Standing in front of so many people, Chi Hongdo's performance seemed like she was exposing the backbone of the Chen family. When Chi Hongdo saw Chen Laoguai pointing at her, she shivered slightly but then forced herself to appear strong. Although I am not young anymore, I am not afraid of your Chen family. As long as I can still breathe, I won't just watch you ruin my daughter. Mother, you're talking nonsense. Chen Shulin and Chen Laoguai spoke one after the other, both looking pale. Wow, I didn't realize the Chen family is so ruthless. Look at how scared the old lady is. She was probably threatened by Chen Laoguai and them just now. The old lady is risking everything to protect her child. After all, in Qingshan Brigade, if Chen Laoer's mother-in-law had shown any hesitation, she probably wouldn't have dared to speak the truth in front of so many people. Seeing how thin and worn out Zhao Xuehua looks, it's clear the old lady is also worried for her daughter and is willing to risk everything. Kai Wenli hasn't quite understood what's happening yet, but she sees her mother-in-law crying so sadly and pitifully. It feels like if someone just poked this elderly lady with a finger, she would immediately collapse under the pressure. She looks so easy to bully, yet she tries hard to stand straight and pretend to be strong, which makes her transparent to everyone. People can see right through her, and deep down, they feel sorry for her. Feeling sorry? Qian Wenli's face twisted a little at this thought. If old Chen dares to lay a finger on her mother-in-law today, she believes that next year on this day, old Chen will regret it forever. Shaking her head, Wenli roughly understood Chi Hongdo's plan. She clenched her teeth, pinched her thigh, then rushed to support Chi Hongdo, quickly taking the bowl from her hands. Sure enough, Chi Hongdo gave her a subtle look of approval. Then she started crying and complaining. Before my sister-in-law married into your Chen family, she was so lively and beautiful. Look at her now. What has happened to her? Our Snowflower married into your Chen family over 10 years ago. She's had children, taken care of the house, and worked hard. You don't even thank her, and now you're bullying my sister-in-law. Today, even with our family here, you're still like this. Usually, you don't treat people so badly. Poor Snowflower, she's such an honest and pretty girl. Chi Hongdo and Wenli supported each other while crying. Zhao Snowflower also stepped forward to support her mother. The scene of three women crying painfully made everyone feel like they were back in the old days when bullies oppressed good people. Not only did the villagers watching stare with wide eyes, even the old Chen family members looked stunned. Old woman, you're playing dirty. With this setup, today she was just taking her daughter home. The people from Qingshan Brigade would only say that the old Chen family was unreasonable. Her own mother loved her daughter, and taking her back was understandable. The backbone of the old Chen family was truly broken. Old Chenjong opened his mouth, wanting to defend his family, but he couldn't say a single complete sentence. Meanwhile, the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law on the other side kept wiping tears and talking nonstop like machine guns. They even worked together perfectly. Old Chenjong had no chance to speak. Even Wei Xianji's attempt to step in was ineffective, as she was completely overwhelmed by the other side. What's more shameless is that, in front of so many people, even if they were furious inside, They didn't even get a chance to fight back against this morally high-standing mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If the old Qin family members had hit the wife now, the whole village would be gossiping about it for the next half year. By then, if the Zhao family really came to tear down their house, everyone would say they were in the right. Qi Hongdo's actions are not only to make old Chen's family speechless, but also to consider Zhao Xuehua. Just now in the house, she wanted to bring Zhao Xuehua home, but when she asked Zhao Xuehua, she hesitated and didn't agree. Whether for the children or for other reasons, it's not easy for Zhao Xuehua to make such a decision suddenly. Since Qi Hongdo has already made this plan, she naturally needs to prepare the groundwork first. If she doesn't peel off a layer of old Chen's family, she is not Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo's fuss today is no different from throwing a party on old Chen's head. After today, old Chen's family will probably be embarrassed to go out. No matter what, the elderly lady didn't speak nonsense. It's just that old Chen's family mistreats the daughter-in-law and disrespects the granddaughter. Before, Zhao Xuehua had no support, so no one dared to speak up. Today, her mother has come and old Chen's family has lost their face.
What can't be said now?
I want to eat meat. Second uncle, why do the third and fourth daughters-in-law get to eat meat while others don't? Big family pride doesn't matter. The adults arguing now mean nothing to them, who only care about meat. Some children are rolling on the ground, throwing tantrums. Chun Shulin, who is just criticized by his mother-in-law openly and secretly, doesn't know whether to comfort his nephew first or explain things clearly to his mother-in-law. How could he mistreat Xuehua? He and Xuehua are eating the same food. Chun Shulin, who is very dedicated, doesn't think he's unfair to his wife and children. His older brother has left, and his sister-in-law is raising several children alone. It's not easy. His third brother is naive, and his third sister-in-law cares about the children, which is understandable. After all, they're family, so why argue so much? Thinking this in his heart, when he sees Qi Hongdo's tearful eyes, Chun Shulin loses the courage to explain. Maybe wait until his mother-in-law's anger subsides? Qi Hongdo's energy and spirit are far beyond what ordinary elderly people can compare to. She's like a phone charged in 5 minutes, with 5 hours of standby time, completely long-lasting. After making the entire old Qin family panic and unable to speak a complete sentence, Qi Hongdo glances at Kai Wenli and then lets out a mournful cry. Why is Xuehua stuck with such a family that eats people without leaving bones? Then she collapses onto Kai Wenli. Even though she has already received her mother-in-law's subtle hints, Kai Wenli is still very frightened. Fortunately, I was momentarily stunned, but my hand remained steady. Kai Wenli helped support Qi Hongdo, who had fainted and quickly followed, saying, "Pour my mother-in-law's heart for her daughter. Does your old Qin family have no humanity? You've hurt my sister-in-law enough, and now you're trying to ruin my mother-in-law." Her voice was a bit shaky, as if afraid of being blamed later by her mother-in-law. Today, these two women played the best performance of the year in the Qingshan Brigade, making the old Qin family famous once again. It was originally just a rumor that the old Qin family was harsh to their daughter-in-law, but over a few days, it turned into the story that they forced their daughter-in-law and mother-in-law to death. They even made the sister-in-law, who was from her husband's family, cry until her throat was hoarse. Actually, it's hard to tell whether she was crying or scolding until her voice was gone. But the effect was achieved. In the end, Qi Hongdo came back with a chicken to eat, and she even took 2 chickens from the old Qin family. Older people, when suddenly shocked like this, can't handle it physically, so they need good rest and nourishment. After Qi Hongdo left, old Chen was almost unable to breathe and had to lean back. Oh no! It's all over. The reputation of the old Qin family is completely ruined. Grandpa, I want to eat meat. Eat meat. Although little Chen Yaozu was young, he knew his family's chickens had been taken, and those chickens were meat. What are you eating? The main door was closed, but old Chen still seemed to see the villagers outside laughing at his family. Even at such a time, Chen Yaozu was still making noise. Frustrated, old Chen casually grabbed a broom from the ground and swung it at Chen Yaozu. Wow! Chen Yaozu let out a scream. Wei Xianzi immediately exploded in anger, pulling her husband to confront the old man for an explanation. Chen Desa also felt uncomfortable inside. Her husband's family had taken not only 2 chickens, but also 5 yuan of nutritional money from her sister-in-law's family. The old Chen family hadn't split up, so every penny given away was a loss to them. Their son was also losing a share. Now, someone outside was taking it all. Why should they? Tonight, the old Chen family was destined to be in chaos. In the main room, the noisy arguing was loud enough for Zhao Xuehua to hear clearly. Under the dim kerosene lamp, she opened the bundle Qi Hongdou had left her. 2 new, unpatched coarse cloth clothes, 2 jeans of rice with a fragrant smell, a bag of sugar, and a handkerchief. That handkerchief was the one Qi Hongdou used to wipe her tears today. Zhao Xuehua immediately recognized it. She carefully touched each item, and her eyes gradually filled with tears again. Chun Sonia licked her lips, still savoring the meal she had eaten earlier. Delicious chicken, flatbread, smooth and tempting chicken soup, and the candy she had received. This was the first time Chun Sonia had ever tasted candy. Chun Lady looked at her younger brother, who was leaning on Sonia and had fallen asleep like a little chick pecking at grains, and at her shy and quiet second and fourth sisters. She turned her head and asked Zhao Xuehua, "Mother, will the mother-in-law come again tomorrow?" Today felt like a dream all day. At this moment, Chen Lady wished more than anything that Qi Hongdou could stay forever in the old Chen family. Then they wouldn't have to suffer from the bullying of Aunt San and Yaozu anymore. Zhao Xuehua turned away, wiping tears from her face with the back of her hand. Just as she was about to speak, the door creaked open, and Chen Shulin appeared before the mother and daughter. Sonia, who was a little sleepy, immediately looked away when she saw Chen Shulin, not wanting to look at him. She had never felt that Chen Shulin was her father. Deep down, she believed Chen Shulin was actually Yaozu's father, not hers. Chen Shulin felt a bit annoyed, and also a little wronged. His mother-in-law had come to the house, causing chaos and making the household noisy. Today's scene was so intense that if old Chen's family didn't compensate with money or goods, she might really refuse to leave. It was quite a mess. Xuehua. Chen Shulin huffed and puffed, but before he finished speaking, he noticed a bag of things beside Zhao Xuehua. What is this? Where did it come from? Is this for mother? Chen Shulin stepped forward. And a bag of candy? Perfect for sharing with Guangzong and the others. By now, the children were crying loudly. That chicken from earlier, they hadn't even had a sip of the soup. All of it had been eaten clean by Zhao Xuehua and her mother-in-law. Zhao Xuehua suddenly found the strength to stand up and snatch the bag of candy from Chen Shulin's hand. "Xuehua, what are you doing?" Chen Shulin asked in confusion. As a wife, shouldn't Zhao Xuehua have heard her nephews crying? What's wrong with giving a bag of candy to comfort them? Zhao Xuehua had long been numb from countless disappointments with Chen Shulin. Hearing his question, she didn't feel disappointed, but rather strange. Her mother said she would take her home today, which made her feel surprised and happy. But thinking about her family's situation and her current condition, she understood that going home wouldn't be a long-term solution. Although she hadn't gone back, she knew her family still supported her. With this backing, Zhao Xuehua felt more confident and had the courage to look coldly at Chen Shulin. "You know that he is your nephew, not my son. Why are you so worried? Why don't you spend your own money to buy candy?" At that moment, Zhao Xuehua realized how satisfying it was to confront Chen Shulin with a stern face. "How can you say that?" Chen Shulin was very surprised. Zhao Xuehua, who had just married into the old Chen family, used to be lively and full of energy. When she was upset, she would also get angry with him. But all those feelings are now far away. Over 10 years, like a grinding stone, have crushed her lively and sincere side. Now, only fragments of their true selves remain, impossible to piece together. Zhao Xuehua looked into Chen Shulin's eyes, standing her ground. "In front of your own children, how can you say such things? If you can say that, what am I supposed to feel embarrassed about?" "You." Chen Shulin was furious. He didn't expect his wife to be so unreasonable. Was it for himself? No, it was for the family. Seeing Qin Shulin so angry and frustrated, Zhao Xuehua felt even more satisfied. She had worked hard in the old Qin family for many years. Was it all for herself? Holding the bag of candy, she could taste a faint rusty flavor in her mouth. She bit her cheek fiercely. Qin Shulin, if you push me too far, I will hang myself at the door of the Qin family. Even as a ghost, she wouldn't let this family go.
Mom.
Chun Lady hurried over, grabbing Zhao Xuehua's sleeve. Mother and daughter looked full of sadness and endurance. Qin Shulin felt overwhelmed. He hadn't said anything yet, and Zhao Xuehua was already shouting loudly. Just after being scolded by the third brother and her father in the main hall, how could his wife not consider him? Zhao Xuehua hugged her eldest daughter. Why should she die? The people in the Qin family are all living well. She hasn't seen her children grow up. Why die? Although Qi Hongdo had already left, Zhao Xuehua felt a surge of courage in her heart. No matter what Qin Shulin did, no matter how stubborn he was, or how much he wanted to be a good son and a kind person, she would no longer tolerate it. She lowered her head and told her eldest daughter, "Starting tomorrow, your cousin and the others won't go to cut pig grass. You don't go either. Mom is sick. You stay by her side to take care of her. If anyone bullies you or your sister to shame the family, just shout for Mom. If your dad doesn't stand up for you, I will." The barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If she hadn't endured silently for her children before, she wouldn't have let Qin Shulin pretend to be a big shot outside for nothing. Qin Shulin isn't good at arguing with others. When Zhao Xuehua openly exposed his shameful secret, he immediately felt the frustration of being caught off guard, like old Chun was about to give up. At this moment, Qin Shulin didn't realize how much a person could change once they set a goal. The next day at noon, old Zhao's family cooked a chicken, and everyone, big and small, couldn't hide their happiness. Kai Wenli looked at the remaining 10 chickens in the coop after eating one, and then turned to her husband, saying, "I'm really convinced by my mother now." Zhao Yuanquan had been listening to his wife talk about their family's achievements at old Chen's house over and over, about 10 times already. He could fully understand how deeply his wife admired her mother from the bottom of her heart. They used all sorts of tricks, raising flags, pretending to be powerful, crying, making a fuss, and even pretending to hang themselves. Her mother didn't miss any of it. Chan Leogua also had less contact with her mother, or he would have been obedient from the moment his mother came in. Even though his younger sister was very emotional, if her mother took her back, she probably wouldn't want to leave either. Qi Hongdo didn't force Zhao Xuehua to go back to her mother's house, giving her a chance to think calmly. It's better to teach someone how to fish than just giving them fish. Standing on your own feet is the real way to succeed. If Zhao Xuehua can learn from this experience and understand it, it's not too late. Moreover, she planned to send someone to Qingshan Brigade every now and then. They cooked a chicken for lunch, and the whole family ate happily. Qi Hongdo looked at the cotton in the field, which was about to be harvested and sent to the cotton station, and thought about visiting the brigade leader. Winter cotton couldn't be delayed. But when she arrived at the brigade leader's house and just finished her opening words, Zhao Yuya ran over crying so hard she couldn't catch her breath. "Grandma, my dad is going to beat my third brother to death." "Who? Beat whom?" Qi Hongdo quickly thought. "Zhao Yuanwu and Zhao Weigua?" A villager who followed Zhao Yuya also rushed over, but not to find Qi Hongdo, rather to find the brigade leader. "Leader, something bad. Our brigade's cow is missing." Qi Hongdo. "Yes, that's right, the cow from Hongqi Brigade is missing. And Zhao Yuanwu, who beat Zhao Weigua, is the one who lost the cow? The problem is, Zhao Weigua isn't even in charge of the cattle. The work with oxen is valuable and usually handled by someone dedicated to it. It's a relaxed job, so Zhao Weigua shouldn't have been involved in it. How did this young man get mixed up in the matter?" When Qi Hongdo and the team leader rushed over, they heard Zhao Yuya explaining the situation through tears and gestures. First, the ox was definitely not Zhao Weigua's responsibility. Second, the ox was truly lost. Finally, Zhao Weigua himself admitted to losing the ox. Originally, the ox was looked after by old Lu from the Lu family, specifically Lu Laodao Lu Guochan, who is Lu Chuanyan's older brother. Now that the ox was lost, Lu Guochan was not around, and Zhao Weiguo was the obvious scapegoat. When they arrived, Lu Chunyan was also there. The wind had started to, and it looked like a heavy rain was coming. The dust on the ground was being whipped up by the wind, making it hard to see without squinting. Zhao Yuanwu held a whip and was hitting Zhao Weiguo hard. With each strike, Zhao Weiguo's clothes were torn open, leaving a bright red whip mark on his back. Despite this, Zhao Weiguo remained silent and tough. The team leader was overwhelmed by what he saw. Before he could speak, how could they beat the boy like that? No, that's not the main issue now. The ox. Where has the treasure of our team gone? Father, stop hitting third brother. Zhao Yuye was frantic. Even if the ox was lost, it shouldn't be blamed on her third brother. The Lu family members had nothing to do with it. Why were they hitting her brother? Fifth brother. Before Qi Hongdou could stop him, Zhao Yuanwu swung his whip again, glaring angrily at Zhao Weiguo, ready to strike him once more. Qi Hongdou quickly shouted for Zhao Yuanwu to stop. The whip marks on Zhao Weiguo's body had turned into scars, looking very frightening. The team leader, unable to deal with the Lu and Zhao families, hurriedly called on other villagers to help find the ox. Zhao Yuye, tears still in her eyes, went along to search for the ox. If the ox really couldn't be found, Zhao Weiguo would stubbornly accept the blame for losing it. Zhao Yuye couldn't even imagine what chaos would erupt at home. Qi Hongdou took a deep breath. She knew how precious a single ox was at this moment. She looked at the tall, strong father and son and told them to go help find the ox too. This was a shared property. Losing the ox wasn't something one person could handle alone. After sending the father and son away, Qi Hongdou turned to look at Lu Chunyan. Her eyes caught sight of the handkerchief she was holding, wiping her tears. That item looked very familiar. This season's sudden rainstorms are really unpredictable. The people from the Red Flag team are frantic, searching for the cow. The sky above is pouring down heavily, and on the way to find the cow, everyone keeps slipping and falling. The chaotic scene is a perfect example of disorder. Until it got dark, there was still no sign of the cow. The Zhao family members are all anxious and worried. Zhao Yue, being the youngest, had a rough time. She didn't watch the road carefully while searching and fell hard. She finally limped back home, feeling exhausted. Like a little stray cat, she was worried sick about her brother. As the youngest in the fifth household, Zhao Yue's brothers and sisters are kind to her, and Zhao Weiguo also takes good care of his little sister. Today, Zhao Yuanguo's scene of whipping Zhao Weiguo scared Zhao Yue quite a bit. Seeing that, the children were deeply affected. Qi Hongdou asked Wang Xiaoqiao to make her a bowl of hot sugared water, urged Zhao Yue to take a bath, then applied medicine and told her to rest in her room. As for finding the cow, she decided not to rush anymore. Right now, there are not many people at the Zhao household. Most are out searching for the cow. In southern provinces, there aren't many high mountains. Mostly, the terrain is hilly. Although the mountains are not tall or dangerous, they are connected and deep, making them hard to explore. Many legends about dangerous creatures are passed down from the deep mountains. Though their truth is uncertain, the occasional howling of wolves is quite startling and refreshing. So, everyone searches for the cow in groups. On the way to find the cow, Zhao Weiguo's straw sandals were torn, and he stepped on sharp stones, causing pain with every step. But at this moment, nothing else mattered. He wiped the rain from his face with his hand and looked around anxiously. Zhao Aimin was panting heavily, cursing in the mountains. If I knew you were so stubborn, I wouldn't have helped keep your secret. Zhao Aimin had been climbing over mountains and through valleys, caught in heavier and heavier rain, feeling terrible. Are you stupid? Did you really drink that girl from Lao Lu's family's confusing potion? If we don't find the cow today, I wonder how you'll explain it when you go back. Zhao Aimin vented his anger as he walked, but Zhao Weiguo didn't even turn his head.
Hey!
Such a hot temper, Zhao Aimin hurried after him, walking faster. When he got close, Before he could start scolding his unlucky nephew, he saw the crisscrossed whip marks on Zhao Weigua's back and arms, bleeding and streaked with blood. Zhao Aimin gasped in shock. His fifth brother is about to beat his own son to death. The eldest nephew is even more ruthless. Even now, he refuses to soften. If it were him, Zhao Aimin, who has never seen his own father but bows at his grave every year during Qingming to show filial piety loudly, suddenly feels a bit disappointed and pats his chest. It's not that he's unfilial. These days, except for a few families that spoil their children, most parents believe in hitting children in bad weather or when they are bored. Fortunately, his mother loves him and has never hit him. His fifth brother's strength is so great that if he slaps him, Zhao Aimin feels he could stay in bed for a month. But what the eldest nephew did was truly foolish.
There's no one around now.
Tell my younger uncle, what exactly is going on with that girl from Lu's family? And what about Lu's man with the shovel? He was herding cows and lost them. What does that have to do with you? Zhao Aimin is trying to find out the truth from Zhao Weigua. Zhao Weigua keeps his mouth tightly shut, like a clam, and Zhao Aimin gains nothing. They split up at a fork in the road. Zhao Weigua and Zhao Aimin go to check separately. 10 minutes later, villagers' joyful shouts echo throughout Hongqi Brigade. The cow has been found. The cow has been found. Turning around, people from Lu's and Zhao's families gather at the brigade office. Kerosene lamps are lit. Barefoot old doctor from the village tail is brought in to check the cow. Inside, the brigade leader and the secretary look serious, while Lu Chunyan and Lu, with the shovel, lower their heads silently. Qi Hongdo stands in front of Zhao Weigua, waiting for the brigade leader to speak. In such a situation, it's hard to speak up, especially since now, whether right or wrong, Zhao Weigua is involved. The cow has been found, but today's chaos has mobilized the entire brigade, wasting many people's effort. The responsibility must be clearly assigned. Lu with the shovel, explain yourself. When it was your turn to herd the cows, where did you go? Lu with the shovel immediately protests. I had diarrhea. I couldn't help it. I asked my sister to watch the cows temporarily, who knew she would be so useless, and let the cows run away. As soon as he finishes, Lu Chunyan's face changes. Her brother is in such a hurry to clear himself, but he never thought that whether their brother and sister lost the cow, the responsibility lies with Lu's family. Lu with the shovel doesn't mind. He thinks Lu Chunyan is too stupid. Losing the cow has nothing to do with him. Could the parents or grandparents at home blame him? The brigade has already issued a punishment. It shouldn't fall on him, right? Lu with the shovel believes he's right in what he said and sees no problem with it. Qi Hongdo looked at Lu Chunyan with a strange expression. She thought to herself, the Lu siblings really are quite dysfunctional. Lu Chunyan was quick with her words. Once Lu Guochan mentioned the cow, Zhao Weigua's responsibility might be reduced by at least 50%. A helpful coincidence came from the opposite side. The team leader and the team secretary exchanged a glance and asked Lu Chunyan, since she was temporarily in charge of herding the cows, how she managed to lose them. Lu Chunyan looked at Zhao Weigua, hesitant to speak. Seeing her gesture, Zhao Weigua thought of something and was about to speak. Qi Hongdo slapped the big fool on the arm. The team leader and secretary are here. You're not the one to speak now. Zhao Weigua was forced to stay silent. Zhao Yunwu, standing nearby, clenched his fists and kicked hard, looking very angry. Despite all precautions, they couldn't prevent this. Qi Hongdo also slapped Lu Wu's arm. Calm down. The case wasn't even finished yet, and he was so eager to hit his own child. He's her biological son, not someone she found. Zhao Yunwu looked furious and had no idea what to do with his mother. He was so angry inside, he felt like a gas tank ready to explode. His son was irresponsible. What's the point of not hitting him? Actually. Lu Chunyan lowered her head, clutching her handkerchief, looking very nervous. The cow, Zhao Weigua couldn't hold back and started to speak, but Qi Hongdo stepped on his foot. The secretary was very kind and said, the cow has been found now. It's not a big deal. We're just here to understand the situation. Feel free to tell the truth. The team leader said, if you can't explain clearly, Lu family, you shouldn't be herding cows anymore. Go and pick dung instead. Lu Chunyan couldn't wait for Zhao Weiguo to step up and take the blame. Her own brother was ready to betray her at any moment. The team leader and secretary, both with stern faces, made it clear she had no other options left. But inside, she still held on to a little hope and decided to speak up. Team leader, I didn't mean to lose the cow. It was because Zhao Yue. Lu Chunyan's mind was very quick. Faster than her brother Lu Guochan, who could circle the earth twice and a half at full speed.
Good.
Qi Hongdou now probably understood why Zhao Weiguo was willing to take the blame. In Lu Chunyan's explanation, losing the cow wasn't Lu Guochan's fault, nor hers. It was all because of Zhao Yue. The trigger was Lu Chunyan's handkerchief, which she openly displayed and used proudly. When Xiaoping met Zhao Yue, she remembered this incident and mentioned it to Zhao Yue. Others might not know, but surely Zhao Yue was aware? What good things could Lu Chunyan possibly have? And how could it be a coincidence that she just lost a green handkerchief, and then Lu Chunyan suddenly had one of the same color? Thinking about how scared and upset she was when she lost her handkerchief, Zhao Yue couldn't hold back her anger. She headed straight for Lu Chunyan. As soon as she arrived, she saw Lu Chunyan's handkerchief. This was unacceptable. Zhao Yue, caught stealing, was furious. They fought fiercely. Zhao Yue lost, but she planned to go home and complain to get her belongings back. During this time, Zhao Yue left first, and shortly after, Zhao Weiguo happened to pass by. At that moment, Lu Chunyan, realizing her cow had gone missing, felt a chill down her spine and immediately spotted the person she blamed. Then, from Lu Chunyan's words, she claimed that the cow was lost because Zhao Yue had intentionally caused trouble. She wanted her handkerchief but failed, and in her fuss, she frightened the cow away. She was crying and saying that losing the big herd's cow was a huge disaster. Lu Chunyan's small shoulders couldn't possibly bear such a heavy responsibility. And this matter also involved her sister. When the news of the missing cow spread, Zhao Yuanwu and Zhao Yue arrived. In a panic, Zhao Weiguo had no choice but to admit it was his fault. Of course, in Lu Chunyan's version, the truth wasn't so straightforward. It was complicated and layered, ultimately falling on someone else. After hearing Lu Chunyan's story, both the team leader and the team's secretary fell silent. The team leader looked at Qi Hongdou and said, maybe we should ask your daughter Yue to come here? Qi Hongdou grabbed one stubborn kid and smiled at the team leader. Yue is worried about the cow and fell badly. She's not even able to walk properly now. There's no need to call her. I want to ask Chunyan something. Is that okay? The team leader nodded without hesitation. The team secretary, standing nearby, clearly saw that even they realized Lu Chunyan's story wasn't entirely truthful, but they still had to go through the motions. Was this old friend so willing to let the old lady have her way? The team leader gave the secretary a deep, mysterious look. You don't understand. This old lady is not an ordinary one. There's a lot more going on here. The team leader patted his pocket, realizing he was out of cigarettes. He had to rub his hands and use his eyes to signal the old companion to look ahead. You just said that our jade leaf was after your handkerchief, so does that mean this handkerchief belongs to you? Lu Chunyan only knew that the handkerchief was dropped by Zhao Yue. She had no idea where it actually came from. She also didn't understand why Qi Hongdou was more concerned about a handkerchief than about the cattle or grandchildren. But Lu Chunyan nodded. Yes, this handkerchief is mine. Can you tell us where it came from? Someone gave it to me. Can the district officials or anyone else really control what gifts people give? There are so many people in the red flag team. Can they really ask everything? Lu Chunyan was calm. The handkerchief had no name on it and wasn't a valuable item. Could there be any mistake? Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. It's my thing. It's unlikely that just because she said so, the item in her hand would suddenly belong to the other person. Lu Chunyan found Qi Hongdou very strange. Maybe the old lady was getting senile or had gone a bit crazy. Chi Hongdo showed an apologetic smile. She didn't look at Lu Chunyan anymore but turned to the team leader and the secretary. If Chunyan hadn't spoken, I was actually thinking that a handkerchief isn't a big deal. Jade Leaf lost it, and it's fine. We're all from the same village, no need to make a fuss. But I didn't expect that this little girl, who seems quite decent, never tells the truth. Chi Hongdo shook her head as she spoke, then let out a long, seemingly thoughtful sigh. Lu Chunyan, the secretary. Wait, this topic seems to have gone off track. Where was it headed? The team leader cleared his throat twice.
I mean, Yang, what do you mean by that?
This question summed up everyone's current thoughts. Chi Hongdo pointed at the handkerchief in Lu Chunyan's hand. Chunyan says it's hers. Normally, I wouldn't have touched it, right?
Exactly.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Team leader, you should check the corner of the handkerchief under the kerosene lamp. There's an embroidered character Zhao on one corner. This handkerchief is ours. Are they crazy? Who would embroider a character on such a small handkerchief? Not to mention, risking ruining it. Lu Chunyan couldn't believe it. She thought Chi Hongdo was lying, but what if she wasn't? She couldn't guarantee it, but faced with so many people, she had no choice but to hand over the handkerchief to the team leader. The team leader didn't expect the situation to turn like this. The team leader looked strange, almost pulling his back from Chi Hongdo's flashy moves. He took the initiative to ask for the handkerchief to check it himself. While the team leader was looking for writing with a kerosene lamp, Chi Hongdo kept talking nearby, adding, "This small handkerchief was brought back earlier by my eldest daughter from the county town. I haven't been willing to use it. Later, I gave some to my daughters-in-law. The handkerchief Yuya is holding belonged to her mother." Clearly, Chi Hongdo's detailed explanation about the origin of the handkerchief makes more sense. At this moment, the team leader pinched one corner of the handkerchief and found a small, unremarkable Zhao character. Indeed, it was there. "Look, it's here," the team leader pointed out to the team captain. "I have to admit, this old lady is really talented. How did she think of this? She even put so much effort into it." Thinking about her past achievements, it's not surprising that Chi Hongdo marked the handkerchief. This small handkerchief doesn't look special, but it's not easy to get. If someone like today's person picked it up and kept it without a mark, how could they prove ownership? If you have one, does that mean others can't have one? That would be unreasonable. Suddenly, Lu Chunyan's heart sank. Zhao Yuya tricked her. Why didn't she mention the mark when she came to ask for it? In her previous life, Chi Hongdo's habit was to cover her books with paper and write her name and mark as soon as she got new textbooks. Her clothes, shoes, and water cups all had her carefully made marks. Don't ask why. It's just her quirky love. Even her pet orange cat couldn't escape being tied with a red string around its neck. Of course, she only partially mastered embroidery and couldn't sew marks on every handkerchief. But these handkerchiefs were from Cat Tailor Shop, and they were custom-made for her. Without any special features, how could they be called custom-made? Chi Hongdo enjoyed making some handkerchiefs with marks and some without. The ones she sent to Zhao's family all had marks. It was obvious that the handkerchief she exchanged in town for Chianghui's was unlikely to return to Hongqi Brigade, so it was definitely one of the marked ones she made. Lu Chunyan's death was not unjust. The power of evidence is huge. Facts speak louder than words. Because of this handkerchief, Lu Chunyan's words lost all credibility. Who made your mind turn so quickly? Getting caught in front of others is never honorable. Since it's your stuff, why does it have our family's mark? Chi Hongdo asked with a deep question. Lu Chunyan was so anxious her eyes seemed to water. The team leader frowned and asked, "What exactly happened?" Lu Guochan stomped his foot. "All right, did you steal someone else's things and get caught? Were you so busy arguing that you forgot to tend the cattle?" Chi Hongdo vaguely heard the sound of a blade stabbing into Lu Chunyan's back. Zhao Weiguo was stunned. Chi Hongdo asked him, "Now, what do you want to say? Go ahead." If it really came to this point, and Zhao Weiguo, the fool, still rushed to take the blame, she would have Zhao Yuanwu break his leg. Zhao Weiguo's mind was a bit muddled. "Brother Weiguo, Lu Chunyan looked at Zhao Weiguo with hope in her eyes. Zhao Aimin took a piece of candy from his pocket and, in front of a few drooling nephews, bit it into pieces with a snap. Jiang Yiyun poured him tea, Wang Xiaochao served him hot soup and rice, and the rest of the people listened to him boast about how wise and brave he was today. Today, Zhao Aimin had made a big contribution. Yes, today the team's cattle were found by Zhao Aimin. His main achievement was real. After pouring the water, Jiang Yiyun listened absent-mindedly. Zhao Aimin, tired of Jiang Yiyun sitting so nervously, reminded him, "Third sister-in-law, the cattle are back. Weiguo won't be in trouble. Even if he was punished, it wouldn't be too serious." Jiang Yiyun was worried not only about her son, but also about her husband. Zhao Yuanwu's temper was such that even if he came back tonight, he'd probably beat Zhao Weiguo half to death. She was afraid Zhao Yuanwu might lose control at the team leader's place. That son was her own flesh and blood. If he got hurt, wouldn't she feel heartbroken? She was truly angry, but her son's injuries hadn't been treated yet, and today he went out in the rain again to find the cattle. Even a body as tough as steel couldn't withstand that. Zhao Aimin thought about it and agreed. Finding the cattle was a big success for the team, but Zhao Weiguo's mess still wasn't sorted out. And the key was, the family still didn't know about the incident between her eldest nephew and Lu Chunyan. Sigh. Thinking of this, Zhao Aimin suddenly felt a toothache. Back on the mountain, Zhao Aimin was so angry at his eldest nephew that he planned to come home and expose his foolish deeds. But now, seeing his worried and anxious fifth sister-in-law, Zhao Aimin realized he truly didn't know what to say. Things that even their biological parents don't know, Qi Hongdou is even less aware of. She noticed that Zhao Weiguo and Lu Chunyan's relationship was unusual, but she didn't expect Zhao Weiguo to secretly have feelings for her. It's not just that the older Zhao family and Lu family are like water and fire, making their union unlikely. The story of Romeo and Juliet in this era is too far-fetched. Moreover, Lu Chunyan doesn't resemble Juliet in any way. Of course, Zhao Weiguo, being a big, clumsy man, clearly doesn't have enough charm to attract someone to his home. But compared to Zhao Yuanwu, who was furious and about to kick his son after sensing their unusual relationship, Qi Hongdou remained calm and accepted the fact. Makes people admire those who are innocent and pure. Everyone has experienced youthful confusion and butterflies in the stomach. Liking someone doesn't require checking every detail for perfection. Maybe it was a sunny morning, and their smile was charming. Maybe sweat dampened their forehead and hair, and a drop of hot sweat rolled down their delicate skin. Or maybe it was a mysterious, captivating figure in the night. Love is unreasonable. But Zhao Yuanwu's iron fist is the truth. Qi Hongdou didn't watch carefully and saw Zhao Yuanwu suddenly hit Zhao Weiguo on the head. Qi Hongdou thought, what if he hurts his head? He doesn't seem very smart now. Could he get any dumber? Stopping Zhao Weiguo from doing something foolish again, Qi Hongdou took back her handkerchief and, with her son and grandson, quietly retreated. The rest was up to the team leader and others. They confirmed that losing the cow had nothing to do with their family. Today, they found the cow thanks to Zhao Aimin, who did a good job and left cleanly. As for Lu family, Lu Guochan, who lost his shovel, was relieved to be free from herding cattle and was sent to gather manure with her sister Lu Chunyan. Lu family faced a second explosion of anger. Lu Chunyan's sister-in-law was so furious her head was smoking, shouting that Lu Chunyan, the troublemaker, should be married off quickly. No one else spoke up for Lu Chunyan. Good for nothing. Only you can do it, right? Back home, Zhao Yuanwu couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the broom by the door and swung it at Zhao Weiguo. After hitting him twice, he seemed to dislike the feel of the broom and switched to hitting with his fists and kicking. Qi Hongdou shouted twice for him to stop, but Zhao Yuanwu ignored her completely. Anger overwhelmed me, and it felt like my senses automatically shut down, making it impossible to focus on what the people around me were saying. Qi Hongdou watched Zhao Weiguo, who was so tall, being curled up on the ground after being beaten by his father, crying softly. She quickly ordered the others in the family to pull Zhao Yuanwu away. After a chaotic scene, Chi Hongdo slammed the table, and the whole family instantly became silent, as quiet as a pin dropping. We've been fussing all day. We need to rest and get ready for work tomorrow. Old Five's family, come to my room. After dismissing the others, Zhao Yuanwu, Jiang Yiyun, and Zhao Weigua stood in a line in front of Chi Hongdo, who was sitting on the bed. Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Yuanwu, still angry, then at Jiang Yiyun and Zhao Weigua, who looked nervous and worried. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the room lit by an oil lamp, the atmosphere was very quiet. Before anyone spoke, Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Weigua, who was so tall, standing there with his body seeming to float, looking terrible. Jiang Yiyun had already noticed this and felt uneasy, like a pot of oil boiling inside her. Touch your forehead. Do you have a fever? Chi Hongdo made a gesture with her hand, indicating she wouldn't speak. Jiang Yiyun hesitated to move. After all, it was her son who caused the trouble. But once Chi Hongdo spoke, Jiang Yiyun immediately went to touch Zhao Weigua's forehead. Sure enough, it was boiling hot. The wind evil had entered his body, coming fiercely, and even a strong young man couldn't resist it. Zhao Yuanwu clenched his fists, unable to see his expression clearly. Chi Hongdo simply waved her hand, telling Jiang Yiyun to take Zhao Weigua to rest. If needed, she would send someone to get herbal medicine from the barefoot doctor. Jiang Yiyun didn't refuse. Suddenly, only mother and son remained in the room. Zhao Yuanwu felt uncomfortable all over because Chi Hongdo's gaze kept fixed on him. Chi Hongdo raised her hand, signaling Zhao Yuanwu to sit beside her. He was so tall that he leaned against the lamp, and the room was completely dark. Zhao Yuanwu wanted to leave, but thinking about the terrible things his son had done and how he had dragged the whole family into trouble, he forced himself to sit down. Mother, I will definitely teach Weigua a good lesson later. He won't dare do it again. Others might say this is just polite talk, but Zhao Yuanwu meant every word and would carry it out without hesitation, even if it involved his own son. Chi Hongdo had no doubt about that. He's already grown so big, but his temper is still so bad. Chi Hongdo patted Zhao Yuanwu's arm and said this, but later generations often have some mental health issues, so Zhao Yuanwu's temper isn't particularly surprising. Moreover, Zhao Yuanwu's temper became fixed this way for a reason. Chi Hongdo thought for a moment, and then said, the one who really made a mistake isn't our child. If you hit Weigua so hard that he's hurt or disabled, can you really be happy? Mother, if it weren't for Weigua's foolishness, Weigua isn't very clever. Mother knows that. That's just like you. Zhao Yuanwu was stunned. He didn't expect Chi Hongdo to be so calm at this moment. He thought his mother would scold them harshly. It was inevitable that she would teach Weigua a lesson. Zhao Yuanwu hated that his child did something so harmful to himself and others. When he struck, he was very ruthless, no exaggeration. If it weren't for Chi Hongdo stopping him that night, Zhao Weigua might not have been able to get out of bed for at least a month. But unfortunately, Zhao Yuanwu's emotional scars couldn't be healed after just a few talks. Chi Hongdo understood why Zhao Yuanwu was so harsh. It wasn't just because Zhao Weigua was confused, but also because he thought of himself. Zhao Yuanwu originally had a twin brother. When they were 5 years old, that brother, who looked exactly like him, died young. By then, Zhao Yuanwu could remember clearly. This was also the second child lost by Zhang Daihe, which caused her immense pain. Although they were both her children, after one drowned while playing in the water, and she managed to save one but couldn't save the other, her pain was like a knife stabbing her heart. She inevitably blamed the one who survived. Zhao Yuanwu lost his twin brother and was cursed by his own mother. It was hard not to carry that emotional scar. He often secretly wished that he had died instead. What he couldn't forgive himself for most was that he was the one who suggested they go play in the water. Harming himself and others just to show off was Zhao Yuanwu's biggest taboo. This was one of the emotional scars between mother and son. Another was that Zhao Yuanwu had once wanted to join the army when he was young, along with his brother's younger brother from the team leader's family. But the old lady refused to let him go, blocking him at every turn. Later, that brother became an officer in the army, and the team leader's family also prospered. The clothes Xiaoping wore, made of fine fabric, were sent back by that rarely seen uncle. But in reality, Xiaoping's uncle was far behind Zhao Yuanwu in every way. Yet, decades had passed, and their circumstances had become vastly different. Zhao Yuanwu struggles to make a living, often going hungry and then eating a little. Xiaoping's uncle lives a comfortable life, with no worries about food or clothing. Compared to him, Zhao Yuanwu doesn't feel truly sad, but it's impossible not to feel some disappointment. Even if he feels upset inside, Zhao Yuanwu can't openly share his feelings with his mother. He can't be sure if Zhao Yuanwu's decision to join the army would have brought him the same good luck as Xiaoping's uncle, especially since Zhao Yuanwu once had such an opportunity. But he missed it, and time can't be turned back. Life passes quickly, and more than half has already gone by. Zhao Yuanwu often feels regret when he thinks about it. Kids don't listen, so I hit them a couple of times to teach them a lesson. Unless you want to throw them away, then just beat them hard. And you're angry, which isn't good for your health. You're already grown up. Do you still think you can be like young men? Ask your older sister-in-law to make some soup. Drink a bowl later. After being caught in heavy rain and feeling anxious all morning, it's important to take precautions. As for Lu family's girl, once the harvest is over, if he wants to get married, he can find someone to look after him. Lu Chunyan can't marry into Zhao's family. Bringing home a troublemaker isn't just a whim. As for Zhao Weiguo, she will deal with him later. Shi Hongdo's main goal is to tell Zhao Yuanwu that this incident has happened, is over, and there's no point in getting angry. She hopes Zhao Yuanwu can be more understanding. She didn't hold a grudge against the Wu family over this, and she won't blame him. Moreover, injuring her own son is not only unwise but also makes people laugh. Unless Zhao Weiguo stubbornly refuses to see reason, then it's another matter. But right now, if anyone causes trouble, it will be Lu family's problem. They don't need to join in. Mother, Zhao Yuanwu feels uneasy. Can this really be let go so easily? Will his mother not pursue the matter? Rather than making his mother angry, he might as well break that unfilial son's leg. Why does she want Zhao Weiguo to lose a leg? Shi Hongdo can't help but laugh and cry. Your wife and Yuya have been worried all day. If you interfere again, you'll just scare them to death. I'll ask Zhao Weiguo about it myself later. Don't get so worked up. You should take care of your health. If you get too angry, you'll only hurt yourself. Her words, mixed with concern and slight blame, left Zhao Yuanwu feeling confused and at a loss. Shi Hongdo patted Zhao Yuanwu's arm, then reached into her pocket and took out the last bit of sugar, placing it into Zhao Yuanwu's hand. That's enough. Go home. Wash up and go to bed early. Oh, and don't forget to drink tea. Shi Hongdo didn't talk at length with Zhao Yuanwu. His temper wasn't something that changed overnight, and his personality was already set. She was just sure that once Zhao Yuanwu went back inside, he wouldn't get angry again, so she let it go. Her mother had already said so Zhao Yuanwu, who was obedient, wouldn't argue with her. Finally, he grabbed a handful of candies and, like a sleepwalker, left. After sending Zhao Yuanwu away, Zhao Aimin quietly came to knock on Shi Hongdo's door. Mother, open the door. It's Aimin. This little rascal. He better have something important to say. Outside the door, Zhao Aimin, holding a piece of jade he found on the mountain, looked excited but tried to hide it. After a long day, Shi Hongdo, feeling tired in her elderly body, was eager to take a hot bath in her big villa. She wanted to sprinkle flower petals or use bath bombs, anything she liked. But before she could go in, Zhao Aimin kept shouting mother outside the door, sounding like a frantic ghost. His deliberately low voice sounded like mice squeaking, very noticeable. Shi Hongdo knew Zhao Aimin was very shameless and didn't think his behavior was a bother at all. She opened the door, and Zhao Aimin, looking mysterious, pulled her aside and looked around, not sure what he was looking at, then whispered excitedly, Mother, I have something good to show you. What could Zhao Aimin possibly have that was good? Shi Hongdo was unimpressed. She tapped Zhao Aimin on the head and said, You better tell me clearly what it is. Otherwise, she might just hit him harder. She wanted him to realize how angry it was to stay up late and disturb her sleep. Then she saw Zhao Aimin acting sneaky and secretive, pulling out a muddy white jade ring from his pocket. Mother, do you think this is an antique? Can it be sold for money? At least 7 or 8 yuan, right? Although Zhao Aimin had little experience, he believed he had found a treasure. He examined the jade ring under the kerosene lamp, muttering and estimating its value. Despite his lack of experience, Zhao Aimin, confident he had found good jade, thought it was worth at least 7 or 8 yuan. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Jade and gold are often compared, showing that its value is quite high. Chi Hongdo doesn't understand much about jade. She wasn't a princess living in a castle in her past life, enjoying a decadent life filled with gold and luxury. She took the jade ring from Zhao Aimin and said it was a jade ring because it was hollow in the middle with a clear connection between the ends. Mom, look at this jade. It looks so strange. Is it a dragon? Zhao Aimin daydreamed. He thought that if it was a dragon, it would look more noble and maybe be worth more money. In the city, Zhao Aimin wasn't very clear about the old customs being destroyed, but he had heard rumors. In the minds of ordinary people, gold and jade are always valuable. Chi Hongdo looked at the strange-shaped jade ring in her hand and examined it for a while. Her expression gradually became strange. Chi Hongdo doesn't understand jade, but she has seen news and visited museums. Zhao Aimin's dreamy expression when calling this smooth jade ring a dragon might actually be right. She remembered seeing a similar jade ring in a museum. It was called a Warring States period jade dragon. Yes, she thought it was strange when she saw that shiny, ugly jade ring in a glass case being called a jade dragon. But during the Warring States period, dragon-shaped designs weren't as fancy and complicated as later ones. They were simple and straightforward, often looking like snakes or loaches. Still, officially, they were stamped as dragons. And it was from the Warring States period. No matter how much it might be worth, it should at least meet Zhao Aimin's expectation of a value of 7 or 8,000 yuan. Chi Hongdo remained calm and asked, "Where did you get this?" Zhao Aimin confidently replied, "Found it in the mountains." Actually, he was just looking for cattle today. He was attracted by the jade ring that was exposed after the rain. Thanks to his good eyesight and a dream of sudden wealth, he wouldn't normally walk so carefully. He just knelt down and started rummaging through the mountain gully for things. This action seemed a bit foolish. But surprisingly, Zhao Aimin really did find something. Chi Hongdo had not only visited museums and seen similar jade dragons up close, but also saw news about a famous old man, Dugu Xian, who had a multifaceted coal piece. It was found by his younger brother on the sands of the Han River. It's because Chinese history is so rich that sometimes ancestors leave behind things that are randomly picked by lucky people in blind boxes. Chi Hongdo squinted her eyes. Regardless of whether the item was real or fake, she wondered how Zhao Aimin thought of giving it to her. Zhao Aimin, facing his mother's curious gaze, couldn't help but chuckle softly. In this matter, Chi Hongdo indeed overestimated Zhao Aimin. Yuhuan didn't want to make things public and planned to quietly get rich on his own, but then he remembered that his mother had more connections than he did and that her family cared for him the most. She definitely wouldn't ignore his belongings. So, he brought Yuhuan to find Chi Hongdo. Actually, he was still unsure himself. Zhao Aimin hadn't done many proper things, and his unreliable friends were even worse. As for Zhao Weigua, his partner in collecting mountain goods, he didn't trust him either. After thinking it over, he decided it was safer to discuss things with his mother. Anyway, his mother would never harm him. Very well, Chi Hongdo responded with a smile. Not taking the item was almost like betraying himself. He secretly put it into his own pocket in front of Zhao Aimin. "Mother will hide this for you first. Tomorrow, go to town and see if you can find someone trustworthy to take a look. If it's real, maybe you can sell it for 7 or 8 yuan or even 10. Really?" Zhao Aimin's eyes lit up. He cooked it. "All right, it's late now. You should go home first. Don't worry, Mother will definitely keep it safe for you. Even if the item was valuable, it wouldn't be for a long time. Right now, only those with strong backgrounds or who are fearless would dare to trade such things." Chi Hongdo was crazy to think about trading it. It's not safe to keep it with Zhao, I mean. If he couldn't resist and took it out someday, it would be better for her to keep it. At least it would be completely safe. The heavy rain continued for 2 days, turning the ground into muddy footprints. When Chi Hongdo went to the brigade leader's house again to talk about cotton, the brigade leader was at home, anxiously pulling at his hair. Chi Hongdo. What's making him so worried? It was about the youth training camp. The brigade leader kept pretending to be poor and acting helpless, but it was no use. The leadership's answer was always the same. The youth training camp would definitely be set up. This was already decided. As for how to settle the youth, arrange their work, and ensure harmony among them, that wasn't something the leaders needed to worry about. So, the brigade leader's worry was understandable. For convenience, they could place the youth in villagers' homes, 1 family per person, so they would have somewhere to stay. But forget about that. It would only lead to endless trouble. However, there were no extra houses in the village. Relying on the commune to fund building houses is pointless. They say the subsidies for the educated youth will be sent to the team, but no one knows when it will arrive or how much will be sent. The team leader is unsure, so there's no hope to count on it. I mean's daughter-in-law, have you heard the current price of bricks? Compared to the later widespread and sturdy red bricks, the bricks made by the town's factory are still narrow and made of blue clay. The team leader only remembered this issue after seeing Chi Hongdo. If they really want to set up an educated youth site, they will probably need to find a separate place for it. He doesn't know exactly how much the commune will allocate, but after being in government for a while, he understands that budgeting is an art. It's better to aim high than low, or you'll regret it and have nowhere to cry. Chi Hongdo remembered the brick prices she learned from Jiang Ian last time and gave the team leader a figure. Team leader, are we really going to set up an educated youth site here? Let's wait and see. The team leader thought about the costs and sighed deeply. He then asked Chi Hongdo, this year's cotton harvest is okay, but if you want to make 2 thick quilts, the small amount allocated won't be enough. If it were enough, she wouldn't need to make this trip. Buying cotton outside requires a cotton ticket, which isn't easy to get. She's now at the source of cotton production, so with effort, she might manage it. For the common people, winter is a tough time, and cotton is a very important resource. Seeing the team leader hesitate and thinking about the educated youth site, Chi Hongdo lowered her voice and suggested a plan. The team leader's eyes lit up at her idea. In the end, Chi Hongdo decided to pay for extra cotton to buy more at the team, then happily went back. Lu Saw has been full of resentment at home these days. She feels that if her sister-in-law hadn't been useless, her husband wouldn't have lost his good job herding cattle. Also, because she almost lost the cattle, her husband has to be punished to carry manure. If Lu Chunyan hadn't been so clever, taking Zhao's handkerchief and showing it off in front of everyone, this probably wouldn't have happened. Some people are just like reincarnated disasters, causing trouble for themselves and dragging the whole family down, Lu Saw muttered, stomping and hitting things at home, glaring at Lu Chunyan with disdain. The woman chopping firewood at the door listened to her daughter-in-law's insults and curses at her daughter. She wanted to speak up, but, seeing her daughter-in-law's sharp gaze, she dared not say a word. Lu Chunyan saw clearly that if the older sister-in-law dared to lay a finger on her 2 brothers, her sick mother, who was almost dying, would definitely jump up to protect her brothers. But when it was her turn, she decided to avoid trouble if she could. The older sister-in-law grew angrier and said, I think we should get you married off tomorrow so the family can be peaceful. Hurt by her words, Lu Chunyan instinctively shouted, I won't marry. The older sister-in-law crossed her arms, looked at Lu Chunyan with a sneer, and said, You say you won't marry? You already took the bride price money. Are you refusing now? Did you keep the money? She took 8 yuan out of 10, with Lu Chunyan saving 2 yuan herself. The 20 yuan was the amount Lu Chunyan reported to Zhao Weiguo. Thinking of the face of the beggar, which was more crooked than a toad's, Lu Chunyan felt disgusted inside. The money isn't mine. You insisted on taking it. Lu Chunyan was unhappy. When her sister-in-law arranged the marriage, she said the 10 yuan was a gift for meeting. She was forced to accept it, and at that time, she didn't plan to give her a single cent. Those 2 yuan were what Lu Chunyan fought hard to keep. But even after accepting the money, Lu Chunyan never thought of marrying the beggar. She believed she would find a new way out. Wang Damei was also furious. The daughter-in-law was right. Leaving this granddaughter at home was just trouble. She only caused harm and was useless. Tomorrow, I'll let the beggar's family know. I won't marry. Grandma, I can work. I can do many chores. I don't want to marry the beggar.
Pa.
Grandma, I think we should marry off this unlucky star quickly. Otherwise, she'll keep causing trouble, and no one will want to marry her when she's always scheming and making a scene. The older sister-in-law's words strengthened Wang Damei's resolve to marry Lu Chunyan out. Her granddaughter was truly not honest. Lu Chunyan felt like going crazy. The situation had completely gone beyond her expectations. She thought she still had many choices and could pick the best one, but now she was pushed to the edge of a cliff. There was no way back. Chi Hongdo passed by and overheard a bit from the Lu family's wall corner. She shook her head and slowly returned to the old Zhao family. In the end, Zhao Weiguo couldn't hold on and fell seriously ill. Jiang Yun went barefoot to the old doctor to get 2 sets of 5-cent herbal medicines, boiled them in a small clay pot, and gave her son a big bowl to drink. Zhao Weiguo still hadn't recovered. Zhao Yuanwu hadn't fought anymore, but in the past 2 days, he hadn't shown his son a good face either. Zhao Baojia initially didn't understand the full situation. It was his wife, Jiang Huifeng, who went out to ask around, and then came back gossiping with her husband. Weiguo has been completely charmed by that sly woman from old Lu's family. Jiang Huifeng spoke excitedly, patting her thigh and getting quite worked up. He must have been very fooled. Zhao Baojia's honest, slightly heroic face scrunched up for a second. Then he reached for his thigh. Honey, this kind of patting seems to hurt a little. Jiang Huifeng seemed unaware that she was not patting her own thigh, but was still talking to her husband. I never expected Weiguo to be involved with that young girl from old Lu's family. When do you think they started seeing each other? He was her younger brother-in-law, and Jiang Huifeng knew he wasn't a sneaky person. Besides this time, Weiguo hasn't been tricked in any other way, right? Well, that's uncertain, Zhao Baojia frowned. This matter wasn't clear. When Chi Hongdo got home, Zhao Aimin hurried over like he was on fire. He hadn't had a chance to mention Zhao Weiguo and Lu Chunyan yesterday. Today, when he remembered, he went to ask Zhao Weiguo if he had given the money to Lu Chunyan. Although Zhao Weiguo didn't admit it, mainly because his eldest nephew seemed a bit withdrawn and unwilling to speak, Zhao Aimin still felt he had caught the truth at some point. Forget other things, money was a big deal. Thinking of this, Zhao Aimin hurriedly went to find Chi Hongdo. Coincidentally, Chi Hongdo also wanted to see Zhao Weiguo. After hearing Zhao Aimin's story, Chi Hongdo couldn't help but look up to the sky and think, this overly innocent grandson. Then she turned and went inside, pinning Zhao Weiguo against the wall, with a serious face, starting a serious interrogation. Zhao Weiguo, so big and standing in the corner, didn't dare to move, lowering his head with a jumble of thoughts. But facing Chi Hongdo, he couldn't keep silent anymore. In the end, he honestly explained everything that had happened. When did you two start seeing each other? Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Weiguo. There were many girls in the village of appropriate age. For other girls, it might sound reasonable. But with the tense relationship between old Lu's family and old Zhao's family, where they barely exchanged mudslinging, let alone good manners, Zhao Weiguo wasn't a child anymore. How could he be involved with Lu Chunyan? And he was so willing to take the blame and give money. What kind of love was that? Chi Hongdo didn't quite understand. Was love really that intense? Zhao Weiguo, we are not together. Chi Hongdo. So you gave her money? Purely eager to help others? Zhao Weiguo. Chunyan has difficulties, and I want to help her. Seeing his grandson with his head down, looking very sad and disappointed, Chi Hongdo probably understood. For Zhao Weiguo, liking Lu Chunyan is real, but compared to her complicated schemes, Zhao Weiguo's goal is simpler. Loving someone isn't the most straightforward sign, just not wanting to see them upset. Even if Lu Chunyan doesn't act sad in front of Zhao Weiguo, As long as he knows her difficulties, he will definitely try to help. Alright, he's really fallen in love. Chi Hongdo asked how much money Zhao Weiguo had given Lu Chunyan. After hearing the answer, Chi Hongdo deliberately asked, where did the money come from? Although Zhao already mentioned it, to create a serious and tense atmosphere, Chi Hongdo looked at this young man. If they truly liked each other, she could understand a little. But with such obvious signs of rushing headlong, she didn't believe Zhao Weiguo didn't feel anything. Especially that day at the team, Lu Chunyan was planting traps everywhere, speaking incoherently. Obvious problems. Zhao Weiguo. It was from a joint hunting trip on the mountain. After saying this, Zhao Weiguo was waiting for his grandmother's slap. After all, with him secretly saving money, with examples from his sixth uncle and aunt, everyone knew how bad it was. Chi Hongdo didn't need to hit him herself. If she really wanted to, she could just tell his father. That you're so eager to get close. Are you planning to marry her? Would she agree? You said you're not even together yet? Zhao Weiguo looked at Chi Hongdo in surprise. He hadn't thought that far, he just wanted to help Chunyan a little and make her happy. Chi Hongdo couldn't help but want to pinch him. Compared to Zhao Weiguo's pure love, her words seemed so snobbish. He's an adult now. Since he already knows Chunyan has feelings, why not think more about the future? Yes, I did. Your father also scolded me, and you've been sick. Your mother is in the kitchen making medicine for you, crying while watching the stove. Do you think what you did, rushing to admit guilt, was wrong? Zhao Weiguo couldn't lift his head. He had been sick for 2 days, and this matter kept replaying in his mind. Even the dullest person should understand the importance of the situation at this point. Grandma, I was wrong. For a moment, he was filled with passion, feeling like he could handle anything that came his way. But after a high fever, when he lay in bed feeling dizzy and confused, he didn't even have the strength to get up. When Zhao Weiguo said this, his face showed great shame. But that wasn't Chi Hongdo's goal. Do you know you were wrong? Do you regret it? She asked, rushing to take the blame. Milk, Zhao Weiguo mumbled. You're at the age to get married. Honestly, if you're really determined to marry Lu Chunyan, no one can stop you. If it works out, that's your skill. But you're just living together without any official relationship. Even if Lu Chunyan says that the 20 yuan bride price was paid by her sister-in-law and she spent it, have you thought about what happens if she decides to marry someone else later? Zhao Weiguo pursed his lips. Milk, you said if it works out, it's because of me. If it doesn't, she can marry whoever she wants. That's her freedom. Chi Hongdo looked at him and said after all this talk, that last sentence showed some responsibility, like a real man. But do you think it's just about whether it works out or not? Is everything supposed to be perfect, happy, and then just break apart if it's not? That's too naive. Have you ever thought that because your status isn't proper, all your kindness might turn into trouble later? If Lu Chunyan has problems in her life later, even if she doesn't say it, won't her family come looking for you? Won't they say you've damaged her reputation? Will they come after you? Zhao Weiguo was stunned again. He knew he was wrong for losing the cow and had reflected on it, but what he said to his grandmother was completely unexpected. And the more he listened, the less he seemed to understand. Seeing how slow he was, Chi Hongdo couldn't help but get a little impatient. She grabbed a fan she hadn't used in days and swung it at Zhao Weiguo's head, too high to reach.
Get down.
The eldest grandson immediately squatted down. Then Chi Hongdo started hitting him with the fan. After she stopped, he felt much calmer, and after being scolded, Zhao Weiguo also felt more at ease. His grandmother was so easy to talk to, which he wasn't used to. He had been worried earlier, but now he felt much better.
Do you know how pigs die?
Zhao Weiguo.
From being stupid, she said.
The Lu family was full of difficult people. Wang Damei was so particular she'd weigh a chicken egg carefully. When she saw Zhao Weiguo so devoted to her granddaughter and rushing to give money, she knew she could take advantage. Zhao Weiguo is not really stupid. He just hasn't experienced such things before. Because he hasn't gone through it, he tends to think everything is simple. While the grandfather and grandson are talking, Chi Hongdo tries to help Zhao Weiguo realize the situation. Meanwhile, old Lu's wife, sister-in-law, and grandson are already speaking harshly, even suggesting they find a day this month to marry Lu Chunyan. After a heated exchange of words, Lu Chunyan somehow finds a rusty sickle. Old Lu's family suddenly becomes very upset, but Lu Daisao then finds a small cloth bag filled with money in Lu Chunyan's pocket. Inside the bag, there are 2 yuan and 20 cents that Zhao Weiguo had given Lu Chunyan. That's quite a lot. Including the 2 yuan that Lu Chunyan previously took from Lu Daisao, she has saved over 4 yuan. Seeing this money, Wang Damei and Lu Daisao curse her as a bad omen and a traitor. When big brother Lu Guo, with a spatula, sees Lu Chunyan's knife being snatched away and her being beaten by his wife, he doesn't try to stop them but instead encourages the fight. She should be taught a good lesson. She's always thinking about getting benefits for herself. I think that big fool Zhao Weiguo from the Zhao family is just blinded by greed. Otherwise, only a fool would rush to cover for her. Meanwhile, Lu Daisao, holding the money from the cloth bag and questioning Lu Chunyan, is fighting with her and asking, "You traitor, where did you get this money?" After hearing Lu Guo's words, Lu Daisao's ears immediately catch the name Zhao Weiguo. When it rains heavily, no part of old Zhao's house remains dry. Qi Hongdou had planned to repair the dilapidated thatched roof, which offers no insulation or warmth and tends to have problems during rain and snow. Sometimes, lying on the main bed and looking at the dark, holy roof, she feels like the whole could fall at any moment and swallow her. Recently, the heavy rain has confirmed her worries about the poor roof. Since they're already planning to fix the roof, it's also time to replace the mud walls, which seem even less reliable than the thatched roof. Just as the team leader is worried about the youth training site, and since they can't afford to buy bricks, Qi Hongdou has decided to look for shale rocks from the mountain. This type of stone is mainly characterized by its low hardness, making it easy to mine, and it is quite common in their area. It is very suitable for building materials, especially for walls and floors. Once the budget for the youth settlement is approved, the team leader wants to save money but still ensure quality and efficiency in construction. They could consider using shale stone. The youth settlement will definitely have separate dormitories for men and women, with 2 large shared rooms. The project is not too big or too small, so they will need to mobilize the local workers to help. More people mean more strength, so the work will go faster. Qi Hongdou plans to hitch a ride and help gather some shale stone to renovate her family's house. With Zhao Laozu's current workforce, they can handle the house renovation without hiring extra help. After Zhao Weiguo recovered from his illness, he responded enthusiastically to the team leader's call to go stone collecting. He used to be quiet, but now he's become very silent. Maybe it was something Qi Hongdou said that day that surprised him. He suddenly realized that his way of thinking was too simple. Even doing good deeds can sometimes end up hurting others or himself. For over 2 weeks after the rain, the sun was shining brightly. The cotton in the drying yard was so dry that it crunched loudly when stepped on, and the cotton seeds inside had been roasted into popcorn. The team leader then arranged for them to pack the cotton and send it to the cotton station. Although they were tasked with delivering cotton, the many teams in the commune meant the cotton station workers were very particular and careful during inspections. They preferred the cotton to be a bit drier, even if it meant less weight on the scales. To avoid trouble, the team leader only loaded the cotton after checking its dryness. Sure enough, during cotton delivery, some teams tried to cheat by not drying the cotton enough or by deliberately finding faults during inspection. In the end, they either had to add more cotton to meet the weight or find ways to push some back for redrying before storage. It was quite a hassle. However, the red flag team's cotton was inspected and approved directly by the team leader, so it was done in one go. Qi Hongdou packed a large bag of cotton, planning to go to town to find old Zheng to have it processed as agreed. 30 jin, about 15 kilograms, is not light, and she didn't plan to hide the cotton from the others in the Zhao family. She thought for a moment and asked Zhao Yunwu to carry the cotton wrapped in a basket, and they went together to find old Zheng. Zhao Yunwu carried the 30 jin of cotton easily and confidently. Qi Hongdou felt that if he didn't have to worry about his strength, he could probably get to town in half the time it took her. Zhao Weiguo is almost becoming mute, but actually Zhao Yunwu hasn't been in a good mood lately either. Originally, the father and son hardly communicated. One wouldn't ask questions proactively, and the other wouldn't speak up. Now both are keeping quiet and not talking at all. Chi Hongdo looked at the straw sandals at Zhao Yuanwu's feet and didn't ask why he wasn't wearing rubber shoes. It was obvious he was reluctant to wear them. I see your wife made you some cloth shoes. Try them on later. If they fit well, your mother will find some fabric and make another pair for each of you. Zhao Yuanwu. Mother, I have enough shoes to wear. You're still saying that to me? How many pairs of shoes do you have? I don't know. Good shoes are better for your feet. Don't be reluctant to wear them. I know you're hardworking and willing to give your family good things. But for yourself, you tend to save and not spend. Zhao Yuanwu, a rough man, heard Chi Hongdo's words and, with his face flushed from the sun, showed a bit of shyness and embarrassment. Mother, I'm already this old. Wearing good shoes is just a waste. His voice was still loud, but only Chi Hongdo, who had been with him under the eaves for days, noticed the subtle hint of shyness in his tone. This delicate change in emotion contrasted with his rough appearance, making her feel a bit of a soft spot. Even when you're older, you're still my child, she said. To make Zhao Yuanwu give up his excuses happily, Chi Hongdo clapped her hands and took charge, speaking decisively. Sure enough, Zhao Yuanwu fell silent. Changing the subject, Chi Hongdo brought up Zhao Weiguo again. In front of the old lady, Zhao Yuanwu was always seen as a child, and to Zhao Yuanwu, Zhao Weiguo was the same. He had scolded Zhao Weiguo, but he didn't truly want to disown his son. However, for Zhao Yuanwu, handling such matters was also clumsy. He didn't know how to protect or educate properly, so he could only resort to hitting. But after hitting, the problem remained unresolved. Chi Hongdo took this opportunity to tell him what she and Zhao Weiguo had learned that day. This scoundrel. Zhao Yuanwu remained calm for less than a second, but after hearing this, he was unsurprisingly angry again. If Zhao Weiguo were here now, he would at least get a kick. Chi Hongdo watched him get angry, but wasn't worried. They still had to go pick cotton, so Zhao Yuanwu wouldn't run back now to hit Zhao Weiguo. Do you want to beat him up? After you do, what then? If things get messy, should we go to old Lu's house to get the money back? What should we do if old Lu's family turns against us and accuses us of inappropriate relationships? Chi Hongdo calmly listed the worst possible scenarios for Zhao Yuanwu to consider. Initially angry, Zhao Yuanwu suddenly stopped and understood the seriousness of the situation. As a father, his mind worked faster than his son's. He realized the danger involved. This was just the worst-case scenario, but who could guarantee how things would develop? Seeing Zhao Yuanwu's current expression, Chi Hongdo thought he was probably more concerned about how to help his son fix the problem than about hitting Zhao Weiguo. After all, as a father, he cared deeply for his son. But no matter what, people teach others through actions, not words. It's hard to learn by experience, but easier to learn by example. When Chi Hongdo and Zhao Yuanwu returned to the village, the Red Flag Brigade was gathered around the small river where the fields had been cleared for planting. Something's wrong. Old Lu's daughter has jumped into the river. Suddenly, there was a loud noise and the crowd burst apart. Oh dear, what's going on? It seems old Lu forced Chunyan to marry someone and took a large bride price. Chunyan didn't want to marry, and when she was pushed too far, she jumped into the river. Whose family is this?
Huh?
A beggar? Old Lu's family is really ruthless. She's their granddaughter. No one would normally jump into the river without reason. It turns out that the village's beggar has a very bad reputation, and he looks particularly unpleasant. Lu Chunyan was also pushed to her limit by old Lu's family and decided to take a drastic step. Now, it's clear that her actions have caused a big fuss. The entire Red Flag Brigade is watching old Lu's family. While others went to rescue Lu Chunyan, Lu Desa kept cursing nonstop, and Lu Guashan watched coldly, as if his own sister wasn't involved. Wang Daxi listened to the villagers' gossip and felt her head pounding. She wanted to kill that shameless girl. She jumped into the river again. Her family raised her, fed her, clothed her, and treated her well. They tried to talk to her about marriage, but she refused and jumped into the river.
Who does she think she is?
You ungrateful girl. Lu Desaw cursed fiercely, ignoring the villagers' strange looks. When will marriage become something a young girl like her can decide for herself? Wang Daxi agreed wholeheartedly after hearing her daughter-in-law's words. In the past, marriage was decided by parents and matchmakers. No girl ever had the final say. What's wrong with arranging Chuanyan's marriage? Wang Damei thought there was no problem at all. On the contrary, Lu Chuanyan's behavior of causing trouble at home, running around, shouting, and even jumping into the river after leading everyone to the riverbank, was truly excessive. More importantly, Lu Chuanyan's antics had already alerted the family of the beggar. Whether this marriage can still happen is now uncertain. People value face and dignity, but the beggar, without shame, forcibly married someone. If Lu Chuanyan keeps acting out and jumping into the river, what will happen then? It seemed that no one in old Lu's family realized that Lu Chuanyan had not yet been rescued, and whether her life was in danger was still uncertain. However, in just a moment, she was rescued. At this time, the beggar, with a face full of swollen, red bumps, was standing among the crowd, watching Lu Chuanyan, who was soaked through, with a very dark and uncomfortable look. Lu Chuanyan, just waking up after spitting out water, opened her eyes and immediately saw the disturbing, dark gaze of the beggar among the crowd.
Liu Chunyan instinctively screamed.
Seeing Lu Chuanyan's reaction, the beggar's eyes grew even more vicious and mean. He walked over to Wang Damei, who was crying and cursing Lu Chuanyan. Sister-in-law Wang assured the beggar, "Don't worry, Chuanyan is a reckless girl. Our promise to your marriage won't change. You choose the date, and I guarantee she'll listen and behave."
Dream on.
Your sister-in-law was seen by someone, and I don't want her even if you give her away for free. The beggar shouted loudly, raising his voice. Oh. Both Wang Damei and sister-in-law Lu simultaneously thought, this might really ruin everything. Sure enough, the beggar, who was known as a troublemaker ignored by everyone in the village, loudly and obnoxiously shouted in front of so many people, as if he wanted to use a loudspeaker. You took 10 yuan from my family, and now Lu Chuanyan has been seen by others, and I don't want her anymore. Pay me back. Bad luck. This once happy event has been spoiled by you. Your Lu family must compensate me 10 yuan, total 20. Give me the money. The beggar kept insisting that Lu Chuanyan had lost her innocence, which only fueled the gossip among the villagers. But Wang Damei would never pay. All the money had been used to treat her obedient grandson. Moreover, the beggar was demanding compensation and asking for 20 yuan right away. Sister-in-law Lu was even less likely to give money. The marriage was agreed upon. How can you just back out? Repaying money was impossible. There was a big commotion, and the gazes on Lu Chuanyan were curious, gossiping, malicious, and sympathetic. Today's situation seemed beyond repair. Your Lu family wants to cheat again? Just a worthless piece of junk. Who would want it? Laozi said fiercely, looking at Lu Chuanyan with full malice. Qi Hongdo and Zhao Yuanwu were passing by the small river on their way back to the village. Before they reached, Lu Desaw, who was being chased by Laozi for money, became anxious. She glanced over and saw Qi Hongdo, immediately coming up with an idea. She rushed forward and tried to grab Qi Hongdo, but failed, as Zhao Yuanwu stepped in between them. Does your Wagwa still want Lu Chuanyan? If yes, then bring 20 yuan, no, 30 yuan, and it will be sent to your house right away. From now on, she will be part of your family. The village had never seen such a big fuss. Zhao Weigua heard about it at home and hurried over. Suddenly, the lively scene by the river became even more intense. Coincidentally, Zhao Weigua overheard Lu Desaw's words, but he felt no joy at all. He looked at Qi Hongdo and immediately remembered her warning about trouble that day. Qi Hongdo looked at Lu Desaw in front of her, feeling like she was being stared at by a starving, frantic mouse. She wasn't sure if she could just crush her immediately, but she wanted to make her feel disgusted. Lu Guochao came over to support her, saying Lu Chuanyan could marry anyone as long as it paid off the debts. It would be even better if she could earn some money back.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, what are you saying? Even if your sister-in-law jumped into the river, you shouldn't just pick someone to blame, right? The villagers found it strange, especially considering the relationship between old Zhao's family and old Lu's family. How could they possibly become in-laws? Lu saw, even if she was framing someone, had no reason to choose Zhao Weiguo as the scapegoat.
Liu da saw Juliet her lips.
Old lady, if you don't understand, you can ask your grandson. After all, his relationship with our Chunyan isn't ordinary. Great. First lousy, now Lu saw. This was practically forcing Lu Chunyan to jump into the river again. Shut up. I have nothing to do with anyone. The bride price you collected and spent has nothing to do with me. Lu Chunyan was desperate. She insisted that she and Zhao Weiguo had nothing to do with each other. This was after the fight at old Lu's house that day, when her secret savings were discovered to be incorrect. Lu saw clearly heard Zhao Weiguo's name and wondered why she had remained so calm all these days. Qi Hongdo looked toward Lu Chunyan after hearing the sound. She was wearing rough cloth clothes, and the girl, soaked all over, had a face that was red and white, full of anger and surprise. She had completely lost her calmness from earlier when she was scheming at the big family's house. Who in the village would marry a girl to someone like a scoundrel? I don't want to. What did I do wrong? Lu Chunyan's voice was hoarse, but she shouted louder than Aunt Lu. Zhao Weiguo was stunned by Aunt Lu's words and paused, then tried to step forward. But seeing Qi Hongdo's silent signal with her eyes, he stopped again. That look was a silent rejection. If Zhao Weiguo had rushed to defend Lu Chunyan now, it would only make things worse. Gu Chuizhi also just learned what Aunt Lu had said. She supported Wang Dami and gave her advice. The scoundrel wants money, not the girl. Zhao Weiguo's mother is a worker's mother, so if Chunyan and Weiguo really have something, just match them up. The bride price will be as much as you want. From a distance, Qi Hongdo didn't hear what Gu Chuizhi said to Wang Dami, but she could guess it wasn't good. She crossed her arms on the spot, stepped over Zhao Yuanwu's body shield, and sharply slapped Aunt Lu's hand away. I understand now. Your Lu family isn't marrying off a daughter. You're buying a daughter, right? When one doesn't work out, you're after another. You're eyeing our Weiguo? When did your Lu family become so shameless in our Red Flag Brigade? If I were you, I'd go home now, close the door, and don't peek outside. Why? Qi Hongdo paused, and Aunt Lu instinctively asked. I'm afraid the spit outside will drown you. We honest folks have never heard of pulling out your daughter and shouting prices like selling pigs in front of the whole village. You're still brothers, sisters-in-law, grandmothers, bah. I think each of you are just standing animals. You. Aunt Lu was so angry at Qi Hongdo that she wanted to fight back immediately. Lu's spatula wanted to come up and push Qi Hongdo away with his wife, but both Zhao Yuanwu and the quick-reacting Zhao Weiguo kicked him down. He fell to the ground, crying out. Gu Chuizhi looked on, and instinctively wanted to cover her face. Although Qi Hongdo didn't make a move, the last time her shoe hit her face left a deep impression on Gu Chuizhi. She helped Wang Dami hide in the crowd, not daring to step forward. But her mischievous mind couldn't stop, and she secretly whispered to Wang Dami. Chuizhi became more and more excited as she spoke. If Lu Chunyan really became the granddaughter-in-law of old Zhao's family, she would find a way to make that girl cause chaos and trouble for old Zhao's household. Thinking about that, Chuizhi felt so happy, as if she had drunk wine. Wang Dami might not have paid attention to everything else, but she definitely heard the words. At least Zhao Weiguo's mother is a worker. She had heard that this job could be passed down to the son and daughter-in-law. If Lu Chunyan really married into the family, she might even get a job herself. In any case, it was cheaper than marrying a scoundrel. That stubborn girl refused to admit any connection with Zhao Weiguo. Wang Dami thought about this and started cursing Lu Chunyan in her mind, calling her ungrateful and selfish. Zhao Weiguo, who was being stared at like a piece of braised meat, also felt something was wrong. Why did the looks from the Lu family members become more and more intimidating? Qi Hongdo snorted in her heart. The big fool, if she weren't here, that boy might have been eaten alive by the Lu family. By the way, he should thank Lu Chunyan for not taking full advantage of him. It seemed that this fool had truly paid his heart, and at least some of it hadn't been wasted. Your Weigua has already secretly been with my younger sister-in-law. They've done who knows what behind the scenes. Otherwise, why wouldn't my sister-in-law want to marry and even jump into a river? Stop talking nonsense. Weren't you the ones who took the bride price? Isn't that money yours? Who are you trying to fool? You've got the wrong person, right? Aunt Lu said, originally, this money was for the family. Chunyan, as her aunt, giving the bride price to her nephew for medical treatment. What's wrong with that? Besides, we haven't spent it all yet. They had only spent 8 yuan. Chi Hongdo chuckled to herself. Maybe Aunt Lu didn't know that ever since she heard Zhao Weigua's full account, she had specifically gone to the town hospital today. And guess what she found out? Your story sounds better than singing. Isn't your Lu family sincerely trying to marry off their daughter? They're just fishing and setting traps, planning to trick someone into marriage, right? If one doesn't work out, they'll just find another? Trying to scam our Zhao family? Forget it, in the next life. At this moment, Lu Chunyan loudly shouted, Mom, I beg you. I promise I will honestly do chores at home. Please don't marry me off randomly. Big brother and sister-in-law, don't be like this. I know you see Weigua's mother as a worker and want to push me over, but you can't lie like that. I and Weigua aren't even familiar with each other. With Chi Hongdo present, Lu Chunyan's fighting spirit was even stronger. Originally, her attempt to jump into the river was just an act, meant to ruin the marriage plans. Sister-in-law Lu turned around to provoke old Zhao's family. It was impossible for her to have no thoughts or feelings about it. Although she didn't want to marry a scoundrel, she also definitely didn't want to marry Zhao Weigua. Another reason was that she was a bit afraid of Chi Hongdo. Having been wronged by Chi Hongdo before, Lu Chunyan would never, unless she was crazy, turn around and falsely accuse Zhao Weigua while Chi Hongdo was openly defending her. So many villagers were watching, and her family was unreliable. If she gained a reputation as a true traitor, she really wouldn't be able to live. When analyzing the situation and weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chunyan's mind was sharper than the entire Lu family combined. TSK, Chi Hongdo turned around. Sometimes, the difference between people can be bigger than that between pigs. Look at how quick Lu Chunyan's mind was turning. She looked down at Lu Guocha, who was still crying and cursing about the provocation, and said, Hey, Sister Wang, what's going on with your Lu family? Can't you see I'm an old lady who's easy to bully? Why are you constantly grabbing onto our Zhao family? The villagers watching this couldn't help but twitch their mouths at her words. Who is easy to bully? They've already given money to my sister, and they're together, aren't they? Lu Guocha spoke recklessly. Chi Hongdo raised an eyebrow. Your family is forcing the girl to jump into the river. My grandson kindly lent you 2 yuan, so what's the big deal? Helping out like that. Why does it become so dirty and disgusting when it comes from your mouths? Do you have dung in your brains? Can't say anything decent without it smelling so bad? Old woman, at your age, why are your words so sharp? Sister-in-law Lu stubbornly clung to Zhao Weigua and Lu Chunyan, refusing to let go of this messy situation. Anyway, Chunyan has already been damaged by your Weigua's actions. She's jumped into the river and broken off the engagement. Your Weigua must marry her. It really seemed like they were glued together with dog skin plaster. Chi Hongdo smiled, thinking of becoming our Zhao family's daughter-in-law. Sure, do you think you can handle it? Sister-in-law Lu. Crying Lu Guocha. Wang Daxiao and Good Sueji exchanged glances, understanding what Chi Hongdo meant. It was exactly what you were thinking. Chi Hongdo called Zhao Weigua over, grabbed Lu Guocha, and started punching and kicking him. Old Lu, do you like this son-in-law? Wang Daxiao screamed. There's no justice. He took advantage of my granddaughter, and now he wants to hit my grandson? Zhang Daihe, you old scoundrel. I'll fight you. Let you all know the cost of pretending to be a victim. Chi Hongdo slapped Wang Dami away. When Good Sueji saw Wang Dami rushing toward Chi Hongdo, she quickly hid in the crowd. Sure enough, Wang Dami was immediately beaten up and didn't even touch Chi Hongdo's clothes. Zhao Weigua is a bit slow, but he has strength. With one punch, Lu Guoshan's tears and snot started flowing. It's because he was rude. He deserved it. Zhao Yuanwu had no chance to show his skill and could only stand as a human shield next to Qi Hongdo. Qi Hongdo argued with Aunt Lu, "You took your sister-in-law's bride price to pay for your son's treatment. That's a good deed, and no one can say otherwise. But are you sure you actually used the money for your son's medical care?" "Aunt Lu, of course I did. Do you think I'd joke about my son's health?"
What do you mean by that?
It's obviously to expose her greed and ugliness. From now on, no one will believe her words, not even a punctuation mark. If she tries to fake an injury on old Zhao's family again, villagers are too tired to listen. Qi Hongdo took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "Do you know what's written on this?"
What is it?
Aunt Lu was tricked once before and held back this time, saying nothing. In front of all the villagers, Qi Hongdo read aloud her nephew's medical prescription. She went to the hospital with a mindset of taking a shot in the dark. She asked around for the doctor who treated children, then found the doctor and described her situation. She said she had a relative's child who was sick but couldn't afford to bring the child to the hospital. A child with the same illness had come to the hospital, been treated, and then recovered. She was just helping to ask what medicine was prescribed. As an old lady, Qi Hongdo's act of pretending to be pitiful was quite sympathetic. Nowadays, many people can't afford to see a doctor, and doctors see these cases often. She also bought 2 candies from the supply store and gave them to the doctor. The doctor then wrote out the prescription for Aunt Lu's son. Of course, after giving her the prescription, the doctor reminded her it was a minor illness and not life-threatening. She shouldn't be so nervous. It was just a small problem, so the doctor only wrote the prescription. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say it openly. Given Qi Hongdo's dramatic act of pretending to be sick, he thought the sick child might be very ill. The prescription didn't require Western medicine, just 2 sets of herbal medicines to brew and drink, costing almost nothing. But when Aunt Lu received it, she spent 8 yuan, almost enough but still a bit short. Where did the money go? Of course, it was put into his own pocket. After hearing Qi Hongdo's words, Wang Damiai's eyes nearly popped out. "Didn't you say all the money was spent on the child's medical bills?" She even said that the illness was a wealthy person's disease, and it must be treated with good food and drink. Otherwise, when sister-in-law Lu suggested finding a way to squeeze Lu Chunyan again, Wang Damiai wouldn't agree immediately. Some debts are better left unspoken. But when it comes to the real situation, there are loopholes everywhere. Look at your Lu family, so ruthless to their own daughter, and you think we, the Zhao family, are easy targets? The whole village knows our family is just workers, but what does that have to do with your Lu family? If you dare to target our child again, I'll gouge out your eyes. The villagers watching nearby were gasping. Wow, sister-in-law Lu is really relentless. She won't stop until she ruins her sister-in-law. Poor Lu Chunyan, just a young girl. No wonder she was pushed to the point of wanting to jump into the river. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. The villain only cares about money. He chased Wang Damiai, acting as if she didn't pay, he would immediately seize Lu's house. Even if the village head came, he wouldn't give up without getting the money. 20 yuan. The villain held up, sounding arrogant. Because Qi Hongdo exposed his embezzlement of 8 yuan, sister-in-law Lu and Lu's wife, with their heads wrapped in bandages, ran away covering their faces, no longer daring to jump around and pretend to be victims. Behind them, Qi Hongdo was still waving the herbal recipe for 8 cents, sighing. This guy's conscience is too dark. He calls 8 cents 8 yuan. Faster than robbing money. The villagers nodded in agreement. Yes, this is truly heartless. But after hearing this, sister-in-law Lu dared to turn 8 cents into 8 yuan to cheat her own sister-in-law. Why wouldn't the villain dare to turn 10 yuan into 20? Revenge comes quickly. The situation developed in twists and turns. Lu Chunyan gradually gained a lot of sympathy, and of course, Zhao Weiguo also gained some sympathy. Many villagers thought Zhao Weiguo was unlucky, otherwise, he wouldn't have caught the attention of the Lu family. Qi Hongdo saw that the moment was right. She didn't care about the villain asking for money. She just pushed Zhao Weiguo forward. Our Weiguo borrowed money out of kindness. Our Zhao family is full of kind-hearted people. We're not rushing to get the money now, but to prevent you from falsely accusing us in the future, just write me a IOU. She was speaking directly to Wang Damei. Crazy old woman. Are you out of your mind? Everyone is asking her for money, as if they think she is made of money. Chi Hongdo. Oh, if you don't want to, your husband can write a IOU. It's not me who took the money. Isn't Lu Chunyan your granddaughter? As elders, we should be responsible and not just take from her. Don't you have any sense of duty? Besides, kids' matters are for kids. Do you want me to ask a child like Chunyan for money? That would be unfair. Wang Damei was so angry her head was spinning. Isn't she also being unfair now? Chi Hongdo thought it was reasonable. When kids cause trouble, adults should be responsible. And she didn't even ask for the money right away, just a written IOU. Lao Lu was at home watching a big crowd rush in. After his wife and daughter-in-law started arguing, he felt his head was about to explode. What the heck is going on? Lao Lu was just as stingy as Wang Damei. He wanted to refuse to give any money, but on his left was a scowling beggar. On his right was Chi Hongdo smiling faintly, and at the door, there were many onlookers. Even the village chief was urging him to pay back quickly. It's easy to refuse other things, but not money owed. The village chief was very sensitive about this. It's a habit from years of keeping official accounts. What a bunch of unlucky stars. Lao Lu hit his chest in anger. Chi Hongdo said nearby, and I tell you, I'm old enough to know better. If you faint now, I won't accept even a tiny part of this IOU. If you push me, I'll just forget about the IOU and want my money back immediately. Lao Lu didn't faint, but Lu Chunyan, who was looking down and acting pitiful, maybe inspired by something, suddenly fainted on the spot. The crowd once again called Lu's family heartless and cruel. Even the old lady from Zhao's family could be so understanding just by asking for an IOU, but Lu's family, after forcing the girl to jump into the river, never said a kind word. What kind of family is this? Lao Lu and Wang Damei. Under the watch of Chi Hongdo and all the villagers, Lao Lu tremblingly wrote an IOU. Lu Chunyan had already fainted. It was impossible to force her to take out money to pay back now. That wasn't realistic. Taking money from his own pocket was worse than killing Lao Lu. After getting the IOU, Chi Hongdo was satisfied. Regarding the old Lu family and the debt owed by the Lotzi, Chi Hongdo believes that with the captain present and Lu Chunyan's quick-wittedness, they can settle the matter peacefully. All right, time to step back gracefully. She didn't give Zhao Weigui the IOU, and she wouldn't easily ask Lu Chunyan for the money. However, this IOU has become a sword hanging over Zhao Weigui's head. From now on, he should think carefully before acting. Are you upset with Grandma? Zhao Weigui shook his head. He understood what Grandma meant by that question. He's not stupid. Lu Chunyan clearly doesn't want to marry Lotzi, but she also never thought of marrying him, which is true. Otherwise, she wouldn't cause such a fuss and remain so calm when her family got involved. Even after Zhao Weigui left the old Lu house, he looked back and saw everything, including how Lu Chunyan's eyes briefly rolled and she fainted after hearing her mother's words. He saw all of it clearly. He even felt that his mother and Chunyan, though they didn't speak a word to each other, seemed to have subtly coordinated. Lu Chunyan only needed to flick her eyes to realize something, but he needed a moment to guess. Maybe he never truly understood Lu Chunyan before. Zhao Weigui didn't naively talk about marrying Lu Chunyan at this moment. Marriage requires mutual love. It's not just about what he says. He became completely calm. As winter approached, the crops in the fields had been turned over in large patches, and the busy farming season was nearly over. Only some scattered chores remained. Chi Hongdo sent Zhao Aimin twice to Chuncheon Brigade, and both times Zhao Aimin went without any extra hands. Zhao Shuahua's condition looked better than before. The women at home were busy mending clothes and sewing quilts. Chi Hongdo made 4 thick quilts and also made herself a warm padded jacket. The quilts were brought back without covers. They didn't have zippers, so covers were sewn on with thread. When the quilts were spread out, 2 or 3 people sat nearby, sewing stitch by stitch, chatting occasionally, sharing family gossip, with the kitchen smoke drifting out and children's laughter at the door. Life was starting to feel lively again. At this moment, Chi Hongdo was staring at the small puppy lying at her feet, drooling with wide eyes. The small, white baby teeth looked like just tiny dots, serving mainly as decoration. When Chi Hongdo saw the little girl, Nuno, crawling over like a big green caterpillar, her body gradually stiffened. She looked fine, but in fact, she had already been gone for a while. The drooling Nuno seemed completely unaware of Chi Hongdo's nervousness. Instead of just tugging at Chi Hongdo's pants, she tried to sit up and attacked Chi Hongdo's knees. Chi Hongdo remembered the first time she saw Nuno. She was a baby who wouldn't act out in a horror story. Now, after taking care of Nuno for a while, she was starting to look a little chubby, like a baby fat. It seemed that all creatures on Earth looked cuter when they were small and chubby. Chi Hongdo was briefly charmed by Nuno's adorable look. But she was better at cuddling cats. How do you cuddle a human baby? She was so small, so cute, so soft. Could she touch her? Chi Hongdo lowered her head and gently poked Nuno's baby fat with her finger. Nuno's big, shiny eyes looked like black grapes. She didn't cry when poked, just smiled at her with a toothless grin. Seeing Nuno's adorable face, Chi Hongdo thought she was one of the best-tempered little humans she had ever met. Although she hadn't raised children herself, she had seen some relatives' kids. Most of them would cry and make a fuss if things didn't go their way. But Nuno was different. She was like a tiny chick just hatched, fluffy and soft. When she tilted her head to look at people, she sometimes even gave a smile that was almost angelic. She rarely heard Nuno cry or fuss. That's why, after so long of confrontation, Chi Hongdo hadn't let anyone take her away. After a long pause, Chi Hongdo tentatively picked up the little ball of fluff lying by her feet. Nuno, in the middle of being lifted, didn't resist. Once in her arms, she quickly found a comfortable position, pressed against Chi Hongdo's chest, and happily rubbed her head. Then she made two ah-ah sounds as if greeting her. "All right, little one, I admit it, I am really captivated by you." Chi Hongdo held Nuno, feeling her tiny back, which was soft and plush. She was so familiar with this position, it was like she had done it countless times before. The daughter-in-law sewing the quilt nearby. Is this what they call a family bond across generations? Little girl Nuno's biological mother, Lin Chuyu. Don't. Zhao Xiangnan, who went out to move stones and fix the house, came back to drink water. As expected of my daughter. She is the cutest girl in the world. The two older children, who have been told they will start school next spring. Sure enough, the wife doesn't love them enough. Otherwise, why would she tell Grandpa to let them go to school? Zhao Baojiao looked at his wife. Nai, grandmother, is quite kind to the girl now. If we try hard, maybe we can have a girl too. Later that night, after hearing this, Zhao Baojiao's wife pinched his thigh hard. Who doesn't hope to have a son or a daughter? The eldest sister-in-law in the big house has 3 sons, and her husband never said he wanted a daughter. Only their own foolish husband. Zhao Aimin was caught to help move stones with the family workers, feeling dizzy and exhausted. He couldn't understand why, after Weigua gave Chunyan money, he was supposed to be praised, but after his 5th brother found out, he was made to help move stones. So many people in the family. What if he refused?
Boo-hoo.
But his mother wouldn't speak up for him, and when she turned her head, she saw her 5th brother's stern face. Zhao Aimin could only cry and go with his nephews to carry stones. It's so miserable, just too miserable. Mother, why are you here? Zhao Xuehua was surprised. Her younger brother had been running back and forth for the past 2 months, but she didn't expect that today not only her younger brother came, but her mother also came. The weather had been good lately. The old Zhao family was renovating their house, and most of them were sleeping on makeshift beds in the porch, lucky that it wasn't cold at night. It was just the end of the month, and Zhao Aimin was going to visit Zhao Xuehua, so she came along to see what was happening. Mother, have some water. Zhao Xuehua offered Chi Hongdo some water. Chi Hongdo saw that the 2 outfits she gave Zhao Xuehua last time had been turned into small clothes and were being worn by the children. Zhao Xuehua was still wearing patched-up old clothes. Basically, Zhao Xuehua was a simple and kind woman. If old Chen's family hadn't been so unreasonable, she probably wouldn't have fallen out with them even if Qi Hongdo caused trouble. Seeing her arrive, the people from old Chen's family all looked at her with disdain. Old Chen Gui, seeing neighbors waiting nearby to gossip, pinched his nose and greeted, "The in-laws are here." Zhao Aimin didn't care whether old Chen's family welcomed him or not. As long as he didn't hear any nonsense, he seemed quite harmless. It was only after Zhao Aimin scolded them harshly that Sister Chen and Wei Xianji realized how cruel Zhao Xuehua's younger brother, Zhao Xuehua, could be when he started insulting people. Besides Zhao Aimin, who else would argue with a woman like this? Only someone as shameless as Zhao Aimin would do such a thing. Qi Hongdo watched old Chen greet them and chuckled. "Isn't it because I haven't visited enough? I didn't want to come, but I was so upset last time at your place that I stayed home for several days, took lots of medicine, and only now can go out." The neighbor, with ears perked up, said, "Wow, it seems the old lady was really upset last time." Old Chen's face twitched, annoyed when he heard Qi Hongdo speak. He had never seen such a shameless old lady. Even though she only sent her son over occasionally, now she had come herself. Did she think visiting relatives was the same as dropping by for a casual visit? "Oh, dear, don't worry, I brought some dry food. I won't eat a single grain from your house. Please don't be upset. Look at your face. Are you mad at me for visiting?" As soon as Qi Hongdo finished speaking, Zhao Aimin put down the basket filled with food. The solid sound of the basket hitting the ground made it seem like it was filled with plenty of supplies. The neighbor muttered, "Old Chen really is too stingy. When the relative visits, at least pretend to be polite. Why so petty?" Hearing this, Old Chen thought to himself he didn't say that at all. Of course, he was indeed thinking about not giving this unlucky relative and her son a single drop of water, but he didn't say it aloud. Old Chen took a deep breath, turned around, and went back inside, afraid that if he stayed outside even a second longer, someone might shoot an arrow at him. In the second room of Old Chen's house, Qi Hongdo looked at Zhao Xuehua. She still looked thin but seemed a bit more spirited. The children, the two older ones, were helping with chores at home, while the younger ones were out playing. "How has Chen Shulin been treating you lately?" After sending Zhao Aimin away, Qi Hongdo spoke directly. Last time, because she wasn't sure what Zhao Xuehua was thinking, she didn't force her to leave. She was happy to see Zhao Xuehua find her own goal. Only when she stands up for herself can she truly stand tall. But as a family member, she still needed to support her. "Mother, I am doing quite well now." Zhao Xuehua truly feels that she is now much better than before. She no longer relies on Chen Shulin as she used to, because she has her own strength now. It makes no sense that, now that she understands this and has her family supporting her, she would struggle to get by. Zhao Xuehua, as resilient as wild grass, will keep fighting to survive as long as she has a chance. Qi Hongdo nodded softly, indicating she still hadn't figured out Chen Shulin's weakness. In this era, where are the men who don't care about their children? Last time, Zhao Xuehua mentioned that Chen Shulin's attitude towards his son was average, but he was very eager to be kind to his nephews. Qi Hongdo kept this in mind. At first, she didn't know much about Zhao Xuehua or Chen Shulin, so she didn't rush to bring up this issue. Now, it seems Zhao Xuehua has endured so much hardship for her children. If Chen Shulin had any secret plans with the old Chen family, they would have already caused trouble. Chen Shulin feels like the honest man in legends, boring and harmless, has been caught by her. Maybe Chen Shulin is either not very smart or he is naturally selfless and likes to take care of others' children. Otherwise, his strange actions wouldn't make sense. "Mom." Zhao Xuehua didn't understand what Qi Hongdo's sudden silence meant. "It's okay." Qi Hongdo patted Zhao Xuehua's hand to comfort her. Although Zhao Xuehua believed she could endure now, it was only because she was burning herself out to support her 5 children. It wasn't easy. Even if she could help, she couldn't take care of everything, especially since exhausting her mental strength was something she couldn't recover from. "Xuehua, come visit relatives." Is your older sister feeling better? Yeah, I guess so. It's not like the old days. How can we treat daughters-in-law so badly? As mothers, it's hard to feel good about it. Hey, about your family's Chihuahua. Chi Hongdo, with her current appearance and status, easily blended into the village's intelligence team at Qingshan. Sitting there, she naturally integrated into the group. She had a handful of sunflower seeds Zhao Chihuahua gave her, sharing some with the elderly women chatting with her. The atmosphere at the village gathering grew livelier. Chi Hongdo didn't speak much, mostly listening carefully, occasionally responding with heartfelt comments like, "Really? Oh my goodness," or "That's so scary," which made the gossip more lively. Seeing how smoothly Chi Hongdo blended in, someone couldn't help but quietly tug at her sleeve. Chi Hongdo understood immediately and leaned in to listen. Does your family Snowflake have a grudge against her eldest sister-in-law? I saw that Dushu was quite nice to Snowflake at first, but then there was that one time. Never underestimate the power of the gossip station at the village entrance. They know almost everything about gossip within 10 miles. Some people also hold a lot of first-hand information. A bright idea flashed in Chi Hongdo's eyes. She hadn't expected the breakthrough to be here. Probably Zhao Snowflake didn't think about it either. Just watching the old Qin family's people, she never imagined that the married eldest sister-in-law could cause her trouble. Although the gossip person was vague and didn't clearly say what Qin Shulin's eldest sister had said, it was obvious she didn't speak well of Zhao Snowflake. With the eldest sister-in-law secretly stirring trouble with her brother, Qin Shulin's attitude toward Zhao Snowflake and the children kept getting worse. Chi Hongdo almost wanted to slap Qin Shulin. What kind of person is she? Even if there was a misunderstanding between the two, she's her own partner. Can't they just talk openly about any issues? The most infuriating thing was that Zhao Snowflake never expected that the eldest sister-in-law would casually put some eye drops in her eyes, and the man who had 5 children with her would treat her like a stranger. Is this human? It's simply beastly. When Chi Hongdo returned from the village gossip station, her face looked like it was covered in paste. If possible, she really wanted to smash her son-in-law Qin Shulin's head open and see what was inside. Mom Zhao ran over happily to greet her. Chi Hongdo waved for him to run faster, then whispered something in Zhao ear, asking him to find out about Qin Shulin's eldest sister's family. Qin Shulin's sister was married in their own team, but Chi Hongdo didn't know much about her family situation. She wanted to see why this heartless woman was secretly brainwashing Qin Shulin. Zhao was especially clever when doing bad things. Mom, why do you want me to find out about Qin Shulin's sister? Isn't this woman giving my 8th sister trouble? Chi Hongdo kept a stern face and nodded. Since she was targeting outsiders, she wouldn't hide anything from Zhao. Understood. Zhao cracked his fingers. Only his 8th sister was still at the old Qin house. Otherwise, he would have already pulled his second-rate friends over in the middle of the night to peek into the old Qin family's windows and set the haystacks on fire. What kind of family is this? They even dared to mistreat his sister. When it was time to eat, Lao Chen's family started serving a second meal because relatives had come. If the relatives' food was worse than theirs, they might pretend to invite them to eat a little at their house. But unfortunately, the relatives' meals looked like they had just finished eating, and they wouldn't need to eat again for the next 3 days. Look at those thick rice pancakes. Look at the oily stir-fried dishes and egg soup. Eating so well, they weren't afraid of getting full. Not far from Lao Chen's house, Qin Shulin picked a big bunch of bright red dates from somewhere and brought them back. His nephews saw, and their eyes lit up as they rushed toward him. Sanya, Xia, and Xiaobing also drooled at the sight of the food. Sanya held her younger brother's hand and pushed him forward. The younger brother was a boy, and no matter what, he was treated better at Lao Chen's house. This idea was deeply rooted in Sanya's mind.
Dad, Dad.
Xiaobing shouted loudly, reaching out for a date. The child was greedy, and Xiaobing's dirty little hand reached out, but his older cousins pressed it down. Qin Shulin, as if he didn't see, divided all the dates among his nephews. Seeing his brothers had some, but his own hand was still empty, Xiaobing stared at his small black paw for a long time, finally realizing the truth, and then he started crying loudly. Qin Shulin said, Why are you crying? You're too young.
You can't eat dates.
Xiaobing sobbed. Whoa.
He could eat.
Sanya swallowed her saliva. She could eat too. Zhao Xuehua heard her son crying and came out just in time to see the scene. Without guessing, she knew what had happened. The nephews were showing off in front of her daughter and son, biting into the sweet dates with crunching sounds. Qin Shulin was still asking, "Is it sweet? Next time, Uncle will pick some for you too." Her own child didn't even have a date seed in his hand. Zhao Xuehua said she wasn't angry, but how could she not be upset after seeing this? Zhao Aimin wandered around the village and returned. Seeing his sister at the door with tears in her eyes and her fingers trembling with anger, he guessed what was going on by comparing his nephew and Qin Shulin's nephews. He had visited Lao Chen's house several times and knew what kind of person Qin Shulin was. Even animals know to protect their young. Zhao Aimin quickly snatched a handful of dates from Qin Guangzong, who had the most. He bit into one with a crunch, then, regardless of Qin Guangzong's crying and fussing, he handed a date to his own nephew.
Eat.
After finishing the dates, we still have delicious food.
He knows what snacks his mother brought today.
With this kind of meal, forget about old Chen's family. Glancing at the cheap brother-in-law, forget about him too. The unharmonious lunch ended, and a woman appeared at the Qin family door. "Big sister. Big girl, why are you here?" The daughter replied, "Didn't you call me back for a visit?" They are from the same village. Someone came to pass a message that her second younger brother needed to see her. She already heard that her second brother's mother-in-law was coming. Qin Danny thought back to the last time her second brother's mother-in-law caused trouble and missed it. This time, she couldn't miss it. But when she entered the house, she found it was quite peaceful, which made Qin Danny feel strange. Zhao Aimin gave Qi Hongdo a meaningful look. He was the one who sent the children to call Qin Danny, using Qin Shulin's name. Seeing that the house didn't seem like it was going to cause trouble, Qin Danny decided to leave. She didn't want to take up her family's food at this moment, not even her biological father's. Qin Shulin stood up. "Big sister, I'll serve you some rice." Qi Hongdo, realizing this person wasn't heartless and knew how to take initiative, wondered if her mother-in-law was pretending to be indifferent the whole time after she arrived. Qin Danny saw Qi Hongdo's sarcastic look and felt very uncomfortable. She was about to say something, but Qin Shulin pulled her away. Qin Shulin was basically afraid of trouble. He wasn't capable of arguing with others, but was good at pretending to be indifferent. He immediately took Qin Danny outside. Qi Hongdo got up and pretended to go get water. Zhao Xuehua was worried she might strain her back, so she quickly followed. Behind the kitchen, near the firewood pile, Qin Danny was pulled out and looked very unhappy. "What are you afraid of? Zhao Xuehua dares to do this, and you're still afraid of what people will say? You've been given a green hat for nothing. Are you willing to accept that? If your sister-in-law hadn't seen it and told me, I wouldn't have known Zhao Xuehua is really like this. It's just a son. You say you're destined not to have a son. If you kick Zhao Xuehua out, I don't believe you can't find a wife who can give you children. Doing such shameful things, hiding it yourself, and then coming to cause trouble in our Qin family. Do you really think we're so easy to manipulate? No, today we must get to the bottom of this. Zhao Xuehua needs to tell us who her lover is. Let your mother-in-law open her eyes and see what kind of daughter she raised." Qin Danny was furious and kept talking. Qin Shulin hesitated and couldn't say a complete sentence. Perhaps feeling like she was falling into an icy pit, that was probably how Zhao Xuehua felt right now. "Qin Shulin, Qin Danny, explain clearly to me who gave whom a green hat." "Qin Shulin, Xiaobing is your son." "You animal." Zhao Xuehua, whose baby almost died during birth, rushed in front of Qin Shulin and slapped him hard. Qin Danny tried to protect Qin Shulin and reached out to hit Zhao Xuehua. In the chaos, Zhao Xuehua, in her madness, scratched her face. Qi Hongdo called for help, and Zhao Aimin quickly arrived. Zhao Xuehua, with blood blocking her throat, heard Qin Shulin say, "Xiaobing looks like you, but not like me. Who knows if you're telling the truth?" She then spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xuehua, stop making trouble. I haven't argued with you, but now you're shouting out loud. Do you think it sounds good? You're dying, you're dying. It's so embarrassing. Still dare to shout? Our good-hearted Chen Shulin, you secretly see someone else behind his back. He didn't do anything to you, but you're acting all wronged? Chen Danny was angrier than Zhao Xuehua. If they hadn't found the adulterer or caught any evidence, Chen Danny would have already urged her brother to kick Zhao Xuehua out. Wei Xianji didn't understand what was happening, but when Chen Danny heard her words, she knew the reason. She quickly went to mediate, saying to Chen Danny, calm down, calm down. Can't we talk nicely? We're all family. To Zhao Xuehua, she said, sister-in-law, there's no need to shout about this. It's too unpleasant. Let's go inside and discuss. But Zhao Xuehua suddenly grabbed Chen Danny and bit her ear, drawing blood. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Chen Danny ignored everything and wanted to make a big fuss. Old Chen, upon hearing that his grandson wasn't his own child but was born from his daughter-in-law's affair, exploded in anger. You wicked woman, how could you be so unfaithful? Get out of the old Chen family. You shameless woman, get far away from me. Qi Hongdo grabbed a stick of firewood and swung it at old Chen's knees, causing him to fall. Zhao Aimin picked up a broom and waved it wildly, shouting, a bunch of worthless troublemakers. Chen Shulin, if you want to be a cuckold, go ahead. No wonder your son doesn't want to acknowledge you. No surprise he's eager to be someone else's father. And by the way, what kind of tradition does your old Chen family have? Will your older brother and second brother's children call you uncle or call you second father? What does your wife and sister-in-law say? Are they willing or not?
Bah.
Zhao Aimin's strength is a bit weak, but he is very good with words. Zhao Xuehua is so angry she is trembling all over. Qi Hongdo supports her and says, Xuehua, let's go home. Looking at the Chen family, one wonders how their thinking ability compares to that of someone with a mental disability. Chen Shulin is not only blind in his eyes but also blind in his heart. His kind sister-in-law quickly comes up with an idea. She knows her brother-in-law can't stand seeing his sister-in-law have a warm bed, and to secure a long-term meal ticket for her son, she directly targets Chen Shulin, who is most easily influenced. Originally, in the Chen family, Zhao Xuehua was the lowest in status among the three daughters-in-law. Although sister-in-law Chen seemed to have more authority than her younger sister-in-law on the surface, she was still not the worst. But after her husband died and Zhao Xuehua had a son, their status changed instantly. Moreover, the grandfather is getting old. If he passes away someday, the Chen family would have to split up, and then they would be left all alone, mother and child, with no support. Sister-in-law Chen felt more and more sorry for herself, thinking how unlucky she was. She used to look down on Zhao Xuehua, but her husband died so early. Zhao Xuehua still has a man, and Chen Shulin is diligent and honest, much better than the scheming Chen third. Why should someone like Zhao Xuehua be able to step on her? Thinking this way, sister-in-law Chen whispered a few words to Chen Danny, who came to visit Zhao Xuehua's young son. Big sister, I have something to say that's a bit embarrassing, but I really can't bear to see her second uncle tricked. What is it? Spit it out. Well, one night I got up to go to the bathroom and saw a shadow moving in Snowa's room. When her pregnancy started, Shulin was at Qinghe Gully, right? Count the days. And Snowa has always given birth to daughters. She had 5 daughters in a row, not counting those who died young, so it's not fate that she has no sons. How come? After Chen Shulin was away clearing the river ditch for half a month, Zhao Xuehua suddenly had a son in her belly. Of course, if we talk about fate, it should be Chen Shulin's. But in front of Chen Danny, sister-in-law Chen wouldn't say that. Anyway, Zhao Xuehua would take the blame. The children in the family were so frightened by the chaos that they cried loudly. Qi Hongdo was worried that Zhao Xuehua might faint at this moment because she looked to be in very bad shape. But I don't know if it's because of too much stimulation causing excessive emotional swings. After spitting out some blood, Zhao Xuehua surprisingly calmed down a bit. Chen Shulin, I've been married to your family for over 10 years, giving birth to your children. Even if I haven't achieved great things, I've worked hard. It's one thing if others gossip casually, but when you hear it, instead of feeling angry, You feel ashamed. Do you still believe that your child is someone else's? That you're wearing a green hat? Should I thank you for tolerating me these past 2 years? As Zhao Xuehua spoke, she started to laugh. She never imagined that Qin Shulin's cold attitude towards their family was because of such nonsense. It's truly absurd and laughable. Is what my sister said really true? Qin Shulin clearly doubted Zhao Xuehua. Chen Desa wanted to advise her, but suddenly Zhao Xuehua snapped and, like crazy, started hitting the closest person. Chen Desa, is your heart black? Are you even human? Which eyes saw me cheating? Speak up. If you don't say it now, one of us will be dead today. Zhao Xuehua never thought her own family could be so cruel. Chunda and I was frightened by Zhao Xuehua's fierce attitude. Her sister-in-law had never been very prominent in the Chen family, and she hadn't been able to give her brother a child earlier, so Chunda and I was very dissatisfied with Zhao Xuehua. Later, she finally had a son, but then Zhao Xuehua, how could you do such shameful things and even dare to hit people? Who's framing you? Xiaobing never looked like he belonged to our Chen family. Chen Shulin was indeed a coward. When his sister openly helped him deny his own son in front of everyone, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he seemed a bit wronged. Old Chen, worried about face, heard the family quarrel and the shameful scene being aired out. He clutched his chest, feeling he might start vomiting blood. Your son looks just like his mother. Are you blind? Xiaobing's birthmark behind his ear is exactly the same as Qin Shulin's. Can't you see? Qi Hongdo finally opened her eyes wider. This family was full of such despicable people. When their lips touched, the biological child was suddenly called A. Forget about Zhao Xuehua's character. Qin Xiaobing looked like Zhao Xuehua, but with the same birthmark and a nose just like Qin Shulin's. Wasn't that enough to prove he's their child? Ai Min was so angry he was stunned. This whole family, from Qin Shulin to Old Chen, truly believed that his sister had cheated and that the child wasn't theirs. This was such an insult. What are you doing? Old Qin-san, who liked to hide from trouble, couldn't hold back when he saw Zhao Aimin smashing through the pot with a stone. Why haven't Mother and Aimin come back yet? Didn't they just go to check and plan to return after lunch? Since Grandma wasn't home, at old Zhao's house, not many people felt relieved. In fact, without Qi Hongdo there, everyone felt a bit uneasy. Wang Xiaoqiao had been looking back and forth at the door, but still hadn't seen Qi Hongdo or Zhao Aimin. Although there was no war now, it didn't mean the roads were completely safe. An old man and a young boy, one elderly, the other grown-up. If something really happened, the young one might be quick to run away, but if faced with a tough opponent, he'd probably just get beaten down. The brothers looked at each other, all knowing their younger brother's fighting skills, and none had high hopes for him. It didn't matter if he got beaten. Their mother was still with him. Zhao Yuanwu stood up. I'll go fetch Mother. I'll go too, Zhao Yuanwen said, unable to sit still. Fixing the house was a big deal, but the house was right here and wouldn't run away. If Mother had an accident, it would be terrible. Big brother and fifth brother also stood up. Old sixth and old seventh couldn't just ignore it. Big brother, I'll go with you to greet Mother, old sixth said. Recently, old sixth had been sitting on the sidelines, eager to show himself if given a chance. Old seventh, Zhao Yuanquan, was at the back, already lacking presence. If he fell behind during group activities, that wouldn't be good. Wang Xiaoqiao nudged her son. You two go with your father. In the Zhao family, including her husband, only Uncle Sixth might encounter trouble and have a chance to deal with it. The rest, Old Sixth, Old Seventh, and her own man, probably weren't much help. Their two sons, at least, were young and strong, probably better than their father. Zhao Xiongdong and Zhao Xiongnan obediently wiped their mouths and went. Actually, at this moment, no one expected that what was supposed to be just a trip to greet someone out of the village would end up at Old Chen's house in Qingshan Brigade. Qi Hongdo held a kitchen knife she found in Old Chen's house, facing the people there while directing Zhao Aimin to swing a stick at Qin Shulin. Hit him hard. If you kill him, Mother will make that pay. This is truly laughable. A good girl, married into your old Qin family to work hard, have children and serve. If you don't treat her well, I feel sorry for her and want to take her back. But my girl is soft-hearted and stayed. Your Chin family doesn't cherish her, and now you even dare to spread false rumors behind her back. Chen Shulin, you are just a beast. What kind of man are you? You're worse than a cowardly coward. Your older sister-in-law and older sister just accused me unfairly, trying to smear my reputation. They have no proof at all, yet they dare to say such things. The police need evidence to catch criminals. You're just talking empty words. Do you think this can be dismissed so easily? Do you want my girl to be oppressed by your Chin family forever, unable to lift her head? Chi Hongdo held a kitchen knife and scolded Chen Laogui loudly and confidently, making sure everyone watching could hear clearly. Xue Hua is such a diligent person. She spends all day working in the fields or doing chores at home. Your Chin family is too mean to spread rumors like this. No matter how much I say, if Xiao Xuehua really did something wrong to the Chin family, there's no way the truth wouldn't come out in a village where everyone is watching. If Xiao Xuehua had such clever tricks, could she really keep herself hidden and only be left with bones? What kind of wild man? I think their family's old man's wife died, and they're just fooling around with other women, blaming Xuehua for it. Chen Shulin is really useless. If he weren't his own son, he wouldn't even be able to support himself. Anyone else would have made things clear face-to-face long ago. Bah, a family full of useless people. Maybe it was because Chi Hongdo was too confident, or maybe Zhao Xuehua was known for being kind and honest, so after this incident, not many felt sorry for the Chin family. Instead, many just watched and looked down on them. Zhao Xuehua fought with Chen Shulin, Chen's older sister-in-law, and Chen's older sister. By this time, her body was starting to give out, but she still refused to fall. Chen Shulin, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't rest in peace even after I die. Zhao Xuehua demanded that Chen Shulin clarify who the real lover was and who Chen Xiaobing's father was. In the end, she wanted a divorce. Say it clearly. We're getting a divorce. If you don't, even if I die today, I'll take you with me. Throughout history, women's reputations have always been judged harshly. Today, Zhao Xuehua cannot accept this injustice, and she simply cannot swallow this anger. Things have become very serious. Old Chen's relatives, including Wei Xianji's family, her own relatives, and the team leader of Qingshan Brigade, all came. However, after the team leader arrived, he didn't speak much. This was mainly a family matter of old Chen's family, and it involved the sensitive topic of an illicit lover, so the team leader didn't really want to get involved. When such topics come up, it often leads to fights. If they really started fighting, the team leader wouldn't be able to stop it. He might end up getting hurt himself, which would be unfair. What's going on? Old woman, you're so old. Why are you causing trouble at Qingshan Brigade instead of staying at home? Your daughter is not behaving properly, and your family is getting arrogant now. Chun Danny's man also rushed over. After hearing Chen Danny's exaggerated story, he rolled up his sleeves and headed straight for Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo's knife flashed with a cold light, and she swung it at the approaching man. Chun Danny's man didn't expect Chi Hongdo to be serious about using the knife. He was frightened and stepped back quickly, falling on his backside. Old woman, you dare to threaten people with a knife. Zhao Aimin, holding a stick, didn't have time to help Chi Hongdo and was surrounded. What was most annoying was that some people circled around Chi Hongdo and tried to kick her from behind. How dare you hit my mother? Son of a, are you tired of living? Zhao Yuanwu, who had good eyesight, noticed something was wrong from afar. He led his brothers and nephews rushing over. He immediately saw the trying to attack Chi Hongdo. Zhao Yuanwu grabbed the person's collar and threw him over his shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Everyone else saw that after old Zhao's family arrived, they quickly grabbed benches and sticks, acting very skillfully and looking fierce and angry. They were all stunned and silent. Zhao Yuanwu, Zhao Xiangdong, and Zhao Xiangnan were the main fighters. After rescuing Zhao Aimin, Chi Hongdo pointed at them and said, "Let Chen Shulin speak. If he doesn't talk, break his legs for me." Under the moonlight, the sky was clear and bright. Without dark clouds, the rural path at night was no longer scary or gloomy. Mom, sit still and be careful not to fall. A few men carefully escorted a cart filled with goods into Hongqi Brigade. Besides the goods, there were 2 adults and several children sitting on the cart. Zhao Xuehua held her 2 children close and thought about the 3 kids left at Chen's house, feeling a pain like being cut open inside. In the city, getting married usually involves a marriage certificate, but their wedding was very simple. Since she and Chen Shulin divorced, they had no official proof of marriage. The only connection between them was the children. Now, after the divorce, they are dividing the children. Qi Hongdo noticed Zhao Xuehua's worry. If you miss the kids, go see them. You're their mother, and it's only right. Don't be afraid. If Chen Shulin dares to treat the children badly, you and your brother should go there, break his other leg, and bring the kids back. Among the 3 children, the second son is a bit soft, but the third and the oldest are clever and spirited. Chen Shulin still has some resentment toward his son, but he has never doubted his daughter. As long as Chen Shulin doesn't want to end up completely alone without any relatives, he should start thinking about how to treat his children from now on. Today, after Qi Hongdo pressed a knife to Chen Daxiao's neck, she was so scared she wet her pants. She thought Qi Hongdo, this old lady, was almost buried in the ground. If she really had a cruel heart and killed her, she would gain nothing but trouble. So, trembling, she told her lies and the reasons behind them. Chen Danny immediately cursed and scolded Chen Daxiao's wife fiercely. Oh my God, he's her only son. The villagers watching were all a bit scared after hearing Chen Daxiao's wife speak. Because Chen Laoda died, she was jealous of Zhao Xuehua and made up such stories. For the past 2 years, they knew why Zhao Xuehua was coldly treated by Chen Shulin but pretended nothing had happened. Chen Daxiao's wife was more poisonous than a snake or scorpion combined, 10,000 times worse. After Chen Daxiao's wife explained, Chen Shulin looked completely stunned. Is Xiao Bing really my son? Seeing him in this state, Zhao Yuanwu felt angry. He picked up a stick and struck Chen Shulin's leg, breaking it. Ah! A scream tore through the sky. Chen Shulin finally woke up. He cried out, Xuehua, I was wrong. Xuehua, I promise to treat our son well from now on. Xuehua, we won't divorce. I will be good to you and the children. Chen Shulin, who just realized he had been truly deceived by sister-in-law Chen, felt a mix of emotions. As he held his legs and wailed, he saw several of old Chen's children standing nearby. His nephews showed no concern for his suffering, but his daughters' faces were filled with tears. Compared to the healthy-looking nephews, his children looked like little poor souls. He thought, God, what have I done all these years? Snowflake, give me a chance. Snowflake. This time, Zhao Snowflake refused to compromise anymore. Why would Chen Shulin think she would stay after treating her and her children so badly? Before, she thought that as long as they shared a roof, even if their hearts weren't in harmony, she could tolerate it as long as the children were cared for. But now, just breathing in the same house with Chen Shulin made her feel sick and want to. Whatever life you want to find someone to spend it with, go ahead. Divorce and all the children belong to me. Zhao Snowflake wanted to leave immediately. But since they were on Qing Shan's territory, old Chen's grandpa didn't mind if his granddaughter was taken away, but he couldn't lose his grandson. He was the root of the Chen family. Little soldier, come here, to grandpa. Old Chen's grandpa immediately wanted to hold little soldier back and find other ways to deal with the rest. But even the tough men from old Zhao's family didn't back down, and 2-year-old Chen Xiaobing refused to give in. When old Chen's grandpa tried to hold him, Xiaobing bit his hand fiercely. Don't bully my mom. Xiaobing shouted, his small voice piercing and powerful. Chen Lidi, holding her younger sister's hand tightly, was very nervous. Third sister looked at the serious expressions of the team leader and old Chen's men, then quietly whispered into Chen Lidi's ear, Big sister, do you remember the way to Grandma's house?
Chen Lidi nodded.
She had never been taken far away to visit relatives before, so she definitely remembered her mother's family. Third sister nodded, thinking that with so many sisters, Even if their mother wanted to take them all, it might not be possible. But she wasn't afraid. Seeing her father crying so sadly, she thought that if she stayed, she might be able to enjoy a good reputation in front of her father someday. Even if Qin Shulin wouldn't treat her well, she would find a way to change his mind. It seems that Sanya was born understanding how adults think. Seeing her own father cry so sadly, her first reaction wasn't fear or joining in the crying, but rather thinking that since her father was so regretful, if she couldn't go with her mother, maybe she could get some benefit from her father. Adults often habitually ignore children, not realizing that some children see through their acting and think their own pretend games are better. In the end, Qin Shulin and Zhao Xuehua divorced in front of the team leader and the relatives. Qin Shulin couldn't keep his wife, and he felt uncomfortable inside. When he heard Zhao Xuehua wanted to take the children away, he disregarded his broken leg and knelt on the ground, banging his head. "Xuehua, give me the children. I promise I will treat them well in the future." Chen Dasa saw Qin Shulin say this, and his face darkened uncontrollably. Under the watchful eyes and curious looks of the neighbors, Qin Shulin felt his face burning hot. It made no sense that he couldn't have his children with him. If Zhao Xuehua really took all the children away, how would others see him? Zhao Xuehua was reluctant, but Qin Shulin's request wasn't unreasonable. Leader Qing Shan and Old Qin, who had seniority, also advised that taking all the children was too much. Qi Hongdo watched the scene become tense and then looked at Zhao Xuehua. Men's reproduction is a natural instinct, but only a few men have the responsibility to care for their children seriously. Zhao Xuehua was bound by this sense of responsibility, which is why she fell into the trap and couldn't even save herself. But why should she be the only one trapped in this muddy situation? As the father of the children, what is Qin Shulin's responsibility? So, Qi Hongdo thought it was fine to leave the two children with Qin Shulin to take care of. Being a father isn't easy. Just lean back and wait for the children to call you dad?
Dream on.
Qin Shulin on the ground was still crying and trying to persuade Zhao Xuehua and the children. For someone not good at acting, his tears were very genuine. But his tears didn't reach Zhao Xuehua's heart. After some lengthy negotiations, Zhao Xuehua took away the second child, Qin Zhaodi, and the fourth girl. The oldest, the third, and Xiaobing stayed at Old Chen's house. The first to be taken was the 3-year-old Qin Xia. She was too young to understand, so taking her was no big deal. When they were about to jingqi the second one, Old Chen's family thought it would be better to give third sister to Zhao Xuehua. As a result, Qin Zhaodi was pushed into Zhao Xuehua's hands by third sister. Third sister quietly told Qi Hongdo, mother-in-law, "Second sister is a bit slow. She might get into trouble at home. I'll stay here." Big sister still remembers the way to mother-in-law's house. "If they dare to bully us, we can run back to mother-in-law's house." I run very fast. Qi Hongdo had to admit she was shocked by a child's clear thinking. Third sister's straightforward ideas didn't seem like those of a child at all. Divorce sounds very scary, but in fact, once you do it, it's quite simple. A signed paper with both sides and witnesses solves a marriage that lasted over 10 years. Divorce is like letting out a long-held bad feeling, but what happens after? "Mother, I think I can find a way to bring Zhaodi and Xia to stay in a shelter first. It wouldn't be good to go home like this." After divorce, a woman's reputation becomes even harder, especially when she returns to her family with children. Zhao Xuehua worries about rumors and gossip from others because of her actions. Qi Hongdo said, "Don't think too much, girl. Without you, the old Zhao family stories would still be going strong in Hongqi Brigade."
Stop thinking about it.
The house is being renovated now. It's hard to even stay inside. We all have to stay in the shed, honestly. Forget all the messy stuff. You're not crippled or paralyzed, and I have to support you. What are you afraid of? Besides, with so many brothers, do you think they can do without you? Big brother, what do you think? The sons all nodded in unison. Mother is right. Snowflower, don't worry. This is your home. Rest assured, you can stay. Zhao said, yes. If anyone gossips, let fifth brother break their leg. Oh, ouch. Someone kicked my When Chi Hongdo and her group entered the village, they were startled by a large family waiting at the entrance. Wow, it's late at night, and so many people are still awake. Grandma, I'll help you down. Mother, is something delaying you? Madam. Eight sister? What's going on? Just after getting out of the car, Chi Hongdo, who had been jolted on the cart all the way and was feeling dizzy and blurry-eyed, thought, why are people in this era so good at having children?
Stop arguing.
Xiangnan, you guys unload the luggage from the cart. Remember to return it tomorrow. The cart was borrowed temporarily. But as for you all, Snowflake is divorced. From now on, she will stay at home with Zhaodi and see you. The rest of you, ask about it tomorrow. Everyone is staying up late, not sleeping. Wow, the old lady just dropped a big bombshell on the Zhao family with a few words. These days, divorce is definitely big news, the kind that can instantly top the village's trending list, probably needing an extra big to emphasize how shocking it is. Kai Wenli's eyes nearly pop out. She's seen how intense the scene was last time when the old lady was at Lao Chen's house. That was before the divorce. Now that they are divorced, it must be even more dramatic. No, she must find out more about her man's situation firsthand. Li Xiaoa swallowed hard, feeling not only shocked but also a bit sympathetic toward Zhao Xuehua. For Li Xiaoa, if her worst nightmare had a ranking, being divorced and sent back to her parents' home would definitely be at the top. She never wanted to hear the word divorce again in her life. But now, her younger sister-in-law has come back with her child. Lu Zhao Yuanshuang and Li Xiaoa exchanged a glance under the moonlight, both guessing each other's thoughts. With an extra person in the house, how will they all live? Zhao Yuanwu also vented his anger by beating Chen Shulin, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep after coming home late at night. As for what to do now that his sister-in-law is back, they will just do what they always do. This was originally Snowflake's home. Zhao Yuanwen and Wang Xiaochao discussed whether to put up a partition in their room for the two nieces, so Snowflake could sleep in her mother's room. But they weren't sure if her mother would agree. The old lady's supplies are stored in the grain room, which is the most important part of the Zhao household. Chi Hongdo was determined to keep her independent room. Although her grandmother's room isn't ideal either, it offers privacy. A bunch of dull-headed people, she's already brought them back. The house is being renovated, and the girls' mud and straw house isn't enough anymore. She plans to expand it. Why not turn one room into two? And, if that's not possible, they could even arrange bunk beds. She saw Zhao Laoqi's woodworking skills were quite good, so she thought of using his talents. Why waste such a good opportunity? Today, I was describing to my wife how chaotic things were at the old townhouse, with chickens flying and dogs barking. Zhao Yuanquan, who almost caused Chen Shulin to bleed on the spot, still doesn't realize that his woodworking skills have already caught his mother's attention. After working as a minor helper for many years, when Chi Hongdo asked her to make a few wooden beds for the family, everyone was stunned. The house might not be big enough. The next morning, Chi Hongdo woke up in the luxurious big bed of the small villa and suddenly thought about this problem. She felt herself becoming more involved in her role as an older woman. She no longer daydreams when she gets up. Instead, a clear question pops into her mind, waiting to be solved. I'm so silly. The house isn't big enough, but isn't there still the land for building? Not to mention Zhao Aimin, who is still unmarried. Even the other sons live in their father Zhao Laoda's house. Since they have more children, the house has been expanded, but only the main house where Chi Hongdo lives is large. The other sons' rooms are just small rooms built next to the main house. So, the Red Flag Brigade lives quite loosely. The area is spacious enough. The houses are only lacking builders, not space. Building and renovating are different, though. Building costs more money, and using shale rocks would be wasteful. Since they've already built, it would be better to use good materials, like proper blue bricks and tiles. Such a big project and obvious expense. Not only outsiders, but even the Zhao family members might start to worry. Chi Hongdo sat on the bed, holding a pillow, lost in thought. Her eyes caught the jade dragon on the bedside table, casually placed there. Eureka! Mom? Is that true? Mom, you're so good to me. I'll definitely be filial to you in the future, sob sob. That morning, while everyone in the Zhao family was busy repairing the house, they accidentally overheard Zhao Aimin and Qi Hongdo talking and then crying loudly by the grass pile. The birds pecking red persimmons on the tree were frightened away by the loud noise. "What's wrong with Aimin?" Wang Xiaoqiao was curious. Her brother-in-law was crying so sadly, something must have happened. Li Xiaoa wanted to cover her ears. She had never heard a grown man cry so loudly. It was like a torture to the ears. Zhao Weiguo's chopping sounds were also loud, as if trying to drown out Zhao Aimin's wailing. Zhao Xuehua was at a loss. Did her younger brother step on a nail? Everyone else kept their distance, especially Qi Hongdo, who was very close. "Keep crying if you want. I won't leave you even a single tile of the house." While she was crying loudly, Zhao Aimin, who was trying to find a way to make his mother feel more proud of him, immediately stopped. "Remember what I tell you. You can't tell others. If your brothers find out." "Mom, don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Zhao Aimin swore by heaven. He wouldn't tell anyone about his mother using her savings to help him build a house. If his brothers found out, they would be jealous, and his sisters-in-law would be furious. Haha. He wouldn't say a word. Remember, at the meeting later, where did the money for building the house come from? Zhao Aimin raised his hand to answer first, glancing around secretly before lowering his voice and saying, "It's from the money I got by exchanging the jade dragon I found." On the right side of the Zhao family's house, there was a large empty space perfect for building a house. Regarding the money for building the house, inside the family, Qi Hongdo said it was from Zhao Aimin exchanging the jade dragon he found. For Zhao Aimin, it was his mother's support, and his brothers didn't have it. Once that was settled, they went to the village head to get the land use rights for the empty lot next door. The main problem of building the house was solved. The Zhao family then eagerly prepared for the next step: building the house. Building the house. And more building. Recently, the Red Flag Brigade started a big wave of house repairs. The reason was that the brigade leader divided the edge of the Red Flag Brigade near a small hill into a youth worker camp, inviting villagers to build dormitories for young men and women. Of course, the villagers did this work for their share of work points. Since the farming was almost done, and there were many workers with extra points, villagers eagerly joined in. Initially, the plan was just to build dormitories for the youth workers, but later, the old Zhao family also helped with stonework for the house. People casually talked about it, and no one thought it was strange because many people had similar plans. In winter, heavy snow could easily collapse roofs that weren't repaired. The cracked mud walls let in cold wind, making winter very cold, so repairs were necessary. Not only the old Zhao family but other diligent families also considered this, though they weren't as quick to start. But once the old Zhao family's house was halfway done, they went to the brick factory and brought back a large cart of bricks. Everyone was amazed. After asking around, I learned that the old lady from the Zhao family, who is quite biased, said she wanted to marry off her youngest son, so she decided to build a house. She couldn't bear to see her son without a home, so she persuaded the team leader to approve the use of the neighboring land for her son's house. She used only the best materials, almost spending all her savings. Even the team leader felt it was a bit much and wanted to advise her to think carefully. She has 5 sons, which made the others feel quite jealous. Qi Hongdo nodded and said, "You're right, team leader. So, I need to add a few more rooms to this house. There are too many people at home now, and we can't fit everyone. I'm willing to spend my savings to help build the house once. The rest will depend on them. If the brothers have disagreements, they should work it out themselves. I'm too old to keep fussing over them. Maybe each brother can have a big room. If they really can't agree, and Aimin isn't married yet, they could do a lottery to decide who gets to move in," she added. The team leader looked surprised. A lottery? Do people really do that? Who would agree to such a careless method? Turning to the Zhao family's house, everyone was watching Qi Hongdo sketch a rough plan of the new house on the ground, while holding 4 uneven bamboo sticks. Everyone was focused. The children had been sent away so they wouldn't hear, and there were 5 sons and daughters-in-law from the Zhao family, along with Zhao Xuehua, who had just returned. Although many villagers discussed the new house, it wasn't very big. To add an extra bedroom, they drew partitions on either side of the main hall, creating rectangular rooms. Still, no one thought the house was ordinary. It was built with real green bricks and black tiles, much better than stone, mud, or thatched roofs. Only a few families in the village had such houses, so everyone was talking about it. Many villagers were waiting to see the Zhao family argue over the house. Even a small dispute over a shared meal could cause a fuss, so building such a big house for one son seemed unlikely to go smoothly. But in the Zhao family, this matter was certain to succeed. That jade you saw, we villagers don't understand the value of good things, but city folks are sharp. Someone might secretly take it. My wife went to the team leader to get a letter to borrow money from your sister in the city to exchange for that jade, Chi Hongdo explained. You was found by but only our family knows about this. Do you understand? The several sons and daughters-in-law nodded in agreement, leaving Zhao Xuehua stunned. Youngest brother was truly lucky. Mother had such skill to exchange that stone-like object for so much money. Not only Zhao Xuehua, but all the sons' eyes sparkled with admiration. Mother was really amazing. Although Li Xiaoa had not caused trouble recently, Chi Hongdo thought she was not careful with her words. This time, she didn't bring her to the meeting and even took old six, Zhao Yuanxuan, aside and sternly warned him. This was a big matter for their Zhao family. If even this could be secretly betrayed and spread around, it would be a shameful thing. But Zhao Yuanxuan never did things that brought trouble. He would never speak about such secret wealth openly. He was also thinking about whether he could move into one of the new big houses they were building. If things went wrong, he wouldn't have a place to stay. Before going to the county town with the introduction letter, Chi Hongdo carefully took out the small jade ring and showed it to everyone. Old saying goes, when you find unexpected wealth like this, you should spend it quickly to avoid trouble. Mother thought, maybe this thing can be exchanged for some money. Min handed it over to the authorities, and Mother isn't greedy. Whatever this jade can be exchanged for, I will use it to improve our home. What do you all think? At that time, no one believed that this small piece of stone, not much bigger than a palm, could be worth much. If it were a silver dollar, maybe it could be worth something, but they couldn't understand this object. Plus, Chi Hongdo got the team leader to write an introduction letter to the county, claiming she was going to visit her daughter. The team leader thought it was nonsense, and others in the Zhao family knew well that Mother was just talking big. Visiting her daughter? That was like chasing after a pipe dream. After all, only Zhao Darong from the Zhao family had managed to become a city person. Her husband was capable, working at a committee unit, and people would look up to her. But Mother always acted like this, and no one found it strange. Even the team leader wasn't surprised. Zhao Yuanxuan didn't expect much from the jade ring Mother held. He was just worried she might cause trouble with his younger sister in the county. As the older brother of twins, Zhao Yuanxuan's cleverness was no match for Zhao Darong. The old lady had always been taken advantage of by her eldest daughter before. Chi Hongdo was very careful about this matter. She said she was going to see her daughter, and after arriving in the county, she really did visit her eldest daughter. As expected, the elderly lady's eldest daughter is truly very clever. After some interaction, Chi Hongdo almost got convinced by her. Fortunately, Chi Hongdo didn't have the same idealized view of her, and when her head heated up a bit, she sensed something was wrong. She saw through her daughter's true nature and also noticed that her son-in-law, though annoying with his relatives, cared about appearances. He managed to take 2 meat tickets, some industrial tickets, and 5 yuan from Zhao Darong. After leaving Zhao Darong's house, she chatted with a few old men and women to learn about the county's situation. She didn't rush to spend her tickets, but instead bought some meat, a bamboo water bottle, and some candies, as she had run out of supplies. She bought a lot of orange-colored candies that looked like orange slices. With a piece of meat in her left hand and a bag of candies in her right, she walked confidently, feeling admired by everyone she saw. Oh yes, that day, a new icon appeared in Happy Town. Food Tavern is definitely the most luxurious dining icon in Happy Town. Chi Hongdo thought her unlucky streak would continue, and after delicious baked flatbread and cloud milk tea shop, The next food-related icon to light up would probably be something simple like skewers or street barbecue. But unexpectedly, luck struck again, and this time the icon was Food Tavern. Seafood porridge, braised pork, roasted whole lamb, roasted chicken, roast duck. Buddha jumps over the wall, roasted piglet, dragon fish wontons. Every dish on the black golden menu looked so delicious it made her mouth water. While looking at the menu, Chi Hongdo's mouth was watering uncontrollably. She felt that just looking at the menu already made her hungry, and she could eat a whole cow. Haha, of course, she knew she could just indulge her cravings for now. Otherwise, she might overeat herself to death, and when she reports to the king of claiming she died from overeating would be too embarrassing. Chi Hongdo estimated her stomach's capacity. When she got home, she would just enjoy a bowl of dragonfish wontons and 2 crab roast soup dumplings to satisfy her craving. After a delicious meal, she felt more hopeful about each day. She was content with eating a different dish from the Food Tavern menu every day, which could last her for several months. So on this day, she returned from the county town, bringing back not only a batch of trophies taken from her eldest daughter, Zhao Daring, but also 2 roasted chickens. Of course, the chickens were from Food Restaurant. They were tender, juicy, large, and delicious enough to make the Zhao family cry with happiness. People say that in autumn, you should eat well, and in winter, you should nourish your body. But in rural areas, conditions are poor, and the reason people don't live long is because their health isn't good. Both adults and children are in poor health. So, being able to eat good food is truly a blessing. When Chi Hongdo came back, she also brought a big shock to the Zhao family. That small, unremarkable jade ring, which looked like a snake or a loach, someone actually wanted it? Then, when Chi Hongdo said she had earned some money and could build a brick house with a little left over, the Zhao family members got even more excited. Wow, that's a lot of money. No one doubted that Chi Hongdo was lying. People outside believed she would spend her savings to build a house and get her son married. But most others didn't really believe it. The old lady was the head of the family and was very strict. Even her youngest son wouldn't get anything without her approval. They didn't have the money, and the old lady wasn't so confused as to use the family savings for her youngest son's expenses. So, in summary, no one doubted that the jade ring was sold for a high price. Otherwise, how could the old lady agree so happily to build the house? Building a house might sound like just a slogan, but once it was finished, many villagers watching couldn't help but envy. There was an old man smoking dried tobacco, taking a few puffs, and finally saying, "Big sister really is capable." Ordinary families might dream of building a house, saving enough money, but they wouldn't have the courage to make such a decision. But the Zhao family, with the widow in charge, was different. When it came to building a house, she took action. Not only that, but the old lady had also renovated the old main house, with stone walls and black tiles, looking clean, neat, and sturdy. It was clear that this house could withstand wind and snow, and was very solid. Even the village head came to see it, and looked very envious. I'm not only impressed by the sturdy, clean new house, but also admire old Zhao's family for working together so well. This time, they didn't ask the villagers for help when building the house. At that time, most villagers were busy building youth team stations. Old Zhao's family managed everything with just their own men, including the fathers-in-law, brothers-in-law, nephews, and even sons-in-law and granddaughters who came from outside families.
There were quite a few people helping.
With so many helping hands, there was no need to ask villagers for help. The family worked for about half a month and finished everything. People used to say that the old lady of Zhao's family was unlucky because her husband died early, she was biased, and her later years might be lonely. Some even said she might become a widow again. But now look at the house they built. The house is repaired, and the children and grandchildren are growing up. No matter what, the old lady's words to them always carry weight. With such a strong matriarch, who would dare say she is unlucky or not worth envying? As for Zhao Xuehua, who divorced and came back with her 2 daughters, some people gossip about her after hearing the news. Many speak unkind words, too. But Chi Hongdo often goes out with her 2 clean, new-dressed granddaughters, chatting with others. She criticizes old Chen's family harshly, and when someone speaks badly, she quickly defends Zhao Xuehua, even giving a slap if needed. She openly scolds her mother for her daughter's mistakes, even making up stories. Is there no law anymore? With Qi Hongdo's strength, in less than 10 days, even the most gossiping people stop criticizing Zhao Xuehua. Haven't you seen how the old lady protects her granddaughter? Of course, some people don't say it openly, but think Qi Hongdo is just saving face by not mentioning Zhao Xuehua to outsiders. Inside, they might be cursing her daughter for being unworthy. These days, a divorced woman returning home with her daughters is considered bad luck. The old lady has only been proud lately because of the house. She might be angry and anxious inside, wishing she could send Zhao Xuehua away. Actually, Zhao Xuehua is quite pretty. Maybe they could find her a widower to marry? Good men are everywhere, but good women are hard to find. When Zhao Xuehua heard someone talking about her at old Zhao's house, her heart skipped a beat. Right now, she only cares about supporting her 2 daughters and not burdening her family. She has no desire to think about remarriage. But if the mother is willing, can she refuse? When Qi Hongdo heard that the other person wanted to tell her daughter about a man who is crooked-eyed, paralyzed, and unable to care for himself, someone who had been married to his wife for over 20 years, she immediately grabbed the big broom at the door, slapped the person in the face, and drove him away.
Bah!
You're so heartless. That old paralyzed man is about to be put in a coffin, and you still think about his wife. How can you be like this? I'm finding a good man for your daughter to live a better life. Otherwise, as a woman who's divorced and has a child, who else can she marry? She's not unwilling to give a bride price. Once she marries, she'll have a house to live in, and the family's furniture isn't lacking. What kind of man are you trying to find for your daughter? Don't be too greedy. If it weren't for the fact that we're neighbors and fellow villagers, who would think of your daughter Xuehua?
Go to.
Is that a good thing? Then don't bother trying to push such a good man onto my daughter.
I'll go talk to myself.
You kick out your dead old man, and I'll make it happen for you. How about that? Don't worry. I'm just trying to do good. I won't take any bride price from you. Just wish you and your wife love each other forever. Such a malicious curse, wishing a paralyzed man eternal love, scared the old lady who wanted to arrange the marriage away immediately. After this incident, anyone who wanted to propose marriage to Zhao Xuehua had to think carefully. Those without thick skin or who couldn't handle rejection all gave up first. They pushed back against those with bad intentions and some who just came to watch the gossip. Aiman's mother is just too proud. If her daughter Xuehua doesn't marry, will she really stay forever at old Zhao's house? A daughter who marries out is like water spilled from a cup. In wealthy families, daughters are treated as precious guests, but after living there for 10 or 20 years, they become part of another family. So, they are somewhat cared for. But in poor families, daughters don't even have the status of guests. Moreover, Zhao Xuehua has many older brothers and a younger brother who isn't married. If she just stays there, won't her brothers and sisters-in-law have something to say? It's obvious this isn't possible. Staying temporarily might be okay, but in the long run, problems will surely arise. Many people are just waiting to see Qi Hongdo's joke. The strongest among them are Gu Cuizhi and Wang Damiai's families. These 2 people truly hated Qi Hongdo deep down, but they couldn't beat her in fights or out-argue her. After a few previous incidents, they even had to think carefully before speaking badly about Qi Hongdo, fearing she might catch them in the act. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, old Zhao's family held a very peaceful meeting on the first night after moving into the new house. Originally, Qi Hongdo wanted to solve the issue of how the old Zhao family's house was divided. But as soon as she expressed this idea, her sons nervously agreed to give her the best sunny room in the new house. They said they would follow their mother's arrangements for the other rooms. As for Ba Mei/Ba Jie, who took her daughter back to her parents' house, she would stay in the small house built behind the new one, specifically for her. No one objected. Their mother had already made her stance clear. The saying that a daughter who leaves her family is like water spilled out doesn't apply here. As a family, they are always one. Unless the children are truly hopeless, Parents shouldn't just push their kids aside when problems arise. If they try to shut their children out and only focus on pushing outsiders away, that's foolish and mean. This is a core principle of the Zhao family. When Chi Hongdo said this, her expression was very serious. She looked at each son and daughter-in-law, and everyone instinctively shivered. They realized that her words weren't just polite talk to save face. Zhao Xuehua's eyes welled up with tears when she heard this. She never dared to imagine that after returning to her parents' house, she could be treated like this. And that small house, though compact, was more than enough for her and her two daughters. It was completely an unexpected gift from the Zhao family. Zhao Xuehua couldn't believe it, feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky, making her dizzy. But Chi Hongdo reassured her, "This is your home. This house belongs to you, Arya and Xia. You can stay as long as you want, for a lifetime. Mother." Zhao Xuehua wiped her tears, then glanced at her brother and sister-in-law. Her gaze turned back to Chi Hongdo with determination. "Mother, I will sign a IOU for the money I spend on building the house." Although she had some money taken from Lao Chen's family after the divorce, she still needed to support her two daughters. And she couldn't come up with the full amount for building the house all at once. "My daughter has already protected her, so she can't let her mother bow her head in front of her brother and sister-in-law. Although this house cost quite a bit, she's not yet 80 years old. As long as she works hard, she will eventually pay back the money." Kahongda didn't respond but nodded silently in her heart. Money is money. The main thing is that Zhao Xuehua is clear-headed and has a proper attitude. She turned to her son and daughters-in-law. Xuehua's small room cost about 100 yuan to build. The money for this house was paid from public funds, but with the money we got from selling the jade ring last time, building this house is basically free. Still, they are separate matters. Since Xuehua said so, I, the old lady, will make the decision. I'll write her a half-debt note for 45 yuan. Do you all agree? Mother, eighth sister is part of our family. There's no need for a debt note. Who the house is given to doesn't matter. Giving it to Xuehua and her two nieces is perfectly fine. Zhao Yuanwu still spoke loudly. Zhao Yuanwen nodded. He always followed his mother's lead. Since Kahongdu clearly said she wanted to protect eighth sister, he naturally thought there was no problem with what his mother was doing. Mother, we're family. There's no need for a debt note. Seeing his two older brothers not even frowning, Zhao Yuanshuang secretly hoped he could also get a small room to stay in. But his mind was clear. He knew his place in his mother's heart. Such good things would never happen to him. So he quickly followed his brothers to agree, Mother, we're all family. There's no need to make things complicated. Let Xuehua and the kids live there. It's good. Li Xiao's eyes nearly popped out. Is it really so easy to get a house? She was so excited she also wanted one. Suddenly, her husband pinched her arm. Li Xiao snapped back to her senses. Even someone who remembers every slap would learn a little lesson. And besides, even Li Xiao, who wanted to boast at this moment, was stopped by the rational Zhao Yuanshuang. After being pinched, Li Xiao realized her mother-in-law was watching her. She felt a chill and lowered her head like a sick chick. Kai Winley was frantically shaking her husband's arm, exclaiming, Look, that's a separate small room. Envy. I want it.
I'm drooling.
Zhao Yuanquan. Wife, calm down. Mother is watching. Zhao Imin's mind is full of thoughts about the new house. He has no objections to his mother building 2 small rooms behind a new house for his eldest sister and niece to live in. After Chi Hongdo asked, he was the first to fully agree. Very good, Chi Hongdo nodded in satisfaction. In front of his sons and daughters-in-law, Chi Hongdo wrote an IOU and pressed her fingerprint on it for Zhao Xuehua. Of course, she was the one to keep the IOU safe. Zhao Xuehua expressed her stance. She couldn't let her down. At least she wanted her brothers to understand that although she was having a hard time, she didn't plan to live off others at home. Regarding the house, she didn't want to give up the spacious master bedroom in the original big house. No matter how beautiful the new rooms were, they couldn't store all the food and miscellaneous items. Moreover, Chi Hongdo didn't actually live there. She just needed a private space for herself. The new house has 4 rooms. I think they are all good, spacious, and well-lit. I will sleep in my original room. As for how to divide these 4 rooms, you can draw lots or wait for me to arrange. Actually, after the renovation, the old Zhao family's house looked brand new and was quite nice. But she still wanted to understand her sons' and daughters-in-law's thoughts. Well, isn't the opinion poll still somewhat useful? A few couples had no objections, and those who did kept their feelings in check, letting Chi Hongdo arrange the rooms. However, the eldest couple was used to living in their own house, and since Chi Hongdo wasn't moving out, they thought it was fine to stay with their mother. Seeing that they insisted, Chi Hongdo nodded in agreement. 5, 6, 7, plus 4 rooms in the new house next door, just enough. At the front and back, the new house and the old house were connected by corridors, shielding from wind and rain. The 3 married grandsons moved from the small houses behind the old house to rooms 5, 6, and 7. The granddaughters moved into the room in the big house, where Zhao Aimin used to live. That small mud and straw house was too tiny and close to the chicken coop and kitchen, so the girls' living situation was a bit unsafe. The 4 great-grandsons also moved into the remaining room in the big house. The 3 other grandsons could move into the small houses of their married cousins. Although these houses were small, they were enough for now. Each boy could even have his own room. Suddenly, everyone in the Hongqi brigade looked at the Zhao family differently. This lively and prosperous atmosphere makes people feel both envy and admiration. Dividing the family, building houses, and even the situation where a married daughter divorces and returns home to settle down. Any of these things could cause trouble in other families. But in old Zhao's family, everything is so smooth and peaceful. This shows that the housekeeper, the elderly woman, is truly capable. Also, her children are very filial and united. These 2 things alone are enough to make the village elders jealous. The old men and women, who feel they are already too old, still work hard in the fields every day. But who wouldn't envy Chi Hongdo for being able to speak and decide at home, with her children listening and being respectful? They work so hard because they don't want their children to think they are just sitting around doing nothing. As people grow old, they fear being disliked and worry about being abandoned. Old people need support, but not everyone can truly rely on others in old age. Most people spend their whole lives without depending on anyone. The house is finished, but there isn't much furniture inside. There aren't even enough wooden beds, and sleeping on the ground isn't realistic. Sleeping on the ground can only be a temporary solution. During the humid southern weather, the ground gets damp, making it impossible to lie down comfortably. Plus, in the countryside, there are always snakes, insects, and mice, so beds are necessary. Chi Hongdo set her sights on Zhao Yuanchuan's craftsmanship. She saw the benches and chairs he made for the family. They weren't particularly fancy, but they were practical, and that was enough. So, she entrusted the important task of making beds to old 7. She didn't ask for many beds, just a few to start with. After her 4 granddaughters moved to new rooms, the space became much larger. They could put in bunk beds or a big bed. Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Yuanquan, "Are those bunk beds difficult to make?" She didn't ask if he knew how, but directly asked if it was hard work. Feeling her expectant gaze, Zhao Yuanquan felt a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, being given such an important task by his mother made him uncomfortable. He preferred the invisible role in old Zhao's family. But he couldn't just turn away from Chi Hongdo. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. He's good at manual work, partly because he has a talent for it and partly because, compared to the heavy farm work, he actually prefers doing these kinds of crafts. In the past, no one in old Zhao's family paid much attention to this, nor did anyone ever come and say, "You do good work, do another one." So, doing small woodworking tasks was more like a quiet hobby for Zhao Yuanquan, something he enjoyed alone. But he was very skilled at everything, and for Zhao Yuanquan it wasn't really hard. "Okay, but mother, what if you're not happy with what I make?" Zhao Yuanquan felt nervous. Chi Hongdo, "All right, that's fine. Go ahead and get to work." Chi Hongdo, who was used to giving orders to her son, interrupted Zhao Yuanquan and waved her hand. She then started inspecting things behind him. "If you're short of materials, Just tell your fifth brother and your nephews, and they will help you get the wood. At this point, Zhao Yuanquan felt he had no chance to give up. He could only agree reluctantly. He wasn't worried because the work was difficult, but because he was afraid his mother wouldn't be satisfied. Chi Hongdo didn't have time to worry about this. Winter was coming soon, and before long, the new year was approaching. Every family was busy preparing. Better-off families dried salted fish and cured meat, while others dried vegetables and pickled vegetables for the winter. To prepare for winter, the firewood shed and straw piles had to be tidied up neatly and filled to the top. They also made sure the top layer of straw was well covered and pressed down to prevent rain from soaking the firewood. To make winter easier, the straw placed under the mats in each room was dried and cleaned before being laid out. Not everyone could have cotton mattresses, so at most they used cotton quilts, but mainly beds relied on dry straw. Food, clothing, shelter, and daily needs, firewood and clothing always came first. For poor families, winter was the hardest time. This month, Chi Hongdo distributed the last of the old lady's fabric stash. Because the new year was coming, she also shared leftover fabric from her previous purchase at the Mao Mao tailor shop. Recently, the women of the Zhao family had been busy sewing clothes and patching garments every day. The household also had Zhao Yuanquan, who was busy with woodworking. Zhao Xiongnan and Zhao Weigua helped as assistants, carrying wood back and forth, and the air was filled with the smell of sawdust. The children in the family climbed trees and picked the last batch of persimmons, then dried them on the roof to make persimmon cakes, a New Year treat. Among the grains distributed, there were many sweet potatoes. To prevent them from rotting, most were sliced and dried into sweet potato chips. In the local dialect, they called sweet potatoes silly yams. Rows of silly yams were laid out in the open space at the door, waiting to be dried into small chips. The children also have a task: to watch over the dried goods that are being aired out so they don't get stolen or eaten by birds, cats, or mice. De Bao and Air Bao each hold a small stick, waving it around confidently, occasionally calling out and lining up in a neat row, acting quite serious. De Bao, who sees himself as the team leader, has also taken the two new younger sisters as his little soldiers. Looking at it this way, his team behind him is getting longer and longer. De Bao is very happy and feels more like a little team leader now. He temporarily forgets the pain of going to school next spring, walking proudly with his head held high. There are several ponds in the village. After dividing the grain, the team leader catches fish from 2 ponds, and every household gets a share. The fish from the remaining ponds will be caught next time before the new year. After this round of fishing, the village's cat's meows sound much more satisfying, and the smell of fish is everywhere. As the new year approaches, the children are the happiest. Because, compared to usual, there are more delicious foods during the new year. In old Zhao's family, a group of children, led by Zhao Debao, are full of energy every day. They guard their dried grains proudly and don't forget to gather wild fruits and vegetables, trying to eat anything they can find. Sometimes, they even find a couple of duck eggs in the wild. They're just waiting for Chi Hongdo to praise them. Who would have thought that little Nyonyo, who was once behind everyone, would later become the most attached to Chi Hongdo? Her small face is as red as an apple, with shiny black eyes. She often blinks at her, melting everyone's heart. Chi Hongdo also notices that this little girl is very friendly and fearless, almost never crying or throwing tantrums. Others say Nyonyo is easy to take care of and very thoughtful, knowing how to care for her mother. But Chi Hongdo is a bit worried. Could there be something wrong with this little girl? One day, when Nyonyo climbed into her room and fell asleep, Chi Hongdo took her to the convenient clinic for a full checkup, both traditional and Western medicine. Fortunately, the results showed that Nyonyo was slightly malnourished and had some congenital deficiencies, mainly inherited from her mother's. Lin Chu's physical condition was average, and luckily, no serious problems were found. Chi Hongdo finally felt at ease. It's hard for adults to trust strangers easily, but when it comes to a soft and adorable little girl like Nyonyo who is willing to get close to her, Chi Hongdo's heart softens naturally. Children have soft and tender skin. Chi Hongdo specially brought out 2 pieces of fine cotton cloth for Lin Chuyu, instructing her to make clothes for the little girl. Lin Qiuyu was so happy, she didn't know what to say. Even the most honest people have their own little thoughts. For Lin Qiuyu, she hoped her daughter would be more liked by Qi Hongdo. This was a blessing for the little girl. Lin Qiuyu shared her thoughts with Zhao Xiangnan. Zhao Xiangnan pinched his daughter's chubby little face and chuckled, not taking it seriously. Grandchildren are only our girl, Niunyao. Besides, Niunyao likes milk and is close to her, so of course the milk lady likes Niunyao. Such a bright-eyed little girl, completely focused, looking up at you with a smile that shows her gums. Who wouldn't like her? Zhao Xiangnan pinched Niunyao's armpit, lifted her up. The feeling of being a new father didn't start the moment the child was born, but as he watched her open her eyes for the first time, heard her first cry, held her in his arms, and saw her gradually change. It built up slowly. At first, Zhao Xiangnan felt a little disappointed when he heard his wife had a daughter, but he didn't show much happiness. However, this little life carried half of his blood, his flesh and bones. The sense of responsibility made him learn to care for this tiny baby. But the baby changed a little each day. As he watched her change, his feelings also changed. He used to think that his biological father Zhao Yuanwen ignored his daughter and would be angry about it. Mostly, he felt that ignoring his daughter was ignoring himself, and he felt unworthy of himself. But now, if anyone said anything bad about his daughter, he would get angry completely because of Niunyao. Even Lin Qiuyu could clearly feel Zhao Xiangnan's growing love for Niunyao over time. That's why she dared to tell Zhao Xiangnan her selfish thoughts. But Zhao Xiangnan, at this moment, saw Niunyao through a father's lens. He thought Niunyao was perfect everywhere. It was natural for the milk lady to like his daughter. Even Lin Qiuyu, simple as she was impressed by her husband's confidence. At the end of the year, besides busy stocking up on supplies and making furniture, there was one big event in the Zhao family. That was Zhao Yujun's marriage. The young man who was arranged to marry Zhao Yujun was returning from his leave. It was agreed that once he arrived, they would finalize the marriage plans. Everyone in the family knows about this matter. Uncles and brothers find it hard to tease Zhao Yujun about this, but the aunts and sisters-in-law are not worried about it. After all, she is still a young girl. Being teased like this by her family makes Zhao Yujun feel shy and she avoids people. Her younger sisters are also very curious. Although there are many wedding celebrations in the village, and she has seen many, it feels very different when her older sister, who has slept in the same bed with her for years, is about to get married. Big sister, I can't bear to see you go, Zhao Yueying says, holding her sister's waist with tears in her eyes. Zhao Yushan, with her eyes red, nods her head and says, Big sister, maybe you shouldn't get married. We can stay together forever. Grandma isn't scolding us anymore and staying at home is so good. Zhao Yujin, being hugged on both sides by her two younger sisters, feels shy and touched. When she hears her younger sister's childish words, she can't help but laugh softly. Who says grown-up girls don't get married? Although Zhao Yujin feels shy when teased by her aunts and sisters-in-law, she is very calm inside about the wedding. She understands that at her age, she should do what's appropriate and accept her new role. Facing her upcoming marriage, Zhao Yujin only feels shy, not afraid. Zhao Yuxiu can't understand why her fourth sister is so calm about the marriage. Moving into a completely unfamiliar family and living under the same roof with a stranger she has only spoken to a few times feels like a horror story to her. She feels heavy-hearted, full of worries about Zhao Yujin's future. You've cried so much you look like a little flower cat. You're even worse than little Niunyao. Quickly wipe your tears. Zhao Yujin is busy comforting her two younger sisters and doesn't notice Zhao Yuxiu's worried expression. Actually, compared to the girls in the girls' dorm, the one who can't sleep at night is Wang Xiaoqiao. She tosses and turns, and Zhao Yuanwen also can't sleep well for several nights. Wang Xiaoqiao has her own worries, not for anything else, but because of Zhao Yujin's marriage. According to their rural customs, once the decision to marry is made, the matchmaker should visit the bride's family more often. Marriage is a big event for both families, and there are many things to discuss. But so far, there has been no news from the groom side, and the matchmaker has not shown up at all. Whenever Wang Xiaoqiao thinks about this, she feels uneasy inside. However, Zhao Yuanwen hasn't realized the problem yet, and Wang Xiaoqiao doesn't want her daughter to say unpleasant things during the marriage discussions. She just hopes for good luck, so she holds back her words and waits to see when there will be any movement from the other side. But she didn't expect that after waiting and waiting, there was still no sign of progress. You see, with things like this, how can Wang Xiaoqiao sleep well at night? Marriage has always been initiated by the man. When no news comes, Wang Xiaoqiao keeps thinking about it in her heart. After enduring for several days, finally that night, hearing Zhao Yuanwen speak as if he didn't notice any problem, Wang Xiaoqiao suddenly lost her temper. Yujin's marriage, you're not paying any attention at all. Zhao Yuanwen, half asleep, was awakened by Wang Xiaocao's sharp voice filled with anger. Wait, what happened? Zhao Yuanwen sat up. Yujin's marriage? What's wrong with the marriage? He pushed Wang Xiaoqiao, who had turned over and was facing away from him, but got no response. Zhao Yuanwen scratched his head and thought hard. Didn't they already agree on his daughter's marriage? They were just waiting for the young man from the Guo family to return, and then everything would be settled. Feeling there was no problem anywhere, Zhao Yuanwen had to push his wife again, hoping for a response. After all, Wang Xiaoqiao had been married into the old Zhao family for so many years, and they hardly ever argued or showed her any disrespect. He forcefully turned Wang Xiaocao's body toward himself and, under the cold moonlight, noticed that his wife had tears streaming down her face. Zhao Yuanwen was momentarily at a loss, feeling like he had been hit with a stick and was stunned. Why are you crying? Crying? Wang Xiaoqiao was full of anger and grievance, with nowhere to vent. The Guo family, who was discussing Yujin's marriage, was well off, but the groom was in the army. With his current rank, he probably wouldn't be able to accompany his wife for 3 years. If he couldn't follow her, Yujin would have to stay at her hometown with her parents-in-law and sister-in-law. This was already a sore spot for Wang Xiaoqiao, and the only thing she worried about regarding this marriage. Now, the issue of whether he would follow her or not was no longer relevant. As for the marriage negotiations, the matchmaker hadn't even crossed Zhao's doorstep yet. What kind of marriage discussion was this? The attitude of the groom's family clearly showed they looked down on her daughter. Wang Xiaoqiao is willing to accept her position at the bottom of the family, but she feels sorry for her daughter. Before her daughter gets married and becomes a wife, does she have to be so controlled by others? The more she thinks about it, the more uncomfortable Wang Xiaoqiao feels inside. Zhao Yuanwen is very worried.
Why?
Tell me, isn't Yuju's marriage going well? Going well? Not at all. Wang Xiaoqiao gets out of bed. It's almost the end of the year, but no one from the Guo family has come yet. What do they mean? For Wang Xiaoqiao, who cares deeply about her children, only matters related to them can make her so upset. Isn't it because Guo Jianjun hasn't come back yet? Zhao Yuanwen thinks the marriage will only be discussed after Guo Jianjun returns. The matchmaker is Guo Jianjun, the third son of the Guo family. Guo Jianjun hasn't come back, but his parents are still alive. Seeing that Zhao Yuanwen is so straightforward, Wang Xiaoqiao doesn't think much about it. She feels even worse inside. Her daughter is so talented, kind, and sensible. She doesn't think Yuju is unworthy of the Guo family's third son. So, why do Guo's parents and Guo Jianjun himself look down on her daughter? Even if Guo Jianjun hasn't come back as the future in-laws, even if she doesn't visit, she should at least send someone to check on the matchmaker, right? Wang Xiaoqiao has endured many hardships in her life, and she always cares differently for her 2 daughters. This love becomes especially strong when her daughters are about to leave home. So strong that Wang Xiaoqiao seems to change, becoming almost unrecognizable. Zhao Yuanwen only realized in the morning that his wife seemed to ignore him. Zhang Dongying, give me some water. He habitually called his wife, but after waiting a long time, not only did she not give him water, she didn't even show up. Wang Xiaoqiao is ignoring him. It took Zhao Yuanwen a while to accept this fact. At first, he didn't feel much, just found it strange. Hey, his wife actually isn't paying attention to him. But after half a day or 2 days, Zhao Yuanwen started to worry. What should he do? What is really going on with the Guo family? Should he go there himself?
No, no.
Zhao Yuanwen immediately dismissed this idea. It wouldn't look good if his father-in-law came to push for the marriage. But Wang Xiaoqiao still ignores him. Zhao Yuanwen becomes anxious and impatient. Qi Hongdo has already learned from Kai Winley about the gossip, knowing what these two are really after. She didn't rush to scold Zhao Wenyuan but first had a private talk with Zhao Yujie. Afterward, she gently led the distracted Zhao Wenyuan to her side. You're getting old, and look at you, so anxious and fidgety. Tell me, what's really bothering you? Qi Hongdo pretended not to know. Zhao Wenyuan was completely open with Qi Hongdo, and since he was already very upset, he told her everything when asked. Mother, what should I do about this? Xiangdong's mother isn't talking to me. Yujie's marriage is settled, but Guo's third son hasn't come back yet. I'm worried, but it doesn't help. Meanwhile, Qi Hongdo was talking with Zhao Wenyuan when the team leader received 2 telegrams from the commune. Coincidentally, both were from the Zhao family, one from a county, sent by Zhao Darong. The team leader looked at the contents of the 2 telegrams, his face twisting for a moment before he clicked his tongue and turned on the broadcast in the team office, calling out, Comrade Zhang Daihe, you have 2 telegrams at the team office. Please come quickly to pick them up. Comrade Zhang Daihe, you have 2 telegrams at the team office. Please come quickly to pick them up. While talking to Zhao Wenyuan, Qi Hongdo was surprised. Oh, she actually has a telegram? Zhao Wenyuan asked, Mother, who sent you the telegram? How interesting. Zhao Wenyuan blinked, surprised that someone would send a telegram to his mother. Who could it be? Not only Zhao Wenyuan but everyone from the Zhao family who noticed the situation looked curious. Who is it? What telegram? Qi Hongdo thought, I know there's a telegram waiting for her to pick up, but I don't know who sent it. I'd think she's on the newspaper or something. But it's quite important. For villagers who mostly communicate by shouting and only meet face-to-face, they rarely receive letters, let alone telegrams. All right, Qi Hongdo stood up and waved her hand, understanding why everyone's faces couldn't hide their curiosity. But she was too lazy to move. Going to the team leader's place wasn't close. She asked Zhao Aimin, who was playing with her nephew and niece at the door, to run and fetch the telegram. She wanted to see the telegram first. At Zhao Aimin's station to get the telegram, in the county town, the atmosphere at Zhao Darong's home was quite delicate. Du Qianjin stomped back and forth in front of his sofa, wearing sturdy leather shoes, making loud thuds. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and held it in his hand without smoking. The room was filled with smoke, making it quite choking. His young daughter, Du Jian, suddenly slammed the door and left a final defiant remark, I don't want to go to the countryside. Then the door closed, and soon her sobbing could be heard inside. Du Pengcheng and Du Wanli, with their similar faces, looked anxious now. Things are not so simple. It's not just about Du Jin going to the countryside. Their father, Du Qianjin, has offended someone. In the Revolutionary Committee, Du Qianjin was just a minor figure, not worth mentioning. But when bigger problems arise, minor figures are the first to suffer. Du Qianjin has done many such things before, and his 2 sons have seen a lot and even participated. Last time, Goshen watched a public event in the county where a man and woman were paraded, and it seemed they had some status. But he didn't know that the man was Du Qianjin's colleague. There's no deep hatred involved, but in this chaotic time, if you cause trouble for others, you might get hurt yourself. Du Qianjin does these things without feeling guilty. But now it's his turn. Du Qianjin felt restless inside, though he kept a calm face outwardly. Zhao Darren walked over and snatched the cigarette from his hand, sneering, the sky won't fall, and no one in the family will hold you back. Sending their daughter to the countryside was also a way to shut some people up. His eldest son was already married with children, and his younger son had a job arranged. They could have found a job for Du Jin too. Zhao Darren had already considered it. But plans often change unexpectedly. Now, someone wanted to use Du Qianjin as a scapegoat. They couldn't find his fault, so they decided to target his daughter. So Zhao Daren decisively decided Du Jian would go to the countryside. But the border areas were not suitable. Zhao Daren knew his daughter couldn't handle that hardship. He wouldn't send his daughter, who had been raised hard for 18 years, so far away. He found out through connections that his hometown was about to establish a youth training site. After some thought, Zhao Daren decided to find a way to send his daughter back to her parents' home. At least under his watch. Du Qianjin looked at the cigarette being stepped on by Zhao Darong and frowned. How many times have I told you not to be so aggressive? If you hadn't offended Section Chief Zheng's wife, Luo Aihua wouldn't have caught a flaw in that fool. Zhao Darong, stop talking nonsense. Did I offend Section Chief Zhang? Or are you just useless? If you could have slapped Luo Aihua when she was acting up, there wouldn't be any complaint letters now. Some things are small but complicated, especially in Du Qianjin's current workplace. Du Pingcheng helped Zhao Darong sit down. Mom, Dad didn't mean it that way. Du Wanli, my little sister's personality, do you think she can go to the countryside? How could she stay calm for a few days? She's the type who never leaves her fancy shoes, and you want her to go work in the countryside? Just thinking about it makes Du Wanli feel like the scene is surreal. Zhao Darong. If she doesn't want to go to the Red Flag Brigade, I can send her to the frontier now. Join the agricultural team. That would really wear her out. And the climate there is extreme. Sneaking to open in the door, Du Wan pressed her ear to listen secretly. When she heard Zhao Darong say this, she couldn't hold back her tears and started crying loudly. I don't want to go to the frontier. I don't want to join any agricultural team. She doesn't want to go anywhere. She just wants to continue living her carefree life. Seeing her crying and stomping around, Zhao Darong also felt a bit headache. If it weren't for Du Wan, she wouldn't have sent a telegram to her family. Now, she's just waiting for a reply from her family. 2 telegrams, one from Zhao Darong, which made Qi Hongdou smile and laugh bitterly. As for the other, Qi Hongdou glanced at Zhao Yujin, who was washing her 2 younger cousins' hair and braiding their hair at the door, and hesitated. Qi Hongdou doesn't think highly of Zhao Yujin's marriage to Guo Jianjun. Although they both admire soldiers and have always done so, being a military family member isn't easy. And just like Wang Xiaoqiao worries, Guo Jianjun's rank isn't high enough to accompany his wife. If Zhao Yujin marries Guo Jianjun, it might just be a quick wedding during the new year, and then Guo Jianjun would have to return to the army a few days later. If Zhao Yujin gets pregnant then, no one knows whether it's good or bad luck. Without children, she would still stay at her parents' house with her in-laws and sisters-in-law, enduring daily life. With children, it would be an added burden. And as a soldier, Guo Jianjun might not come back for a long time. During this time, no one could guarantee that Guo Jianjun would remain loyal outside. If he changed his mind, what would Zhao Yujun do? What about the children? It's best not to think too much. Overthinking only causes trouble. So, while Wang Xiaoqiao was upset that no one from the Guo family was trying to arrange a marriage for her, Qi Hongdou was not in a hurry. She simply kept lowering the Guo family's reputation in her notes. She had previously subtly questioned Zhao Yujun, and once she confirmed that her granddaughter wasn't deeply in love with Guo Jianjun, she relaxed a bit. Zhao Yujun is a very traditional and honest girl. She is kind, but not naive. She may not be as good at studying as Zhao Yuxiu, but she has a clearer plan for her life. We shouldn't say Zhao Yujun is unambitious or lacks ambition. This is just a normal person's choice. Qi Hongdou was worried that Zhao Yujun might blush when hearing her teasing about marriage, thinking she secretly liked Guo Jianjun. Maybe Zhao Yujun felt the same. But after her subtle questioning, Qi Hongdou understood that for this naive girl, what mattered most was getting married, not a specific person. Isn't that easier to handle? The possibilities for action are endless. Just as Qi Hongdou was ready to cut the weak marriage bond between Guo Laosan and his bride, unexpectedly, a telegram arrived. The person who fell in love at first sight and secretly liked her was not Zhao Yujun, but Guo Jianjun himself. Really, TSK. In the telegram, Guo Jianjun clearly expressed his determination and attitude about marrying Zhao Yujun. It seemed he anticipated some trouble at home and asked Zhao Yujun to wait until he returned before discussing the marriage. The telegram was brief, but Gu Jianjun's implied message was very intriguing. Could it be that the Gu family was happy to see this marriage fail? Qi Hongdo called Wang Xiaoqiao and Zhao Yuanwen into the room and read the telegram aloud to them. You are Yujun's parents. What to do about this marriage is up to you.
What are your thoughts now?
Zhao Yuanwen thought Gu Jianjun was quite thoughtful and that the Gu family's elders weren't as capable as their son. Wang Xiaoqiao remained silent for a long time and then shook her head. Qi Hongdo asked her, what do you think? Wang Xiaoqiao, Jun looks like a good boy, but I always feel that the Gu family doesn't seem sincere about marrying. As always, you need to look at the whole situation, like checking the pig pen before buying pigs. Gu Jianjun has already sent the telegram here, and anyone with a bit of insight can see he's having conflicts with his family. Even if the two get married in the end, how long can Gu Jianjun stay at home? Now he's arguing with the Gu family, and in the end, it's still Yujiu who will suffer. Wang Xiaoqiao can't get past this mental hurdle no matter how she thinks about it. Even in a peaceful family, long separation between spouses can cause problems, not to mention the Gu family situation. No matter how good everything else is, this one issue can ruin everything. Zhao Yuanwen heard Wang Xiaoqiao say this and fell silent. He could see this problem too, but in his opinion, it wasn't a fatal issue. Qi Hongdo. Our girl is still at home, so what's there to worry about? Why worry now? Is the eldest daughter afraid she won't find a good match? If the Gu family really was a dangerous place, she wouldn't let Zhao Yujie marry into it. Hearing Qi Hongdo say this, Wang Xiaoqiao suddenly felt more relaxed. She was worried that her mother-in-law would rush to decide and think that the Gu family's third son was the right match. Now, with her mother-in-law hinting otherwise, it means they can still consider other options. As long as the words aren't final, Wang Xiaoqiao isn't so worried anymore. Zhao Yuanwen watched as his mother's few words made his wife relax, and he felt a strange feeling inside. He had also said similar things, so why didn't his wife accept it? The three of them whispered in the room for a while. Once they moved past this issue, Wang Xiaoqiao returned to her usual hardworking, steady, and kind self and went out to prepare lunch in the kitchen. Qi Hongdo pointed at Zhao Yuanwen and said, your wife cares most about her children. She loves her daughter, you know? Anyway, you're Yujie's father. The Gu family and our family are about to become relatives. Do you really need to think for them? Zhao Yuanwen didn't really do that, but he hadn't done enough either. Otherwise, when Wang Xiaoqiao was upset, without Qi Hongdo, Zhao Yuanwen wouldn't have been able to handle it himself. Hearing his mother say this, Zhao Yuanwen began to reflect. It seemed that the marriage with the Gu family might not work out after all. Gu Jianjun and Zhao Yujie's marriage was only a verbal agreement, not a formal arrangement.
Few people knew about it.
Even if it doesn't happen, it's not a big deal. What made Qi Hongdo both annoyed and amused was a telegram sent by her eldest daughter, Zhao Darren. On the telegram, Zhao Darong vaguely mentioned that her youngest daughter would come to her parents' house for a while. That was not all. What was even more unbelievable was that Zhao Darong wanted her elderly mother to go to the county town to pick up this precious granddaughter. How could these mother and daughter be so reckless? When Qi Hongdo visited the county last time, she saw Zhao Darong's young daughter. She walked with her chin held high, and her small leather shoes clattered loudly. When she saw the old woman dressed in patched clothes, her disdain was obvious in her eyes. Although she called her mother-in-law in front of Zhao Darong, her princess-like attitude made it clear she didn't quite fit into the Zhao family style. How could such an ancestor suddenly want to come live with the Zhao family? Just thinking about it, she knew there was a problem. Zhao Aimin saw Qi Hongdo standing at the door reading the telegram, smiling as he approached. Mom, my big niece hasn't been here for many years. Now the older sister says she plans to bring her over. Could it be like those educated youths from the city going to the countryside? Going to the countryside. This was an unavoidable word during this period. Qi Hongdo glanced sideways at the smiling Zhao Aimin, who might have just guessed right. Instead of enjoying good days in the county town, she was sending her young daughter to the countryside, but the telegram didn't clearly say why. It also mentioned that someone needed to go to the county to pick her up. Most likely it was because of the countryside assignment. Usually, people would lower their stance when asking for help, but Zhao Darong, who had been involved with the Revolutionary Committee for many years, clearly had her own motives. She was asking for help but still pretending to be mysterious, never lowering her posture. If the telegram had been received by Grandma Zhao instead of her, she would have been happy. Going to the county town sounded quite grand. But when it reached Zhao Darong, even if she knew the truth, she would still have to accept the granddaughter sent by her eldest daughter. Otherwise, if the granddaughter went to the countryside and someone found out, it would just become gossip. Chi Hongdo shook her head. The hurried tone of the telegram made it clear that the granddaughter going to the countryside was an urgent and sudden matter. Zhao Darong was trying to manipulate her, but she was clearly mistaken. So, in the end, Chi Hongdo burned the telegram in the stove without leaving a trace. As for Zhao Darong, she would surely become anxious when she didn't hear back. But that wasn't her concern anymore. From her last encounter with Zhao Darong, Chi Hongdo knew that her eldest daughter liked to show off and act grand. I'm not sure if it's because at home the elderly lady favored her, or because after getting married she became successful and saw more of her husband, so her gaze easily shows contempt for others. She is proud and aloof, acting as if she is above everyone else. When Chi Hongdo saw Zhao Dazhong like that, she felt goosebumps coming up. So, she decided to stay somewhere cooler. Zhao Dazhong never expected that her telegram would go unanswered. Actually, she wasn't surprised by the lack of reply. Rural folks usually don't think about replying to telegrams. Once they get the message, they just set out immediately. She was counting the days, waiting for her mother to bring her brothers and nephews to visit. She had prepared several drafts on how to persuade her family, but standing at the door, she was eager but couldn't see her family arriving. It's strange. Could it be that her family never received her telegram? Chi Hongdo doesn't think there's anything urgent enough at the request counter to require showing off. When something is truly urgent, you wouldn't cry or make a fuss. You'd at least pretend to be calm. Zhao Dazhong's attitude isn't one of asking for help. What urgent matter could there be? Besides, the current head of the Zhao family is only her. That granddaughter named Du Jian, who wants to become the head of the Zhao family, should just forget it and go to sleep dreaming. Anything can happen in dreams. Chi Hongdo closed the door and entered Fudeju restaurant, ordered a seafood congee and a plate of silver thread rolls, eating happily. As the weather got colder, hearty and tasty hot congee made her face relax and smooth out. Because she diligently takes her health pills every day and regularly gets traditional and Western combined massages, Chi Hongdo feels her body is in excellent shape now. She feels healthier than before, no dizziness, no deafness, no blurry vision. Every morning she wakes up feeling refreshed, without that tired feeling that lingers after waking. After finishing her seafood congee and swallowing the last silver roll, she happily patted her stomach. She felt warm all over. Since she bought a bamboo shell hot water bottle in town last time, she started using it now that it's cold. But with many people in the Zhao family, it doesn't seem enough. In hot weather, drawing water from the well was acceptable, but in cold weather, it's not ideal. Although the well water is warm in winter, drinking it doesn't have much benefit. Furthermore, Chi Hongdo observed that most women in Lao Zhao's family tend to become very weak during their menstrual periods, sometimes showing signs of pain. This issue was especially serious for Zhao Xuehua, who had been frequently giving birth and losing her strength. One day, while working in the fields, she suddenly collapsed. Her face was pale, she trembled uncontrollably, sweat soaked her body, and her consciousness was blurry, frightening everyone around her. Her two granddaughters were so scared by her condition that they burst into tears. Her brothers and nephews carried Zhao Xuehua to see the village doctor, who was barefoot. Although the doctor could tell what was wrong, he had no medicine on hand. Cheaper herbs could be dug up nearby, but expensive medicines like ginseng and deer antler needed to be bought elsewhere. Seeing the doctor's worried expression, Chi Hongdo understood the situation. Zhao Xuehua slowly opened her eyes during a painful spasm. Her vision blurred, and tears of heat rolled down her cheeks, showing her helplessness. Mother, I am unfilial. I've burdened you. Air and I, and sea and I. She thought she might die and wanted to say her last words. But then she remembered her mother raised her, and now she wanted to entrust her daughters to her mother's care. As a daughter, she felt she was useless. Still, she couldn't bear to part with her children. She thought if her mother didn't want to raise them, she could send them to Lao Chen's family. After all, Chen Shulin was their biological father. Although Zhao Xuehuai never relied on Chen Shulin, in this difficult moment, because of her children, she had to believe in him once more. Qi Hongdo heard her mother call out daughter and a faint unfilial daughter, but then she couldn't hear more. It wasn't that her ears suddenly failed. Zhao Xuehua, in her effort to shout loudly, was actually just weakly opening her mouth from her perspective. Rural medical care was really inconvenient, especially in emergencies. While nearby clinics or county hospitals might have solutions, the long, bumpy journey of an hour or more was enough to threaten her life. Qi Hongdo held Zhao Xuehua's hand. She was 30 years old, still very young in her later life. She could feel Zhao Xuehua's desire to live. She wanted to survive, but felt she was about to die soon. Zhao Xuehua felt as if she could already sense her life slipping away. Her vision, which was already blurry, completely darkened, and her consciousness sank into a deep abyss. Zhao Yuanwu and Zhao Yuanshuang stood nearby. Zhao Yuanwu picked up Zhao Xuehua and was about to run outside. The barefoot doctor said that the medicine at the commune's health clinic was better than what he had here. Zhao Yuanshuang glanced at the red beans and waved to Zhao Xuenong, who was on leave and working at home, to find someone to borrow a cart. With wheels, it was definitely faster than walking. Suddenly, chaos broke out. Qi Hongdo called out to Zhao Yuanwu. It was a desperate attempt to find any help. The public health station was far away, and Zhao Xuehua was so weak now that she couldn't handle the jostling. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xuehua and her two daughters were in a small new house. Qi Hongdo ordered her eldest granddaughter to help carry Zhao Xuehua out. She spent 2 mao, a small unit of currency, to buy 2 sets of emergency medicine from the barefoot doctor. Wang Xiaoqiao brewed the medicine and brought it over. "Mother, let me take care of Xuehua." Seeing how Zhao Xuehua looked, Wang Xiaoqiao felt very sad. Her sister-in-law's life was so hard. She had finally come home, but now, if something happened, what would happen to the 2 children? Qi Hongdo waved her hand. "I'll do it. You go and do your work." After dismissing Wang Xiaoqiao, Qi Hongdo began to wake Zhao Xuehua. Zhao Xuehua was still in a faint sleep. Qi Hongdo went to the convenient clinic, followed the expensive but effective prescription from the barefoot doctor, and brewed a batch of medicine. Based on Zhao Xuehua's condition, she consulted with an old Chinese medicine NPC and obtained a bottle of specially formulated energy-boosting pills. The pills were about the size of lotus seeds, shiny and white like jade, looking very high quality. She replaced the brewed herbal soup from the convenient clinic with the medicine Wang Xiaoqiao brought. Qi Hongdo first took a pill and gently placed it into Zhao Xuehua's mouth. Then, when Zhao Xuehua heard her call and opened her eyes, she was asked to drink the medicine. Hearing Qi Hongdo's voice, Zhao Xuehua obediently opened her mouth and took the medicine. Before she realized she was drinking medicine, she had already finished it. "Mother!" Zhao Xuehua, still weak and somewhat confused, called out softly. But then she felt a warm flow slowly spreading from her chest throughout her body. This strange feeling made Zhao Xuehua feel an unreal sense of comfort. It was like being in a dream. Watching Zhao Xuehua, who mumbled a few words and then fell asleep, Qi Hongdo finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was useful. Because of Zhao Xuehua's presence, after Qi Hongdo went to town and returned, she brought back some special medicinal tea. It looked like dark, unremarkable dried leaves, but it was very effective. Of course, there's no need to ask. This medicinal tea was from the big pharmacy at the People's Clinic, so the quality was guaranteed. The tea looks simple, but works well. Besides children, adults can use it, and it can be drunk for a long time. It saves a lot of trouble, making everything easier and more efficient. Seeing the large bag Qi Hongdo carried back, at first glance, it looked like a bunch of weeds and leaves. just some unremarkable herbal tea. Many people in old Zhao's family couldn't help but twitch their mouths in disbelief. How could this be called medicine or tea? It looked so rough that Zhao thought Qi Hongdo had been tricked. The other sons and daughters-in-law also looked suspicious. But in front of Qi Hongdo, they still obediently accepted her care. Originally, Qi Hongdo wanted to remind them to drink hot water and avoid drinking raw water. Now, with this medicinal tea, they could drink it or not. Either way, it was good. It was a perfect solution. But later, they would need to buy more kettles, since so many people in the family only had one kettle, which wasn't enough. Right now, old Zhao's family boiled a big pot of medicinal tea, just boiling it once to serve everyone. It was rough, but everyone could share it. Why hasn't anyone come from your mother's side yet? Du Qianjin knew well what kind of telegram Zhao Darong had sent back. With his vain and cheap-minded mother-in-law, who liked to show off and cut corners, it was impossible for her not to come when her daughter needed her. Du Qianjin was worried that something might go wrong with his daughter going to the countryside, so he urged Zhao Darong to settle things quickly. Her younger sister, Du Wan's, name has already been registered. What are you worried about? Going to the countryside was already decided. No matter how troublesome Du Wan was, she had to go. Du Qianjin was impatient. Look at her. Does she seem like she'd listen obediently? He knew his daughter well. He was just afraid Du Wan would be scared of hardships and cause trouble. So when his wife suggested that her mother bring someone to pick up Du Wan, Du Qianjin agreed, without hesitation. He could give his mother-in-law some benefits, provided she helped keep his daughter calm. It would be best if his daughter didn't suffer going to the countryside, since his wife's family had many brothers and nephews. There was no need for his daughter to work so hard. If they could help out more, Du Wan might not resist going to the countryside so much. That way, he could also save himself a lot of trouble. So, since no one from his wife's family came, he really didn't feel at ease. It was also inconvenient to keep promising his daughter things he couldn't deliver. Du Qianjin had a headache, and Zhao Daliang wasn't doing much better. Although Zhao Daliang always knew her own family couldn't be relied on, she was still annoyed when they let her down at such a critical time. If they don't come tomorrow, I will go back home myself. Zhao Daliang knew waiting around wouldn't help, so she decided to go back to her family to see if they received her telegram or not. Qi Hongdo was very worried, regardless of whether her eldest daughter's house was in trouble or not. She had been quite peaceful these days. Little Nyo was getting better at acting cute, and her face was becoming rounder. When she made her ah sounds, her small voice was soft and adorable, like a kitten. Wherever Qi Hongdo went, little Nyo would follow, and she seemed to have a little tail. Qi Hongdo was gradually used to teasing the little girl now and then. Cats and dogs are cute, but human babies who are soft and obedient are even more charming. She pinched little Nyo's face, smiling as she listened to her daughter-in-law gossiping nearby. Gossiping about neighbors was a skill everyone in the village had. Seeing Kai Wenli talk animatedly, Qi Hongdo knew her daughter-in-law was very good at gossip. Kai Wenli always had the latest news. As soon as she spoke, the other daughters-in-law listened attentively. Even Li Xiaoa, who didn't get along well with Kai Wenli, was listening with interest. Only Wang Xiaochao, who had been in a bad mood lately, seemed distracted while listening. Qi Hongdo listened for a while, then leaned in and asked, "Old Seven's family, do you have any fresh news from the neighboring brigade?"
Tell me.
Neighboring brigade? Kai Wenli wasn't surprised that her mother-in-law suddenly joined the gossip group. She accepted it well, but this topic. Her eyes caught a glimpse of her silent sister-in-law, Wang Xiaochao, and suddenly had a bright idea. "Mom, are you talking about the brigade at the river mouth?" "Mom, whose family do you want to hear about?" Qi Hongdo raised an eyebrow. "From your tone, anyone you want to hear about is fine?"
Kai Wenli sợ mai con phì đèn.
"Mom, I usually chat with quite a few people." The gossip group was quite large, and its power shouldn't be underestimated. "There are some I don't know about, so I'll ask around. Maybe I'll find out." Originally, everyone's entertainment was pretty much non-existent, so wasn't it just about passing time by gossiping with each other? Qi Hongdo, in later generations, gossip bloggers would definitely have a place for you. Keep an eye on old Gu's family. I want to see what tricks they might be up to. Kai Wenli was so clever that Chi Hongdo didn't beat around the bush anymore. Guo Jianjun's plan to marry Zhao Yujin couldn't rely on words alone. If the Guo family is a dangerous trap and Guo Jianjun has no ability to handle it, then even if he tries to force it, Chi Hongdo wouldn't let this marriage happen. Anyway, Zhao Yujin isn't desperate to marry anyone. Chi Hongdo's words made Wang Xiaoqiao, who was feeling a bit down, brighten up. The fun of gossip and rumors is that they can expose some false illusions that seem perfect on the surface. The Zhao family had only seen the obvious side of Guo's family before. When two families get married, they only say good things. But if the other side is just pretending to be good, stepping into that trap would be really disgusting. Kai Wenli was confident she could dig out all the secrets of Guo's family. While Kai Wenli was busy spreading gossip, the first to arrive from Guo's family was the eldest daughter, Zhao Dali, who hadn't been home in a long time. Grandma Motzi was chatting under the big tree at the village entrance when she looked up and saw someone approaching from afar. Her dress and demeanor didn't look like an ordinary person. Squinting her eyes, Grandma Motzi waited for Zhao Dali to come closer. When she finally saw her, she thought, "Isn't that who? Oh, the old Zhao family's eldest daughter really is impressive. They even know how to find their way home. Is that Dali?" Grandma Motzi greeted Zhao Dali. "Hello, Auntie," Zhao Dali responded cheerfully, looking very natural and familiar. As Grandma Motzi talked with Zhao Dali, she also felt strange inside. Had Zhao Dali always been this enthusiastic before? With so many people and eyes in the village, before Zhao Dali even entered the Zhao family's house, Chi Hongdo had already received the news. After Zhao Debao reported everything seriously to Chi Hongdo, he saluted awkwardly, shouting, "Mission accomplished," then ran off. Chi Hongdo. Usually, nothing happens without a reason. Did they really come looking for trouble? When Zhao Aimin heard the news that his eldest sister had returned, he was surprised. His sister was back, and what does she look like again? He couldn't quite remember. Zhao Yuanwen was shocked to hear that his big sister had already arrived at the village entrance. Why did she suddenly come back? Everyone in the family was a bit confused, except for Chi Hongdo, who had picked up some clues and was just waiting for Zhao Dali to come in. Zhao Dali carried a bundle into the old Zhao house, dressed in a proper linen suit, with a short haircut that reached her ears. Although she was the same age as Zhao Yuanwen, she looked much more energetic and younger. When she stood at the door, Zhao Yuanwen opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. It had been many years since they last saw each other, and even siblings felt a little unfamiliar. "Big sister, you're back." Zhao Yuanwen finally spoke after a long while. Zhao Dali called out, "Brother." Everyone in the old Zhao house came out to see Zhao Dali, while Zhao Dali looked around at the newly renovated house, noticing the two new rooms beside the old house. Built new houses? For which younger brother? After a moment, she saw her youngest brother come out of one of the new rooms. The old house had been repaired. She could tell. She didn't expect new houses had been built too. The house was much more spacious, and it looked brighter inside. There was even a stone path leading to the front door, so it wouldn't be muddy when it rained. Zhao Dali's mind raced with many thoughts. Seeing so many changes at her family home, she didn't feel much emotion, but she thought that placing her youngest daughter at her parents' house was truly the best choice. She had worried before that if her family was too crowded and there was no space, her daughter might have to stay in the collective dormitory at the youth commune. But now, she didn't need to worry about that anymore. "Mom, your daughter has come back to see you," she said happily, her voice especially lively when calling Chi Hongdo. Everyone in the house, old and young, was drawn by Zhao Dali's arrival. Right now, most people were busy inside doing carpentry work or helping Zhao Yuanquan with chores. Zhao Weigua hadn't come out yet. Even little Nyonya was sitting on her father's shoulder, staring with big, black, grape-like eyes. She hadn't seen many new faces before. Nyonya blinked her big eyes, curious about everything new. Chi Hongdo remained calm and said softly, "Oh, you're here." Her reaction was different from what she had expected from her mother, but Zhao Dali paused for a moment, then greeted everyone with more enthusiasm and turned to hand her bundle to Hongdo. Mom, I missed you too. I came back especially to see you. Is your health good? When did the house get built? Is Aimin getting married? By the way, Mother, a few days ago I sent a telegram to the family. Did you receive it? Zhao Darong smiled happily, speaking one sentence after another, her voice full of warmth and enthusiasm. Chi Hongdo lifted her eyelids and saw everyone inside and outside the house looking at them eagerly. She felt like the chair under her had become the center of a stage. The last time she went to borrow money from you, it was to build the house. You didn't give much money, but I earned enough face outside. I told everyone that my eldest daughter was filial. This time, I put in a lot of effort to build the house. Hearing this, Zhao Darong couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, as if there was some truth to it. But she only thought it was just an excuse from her family to ask for help. Chi Hongdo ignored Zhao Darong's changing expression and continued, "Is she truly filial, or just pretending? We are mother and daughter, and others don't know the truth. What do you think yourself?" Zhao Darong, "Mother, you're saying that? Of course I am truly filial to you. Look at the bundle I gave you. It's full of good things." Chi Hongdo didn't look at the bundle but stared into her eyes and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" The rest of the family gradually left the room, giving mother and daughter space to talk. Chi Hongdo also wanted to know what Zhao Darong planned to say to convince her. "Mother." Outside, the brothers looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Li Xiaoa poked her husband. "Big sister really is extraordinary, definitely a city girl. In the past, it was hard to see her even once a year, so what is she here for now? I wonder how big sister is doing in the county. Her clothes are spotless, not a single patch." Li Xiaoa looked at her with clear envy and jealousy. Zhao Yuanshuang also envied her, but he didn't have his sister's talent or opportunity. "Do you think we can also benefit from big sister's good fortune? When can we live the same life as her?" Li Xiaoa was still guessing what was inside the package Zhao Darong brought. If she weren't afraid of upsetting Chi Hongdo, she might have rushed inside to grab it herself. Just as Li Xiaoa was daydreaming, Zhao Darong came out of the house. She had been scolded by Chi Hongdo and felt a bit lost, but she still smiled happily in front of her brothers and sisters-in-law. She greeted the children at home, saw Daba and Erbao, and even took out candies from her pocket to give to them. Zhao Yuanwen and his brothers were a bit confused. The eldest sister asked, "What are you all here for?" Given Zhao Darong's status in her own family, she wouldn't have come out just after a short conversation with her mother. Zhao Darong was the one who sneaked out. In front of others, she couldn't admit she had been scolded, so she just kept chatting politely with the other family members. She asked how her younger brothers and sisters were doing, praised Bao and Bao for being healthy, and inquired when Zhao Aimin would get married. "Xuehua, why did you come back?" Zhao Darong was surprised to see Zhao Xuehua working with her two daughters. Zhao Xuehua felt a bit awkward, but still told her older sister about her divorce. Usually, if someone like Zhao Xuehua was in this situation, people might gossip about her, but they wouldn't treat her kindly. Even relatives, without Chi Hongdo's support, might not be so kind to her at home. But after hearing Zhao Xuehua, Zhao Darong didn't judge who was right or wrong. Instead, she asked how many things she brought back from old Chen's house.
You're so stupid.
"If I were you, I'd hold Xiaobing in your hand. Later, if you want gold and silver, Chen Shulin will agree." Although old Chen's family couldn't afford mountains of gold and silver, Zhao Darong thought Zhao Xuehua had suffered a lot. She had 5 children and had worked hard for old Chen's family for many years, so her requests were reasonable. Zhao Xuehua was touched by her older sister's concern but felt helpless and speechless. Her older sister was more than 10 years older, and when they were young, their mother couldn't take care of all of them. Zhao Xuehua had always followed her sister closely. Her sister was clever and capable from a young age, much stronger than her. Because of this, she naturally feared her older sister. Zhao Darong took her 2 nieces and gently touched their faces and arms, then took out some candies from her pocket and gave them to the girls. Of course, she gave fewer candies to Didi and Si than to Bao and Bao. She valued her son not only because she cared about him, but also because she cared about her siblings' children. But if you really think about it, what Zhao Darong cares about most isn't her son. For Zhao Darong, family ties are not as important as money. What she cares about most is not people but money. Before this movement started, her main source of income was lending money. No matter the era, there are always people who make a living this way, killing, arson, and even lending money. Everyone knows these jobs are profitable, but most men lack the courage or the way to get involved. Only Zhao Darong dares to do so. The brave may starve, but the timid will die of hunger. This is what Zhao Darong says to her husband. If you have money, you should earn it, especially since she is capable of making that money. If she has the ability, why not earn it? So, Du Qianjin can't have any trouble. He's Zhao Darong's biggest asset for making money. That's why Duan must go to the countryside to silence others. Today, her goal is to achieve her purpose at her parents' home. Zhao Darong has a fierce aura. Qi Hongdo feels it. She wonders how her mother-in-law's daughter grew up this way. She pretends to be obedient, but secretly insults her. When she's angry, she only then admits she should go home. When she's not, she acts as if her family doesn't exist. Zhao Darong's face remains smiling throughout, never changing. She even agrees with Qi Hongdo, saying, "Mother, you're right. It's the daughter's fault." Honestly, Qi Hongdo's skin crawls at this. Slandering someone like this doesn't bring any real relief. To get what she wants done, Zhao Darong can feel like a piece of sticky plaster, persistent and unyielding. Zhao Darong chats with the others from the Zhao family, with a purpose. After a while, she learns more about the family situation. If she had still been thinking about how to handle Qi Hongdo's insults, it would have been difficult, especially since the old lady seems to have taken a dislike to her. But after talking to her younger sister, Zhao Darong comes up with a new plan. She approaches Qi Hongdo again, speaking carefully, one sentence after another. Seeing that the package she handed over hasn't been opened, Zhao Darong opens it herself and shows Qi Hongdo. Inside is a new indigo-colored dress without patches, a pair of cloth shoes with thick soles, a bag of milk powder, and a small oil paper package. When opened, it reveals a pair of silver earrings and 2 small silver hoops, quietly shining with a beautiful glow. Each item touches Zhao Darong's heart deeply. Both appearance and substance are complete. If the person sitting in front of Zhao Darong wasn't Qi Hongdo, this matter would already be settled. Qi Hongdo has no doubt about that. Neither the clothes, the milk powder, nor the earrings are things Zhao Lao Tai would normally buy for herself. Try on these clothes and shoes, see if they fit. If not, I'll take them back to have someone alter them. Also, this milk powder was issued by the unit where Qianjin works. It's just a small bag, costing 7 or 8 yuan. Would you like to try some? Oh, and I'll put on these earrings for you to see. Qi Hongdo didn't speak, but Zhao Daliang could handle the show on her own. Indeed, a big effort. Qi Hongdo didn't move. She signaled Zhao Daliang to sit down. I'll ask you one question. If you don't tell the truth, you can take all these things and leave. Zhao Daliang slowly sat down. Mother, you ask. Did you and your husband cause trouble? It's just a simple trip to the countryside. No need for Zhao Daliang to act so earnestly. Qi Hongdo hit the point directly. Zhao Daliang always told half-truths, but now, looking into Qi Hongdo's eyes, her words couldn't quite reach her. It's not just about the issue with Du Qianjin being reported and targeted. Her carefully hidden business also seems to be under scrutiny. Sending her younger daughter to the countryside was a helpless move, but it was also a good idea. Zhao Daliang wanted to leave herself a backup plan. Of course, she knew she had always been indifferent to her family back home, which is why she spent so much to bring these good things, hoping to please her mother first. She understood that her mother was the head of the family. As long as her mother was happy, everything else could be discussed. Mother, I think my younger brother and my cousins are quite capable. Working on the farm at home is a pity. I know a director at the post office. He said they will be hiring soon. What do you think? Should our family send a couple of people to apply? Zhao Daliang spoke slowly, as if casually. She saw that her mother didn't seem moved by what she said, so she quickly mentioned Zhao Aimin and her cousins. People working hard in the fields, facing the earth every day, how could they know about job openings so quickly? Even if they did, they might not find a way to sign up. Sometimes, because of this unfairness, many people are stuck in one place their whole lives. Chi Hongdo slowly looked up. Zhao Daliang offered an attractive condition, but she was the ultimate beneficiary. In later generations, postal workers were considered hard jobs with few benefits, but at this time, being a postal worker was a stable, secure job. For the Zhao family, this was a huge gift from heaven. It was a proper and decent job. Zhao Darong was clever because she didn't say this outside, but only told Chi Hongdo when they were alone. She couldn't please the whole family, only the one with the most influence. But if Chi Hongdo and she had a falling out, she could then share the job opportunity and perhaps express regret that they had to listen to Chi Hongdo to earn work points, missing out on such a great chance. This was like holding a shiny double-edged sword. Whether things worked out or not, the Zhao family would know that Zhao Darong had this ability and maybe still had such opportunities. Just taking care of a young girl could lead to a job. Who wouldn't want that? For ordinary people, this was a chance to change their fate. Chi Hongdo asked, "Can you guarantee this job will go to our family?" She was very good at making false promises. Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Darong with doubt. Zhao Darong's habit was to be cautious. "Mother, the opportunity is there, but to get the job, you still have to take an exam." Illiterate people and lazy folks with low motivation are the first to be passed over. It means they still have to try hard themselves. She could only offer the chance. She was old, full of tricks, and not honest about anything. Chi Hongdo was convinced. Zhao Darong shared a bed with her younger sister at old Zhao's house and left early the next morning. As soon as she left, the old Zhao family went into chaos. Her sons and daughters-in-law's eyes shone brighter than lanterns. A job opportunity. Who would get it? Zhao Aimin was also excited. Did this mean he might accidentally become a city person? The grandchildren's heads turned like sunflowers following Chi Hongdo's movements, all in the same direction. Chi Hongdo said, "Let's not talk about who might pass the exam. Just about doing this job, your health needs to be good, you need to be literate and smart and careful. When you go, you won't be sitting in an office drinking tea. You'll be outside, exposed to the sun and rain. It's hard work too. Do you think you can do it?" Honestly, with the current transportation, being a courier is very tough. Zhao Shengnan nodded desperately. He is not afraid of hard work, but he worries that working in the fields all year might not be enough to support himself and his wife and daughter, leaving them hungry. Zhao Shengdong hesitated a little. He follows Zhao Yuanwen, a traditional old farmer. He is good at tending crops, but he is not very skilled at other tasks. Jiang Huifeng is about to pinch Zhao Baojia's arm until it turns purple, eager to push him to fight for this job opportunity. What could be more reassuring than getting paid at the end of the month? Zhao Weiguo looks down at the ground. He was already quiet, and now he is even more silent. Kai Wenli is very excited. Her son, Zhao Heping, is still young and might not compete well against his cousins, but her husband is still young. Maybe he can try for the job too? She looks at Chi Hongdo with eager eyes, never blinking. Zhao Aimin feels. This job seemed very appealing at first, but now, after hearing his mother's words, it doesn't seem so attractive anymore. He feels he might not be able to handle the hardship and hesitates. Old Liu and his wife look at each other, feeling uneasy. They really want this job, but given their status in their mother's heart and competing with their young, strong nephews, it might be too difficult. Chi Hongdo, anyone who wants to try, step forward one step. Zhao Shengnan was the first to step out, followed by Zhao Baojia, pushed forward by his wife, hesitant Zhao Shengdong, Zhao Aimin who was trembling inside, and finally Zhao Weiguo who caught up last. Chi Hongdo doesn't bother with assignments or lotteries. She looks at these young men and women, understanding their strong desire for the job. But as she always says, not everyone can pass the exam. She looks at the others. Is there anyone else who wants to take the test? Zhao Yuanquan lowers his head and touches his nose after being scolded by his wife. She's busy running around delivering mail bags, and he'd rather be kept at home punished with making 100 pieces of furniture. Besides, Zhao Yuanquan always saw himself as transparent in the Zhao family. His presence was not very noticeable. He doesn't want to compete with his younger brother and nephews for this. And another thing, with his health, he can't run around delivering mailbags all day. With a new referral letter from the team leader, Chi Hongdo takes Zhao Aimin and his 4 grandsons to the county town. Since they have this opportunity and are willing, Chi Hongdo doesn't want to cause trouble at home or create conflicts. The task of elimination will be left to the exam. This way, it also prevents any resentment from those who might fail later. Zhao Darong told Chi Hongdo the location of the recruitment exam. Chi Hongdo didn't hesitate with Zhao Darong and went straight to Zhao Darong's house in the county town. She sat at home drinking water to relax, while Zhao Darong arranged the exam registration. Since the registration process takes more than a day, they plan to stay in the county for 2 days. Zhao Darong was prepared for a big expense, but didn't expect her mother to suggest staying at a guest house and paying for it herself. Of course, Chi Hongdo wasn't crazy. She wouldn't give up her luxurious big bed in her villa just to squeeze into the same bed with her daughter. And with the whole family living together, her eldest son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, they were all noisy. Chi Hongdo preferred to spend money on peace and quiet. As for the grandchildren and her younger son, she left them to Zhao Darong to handle. It wasn't always so troublesome. This was just a rare occasion, and she accepted it since she caused it herself. The young men went without beds, sleeping on the floor. Du Pengcheng couldn't bring his family, which was inconvenient, but Du Wanli could spare half a room. Still, with 4 cousins and a little uncle arriving, it was too crowded. Zhao Aimin was shameless and overly familiar. The older nephews didn't want to squeeze into one bed with Du Wanli, but he didn't mind. At night, he turned over and pulled all the blankets off Du Wanli, who was woken up cold in the middle of the night. Since Zhao Aimin was too sleepy to wake, Du Wanli had to rummage through the wardrobe to find a thick military coat to cover himself and continue sleeping. Although Chi Hongdo decided to stay elsewhere, she firmly told her eldest daughter and son-in-law, "Sorry for the trouble at home. I'll try to save you some effort. The young men can sleep on the floor, they won't mind. If you need them to do something, just ask." Hearing this, the neighbor next door came over to listen, and Du Qianjin looked a bit embarrassed. It was surprising that his mother-in-law was so reasonable. People might think he disliked his mother-in-law. They didn't meet often, and now that she came by chance, he didn't want to seem cold or indifferent. Feeling the curious looks from the neighbors, Du Qianjin took some money from his pocket and pressed it into Chi Hongdo's hand. "Mom, I still have work to do, so I can't stay. Here's some money. Buy whatever you want to eat." Chi Hongdo. "Oh, this can't be right. It's not easy to support a family. I was just thinking about eating meat, but I can't use your meat coupon." "Oh, look, no meat coupon, perfect, that saves me some trouble." Du Qianjin didn't expect the coupon to cause trouble. He quickly stopped Chi Hongdo's words and felt around in both pockets, then checked his jacket pocket and finally his pants pocket, pulling out 2 meat coupons. "Mom, here are the meat coupons. You can take them to eat." Zhao Darong didn't expect her mother to become so clever at sneaking things. She thought the old lady had really changed her ways, but it seems she was mistaken. Chi Hongdo stored the coupons away. No need to give away something for nothing. She and Zhao Darong had agreed that Du Wan, with her temper, would be hard to handle. When she became a young worker at Hongqi Brigade, she could look after her as her granddaughter, but she couldn't bring her to live at old Zhao's house right away. First, let Du Wan stay in the collective dormitory. When the time is right, then she can move to old Zhao's house. Zhao Darong initially wanted to disagree, but seeing Chi Hongdo's firm attitude, she could only nod in agreement. Chi Hongdo didn't want to stay at Zhao Darong's house, feeling too restricted. Her younger son and grandson were busy with exams. She held her son-in-law's money for food and went to the county supply and marketing cooperative. Visiting the county was not easy, so she wanted to look around properly. Because she planned to buy several hot water bottles, she didn't have enough industrial coupons, so Chi Hongdo asked Zhao Darong for some. Her daughter and son-in-law weren't using the coupons, so why waste them? Besides, with their cleverness, she doubted they would be willing to part with more. Sure enough, as soon as she asked, Zhao Darong happily gave her some. Chi Hongdo's pockets were bulging with money and coupons. When she showed them, anyone would envy this well-off little old lady. But she didn't say anything. No one knew that her clothes were still patched. She also pretended to be poor in front of Zhao Darong and her husband. She said her family had spent all their money building a house and still owed some. She got choked up and looked exhausted by her age, appearing very worn out. She understood that meat should be cooked thoroughly. At the supply and marketing cooperative, there was a long line with people pushing and talking everywhere. Little sister, what good things do you have today? Sometimes, the cooperative sold popular items on specific days. So many people queued up. If you arrived late, you wouldn't get anything. Chi Hongdo, with a face that looked very harmless like a little old lady, was talking to the young daughter-in-law standing in front of her. Ma'am, you don't know. Today, the supply and marketing cooperative received a new batch of large floral bed sheets from the bedding factory. They're so beautiful. They used to only be sold in the city, but this month, our local cooperative finally has some for sale. Resources are always tight, and good things are hard to come by. Bright colors are especially precious during times like this. Chi Hongdo doesn't lack these items. She can order plenty from the cat tailor shop. Still, she was touched by the excited, longing smile on the young daughter-in-law's face. Since she was here to buy something, she might as well wait in line. While waiting, they chatted briefly and quickly became familiar with each other. The young daughter-in-law was only about 20, very young, recently married, and had no children yet. When she married, her mother promised to give her 2 quilts as dowry. But because she couldn't find red floral bed sheets and quilt covers, she had to settle for black and gray colors. She felt a little disappointed inside. So, when she heard that the cooperative was selling red large floral bed sheets, she happily came to queue. The bedding factory was a large one in Qingyan City, producing a lot, but the supplies were rationed and sold in quotas, making them rare even in nearby towns. If only I had a relative working at the bedding factory, maybe it wouldn't be so hard to buy a sheet, the daughter-in-law complained to Chi Hongdo. People living in the countryside envied those in towns, and those in towns envied those in the city. For her, queuing for these sought-after sheets was a sweet frustration. If she lived in the city, she wouldn't have to wait in such a long line. But for rural folks, they probably never even heard of such beautiful things. That's why so many people long to move to the city. In small details, the difference between their worlds is huge. As Chi Hongdo moved forward in line, she saw a tobacco stall where a male clerk, discreetly hiding money in his sleeve, happily took out 2 packs of expensive cigarettes, nodding along with the daughter-in-law's words. It's okay, your wallet just needs to be full. You have to get a little of both. Only then can good things be yours. Hey, what are you doing? Young man, why are you rushing ahead? Can my old bones handle being bumped like that? While they were standing in line, the neighboring lines suddenly got noisy. Chi Hongdo and the little older sister beside her looked over, hands in their sleeves, to see what was happening. A young man with a bright red face was scolded by an older woman who was shouting at him from the front. He didn't cut in line. The woman was the one who was angry at him for cutting. But this young man, in his rush, lost his words and stammered before he could explain himself. He looked guilty. The woman easily handled this young man like a little chick. She glanced at the counter, noticing her items were almost sold out, and without hesitation, she reached out and tapped the arm of the person standing in front of her. Young man, I have many children at home. We don't get to enjoy sweets often all year. Please be kind and let me buy some first. In front of the counter were expensive milk candies, which were rare and hard to find. People with big families who could afford it bought these candies to show respect. A big sister, watching the scene with Chi Hongdo, whispered, "Most likely, this older woman will succeed in cutting in line again." Most young people are shy, especially when they meet confident men who like to show off. Looking at the young man's back, he stood straight and proper. When he turned his head, His face was full of strong features, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a brave look. The woman's eyes lit up. "Young man, what do you do for work? Are you married? Maybe I can introduce someone to you." Chi Hongdo was surprised. "Is that even possible?" The big sister looked on, noting that the young man seemed a bit handsome and shy. Though his skin was darker, he looked strong. This sudden and awkward turn of events surprised not only Chi Hongdo, but also others watching the small scene. But it's understandable why the woman suddenly got so excited. This young man looked very likable. His tall, straight posture, friendly face, and impressive presence made him look like the ideal son-in-law in many mothers' eyes. Everyone thought that with such a confident look, he would happily agree to give way to the woman and show off his style. But instead, this seemingly generous young man looked at her, smiled, and said, "Comrade, please follow the rules and queue properly." It's not easy for everyone to come to the supply and marketing cooperative at the end of the year. Cutting in line just because you can talk casually isn't fair to other comrades. The woman was stunned. She thought this young man, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked like a good person and might even be the type to promote kindness. But he had just shut her down. And, despite her age, she believed in respecting the elderly and caring for the young. She wasn't expecting to be treated this way. The young man saw that the older woman didn't step back, so he gently pushed her with his hand. It looked like he used no strength, but he actually caused her to leave the line. "Comrade, cutting in line is not good, and please don't disturb others who are shopping. If you want something, please wait your turn and follow the rules." The older woman was angry and was about to roll up her sleeves to argue with the young man, but just then, the clerk called out, "Only 3 pounds of milk candies left." Suddenly, the line surged forward like a wave, and the older woman was pushed out completely. It was impossible for her to squeeze back in. There was not even a to slip into. This small incident didn't bother Chi Hongdo much. She just saw it as a little bit of excitement while shopping and quickly turned away. Meanwhile, Guo Jianjun, who had bought candies and other things, let out a long sigh after leaving the busy supply and marketing cooperative. He was about to get married soon and needed to prepare more things. He didn't expect much from his family at home. He just hoped that when he went back to Hongqi Brigade, things would go smoothly. Guo Jianjun's exact return time to his home was unknown to his family. After he came back, he didn't go straight home, but stayed temporarily at a comrade's place in the county. Although everyone now admired the green military uniform, Guo Jianjun didn't wear his uniform when he went out. Wearing it was a source of pride, but more often, it was a burden. If he had worn his uniform during the situation at the supply and marketing cooperative, he would have to uphold the style, whether he truly waited in line for a long time or not, because he was serving the people. Guo Jianjun joined the army not out of any deep belief or longing. It was mainly to secure a future for himself, aiming for a stable job in the military. He left home at 19, at an age when he needed enough food to grow taller. As the third child in a family that didn't think highly of him, he knew he had to find a way, or he would drift through life aimlessly. So, Guo Jianjun left. As a soldier, he received a stipend, 6 yuan a month in the first year. Before the money even warmed his hands, he received a letter from home asking for money. They wanted him to send as much as he could back. He sent 5 yuan back home. From then on, his stipend became a financial lifeline for his family, with only money sent home, not money kept for himself. Letters demanding money became stones falling on him from above. Clothes got torn or thin, shoes cracked, he was injured or frostbitten. These things were never something the Guo family cared about. But Guo Jianjun still faithfully sent money home every month. Usually, he kept 1 yuan for himself out of 5, but sometimes when his family urged him, he sent all the money back, not keeping a single penny. Over time, his comrades noticed that this young Guo was quite honest and sincere. How could a child be so honest? The army was tough, and his family needed to be cared for, but Guo Jianjun kept sending money and tickets with no return, which made people feel sad. If he truly cared about his child, he could at least send some things or say a kind word. At first, the letters from the Guo family were carefully worded, But later they just said plainly and coldly, sending money. There were no secrets in the army. Gradually, more people learned about Guo Jianjun's situation. The leaders found out, and it was quite uncomfortable to hear. Everyone cares about their soldiers. A soldier with good skills under their command was treated like a little poor thing. At first, they just listened, but as Guo Jianjun's performance improved and became more outstanding, the leaders couldn't help but feel uneasy. They thought, at least he could spend some money on himself. Soldiers are people too, with flesh and blood. His shoes were worn so thin that his soles were visible. How could he wear them? Even during training, this affected him. Look at his hands, frostbite, cracked and bleeding, yet he didn't even put on some ointment. Buying a few cents worth of ointment shouldn't be a problem. The leaders couldn't stand it anymore. They wiped their faces and pulled Guo Jianjun aside, speaking earnestly. Guo's family was definitely not at fault, but as a soldier, he was someone who protected the country. If he couldn't even take care of himself, how could he do great things? Guo Jianjun nodded honestly. A soldier's duty was to obey. Later, when his allowance increased the second year, he wrote home that he could only send 4 yuan a month now. In his letter, he complained that he was unfilial and not capable, and he promised to work harder in the army. Actually, the allowance only increased by 1 yuan that year, but from then on, Guo Jianjun only sent 4 yuan each month, fixed and unchanged, with some deductions from his receipts. By the third year, he was no longer a new recruit, and his allowance increased again, but he still didn't send more money home. His family was unhappy, but the mountains and rivers were far apart, and they couldn't argue. Plus, 4 yuan was quite a lot. They just accepted it. As for Guo Jianjun, was he really honest and sincere? Of course not. Guo Jianjun has a trustworthy appearance that makes people believe in him, but in reality, he is quite complicated inside. He is very clever, so when his family sent him a letter asking him to come home for the new year and meet his sister-in-law's cousin for a marriage match, he realized that the original marriage plans with the Zhao family might change. That's why he sent a telegram to the Zhao family. Guo Jianjun didn't expect his first match to be with someone like Zhao Yujie. Some people are hard to understand how they make you feel. But at first sight, he felt warm inside, as if his sight was taken away, and he kept thinking about that person. Maybe this is love, or just a flutter of the heart. Guo Jianjun couldn't explain it, but he knew he wanted to marry this girl and not miss the chance. That was enough for him. So, he wouldn't accept any other arranged marriage his family tried to set up. He was determined to marry Zhao Yujie. Qi Hongdou saw the famous state-run restaurant in the county. There were no signs saying no hitting customers without reason, but the man at the window collecting tickets definitely wouldn't smile and say enjoy your meal. Qi Hongdou carried 2 new bamboo-covered water bottles and looked at the menu written on the blackboard with chalk. Fresh meat small wontons 5 cents, /2 liang of grain tickets, shredded meat noodles 18 cents, /3 liang of grain tickets, baked flatbread 4 cents, /2 liang of grain tickets, braised fish 36 cents. Qi Hongdou was hungry. After reading the blackboard, she quickly paid and bought a bowl of wontons. She didn't want to trigger the Windows NPC patience meter and start a water fight. Isn't it nice to eat peacefully? Yes, it's very tasty. Nowadays, only those who have connections can become chefs. Usually they are quite skilled. A bowl of wontons with a drop of fragrant oil, some translucent small shrimp, and chopped green onions, served in a plain blue-edged porcelain bowl, looked even better. Qi Hongdou took a bite and squinted. It was a bit hot, but the filling was fresh, the wonton wrapper smooth and chewy, and the broth delicious. One bite made her eager for the next. It smelled so good. Eating alone in a restaurant is such a joy. Zhao Xiangnan and Zhao Aimin came out looking for Qi Hongdou. They originally went to the guest house to find her, but came up empty. Why is that little old lady so free? Zhao Aimin was not interested in the postal job exam. Instead, he thought since they were in the county, maybe he could go shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative with his mother. Maybe he could buy something nice.
This was a rare good chance.
Originally, Zhao Aimin planned this, But when he found out his mother was not at the guest house, he immediately turned to his big nephew and was sure of one thing: go to the supply and marketing cooperative. His mother and he shared a special connection. She probably went there first. Happy, Zhao Aimin took his somewhat unsure big nephew and went to look for her. Passing by the state-run restaurant, Zhao Aimin stopped, felt his pocket, and then swallowed hard. Once we find Mom, we'll go eat out,
he said.
He saw his brother-in-law give money to his mother. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Aimin saw a cheerful little old lady carrying a hot water bottle come out of the restaurant. Zhao Aimin? Zhao Xiangnan. Qi Hongdo also saw Zhao Aimin and Zhao Xiangnan. There was no way to ignore them. They were standing at the restaurant entrance, staring with big, bright eyes like light bulbs. They were very noticeable. Qi Hongdo took the initiative. You didn't see me carrying things?
Come help me out.
She held a basket in one hand and 2 hot water bottles in the other, looking full. Hearing Qi Hongdo, Zhao Aimin suddenly woke up.
Mom.
Zhao Xiangnan was more straightforward than Zhao Aimin. He called Nai and went over to take the things from Qi Hongdo. Mom, what did you eat inside? I want some too. Hey, why are you pinching me? Zhao Xiangnan turned his face, trying not to laugh. His little uncle's grimacing face was both pitiful and funny. Qi Hongdo, hee, if I don't pinch you, I'll be rushing inside later to order a full banquet. I bought baked flatbreads. We'll share them when we get back.
She was used to this.
She hadn't forgotten that ever since she mentioned how hard the postman's job was, Zhao Aimin started to back out. It seemed Zhao Aimin came to the county just to eat and drink for free, which made her happy. Now, they wanted to go to a restaurant again. Ha, dream on. Besides, she had 3 grandchildren waiting at home. She'd just take these 2 to eat. If others wanted to eat, what then? Wouldn't that be sour? So, instead of worrying later, she might as well enjoy herself now. And she hadn't been unfair to them. When they returned to the guest house, Qi Hongdo opened the basket, revealing a stack of preserved vegetable-baked flatbreads and a stack of sugar-baked flatbreads. Seeing these, Zhao Aimin, who had been crying all the way, suddenly stopped crying and became excited. Zhao Xiangnan also couldn't help but swallow hard. Qi Hongdo sent 2 pictures herself, and the remaining 3 were taken back by Zhao Xiangnan and Zhao Aimin to share. As for the 3 grandchildren, Qi Hongdo just gave a little thought and let Zhao Xiangnan take one of the preserved vegetable buns home. Really good things. Even the picky Du Yuan didn't refuse to eat. Du Wanli cheered him on. Thank you, mother-in-law and little uncle. Will you come over for dinner tonight? Should I go pick you up? Du Wan was eating her bun, pretending not to care, but secretly listening to Zhao Aimin and her 2 brothers talking. When someone looked over, she immediately acted as if she wasn't very interested and sat there. After a while, she went back to her room. She already knew her name had been reported. It was a decision made by her parents, and resisting was useless. She felt very unhappy inside, but she still started to plan for herself. Du Yuan, who had never been to the Red Flag Brigade, leaned against her bed. She couldn't eat the bun anymore, clutching her pillow and pouting. She heard that there were many people at her mother-in-law's house. Would she have a place to stay if she went? Being a sent-down youth meant doing farm work, which would be very hard. If she couldn't do the work, would she be bullied? The more she thought about it, the more miserable she felt. Why wasn't Du Wanli allowed to go? It was just favoritism. Du Yuan sat in her messy room, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Daliang and Qi Hongdo sat facing each other, waiting for their exam results the next day. Her personality is like that. If you treat her too well at first, she won't know what's good for her. So, I still think we should put her at the youth farm to toughen her up. Don't rush to speak. She sees me as her mother-in-law, and you can see that too. The son-in-law is here. I won't say anything more unpleasant. After all, she's your own daughter, and if you want her to suffer less, you need to teach her well. Otherwise, if you don't teach her, someone else will when she leaves home. Zhao Daliang and Du Qianjin were speechless. They couldn't win against Qi Hongdo, so they finally accepted her plan. Just don't forget to take care of Du Yuan, and that's enough. She's family. Mother, Xiangnan, and Weiguo got accepted. What do you plan to do? Should we let Imin stay? Or should Xiangnan and Weigua decide who keeps the spot? It was no secret that the mother favored her younger brother. Zhao Daoyang thought he knew her well in this matter and offered some advice. Honestly, Zhao Imin, who took the job exam, knew she had to participate. But she didn't expect Qi Hongdo to bring all 4 nephews along. She also didn't expect that among these people, someone might actually pass the exam. To be honest, Zhao Daoyang was very surprised. Although this time the postal worker position was arranged in the countryside for running errands, it was still a job. Some people disliked the hard work, but no one disliked having a job. Maybe because many people were recruited this time, the requirements were relaxed a bit, giving Zhao Xiangnan and Zhao Weigua this opportunity. Whoever passes goes. Why bother with these useless things? Complaining about the heavens, the ancestors, is pointless. It's better to look in the mirror and see if you're qualified. Qi Hongdo immediately refused Zhao Daoyang's attitude, saying, "Mother, are you really not going to let Imin go to work?" Zhao Daoyang thought the old lady was serious about changing her grandson's job. She felt a bit embarrassed and planned to speak for her grandson if he couldn't speak up himself. Qi Hongdo chuckled. Being a postal worker takes effort. You need to be careful and willing to work hard. If you ask your younger brother to go, can he handle it? Zhao Daoyang was surprised. Is the old lady serious? Of course she was serious. She believed in working based on ability. When Qi Hongdo left, her basket and bundle were full. When she returned, her load doubled, and her eldest grandson was also carrying many things. She bought some miscellaneous items that were hard to find in town, all that she could buy in the county. She didn't mind spending her son-in-law's money. She also packed a big bag of dried food for Zhao Weigua and the others to carry back. The team leader received a thank-you gift of a baked cake and almost couldn't close his jaw. Compared to Qi Hongdo's generous gesture, what surprised him even more was that the Zhao family was about to have 2 postal workers, paid monthly. The team leader was so excited he almost forgot to eat and wanted to ask Qi Hongdo if such opportunities still existed. The Zhao family was really living a good life now. He had seen Zhao Daoyang's telegram, thinking it was some trouble his eldest daughter needed her family to handle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to bring someone to the county. But unexpectedly, instead of trouble, they found happiness, a real blessing. The team leader was so excited he rubbed his hands and decided he must find a chance to chat with this old lady. He wanted to learn something from her. Such exciting news made even the team leader very happy, not to mention the Zhao family. Wang Xiaochao and Jiang Yiyun were both very emotional, one crying tears of excitement, the other shocked and questioning life. Both daughters-in-law thought they might have a chance, but they believed it was meant for their younger brother-in-law. They didn't think it would come to their own sons. When they went to the county, they just saw it as their sons accompanying the elderly lady to deliver things and a chance to see the world. Li Xiao was holding her man and felt she wasn't good enough anymore. Her jealous eyes almost turned green. She wished Zhao Xuanong would grow up a few years quickly so he could get a job. Kai Wenli was also very jealous, but she looked at her husband who refused to go far away and then at their 2 mischievous twin children. Both of them were so clueless that she quietly gave up hope. It was like pouring water into hot oil. Hiss, hiss, the sound kept coming non-stop. Everyone going to the county except Qi Hongdo was being questioned about everything, how the county was, how wealthy the eldest aunt's family was, what people ate in the county, how exams were taken. The focus was on Zhao Xiangnan and Zhao Weigua, who passed the exam. Did they really get jobs? How much salary did they get? What exactly were they doing? The 2 who passed looked excited and proud. The 3 who didn't make it, Zhao Imin, didn't feel much. Zhao Xiangdong, though jealous, knew he had been working in the fields for years and had already given up on learning new words. He hadn't even filled out his exam paper properly, so he knew he probably wouldn't pass. Zhao Baojia didn't pass either, but when he saw his younger brother Zhao Weigua get in, he was happy for him. Only his wife, Jiang Huifang, was upset and disappointed. Why is Weigua better than you? How come he can pass but you can't? Zhao Baojia said, Honey, don't be angry. If I get another chance, I'll work hard for it. Zhao Baojia was a person who didn't mind hardships. If he didn't pass, he didn't mind. He couldn't compete with his own brother anyway. But he saw that Jiang Huifang was genuinely upset about missing a good opportunity, so he stayed respectful. Jiang Huifang thought her husband could be frustrating sometimes, but at least this time, he didn't make her more angry or act out of place. And everyone was given the same chance to take the exam. Her brother-in-law passed based on his own ability. Besides feeling regretful about missing a good opportunity, she didn't have many other thoughts. But next time, if there's a chance, they really think it's like a pie falling from the sky, but it's only because Annie and Grandma communicated that they got this chance. Otherwise, even if they wanted to take the exam, they wouldn't know where to start. Missing this time, who knows if there will be another? Jiang Huifang just comforted herself, thinking this was an opportunity to test her skills. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't hold back. Hey, wife, why are you hitting me? Although news about Zhao family getting 2 postal worker jobs attracted many villagers to gossip, Chi Hongdo didn't make a big fuss. Whenever someone asked about it, she would say, "It's only a little better than digging in the dirt." The postal jobs in the city are all office jobs. Our family, Xiangnan and Weigua, are still in our small village, doing hard work, going out in wind and rain to earn a living. But I don't even know how much they will earn. I'm just an old woman from the countryside, and I can't even see their leaders, so it's hard to find out. Who knows? It's really not easy for us rural folks to make a living. It's not like we're doing such tiring work. Look at you, we're all villagers. If you want to send a letter, isn't it convenient? We just don't know if our 2 simple-minded boys will be assigned to our village. Having a job naturally makes people envious, but even if they just drank a bowl of porridge, it was rumored they ate a luxurious feast. It sounds impressive on the surface, but in reality, it only stirs resentment. To get this, they also suffered many hidden losses. Originally, everyone was just scraping by in the fields. Suddenly, 2 people with jobs appeared, which already made others jealous. Then some unreliable rumors spread, claiming that these jobs were so wonderful they were like heaven on earth, which only made them targets of jealousy. After Chi Hongdo shared her honest feelings and complaints, everyone roughly understood what the work of a grassroots postal worker was like. They realized that there is a difference between jobs. Even though Zhao Xiangnan and Zhao Weigua had jobs, they weren't superior. Their situation was only slightly better. Thinking this way, the jealousy and unfair feelings seemed to ease a bit, becoming less intense. Then your Weigua is about to have a job. Has he found a partner yet? Zhao Weigua was also of age, looked good, and wasn't lazy. His reputation was much better than his younger uncle, Zhao. Although he had some entanglements with old Lu's daughter recently, wasn't that because old Lu's family was trying to cause trouble? So Zhao Weigua still has a good overall reputation among many people who like to matchmake and introduce others. This is still the version of Zhao Weigua before he got a job. Now that he has a job, his reputation is not just good. It's almost like he's a perfect match for someone wealthy. Chi Hongdo chuckled softly and changed the subject with a few casual words. She had considered arranging something if Zhao Weigua was interested, but he never showed any intention. Whether or not he still has feelings for Lu Chunyan, she decided to put that issue aside for now. People probably just think Chi Hongdo hasn't explained everything clearly. They just want to find a good match. That's normal. She looked at her options and didn't see anyone particularly outstanding. She thought she'd wait and see. Once she found a suitable girl, she would help with the matchmaking and definitely receive her fee. Mom, because it was close to the new year and the family was about to hire 2 workers, Zhao's household was filled with happiness. But today, Kai Wenli entered with a mysterious look and called out Mom. Chi Hongdo. Before Kai Wenli could speak, she sensed something was up from her expression. Hearing Kai Wenli's voice, the little girl Nuno, wrapped up in her mother's arms and sitting on the ground trying to gather scattered sunflower seeds, also twisted her body and tilted her head. On her head, Lin Chuyu had her hair with a red ribbon, bouncing and swaying like little antennas. This little girl, Do Ding, didn't realize that her own mother had used a few sunflower seeds. She never got to eat them. She had been trying for half an hour. But she had a good temper and, after trying hard without success, she didn't get upset. Kai Wenli walked over, grabbed Do Ding from the ground, and without even looking at her, quickly peeled a sunflower seed and put the seed inside her hand. Then she leaned close to Chi Hongdo and lowered her voice. Mom, you probably don't know yet, but the third son of the Guo family has already come home. With this enough to start a conversation, Kai Wenli then began pouring out a lot of gossip about the Guo family next door, like water pouring out of a basket. Originally, Kai Wenli was just asking about gossip from the Guo family, but when Guo Jianjun, who was in the army, came back, more and more people started chatting with her about Guo family news. Chi Hongdo. Now what's going on with the Guo family? Did I heard that big sister-in-law from the Guo family plans to marry her cousin to the third son of the Guo family? The first thought that came to mind was about their own people, which is quite normal. But the shocking part is that her family has said that Guo's third son can marry their daughter, but he must move into their house as a son-in-law.
Wow.
Being a son-in-law isn't necessarily embarrassing, but without any hidden reasons or special circumstances, who would agree to move in as a son-in-law? Naturally, the Guo family was furious. However, everyone says that among Guo's 4 sons, the third son is very straightforward and wouldn't compete for favor. Maybe Guo's parents will really agree to give him away. Of course, if Guo's third son insists on moving in, they would definitely ask for a good amount of money. In Guo's parents' eyes, although the third son is just a soldier, he gets paid every month. Their children might not care much about money, but they definitely care about it. Big sister-in-law from the Guo family doesn't seem to consider our jade chrysanthemum seriously. I think Guo's third son, that simple soldier, is completely controlled by his family. Whether or not he is going to move in, the Guo family members haven't thought about Guo Jianjun's marriage being settled with Zhao Yujia. Chi Hongdo. The Guo family is really chaotic, almost turning into a mess. Mom, I think we should find a better match for Jade Chrysanthemum. What a troublesome family-in-law. Guo's third son is too soft-hearted. His biological parents are one thing, but now his sister-in-law is also managing his marriage? It shows he has no status in the Guo family at all. Because she was too emotional, Kai Wenli couldn't help but raise her voice a little. This made the little girl nibbling on sunflower seeds lift her head, looking at her aunt with a confused face. What happened? Degree. Chi Hongdo couldn't hold back and gently pinched the little girl, then asked, did anyone say whether Guo's third son agreed or disagreed with his sister-in-law's proposal? Everything else in Kai Wenli's story sounded fine, but the part about Guo's third son being straightforward and easy to bully, how it sounded a bit awkward. Would a simple-minded fool send them a telegram voluntarily? Would he give a heads-up in advance? By the way, when did Guo's third son return home? Kai Wenli wiped the little girl's mouth. It seems he came back last night. Mom, what's wrong? Kai Wenli believes that Guo Laosan's marriage is unlikely to be decided by himself. Even though he is in the army and receives a stipend, given Guo's family's way of doing things, this money is quite risky and probably won't be used for the small family or for Jade Chrysanthemum. So if it falls through, it's not a big loss. To be honest, soldiers face many dangers. If Guo Laosan were to be honored in some way, it would be Jade Chrysanthemum who suffers. Chi Hongdo nodded, agreeing that Kai Wenli's worries made sense. Whether Guo Jianjun has hidden reasons or not, with all this chaos, it's better to end the marriage talk early. She stood up, about to gesture to Wang Xiaochao working at the kitchen door to discuss finding Jade Chrysanthemum a new marriage match, when she saw a tall figure approaching the front door. The person was carrying a lot of bags and parcels. Chi Hongdo. Kai Wenli. Huh? Little Nuno blinked and made a cute gesture. Zhao Aimin, who was busy chopping firewood in the woodshed, saw this scene and quickly ran to the door. Of course, he wasn't rushing to greet the person but was interested in the bags and parcels in their hands.
Who are you?
Zhao Aimin asked, glancing back and forth at the items. 3 years ago, when Zhao Yujin and Guo Jianjun had a blind date, Zhao Aimin had seen Guo Jianjun once, but didn't remember his face at all. Faced with Zhao Aimin's questions, Guo Jianjun answered honestly, asking questions and responding straightforwardly. Little uncle, I am Jianjun from the Guo family, engaged to Jade Chrysanthemum. He was very cooperative. Guo Jianjun spoke in a normal tone, neither loud nor deliberately quiet, so Chi Hongdo and Kai Winli could hear clearly. Is this sturdy young man Guo Jianjun? 3 minutes later, in the main hall of the Zhao family, Guo Jianjun sat on a long bench at a square table, surrounded by a circle of people. He wanted to stand up, but Chi Hongdo raised her hand to signal him to sit down again. So Guo Jianjun could only obediently sit down, with a posture that showed he had been trained, different from an ordinary person's. The people inside the house found this interesting and kept asking questions one after another. This scene did not include Jade Chrysanthemum. A few younger sisters peeked through the door at the scene in the hall, and 2 lively sisters giggled and whispered to Jade Chrysanthemum. They didn't know about the Guo family's affairs and always thought Jade Chrysanthemum's marriage would go smoothly. Big sister, is that the brother-in-law? Zhao Yushan couldn't see clearly through the door, so she ran outside, leaning on a pillar and tiptoeing to get a better look. Only then did she recognize Guo Jianjun's face. Fourth sister, do you remember what he looks like? When Guo Jianjun arrived just now, old Zhao's family started to get active. Zhao Yujia hid in her room and didn't get a clear look at Guo Jianjun's current appearance. She only felt that his back looked taller compared to her memory. Zhao Yujia said, brother-in-law is here, and he's brought a lot of things. All the packages were full and bulging. Zhao Yuxiu was more sensitive and quick to notice adults' emotions. She had sensed something was off from her uncle and aunt's reactions earlier, but since no one told her anything, she didn't know the details. She observed carefully. Everyone was about to get married, but no one had mentioned anything about brother-in-law for a long time. Today, Guo Jianjun suddenly came again, and Zhao Yuxiu felt something was strange no matter how she thought about it. Because this so-called almost brother-in-law had arrived, her grandma, her little aunt, and her uncle's wife all looked at him with strange expressions. Since Zhao Jiu was still unmarried, she felt shy when her sisters kept calling him brother-in-law. She pinched her sisters' little faces and said with a teasing smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? There's no official engagement yet, so it's not right to call him that." Hearing Zhao Jiu's words, Zhao Yuxiu's tense little face twisted a bit. Yes, that was strange too. Everyone was very confused. The strangest part was that, even though it was obvious to her, no one else seemed to find it strange. Meanwhile, the teenage girls started talking about strange rules, while Chi Hongdo, as Guo Jianjun explained his height, weight, and subsidy receipts, waved her hand and only left the eldest couple and Guo Jianjun. Then she began seriously, "You say you want to marry Yujia. How do you see your family situation?" She made it clear from the start. She knew about the chaos in Guo's family, so she wasn't going to hide it. His subsidy was a good story, but he still had to support a big family. Now, his sister-in-law and the cousin who was proposing marriage were all watching him. The news had spread, and his subsidy was as dangerous as a landmine. So, why did Guo Jianjun still think their marriage wouldn't change? Old Zhao was holding a trial for Guo Jianjun. At the Guo family's place near the river, the atmosphere was even heavier than during the trial. "You're useless," said Guo's father. "I'm so angry," said Mother Gu. "Third brother thinks I'm too nosy. Honestly, I only do it for his good. My cousin has good conditions, and even if he marries into our family, it won't be a loss for him." "Father, mother, tell me, why is this still my fault?" said sister-in-law Gu. Oldest brother Gu was impatient. "It's just a few yuan each month. Why is old third so proud about it?" He thought, instead of talking about him joining the family by marriage and leaving the army, he might as well quit the army altogether and stay home to take care of his parents. There's no need for him to show off his filial piety. Is being the eldest brother supposed to be so important? Old third isn't clueless. His mind is just like a sieve, said second brother Gu, agreeing with the eldest, feeling angry. When old third returned home, he was not subtle at all. Although he wore an old military uniform, his bag was full, and his hands were full of things. He greeted everyone he saw in the village. Before he even reached home, everyone in the village knew that old third from the Gu family had returned from the army and brought many good things for his parents, brother, and sister-in-law. In the past, even though Father Gu and Mother Gu received only 6 yuan a month, they would say that Old Third wasn't very capable, only able to show filial piety with a little, and they kept some for themselves. They never spoke kindly of Old Third, and the villagers, hearing this often, started to think maybe Old Third had forgotten his roots. Once he left home, he seemed to forget about his parents altogether. But when Old Third came back, the filial piety that had been missing for 3 years suddenly became real. Isn't it true that a filial son can bring back so many things? Isn't it true that a filial son would be reluctant to buy himself a good pair of shoes? People who forget their roots show warmth and answer every question from neighbors. He also looked into the marriage arrangement sister-in-law Gu mentioned. It was still in the early stages, and her father-in-law wanted someone to marry into the family. Because the marriage with Zhao Yujie was arranged 3 years ago, few people remembered it, and no one knew that sister-in-law Gu had inserted herself into the matter, making it an arranged marriage now. But even so, villagers started whispering, feeling that the Gu family's attitude was a bit cold-hearted. When Gu Jianjun arrived at Hongqi Brigade carrying a small bag of things, everyone realized that the marriage sister-in-law Gu was so eager about was something Old Third Gu had never heard of before going home. Old Third Gu's marriage had been decided long ago. It was supposed to be settled this time, when he returned. When Old Man Guo returned home and heard what his wife said, he was so frightened he thought his promised bride might run away. The honest man was forced to kneel before his parents, saying that a real man, one spit is like a nail. I can't break off the engagement. Father, mother, I really can't do this. I'm just an ordinary soldier. I'm not as capable as my sister-in-law said. She doesn't deserve me. It's my lack of ability. When Guo Jianjun knelt down, many people came to watch and gossip. Some felt sorry for him, thinking it was unfair for such an honest young man to be treated this way. The Guo family's behavior seemed too unreasonable. After this incident, Guo Jianjun carried his things to the Red Flag Brigade. Those who saw him probably guessed what had happened. Many people laughed at the situation, but some also felt sorry for him. What kind of life is this? No love from his parents, no affection from his family, and 2 older brothers pressing down on him. Even marrying a wife is not peaceful. To my marriage, my family has some different ideas, but I haven't changed my mind. When I first said I wanted to marry Yujie, I wouldn't choose anyone else. Before coming to the Red Flag Brigade, Guo Jianjun also checked on Zhao's family. Over the past half year, there had been many news about Zhao's family, but nothing truly outrageous happened. Even the family's matriarch's reputation had improved a bit. Guo Jianjun felt more confident now, especially seeing Qi Hongdo's obvious and covert efforts to protect him, which made him more assured. Guo's family wasn't a big problem. He was worried about something going wrong with Zhao's family. If the old lady didn't agree, then his future parents-in-law probably wouldn't approve the marriage either. Thinking of this, Guo Jianjun, who had been in the army for 3 years, couldn't help but sweat inwardly. Marrying a wife was really not easy. Grandma, uncle, auntie, I truly want to marry Yujie. After we get married, I will treat her well. Guo Jianjun spoke confidently. Zhao Yuanwen nodded repeatedly, impressed by his serious attitude. Even Wang Xiaoqiao was speechless. She wasn't a mean person, but faced with Guo Jianjun's sincerity, she didn't know what to say. Words are not enough. Your family only has a few rooms. You've been away for 3 years. Will there still be your bed at home? If you get married, will you and your wife have your own place? This time, can you stay at home for a few days? After getting married, you still have to return to the army. Whatever disagreements you have with your parents are private matters for your family. What about our family's Jade Lily? Although Guo Jianjun didn't specify his current rank, he has no military qualification, so there's no need to consider that. If you sincerely want to marry, stay at home for a few days. If you leave your wife behind, it could be for many years. What's the point of a couple going through all that? Reality is not a fairy tale. There are daily chores like cooking and cleaning and complicated relationships. If he goes off to make a career, his young wife is left behind, struggling at home. One day, if he becomes successful, Jade Lily might have turned into dried pickles. Don't think that. Even then, Guo Jianjun would still have a good conscience or that their story would be a beautiful legend. That's just wishful thinking. People change so much that no matter how much praise they get, it can't change the truth. Plus, during the early years of war, many women served as wives and daughters-in-law, taking care of their parents-in-law and raising children. Meanwhile, a young, educated, and attractive wife outside might have affairs or other issues. Many have swallowed their frustrations, but no one talks about it. Hearing Chi Hongdo's tone, Guo Jianjun felt things might get worse. He originally thought he had about a 70 to 80% chance of success, but from the tone of the old lady's words, it seemed that Jade Lily marrying him was not a good idea at all. Grandma. Guo Jianjun felt a bit nervous. He stood up and gave Chi Hongdo an answer he never expected. If you're worried, I can become a son-in-law. Clap. Oh no. Zhao Yuanwen slipped off the bench.
What?
Wang Xiaoqiao felt like she was hearing things. Chi Hongdo poked her ear. It wasn't a hallucination, it was real. Zhao Yuanwen and Wang Xiaoqiao were both shocked. Only Chi Hongdo and Guo Jianjun looked very calm. Guo Jianjun said it without changing his expression or hesitation, clearly not joking. But Chi Hongdo was studying the young man in front of her, who had a righteous face, assessing whether this idea was possible. The questions she raised earlier, about their home, family conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, even the separation of the couple, these issues could all be put aside if Guo Jianjun decided to become a son-in-law. If he became a son-in-law, it would be a good thing for the Zhao family to add a new member. And Guo Jianjun, being grown up, had his own allowance, so he wouldn't worry about taking up family food or resources. Zhao Yujun can still stay at home. The 3 rooms behind the old house are now occupied by her 3 grandchildren. One room could be moved out to serve as a wedding room for the young couple. After Zhao Yujun and Guo Jianjun got married, one went to the army, and the other could stay at home as usual. There was no need to worry about conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law or sisters-in-law. If they had children and Guo Jianjun changed his mind, she would leave the children with her husband. When the reform and opening up policy started, she fully supported Zhao Yujun moving to a big city. Even if it meant opening a bun shop, she could still support herself. There was no need to fear gossip. Would your parents agree? I will make them agree, he said confidently, knowing he had a way to solve it since he brought it up. Chi Hongdo nodded. All right, since you're here, you're a guest. Stay for a meal, and we can talk about the rest later. It was a lie that Guo Jianjun was just staying for the meal. She also needed to see if this man might become her husband. They hadn't really spent proper time together. Guo Jianjun, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, heard Chi Hongdo's words and immediately grinned widely, showing his teeth with a bright smile. It was clear he was genuinely happy. He understood what her words meant, so to show his gratitude, he quickly opened the package he brought. Grandma, Uncle Zhao, Annie, these are a little gift I brought, some snacks, candies, peach crisps, sesame candies. Please try some. And this bag contains some cloth and other things. He brought these back from outside, bought them in the county town. All good quality items. Wang Xiaoqiao took a deep breath looking at the bundle, repeatedly waving her hands to refuse, but she hesitated because of Chi Hongdo. There were too many things. Wang Xiaoqiao found it too hot to hold and felt embarrassed to accept. Zhao Yuanwen looked at Chi Hongdo, rubbing his hands, unsure whether to accept or not. Guo Jianjun held a paper-wrapped peach crisp and handed it to Chi Hongdo. Grandma, this peach crisp tastes good and doesn't ruin your teeth. You should try it. Chi Hongdo ate it. Guo Jianjun's worry eased, and he hurriedly invited Wang Xiaoqiao and Zhao Yuanwen to eat as well. For a moment, the atmosphere became very lively. On the threshing ground, Guo Jianjun and Zhao Yujun walked slowly, separated by a person's width. Guo Jianjun, who was used to handling all kinds of trouble at the Guo family, suddenly fell silent. Although it was already winter, and the wind outside was cold, his face felt warm. Zhao Yujun wore a patched jacket, her hair tied with a red ribbon into a braid. Her thick eyelashes drooped, and her delicate face was highlighted by the sunlight shining from above, making her look especially gentle. At this moment, Gu Jianjun felt not only his face grow hot, but his heart warm as well. He wanted to say something, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Are you cold? Maybe we should go back inside. As he spoke, Gu Jianjun regretted it immediately. The Zhao family house was full of people, and it was rare for the two of them to have a moment alone. Yet, he suggested going back, as if his mind had been eaten by a dog. Seeing the regret on his face, Zhao Yujun chuckled softly. Her eyes sparkled, and her pretty face shone with a clever glint, different from her usual simple appearance. She asked him, "Are you cold?" Guo Jianjun couldn't quite describe how he felt inside. It was like a bunch of ducks hurriedly waddling into the river, splashing water everywhere, each splash landing right on his heart. Did you hear what they said? Debao, hiding behind the rolling stone, asked Erbao, who was listening carefully. Erbao scratched his head. Fourth Annie seemed to laugh, but I didn't catch the rest. To avoid revealing themselves, they didn't dare to get too close. Debao was unhappy. He couldn't hear clearly. How could he report this to his wife? Guo Jianjun knew very well about the little tale behind him, but Zhao Yujun was nearby. He was afraid to remind her, lest she feel shy, so he simply pretended not to notice. He turned around and gave each of these little kids a piece of candy, confident he could turn them around in no time. How do you feel about becoming a son-in-law? After dinner, Gu Jianjun left, and Shi Hongdou placed everything he brought in front of Zhao Yujun. The idea of becoming a son-in-law was as shocking to Wang Xiaochao and Zhao Yuanwen as a thunderclap. Aside from their surprise, they had no other strong reactions for now. Shi Hongdou accepted it calmly, saying that becoming a son-in-law was just a way to cut ties with the Guo family and avoid many troubles. But not all girls could accept a man becoming a son-in-law. However, it turned out that Zhao Yujun was smarter than she thought. Grandma, I have no opinion. She usually left the decisions to others, but she was the one living her life. Marrying into someone else's family meant suffering and hardship, unlike living in her own home. Could they be the same? Even though Zhao Yujun had long prepared herself for tough days after marriage, she wouldn't shy away from hardships. Moreover, her mother had specifically asked for her opinion, not making a final decision directly. Feeling warm inside because Zhao Yujun felt cared for, she said, I know my mother is doing this for my good. She won't hurt me. Since that's the case, what do I have to fear? Initially, Shi Hongdou thought these two people weren't very suitable for each other, but now she wondered if they might really be a perfect match. She had learned all the information brought back by the older and younger children. If she didn't like someone, could she still smile? If she was facing a troublesome partner, even if she smiled, it wouldn't be much better than crying. Are you not afraid? Life is what we make of it. My mother and father are here with me, so what is there to fear? Zhao Yujun said this without any shyness, only with confidence in her life. Maybe no one usually paid attention, but she was a very strong person. Shi Hongdou suddenly felt a bit reluctant to leave. Looking into Zhao Yujun's clear eyes, her eyes started to water unexpectedly. She choked up and patted Zhao Yujun's hand. Yes, our family is together. You don't need to be afraid of anything. Why do people who are already in the dust still worry so much about fears and choices? It's because life is hard, living is hard, and moving forward as a woman is even harder with countless difficulties. That's why she asked if she was afraid. Are you afraid? After the new year, Du Juan was going to the Red Flag Brigade. She might arrive earlier than other young workers at the newly built youth station. She might even find a good, suitable bed there. But Du Juan still felt upset. On New Year's Eve at home, she couldn't help but throw things around, feeling irritable and glaring at everyone. She almost rolled her eyes to the sky. Seeing her like this, Zhao Dali wanted the new year to be over immediately and was ready to send her away. Old Zhao and Zhao Yuanwen, the couple, suddenly sneezed while counting Zhao Yujun's dowry. Who cursed her? That day, she couldn't help crying because she was about to marry off her granddaughter. Cold wind blew, and she almost caught a cold. Now, whenever Shi Hongdou felt a slight draft, she wanted to take out the cold medicine she bought from her pharmacy and take a sip. Getting old means suffering a lot when sick. Chi Hongdo thought that arranging a marriage like this would take some effort for Guo Jianjun. But unexpectedly, he was very efficient. In just 2 days, the matchmaker came to visit. It was about Guo Jianjun's marriage. He really had some skill. You all take a look at Yujun and Guo's third son's marriage. Is it appropriate? Is there anything to add? Zhao Yuanwen and Wang Xiaochao really couldn't have imagined that they would suddenly have a son out of nowhere. They already considered a son-in-law as part of the family, and now their youngest daughter's future husband, who moves in, has a child with the Zhao surname. This means they have gained an extra son without even planning for it. Mom, as long as you think he's good, that's enough, Zhao Yuanwen said, feeling dizzy and still getting used to the idea of a son-in-law moving in. Wang Xiaochao also didn't need to worry anymore. Her daughter was right there under her nose, and all her previous concerns would not happen. Mom, what if Guo Jianjun regrets it? This was Wang Xiaocao's biggest fear now. Chi Hongdo said, if he regrets it, what are you afraid of? Our family isn't just for show. Although Chi Hongdo's tone was sharp, Wang Xiaochao felt strangely reassured. After the matchmaker made 2 trips back and forth, the decision for Guo Jianjun to join the family as a son-in-law was finalized. Everyone in the family was shocked and gasped loudly. Really, sister? You got married, but can you still stay at home? Zhao Yuyue and Zhao Yushuan were overjoyed. Even Zhao Yuxiu, who initially thought it was unlikely, was shaken by this surprising turn of events. It turned out that marriage didn't always mean the woman had to leave home. Sometimes, the man could move in instead. That's great, sister. Do you think I might marry a man someday too? Zhao Yushuan bit into the peach pastry Zhao Yujie gave her, squinting like a kitten, feeling that this brother-in-law was really nice. Zhao Yujie couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. She thought, at such a young age, she already knew about this. If her little aunt found out, what would happen?
Don't say nonsense, she said.
She pinched her sister's little face, but secretly, Zhao Yujie felt that the development of this story was beyond her expectations. Although it felt a bit unreal, the new sheets, quilt covers, and a piece of red fabric that could be made into clothes, all tangible and real, made her feel like this marriage was truly happening. The two families met, and Chi Hongdo looked at the old couple from the Guo family, who seemed annoyed but eager to get rid of the burden. They clearly had something to say, but kept it all inside. She didn't know how Guo Jianjun managed to persuade his family, but she didn't need to worry about it. Chi Hongdo was just waiting to enjoy the benefits and toast the newlyweds. Our third son isn't very capable. He usually eats a lot and isn't very clever. Dear in-laws, please be understanding, Guo's mother suddenly said at the end of the conversation. Wang Xiaochao was surprised. She hadn't expected them to speak so openly about her son. Chi Hongdo calmly responded, rest assured, in-laws, we won't mistreat Jianjun. The old couple from the Guo family didn't expect the elderly lady to be so composed, and they couldn't say much more. When they returned to the Guo family, Father Guo frowned and said, if you're willing to become a son-in-law and feel ashamed, don't expect us to give you a penny. Guo Jianjun put away the signed and stamped separation letter from the squad leader and clan uncle, feeling nothing inside. He had given everything owed to his family, not a single penny was missing. Initially, the old couple from the Guo family didn't plan to meet Zhao's family. They had already received compensation from Guo Jianjun and saw him as a burden, so they felt nothing special about him. They also didn't lack sons. To them, Guo Jianjun didn't hold much importance. They believed raising children was for old age support. They had 4 sons, but they hadn't seen much of that benefit. They worked hard for most of their lives, but it didn't seem enough. Although they often praised their son, they knew well who truly supported him financially. Seeing Guo Jianjun silent and withdrawn, Father Guo snorted coldly. He was proud that he could afford a few yuan for a subsidy each month, but other sons who joined the army, got promoted, or became leaders were truly impressive. He was convinced Guo Jianjun wouldn't make much of a future, so he took a hefty cut from him, draining his secret savings. After that, Father and Mother Guo found a witness and made a formal separation agreement. If he wanted to be a son-in-law, he could go anywhere he liked, just not come back to his house again. Clan uncle had some foresight, trying to persuade the old Gua couple not to be too harsh. After all, he was just an ordinary soldier, but he was still their son. Unfortunately, father and mother Gua wouldn't listen. They believed money was what mattered most, not their son. Old Zhao's family was preparing for a happy event and had invited a soldier as a son-in-law. During this farming off-season, many people came to Zhao's house to chat. Wang Xiaoqiao saw everyone smiling and realized her mother-in-law was right. This was a happy occasion, so why fear others' opinions? Plus, her future son-in-law was tall, handsome, with thick eyebrows and long limbs. He looked impressive. Many future mothers-in-law would envy such a son-in-law. Qi Hongdo had no wedding planning experience, but given their current living standards, their wedding wasn't overly fancy. They added a wardrobe in the new house, which counted as furniture. They laid out new sheets and blankets, making everything look festive and elegant. Guo Jianjun brought some dowry items, mostly small things, even though he didn't have many big ones. On the wedding day, many people from Lao Zhao's family came, including the team leader and the party secretary. There was no fancy food, but the dishes were cooked with a lot of oil, making them quite tasty. Zhao Yujun and Guo Jianjun completed a simple wedding bow in front of everyone. Wearing a red apron, Zhao Yujun looked lively and stood happily next to Guo Jianjun. The two young people looked very well matched. As the ancestor, Qi Hongdo received the tea from the newlyweds. The children's laughter and the adults' blessings created a lively, warm scene in the cold winter. Wang Xiaoqiao and Zhao Yuanwen didn't drink alcohol but looked happy as if they had. Kai Wenli looked at her sister-in-law's new husband, glanced at Zhao Yushan and shook her head. She thought Guo Jianjun is an exception. In the future, Yushan should marry a reliable, good man. Unaware of her own mother's sudden thoughts, Zhao Yushan, who shared similar ideas, was whispering with her friends. Brother-in-law gave sister for a watch just now. I saw it. He wanted to put it on her, but she was shy and didn't agree. The little girl was gossiping happily. Eavesdropping, Qi Hongdo squinted and thought, this guy seems to have never clearly explained his current situation, right? That day, when meeting with parents, they kept criticizing Guo Jianjun, as if he was just a simple soldier. Glancing at the couple exchanging looks that made everyone feel excited like little deer, Qi Hongdo decided not to ask for now. A watch like that wasn't cheap and was hard to buy. Guo Jianjun must have prepared well in advance. The next morning after the wedding night, Zhao Yujun woke up and didn't see her husband, but noticed a watch on her pillow. It was a Plum Blossom brand women's watch, shiny silver band, delicate and beautiful. Holding the watch, Zhao Yujun replayed the passionate memories of last night, blushing and hiding her face in the quilt. Qi Hongdo woke up early and found Mr. Snail in Lao Zhao's family. Fetching water, chopping wood, feeding pigs. It was originally Zhao Yuye's turn to feed the pigs, but when she went to the pigsty, she found everything was already done. She stood there feeling confused. Qi Hongdo looked at her and wanted to laugh. Young people really do have a lot of silly strength. Guo Jianjun got married and has a wife. He feels like there is a fire in his heart, full of energy and never tired. Big sister-in-law, your son-in-law is really good. Although Kai Wenli thinks her daughter shouldn't marry into a family like this, she feels that having someone like Guo Jianjun would be great. He is hardworking. We're so lucky that Yuju is here. Jiang Ian also jokes happily. Li Xiaoa wants to join in and congratulate her sister-in-law, but thinking about her troublesome eldest daughter and looking at her cold, distant younger daughter, she suddenly can't speak. The sister-in-law is lucky, her daughter is obedient, her son-in-law is satisfying, but what about her? Thinking about it makes her feel upset. Zhao, like a wild boar, feels nothing about how her brother and sister-in-law feel about their children and son-in-law. She only cares about eating. At the banquet, 2 chickens were cooked and eaten, but some chicken soup remained. There was also a jar of fried rice in the kitchen. They soaked the fried rice in chicken soup, roasted sweet potatoes in the stove, and after eating, she even found a candy in her pocket that her big treasure had tricked her with. She felt incredibly happy. Marriage is not about a big feast, The real joy is in the feast itself. Zhao Aimin, still single, keeps thinking about her single life. With her mindset, Chi Hongdo feels it's not surprising if she accidentally gets married in her 30s. Kids, don't be greedy. After Laba, it's the new year. On the 23rd, sticky rice cakes. On the 24th, clean the house. On the 25th. On the 28th, make dough rise. On the 29th, steam buns. On New Year's Eve, stay up all night. On the first and second days of the new year, walk around the streets. Celebrating the new year is just about repeating these sayings, and suddenly the holiday is here. On New Year's Eve, a heavy snow fell. In just half a day, branches, rooftops, and the ground were covered in white. Snowflakes drifted down softly, and if you listen carefully, you could hear faint sounds. Because it was cold, the single grandchildren all huddled together on one bed to sleep. The granddaughters did the same, more people, warmer it was. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Chi Hongdo truly felt what winter was like before global warming.
It was
Really cold. Leaving the warm little villa, Chi Hongdo's teeth couldn't stop chattering. The damp, cold air was like countless tiny snakes slipping through every and corner into his bones. Icicles hung long from the eaves, reflecting sharp, cold light in the sun. A newlywed couple, just a few days married, has to part ways on the first day of the new year. "You Jew, wait for me to come back." After many words, the only thing he finally said was this. Gua Jianjun carried his bag and said goodbye to Zhao Yuju. "Here, take these 2 eggs and eat them on the way." The young couple parted reluctantly. After saying goodbye, Gua Jianjun held Zhao Yuju's hand and greeted Chi Hongdo and his own parents-in-law one by one. Seeing Gua Jianjun keep looking back every few steps, Chi Hongdo couldn't help but feel a little sour. Zhao Xiongdong and Zhao Xiongnan, the 2 brothers-in-law, saw him off to the village entrance and only returned after a long walk outside. They both felt quite satisfied with their brother-in-law. Dressed in green military uniforms, they looked very handsome, something many men admire. Wearing this outfit, they seemed to have a special glow. After seeing off their brother-in-law, Zhao Xiongdong and Zhao Xiongnan returned and saw their 2 children, each holding a bamboo stick, standing on tiptoe to tap at the icy frost under the eaves. Little Nyo Nyo was being held by Lin Chuyu, trying hard to reach out her tiny paws and grab the ice, but she couldn't reach it. Occasionally, chunks of ice fell with a cracking sound, accompanied by children's screams and laughter. It seemed life was always full of hope. Even though the cold wind was biting, things would get better over time. The 2 brothers exchanged glances and then strode toward their children. Zhao Xiongdong reached out and effortlessly plucked some ice, handing it to the 2 children who had been trying all morning but hadn't caught a complete piece. Zhao Xiongnan took little Nyo Nyo from his wife's hand and lifted her high, encouraging her to reach for the ice herself. Lin Chi looked worried and said, "You can't let her play with that." Little Nyo Nyo sat on her father's shoulders, not understanding what her mother was worried about. Her perspective suddenly changed, and she happily clapped her hands and smiled softly. Lin Chuyu was anxious and hit Zhao Xiongnan a few times. It didn't hurt, and Zhao Xiongnan chuckled. But since he was her real father, after playing with Nyo Nyo for a while, he took her back inside. Outside, the wind was strong, and children's faces, tender and soft, turned red with cold. Chi Hongdo had just used the clamshell oil she bought in the county as a New Year red envelope, giving a few to her family to share inside. As for the 2 older children, their red envelopes for the New Year were just candies. The candies Gua Jianjun brought, made from real ingredients like peanut brittle, sesame candy, and sugar scattered, were enjoyed by everyone. Chi Hongdo gave each of the children a piece, plus a piece of fruit candy she bought at the supply and marketing cooperative, as a New Year gift. That was enough to make both kids and adults very happy. After the New Year, Zhao Xiongnan and Zhao Weigua officially went to the post office to report. The 2 cousins stood together, looking very impressive. The supervisor in charge of the post office nodded secretly when he saw them. People delivering mail in the town are often lazy or not very healthy, but these 2 seem to meet the standards. Since they are brothers working together in the same town, they can support each other. So, the leader decided to assign them both to work at the same delivery point. You're so stupid, you still don't believe it. Being confused your whole life. Even pigs are smarter than you. Why is a young girl reading so many books? It's just foolish. So muddle-headed. I asked you to help your nephew find a job, but you couldn't do it? Giving money to a useless girl to study. Aren't you supposed to help your family? Although the new year is full of laughter and celebration, there are still many annoying people and problems. When Li Xiao went back to her parents' house with her man and child, she thought they would ignore her as usual and it would be over. But instead, her parents mocked and insulted her harshly. You think you're so capable, wearing jewelry and enjoying life? You just married a country bumpkin. Pathetic. I and your father don't rely on you after we die. Look at you, being stingy during the new year. Isn't it because your mother-in-law is willing to spend money to build a house? And now, 2 workers are working at home? You're useless, and the man you found is also useless. The house isn't for you, and the job isn't for your family. 2 clueless people, under the thumb of an old lady, completely controlled. Why doesn't your mother-in-law share some of her money with you? Li's mother kept belittling and insulting her, even throwing in some manipulative words to sow discord. She mocked Li Xiao, Zhao Yuanshuang, and Zhao Yuxiu one after another. Look at that girl's face. She hasn't smiled since she entered. Someone who doesn't know might think she's owed something. Such a shame. Li's parents looked alike, both unpleasant. Those a bit smarter wouldn't be insulting their own daughter and granddaughter during the new year. Her son-in-law stood nearby with a dark face, pretending not to see. Zhao Yuanshuang couldn't stand her parents-in-law's attitude and immediately lost her temper. Li Xiao watched Zhao Yuanshuang curse her parents and then quickly left. A group of curious relatives around her looked on, feeling both ashamed and anxious. Their foreheads felt cold, but their minds burned like charcoal, about to explode. They felt lightheaded and unsteady. After forcing herself to take her children home, Li Xiao asked Zhao Yuxiu to pour her a cup of hot water. However, the kettle had just been emptied, so Zhao Yuxiu went to boil more water, causing a delay. Li Xiao couldn't hold back and suddenly burst out in anger. Zhao Xuanong saw Li Xiao slap someone and immediately called out to Zhao Yuxiu. He quickly pulled her behind him, but she still got slapped. Why are you standing here? Li Xiao's eyes turned red as she looked at her youngest son, who resembled her and whom she had sacrificed the most for. Mom, it's not my sister's fault. Why are you hitting her? Zhao Yuxiu shook off Zhao Xuanong's hand. She didn't hit her brother or lash out at others because she knew Li Xiao saw her as a punching bag. When people lose control, they often act like wild animals, wrathful, frightening, and ugly. Zhao Yuxiu usually wouldn't resist Li Xiao at such times. After a few hits, Li Xiao would vent her anger, and things would calm down. Otherwise, the family would be in chaos. She hung her head and stood silently in the corner like a sculpture. Zhao Yuanshuang frowned, got up and looked outside the door. That's enough now, he said. He didn't speak earlier, but once he did, Li Xiao's face twisted even more, her expression becoming frantic and uncontrollable. Are you also tired of me? Do you think I'm a disgrace? Like a drowning person clutching at a straw, Li Xiao knew her voice was loud, but her actions were slipping out of control. As she spoke, her mind kept replaying her parents' cold mockery, their disdain and indifference. Suddenly, she felt like she couldn't breathe. In the main hall of the old house, Qi Hongdou and some great-grandchildren sat together eating roasted sweet potatoes. She took out the milk powder Zhao Darong had given her, poured hot water into it, and made a bottle of milk tea. The children ate roasted sweet potatoes and drank milk without lifting their heads. Because of the cold wind and snow, both the front and back doors were tightly closed. To block the wind, a layer of grass curtains was hung behind the door. Inside, it was quite lively, so no one noticed Li Xiao's voice coming from the new house. Meanwhile, Kai Wenli, also returning to her parents' house, entered happily with her husband and children, greeting everyone warmly one by one. Even when dealing with her often difficult sister-in-law, facing someone like Kai Wenli, who immediately brings a cheerful atmosphere. She had to awkwardly cough twice before smiling and replying, "Oh, second sister, your life is getting better and better. We're all envious. Look at Heping and Yushan, they look so healthy and good." Really? I think so too. I mainly think it's because they both follow my example. They look good with a little care. Not so much flattering herself. The sister-in-law tugged at her mouth and said, "Mother, look at eldest sister. She's so good at talking." I thought second sister's life was getting easier, and she'd be the first to think of respecting our parents. But I didn't expect that during the new year, she still only brought a bag of sweet potatoes. Honestly, it's like she only cares about herself and not about our parents. No wonder people say a daughter who marries out is like water spilled. I see that second sister's heart isn't at all with her family. Zhao Heping and Zhao Yushan, the little chicks, hid behind Kai Wenli because their aunt was sharp-tongued and they were scared. Zhao Yuanquan listened but couldn't get angry, only feeling a tingling scalp. He knew his wife wasn't afraid of such a fierce scene at all. Sure enough, in the next second, Kai Wenli stepped forward confidently, saying, "It's just for a simple meal." Looking at your words, I'd think I've been living a luxurious life and forgot my roots. No matter how much I think of my family, I wouldn't cut myself and send the meat over. Unlike my sister-in-law, who hurriedly sent a piece of meat home before the new year. I thought we had a good year, or I wouldn't have sent such good pork back. But when I came back, I saw that not only was there no meat, but even the oil residue was gone. This isn't the right time for me to come back, and neither parents nor I know about this. The sister-in-law's face suddenly changed. Kai Wenli secretly snorted, thinking her gossip group was just for show. After winning one round, Kai Wenli didn't hold back and kept going, "I care about our parents. I saved some dry food from my own pocket to bring over." Why isn't sister-in-law smiling? Are you upset that I didn't bring meat? If I could really get some meat for our parents, I do my best to get some. It's my little way of showing my care. I just worry that in the end, this meat won't stay in our Kai family, but will go to your mother's side. Kai Wenli kept talking, and what started as sister-in-law's criticism turned into a big reveal of family secrets. Father Kai and Mother Kai heard this, and their faces darkened. A big piece of meat. There's a big rat in the house. Kai Wenli successfully shifts the blame onto others. She looks at her nieces and nephews, who appear pitiful. The nieces are thin and worn out, while the nephews are of different heights, with some looking better than others, but their clothes are almost falling apart. In a situation where resources are already scarce, the uneven distribution makes things worse. Kai Wenli glances at her own son and daughter, feeling somewhat relieved that she didn't have more children. If she had a long line of kids behind her, she probably wouldn't have time for gossip, constantly worrying about her children every day. Those days would seem endless. The eldest and second children in the Kai family are girls, while the third, fourth, and fifth are boys. Kai Wenli has never been like other little girls. She's not naive. As she grew up, she became even less so. She feels some affection for her parents, but not much. At least, compared to her eldest sister, she is less filial, but she is still much better than her younger brothers. This is the wedding candy given by my eldest sister's new husband. I didn't want to eat much, just 2 pieces. Parents, you can have them. Kai Wenli gives some candy first, then her parents pass it to their favorite grandson. Kai Wenli secretly scoffs, thinking she must be blind. Anyway, whether the food has meat or not, or whether it's tasty, she and her husband and children eat peacefully and then go home. Since both her 7th and 6th brothers live in the new house, as soon as she enters, Kai Wenli hears strange shouting from Li Xiao's room next door. What's going on during the new year? Kai Wenli, in a good mood after a victory at her own family, is ready to listen to the wall. But the more she listens, the more she feels something is wrong. Li Xiao's voice makes her feel uneasy. It's abnormal. Chi Hongdo initially doesn't notice Li Xiao's voice, but soon after, the front door of the old house is knocked open. Delicate-featured Zhao Heping and clumsy Zhao Yushan come in one after the other. Zhao Yushan immediately says to Chi Hongdo, "Grandma, something's wrong. 6th aunt fainted." Ji Hongdo puts down her roasted sweet potato and goes to check. She thinks the children probably can't explain clearly, so she uses fainting as an excuse. When she arrives, Li Xiaoa isn't actually fainted. She's just lying on the ground trembling, with a vacant look in her eyes, her face twisted, teeth chattering. Zhao Yuanshuang was also confused and didn't know what to do. Old Seven and his wife weren't afraid of the cold and stood at the door to greet her before going inside to look around the room. Qi Hongdo. Does Li Xiaoa have epilepsy? It's not sarcasm, just genuine curiosity. But she isn't a doctor. Li Xiaoa's condition only looks a bit like epilepsy, but she can't be sure. Grandma, should I find the barefoot old doctor at the village end? Zhao Xuanong was seeing Li Xiaoa like this for the first time and was very scared. Go quickly. Qi Hongdo agreed, without hesitation. Zhao Yuxiu quietly tidied up the messy things inside the house. Qi Hongdo asked Zhao Yuanshuang to carry Li Xiaoa onto the bed. Lying on the ground and rolling around in the cold winter was amusing. The old doctor was called out through the snowstorm. Seeing Zhao Xuanong's worried look, the doctor thought someone was seriously ill. Honestly, if it really was that serious, the doctor didn't want to come. It's not about professional ethics. He just knew there was no cure. His medical skills couldn't bring someone back from the dead, so coming was pointless. But when he arrived and saw the situation, he realized it wasn't that bad, just not good either. He checked her pulse and looked at Li Xiaoa's eyelids, feeling uneasy. During the new year, what kind of shock had this person experienced to become like this?
Doctor, what happened to my daughter-in-law?
The doctor honestly explained that Li Xiaoa was mainly affected by shock, but she had also been frightened. He just didn't know what had scared her so much during the new year. Having heard the background story from Zhao Yuanshuang and Zhao Yuxiu, Qi Hongdo thought. She had no doubt that Li Xiaoa was frightened by her own parents. That must have left a huge psychological shadow. It's hard to describe. They found the old doctor and gave her a calming herbal medicine. Zhao Xuanong brewed it and fed it to Li Xiaoa. She finally calmed down, slept, and when she woke up, she remembered what had happened before, but was too afraid to look at Qi Hongdo. She was worried her mother-in-law would dislike her even more because she was sick. If Zhao Yuanshuang and she really divorced because of this, she wouldn't be able to live. Qi Hongdo, you're really tough at home. Li Xiaoa felt ashamed of her illness. She didn't understand how shock and psychological trauma affected her, only thinking that only a mad person would act like she did yesterday. So this time, she didn't even hum in response to Qi Hongdo. Living to such an old age like a dog. You say, aren't you usually pretty capable at home? So, am I just an old woman who is easy to bully? When I go home and face your parents, I don't dare to say a word. Is that why you take your frustrations out on Yuxiu when you're unhappy? The more Li Xiaoa listened to Qi Hongdo, the weaker her knees felt, as if she would hear Qi Hongdo tell her to go back to her parents' house any second. Did you break your hand or your foot? Mother? Li Xiaoa's voice was faint. She didn't understand why Qi Hongdo was asking. Was it because she wasn't injured and they wanted to hurt her even more? Speak up. No, nothing's wrong. I'm perfectly fine, she said, feeling healthy and strong. Then why are you always so anxious? Qi Hongdo looked straight at Li Xiaoa. This woman, who had lived many years, seemed to have no confidence at all. She was always nervous, often losing her temper without reason, and couldn't control herself. Is it because you're just sitting at home doing nothing, whether at your parents' or ours, and still eating well? Of course not. Li Xiaoa shook her head. Since she could remember, she had been working non-stop every day. From girlhood to womanhood, she never took a break. When she argued with her sister-in-law Kai Wenli, she often looked down on Kai Wenli for slacking off and working less than her. So, just one trip back to your parents' house, and you get so scared you think you'll get sick? Aren't you good at talking? Why are you so timid around your parents? Do they still come to Zhao's house to eat you? Or do you rely on them to have food? Of course not. Li Xiaoa instinctively shouted this in her mind. Then, as if she realized something, she looked in surprise at the old woman sitting in front of her. She leaned back slightly, but quickly steadied herself. Chi Hongdo saw her seem to understand a little and then continued to scold her harshly. If she didn't scold her, she wouldn't learn her lesson. Instead of wasting time trying to heal Li Xiao's psychological scars from her parents, it was better to make her understand who she should fear the most now. Use poison to fight poison. After scolding Li Xiao, Chi Hongdo also pulled Zhao Yuanshuang out to sit together. Your wife doesn't watch herself, and your mother-in-law and father-in-law are like that. If you don't visit, then don't visit.
What can you do about it?
Instead of worrying about that, why don't you two care more about your own children? Yulon hasn't sent any news back all year. Don't you care a little? There is also your wife's habit of getting upset and taking out her anger on Yu Xiao. You should keep a close eye on her and teach her to change. She shouldn't act like a mother in this way. At this time, no one was paying attention to mental health issues. If they did, Chi Hongdo thought that even Zhao Yuanshuang, with her dark personality, would need some traditional medicine. But some problems don't need to be taken too seriously. If they develop naturally, they might just disappear on their own. For this couple, Chi Hongdo didn't even need to make big plans. Just keeping a stern face like a strict mother-in-law was enough. Nothing more would help. These two are typical of people who only accept tough love, not soft words. Zhao Yuanshuang's mother scolded him thoroughly. He wasn't angry. Instead, he thought along Chi Hongdo's ideas. Over the past 6 months, his wife had been quite calm. But after returning from her mother's house, she suddenly became ill. His mother's words made sense. Maybe it's better not to visit his in-laws anymore. At first, it was just about maintaining face and visiting relatives, but now it's better not to go at all. He also didn't have a good impression of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. As for his eldest daughter, Zhao Yulan, he thought maybe his son should check on her later. He wasn't the type to lower himself and talk to his daughter first. He didn't understand what kind of stubbornness she had. He also noticed that the calming medicine he got from the barefoot doctor yesterday seemed effective. He planned to ask if he could buy more for his wife. Honestly, he was really frightened yesterday. He didn't want to experience that again. Fortunately, he still had a little secret savings, some small packets of medicine he could afford. Zhao Xuanong went to visit his eldest sister's family on a mission. Zhao Yuxiao took on the task of buying medicine. When they went to see the old doctor, he didn't need much explanation. They were familiar, having visited recently. The doctor happily packed the medicine. Actually, the doctor had wanted to say yesterday that if possible, this kind of calming medicine should be taken for a while. But since it wasn't an emergency and everyone was hesitant to spend money, he didn't say anything. Today, his daughter came to get the medicine, which surprised the doctor. He also reminded her twice while giving her the medicine. Zhao Yuxiao carried the medicine through the thick snow, not knowing what the doctor meant by mental disturbance and emotional instability or why this illness only affected her. She thought it was just like a fever or diarrhea, something everyone gets. If you're sick, you take medicine. She didn't understand or question the cause of the illness. Li Xiao wasn't sure if it was the medicine's effect or her own mind, but she felt that after taking the medicine, even when she got angry, she wouldn't experience that extreme feeling of her heartbeat pounding so hard it seemed to jump out of her throat. Even when arguing with Kai Wenli, she no longer felt the rush of breathlessness that could happen at any moment before. Because of her mother-in-law's words, Li Xiao no longer worried about her family back home. She only wanted to do better in front of Chi Hongdo. As a result, she became much calmer. She even took 2 eggs to visit her eldest daughter, Zhao Yulan. Snow isn't cold, but melting snow is colder. When the snow melts, Chi Hongdo stays bundled up tighter than before and hardly goes outside because it's just too cold. In food restaurant, Chi Hongdo holds a bowl of spicy hot soup, eating it slowly and happily. After finishing one bowl, she feels warm all over. She casually looks at the menu and notices there's a list of local snacks. She orders one to try and it tastes really good. From then on, Chi Hongdo loves to have local snacks whenever she can. Her breakfast options became more varied. Recently, her favorite breakfasts include beef noodles, hot dry noodles, spicy hot soup, tofu pudding, mixed sauce noodles, and small longan buns, all delicious enough to make her drool and want a second bite. After finishing, she rinses her mouth, then goes inside her small villa to wash up and tidy herself before heading out. Zhao Yuan's woodworking isn't finished yet. He initially had Zhao Weigua helping, but now Zhao Weigua and Zhao Xiangnan both need to deliver mail, so he can only work slowly alone. His own son, Zhao Heping, doesn't have his talent and can only do chores like fetching things nearby. He can't help much. The bunk beds Qi Hongdou arranged for was not yet finished by Zhao Yuanquan. He only managed to make 2 large wooden beds, which were placed in the new house. The daughters-in-law are busy in the kitchen, washing vegetables and clothes using water from the well, which is warm and easier on their hands compared to the icy pond water. Before the new year, the pigs were sold, and the village slaughtered a pig and shared the last batch of fish. Qi Hongdou took the large piece of fat meat and also bought some more meat and large intestines with her money. Following Qi Hongdou's instructions, the daughters-in-law stuffed some sausages. During the New Year's Eve dinner, they cut a sausage into many thin slices. After steaming, the slices, with a balance of fat and lean, became almost transparent and tasted wonderful. Don't say that children only eat once or twice. Even adults can't resist. Right now, Zhao Aimin and Zhao Debao are drooling over the hanging sausages under the eaves. Qi Hongdou. At this moment, I can't tell if they are grandfather and grandson or brothers. Zhao, do you have a little bit of pride? Qi Hongdou quickly realized that Zhao Debao was brought along by Zhao Aimin to join in the fun. Unable to resist the temptation, Zhao Debao ran over after noticing her gaze, tugging at her clothes and begging, Ma'am, can we eat sausages today? Airbao mimicked him and ran over to copy his brother. Zhao mother, today we can get lost. Qi Hongdou shooed Zhao away like swatting flies. Honestly, she thought Zhao previous enthusiasm for getting married was fake, because compared to his excitement about marriage, food seemed to be a bigger temptation for him. She told the kids to take the chestnuts they had collected earlier and roast them to soothe their stomachs. Their stomachs are bottomless pits. If left to eat freely, it would never end. Wow, what is this? Zhao who was chased away, made a fuss as he called out. Qi Hongdou turned around and saw Zhao Weigua carrying a large bag, walking home with uneven steps. Zhao Weigua didn't expect that the big package he received at work was from his cousin. When he went, she was worried. His older sister's package was heavy and cumbersome, taking up space wherever it was placed. Zhao Weigua and Zhao Xiangnan are both diligent people. No matter how much work is assigned, they do it seriously. Thinking of helping to tidy up, he opened the package and saw a name that looked familiar. Then he noticed the name Du Wan and the address. Wasn't that his eldest aunt's house? The delivery address was written as Zhao Family, Hongqi Brigade. Was this from his cousin sent to the family? Zhao Weigua scratched his head and carried the big package back home. Mother, what do you think is inside? Could it be something nice from my older sister? Seeing Zhao still dreaming about the package, Qi Hongdou chuckled and quickly burst his bubble. It's not even dark yet. What dreams are you having? Is your older sister doing charity work, sending some love aid to her family? From the first glance at this big package, Qi Hongdou imagined a future where university students haven't even arrived at school, but the delivery has already reached the courier station. Duwan's appearance, unable to carry shoulders or lift hands, suggests she probably sent the package by mail to keep things easy on the road. Qi Hongdou waved her hand and asked Zhao to carry it into her house. She didn't even bother to open it, probably guessing what it was. Looking at the timing, Duwan likely arrived at Hongqi Brigade even earlier than planned. Qi Hongdou finds the big couple, Zhao Darren and Du Qianjin, very interesting. Even though Zhao Darren often causes trouble, he is still a normal person who can be heard and seen. This couple, who sent their daughter to the countryside, are not typical of being biased towards boys. Their 2 sons are not raised to be overly serious or strict. Even Duwan's straightforward personality shows she is honest and open. Their personalities are quite different from what you'd expect from such a couple. The old lady's friendly image makes it easy for her to blend into the community. During her 2 days in the county, although she didn't stay with Zhao Darren, she spent time at their local station chatting with some uncles and aunts, overhearing gossip. No one knew she was Zhao Daren's mother, so she heard some surprising news, like her eldest son-in-law possibly having a secret family outside, and her older daughter, who is nearly 50, being pursued by a wealthy older man. Honestly, everything she heard sounded shocking. Thanks to Chi Hongdo's later-life habit of hearing sensational news, she remained calm and discreet. She didn't believe that the couple didn't know about these rumors, especially since they were spreading widely. Even if they didn't know about their own family, how could they not know about each other's? Yet Zhao Daren and Du Qianjin continued their lives peacefully, as if nothing was happening. If their marriage was truly full of love and trust, that would be unbelievable. They always act with purpose and self-interest. If that kind of relationship counts as love, then even people who want to die together for fun, dragging others along voluntarily, could be called true love. Buffed. What a disaster. Chi Hongdo couldn't understand why Zhao Daren and Du Qianjin managed to keep their peaceful marriage until now. But if she had to say, she couldn't stand sleeping next to someone full of secrets, whether male or female. She would be anxious all night, feeling like she could be betrayed at any moment. Staying far away and not seeing them is better, otherwise, she would just get a headache again. Because of this, when she saw Captain, Chi Hongdo didn't forget to give him a small gift. My granddaughter has never been to the countryside and is quite spoiled. My eldest daughter just wants her to act like a young worker, living honestly in a communal dormitory. When the time comes, it might trouble you, Captain. Please bear with it. Here are 2 candies for your little grandson. Originally, Chi Hongdo came to ask for special treatment for her granddaughter, but unexpectedly, she said these words and even gave the captain 2 candies. After Chi Hongdo left, the captain was still doubting life. Was the old lady really so understanding? She even knows how hard his work is and is considerate of him? He was already worried about managing the young workers, and if there was someone needing special care, everything would become chaotic. Mainly, once someone needed special treatment, it would be hard to manage everyone together. Fortunately, the old lady didn't insist on special treatment. Although he wouldn't agree to everything, it saved a lot of trouble. But the captain looked down at the 2 candies in his hand. Since they are fellow villagers, and there is this kindness, when the girl comes back, he can let her choose a good bed. Ahem. He remembered her name was Duwan, right? The snow melted away, and the willow branches showed hints of green, faint signs of spring arriving. Chi Hongdo received ointment from her 3rd granddaughter to treat her old cold legs. It was from Laohe Bridge, as Zhao Yueying had told her. Chi Hongdo almost forgot about it, but then Zhao Yueying brought it to her. Grandma, this ointment works well. I'll get some more for you later. Zhao Yueying's voice was bright, and with her confident demeanor, she had the style of a modern strong woman. Jiang Yun looked at her daughter and thought she was perfect in every way, except for one thing. It was another year, and Zhao Yueying still hadn't gotten pregnant. She thought that if things continued like this, it might really be hopeless. After her daughter finished delivering the medicine to the old lady, Jiang Yun pulled Zhao Yueying aside. Mom still has some money. Maybe your husband can take you to a big hospital outside to have a checkup? Her daughter and son-in-law looked healthy and seemed fine, not like they couldn't have children. Whether it was her son-in-law or her daughter, Jiang Yun felt very sad. But she couldn't keep thinking about it all the time. She just wanted Zhao Yueying to see a doctor, to be at ease. Zhao Yueying touched her belly, and a moment of bitterness flashed in her eyes. As Jiang Yun worries, if it turns out that one of them cannot have children, can life still go on? Zhao Yueying doesn't like to think about this problem. Sometimes, she prefers to be a little more confused. My mother-in-law said, we could adopt a child to raise. In the countryside, there is a tradition that couples who have been unable to have children for a long time can adopt a child to bring good luck. There are many examples of this. Couples who couldn't conceive for a long time adopt a child, and shortly after, they become pregnant. That can't happen. Jiang Yun reacted unexpectedly and strongly. Raising a child is not like raising chickens or ducks. Even if she doesn't feed the child herself, once outside, the child can find food on the ground. It's already hard enough to raise her own child, let alone someone else's. Jiang Yun doesn't think this is a good idea. If possible, she would prefer her daughter to have her own child. Mom, don't worry. Nothing is decided yet.
We're just talking about it.
Seeing her own mother so anxious, Zhao Yueying felt warm but also a little regretful. This was a worry she had on her own, and telling her family might only make things more complicated. Jiang Yun rubbed her face to wake herself up. If I don't say anything, does that mean I won't know? Her daughter is her own flesh and blood, not something she found. If she doesn't say anything, wouldn't she still find out by asking around? Such things can't be kept secret. When Chi Hongdo and her mother were whispering about private matters, they didn't realize they were worried about this issue. Zhao Yueying left the house with a face that showed no sign of worry. No one would guess that inside, she almost cried when facing her own mother. If it weren't for Kai Wenli and Jiang Yun secretly whispering about some secret recipe for having children, she might not have known about this. Just hearing the words secret recipe for having children sounded promising. But the recipes they mentioned were all dark and strange, making her feel that eating those ingredients might be so bad that even heaven wouldn't want to see it happen. Frog, insect droppings, just hearing these made Chi Hongdo get goosebumps. Can you really put anything in your mouth? Chi Hongdo suddenly spoke, startling Jiang Yun and Kai Wenli. The two sisters-in-law instinctively held each other's arms, afraid to look up at Chi Hongdo. Mostly because the old lady had a history of doing strange things in such matters. After giving birth to twins, Kai Wenli injured her health and could no longer have children. The elderly woman also recited a secret recipe for childbirth, hoping she would have more children. However, once they learned she could never have more, they often looked down on Kai Wenli. Jiang Yun became even more worried because Zhao Yueying was her daughter. If the elderly woman started to dislike her daughter because of this, what would happen? Mom, Kai Wenli forced a small smile, but Jiang Yun couldn't. She was worried that the things they just discussed might have been overheard by Chi Hongdo. She didn't want to pretend to be happy, just to hide it. Chi Hongdo rolled her eyes and said, "Are you sick or what? Why don't you go see a doctor instead of just sitting here thinking nonsense? If everyone acted like you, the hospital would have closed long ago. Even when there's no real problem, they start to worry about one." Jiang Yun wondered, what if Mom gets angry? What if she starts to dislike Yueying and doesn't let her come back? Mom, she asked, should we let Yueying see a doctor? Chi Hongdo rolled her eyes, so hard it seemed they might fly off her head. What else can we do? If she doesn't see a doctor, are we just going to let her keep thinking she's fine or give her some strange medicine? Actually, Jiang Yun and the others were hesitant. Their hope in folk remedies wasn't just because they believed in them, but because topics like infertility were very private and they didn't want to talk about them openly. Whenever such issues were raised, regardless of right or wrong, the final conclusion was always that women had problems. Jiang Yun couldn't confidently push her daughter to the hospital for tests. Her biggest worry was that if they didn't go, it wouldn't be a problem, but if they did, the label of infertility would be permanently attached to her daughter. Chi Hongdo thought, maybe this is just how mothers are, worried and anxious about everything.
But
if they didn't try to find a solution, how could they know it wouldn't work? The problem was right there, but because they were afraid, they didn't act. And without action, it would never be solved. As for Zhao Yueying's issue, it wasn't very hard to fix. She was feeling unwell now, so going to the local health clinic with Zhao Yueying wouldn't be a problem. The Barefoot Village doctor could only handle minor illnesses like headaches and colds, not infertility. But the doctor at the commune health station was said to come from a family of doctors, so he seemed more authoritative. If the health clinic doctor couldn't figure it out, it wouldn't hurt to go to a big hospital later. If necessary, they could even secretly visit the convenient hospital to get a blood test or checkup for Zhao Yueying. The road turned unexpectedly, and Jiang Yun didn't expect her mother-in-law to be willing to take Yueying to the clinic under the pretense of seeing a doctor. When Zhao Yueying was called, she was even more surprised than Jiang Yun. "Grandma, you're taking me to the clinic?" Chi Hongdo had already wrapped herself up. The early spring wind seemed gentle, but inside it hid thin, sharp blades like cicada wings that scraped her face, making her feel a sharp pain. She didn't care whether Zhao Yueying had already changed her mind. She just said sternly, "What's wrong?" "I'm an old lady, and I have a terrible headache and fever. Didn't you want to go to the commune with me? Now, you're not happy about that?" A pair of wrinkled eyes peeked out from the slit of the scarf wrapped around her face, looking fierce and impatient. Zhao Yueying thought, "Grandma, you're so into it. You haven't even left the house, and you're already acting out the scene? Has Grandma forgotten that her mother already told her why she needed to go to the clinic with her?" Zhao Yueying wasn't the type to cry easily like Jiang Yun. Seeing Grandma clutching her sleeves and slowly walking out the door, she quickly wrapped the old cloth scarf around Jiang Yun's neck, hurriedly said goodbye, and followed her. "How was it? What did the doctor say?" As soon as Zhao Yueying returned, Jiang Yun grabbed her hand and asked anxiously. Chi Hongdo had walked a long way today, purely for exercise. Jiang Yun didn't dare to ask her directly, so she calmly took off her scarf, then asked someone to pour her a cup of hot water. After drinking most of it, she finally spoke. The doctor said that Yueying was fine, just lacking some nutrition and needed to eat better. This problem was common and not life-threatening. "So, are you going to discuss it with your family, or do you want them to come here? Should Lin Chongfeng also see a doctor?" Chi Hongdo looked at Zhao Yueying. This wasn't just her own matter. Zhao Yueying, being watched by her grandmother and mother, listened to the doctor's words and felt unsure whether to be happy or worried. If her health was truly fine, "I'll discuss it with Chongfeng when I get back." In the end, Zhao Yueying decided not to waste her grandmother and mother's good intentions. Next, it depended on whether Lin Chongfeng's side could go smoothly. The best outcome would be that both of them were fine, just not the right time yet. If not, Zhao Yueying thought, even if not, it wouldn't be a catastrophe. His wife has been unable to have children for a long time, and Lin Chongfeng has thought about it himself. His peers' children are already running around, old enough to play freely, but he can only watch. "Listen to me. Adopt a child to raise, and you'll have your own soon." Lin's mother is confident about these old remedies and secret tricks. "You're worried because other people's children don't grow well, but what about your eldest sister's child? Your nephew, isn't he fine?" Since hearing her eldest daughter's words, Lin's mother increasingly thinks adopting a grandson is a good idea. Lin Chongfeng knows his mother is easily influenced by others, so he doesn't rush. Instead, he advises her, "Mom, you're only thinking about me. What about brother-in-law? Xiao Chao is already 4 years old, and he's starting to remember things. Would brother-in-law agree to adopt him? Even if he agrees, later on, the child will still remember his real parents. When that time comes, should I and Yueying stop the child from looking for his real family, or not? If they stop him, it feels unkind. If they don't, then who will raise the child in the end? Us or his sister and brother-in-law?" Lin Chongfeng could be a good uncle, but he doesn't want to be the fool who bears all the costs. Moreover, his brother-in-law isn't exactly a straightforward person. When Lin's mother hears her son's words, she thinks for a moment and agrees. But the daughter-in-law has been here nearly 4 years, and her belly still hasn't moved. Even if she doesn't push, rumors are already spreading in the village. Before Lin Chongfeng can say anything, Lin Lei, his younger brother, is unhappy and says, "Mom, my sister-in-law and my brother aren't too old to have children. Why are you in such a hurry? Our team has several women who can't compare to my sister-in-law. She works hard every day, earning her share of the work points, and you're still not happy?" Lin's mother stammers, who's dissatisfied. She's just worried, which is understandable. But you keep pushing her. If you keep pressing her so much that she goes back to her parents' house, my brother will be heartbroken. That kid. Lin Chongfeng kicks Lin Lei hard, making him jump. Who will cry to death. Whose wife will refuse to come home. Lin Lei, clutching his backside, runs away, and before leaving, he yells, "Mom, don't really drive my sister-in-law away." Lin's mother is angry. She reacts faster than Lin Chongfeng and tries to hit him, but by then, her youngest son is already out of sight. Lin Chongfeng says, "Mom, I'm going to work." He heads to the village entrance to see if his wife has returned. As soon as he steps out, a woman from the neighboring family, who became a widow 6 months ago, suddenly stumbles into his arms like a gust of wind. Lin Chongfeng was startled by the unexpected noise. When he saw that he had accidentally knocked over a person in his arms, he immediately pushed them away. Widow Zheng was caught off guard by Lin Chongfeng's surprising move and fell flat. "Oh, big brother Lin, please help me up." Widow Zheng is 24 years old. She married only 2 or 3 years ago. Her husband was often sick, and their marriage was meant to bring good luck. But even after marrying, their life only lasted about 3 more years. She and her husband didn't have much love between them. Her husband was always unwell, lacking energy, and looking very pale. She didn't want to share a bed with him. She felt that the person lying next to her, besides breathing, was no different from a dead person. She found it annoying and disgusting. But Lin Chongfeng was different. He had a handsome face, broad shoulders, long legs, a strong build, and even looked a bit charming. Among the entire team, whether married or single, Lin Chongfeng was considered quite outstanding. When Zheng Zheng compares Lin Chongfeng to her late husband, she feels the heavens are unfair. Why is it that women like Zhao Yueying, who don't seem very feminine, can have a man like Lin Chongfeng, but she ended up with a sickly, weak man? Ever since she overheard Lin Dijie and Lin Mu talking about raising children, Zheng Zheng's heart opened up. Although she also hadn't gotten pregnant after a few years of marriage, she was confident her body was fine. The problem was her husband, but even her mother-in-law wouldn't say that openly. But Lin Chongfeng, who looked so impressive at first glance, could he really be unable to have children? Zheng Zheng believed it must be Zhao Yueying's health that was the issue. She looked down on her, thinking she was 1,080 times better than Zhao Yueying. Now that her own husband had been dead for half a year, she thought it was time to consider her future. Without children tying her down, was she going to spend her whole life with her father-in-law and mother-in-law? She touched her face. She was so pretty, she wouldn't be stubborn and stay a widow forever. So she set her sights on Lin Chongfeng, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. First, because of Lin Chongfeng himself. Second, because the Lin family was simple. Lin Dijie was married. Lin Liang was only 12 years old, a little kid. Lin father and Lin mother were honest and straightforward, easy to handle. With such a family environment, Zheng Zheng thought that if she married into the family, life would be smooth and comfortable. She cleared her throat, blinked her eyes, and tried to attract Lin Chongfeng's attention, waiting for him to come over and help her up. Lin Chongfeng looked around, seeing no one passing by at the moment. Then he slowly moved forward. Widow Zheng was very happy, thinking that this person wasn't so insensitive to her feelings. But she watched helplessly as Lin Chongfeng bypassed her, walking quickly away. Or rather, running away. Widow Zheng stared blankly at his back. She was a beautiful woman who had bumped into him. He didn't see her clearly and pushed her away, which was fine. But now, seeing her fall like that, he didn't even try to help? What kind of person is he? Ignoring the pain from her fall, Widow Zheng quickly touched her face again. Was she really that frightening now? After running far away, Lin Chongfeng finally relaxed once he was sure Widow Zheng wasn't chasing him. Don't ask him why he acted like Lu Xiaohui. Wildflowers by the roadside may not be tempting to pick, but just looking is enough. Men still like to look. If even looking is hard to resist, then there's only one explanation. The family flower is too fierce. Lin Chongfeng patted his chest. To him, Widow Zheng wasn't trying to flirt with him. She was trying to trap him. They had known each other for many years in the village. He didn't know that his wife was very sensitive when it came to being hit. Zhao Yueying was not the kind of person who would blush, get angry, cry, or make a fuss when upset. Lin Chongfeng still remembered that shortly after their wedding, a troublesome girl and his brother came to their house. His wife immediately grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to attack him. At that time, Zhao Yueying thought he had hurt a girl, and her expression was fierce. If Lin Chongfeng hadn't quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, he might have lost a few parts of himself. After that incident, Zhao Yueying established a very noble image in her husband's mind. From afar, Zhao Yueying saw her husband looking around at the village entrance. No wonder. Her eyes were sharp, and her target was obvious. She saw him immediately. Yueying. Lin Chongfeng also saw his wife and happily ran over to meet her. Zhao Yueying didn't know how to explain her husband. Her family was full of honest people, including her big sister-in-law, who couldn't speak without offending others, her mischievous 12-year-old younger brother, who was always caught lying, and her parents-in-law, who were often deceived. Now she had her clever-looking husband, who was being taken advantage of by a young girl. Yueying, what is this? Lin Chongfeng took the basket from Zhao Yueying, looked inside, and found a bundle of herbs tied with a rope. Mother gave it to me. She said it's medicinal tea, good for health. Given the old lady's words, she said she bought it cheaply and wanted her to drink it every day. Zhao Yueying looked at Jiang Yiyun's teasing glance and accepted it without hesitation. Although the old lady might have been tricked, the large bag of small-cost items was still bought with money, so wasting it wouldn't be good. Besides, this was also a kind gesture from the mother. Zhao Yueying didn't really believe that this medicinal tea would work. She mostly thought it was just to add flavor to the water and drank it daily. Medicinal tea. Is someone at home sick? Lin Chongfeng responded quickly, but it drew a strange look from Zhao Yueying. As they walked toward their house, they met Widow Zheng coming toward them. Oh, Yueying, where have you been? Oh, look at that basket. Aren't those medicines? I think if someone can't give birth, just drinking medicine won't help. Those medicines are useless. Don't overwork your body. It's not worth it. Yueying, if you truly care about Brother Lin and the family, you shouldn't drink the medicine yourself. Why not give up your spot? With Brother Lin's health. Widow Zheng suddenly looked shy, her face a little embarrassed. If it were someone else, pregnancy would be a sure thing. Zhao Yueying glared at Lin Chongfeng, feeling like he was being cuckolded right in front of her. Lin Chongfeng almost wanted to jump and swear to the sky. Wife. She's slandering me. I didn't. He hadn't even thought about replacing anyone. Oh. Zhao Yueying shifted her gaze from Lin Chongfeng to Widow Zheng. So, if I leave, who would be better to have children for him? Widow Zheng twisted her waist, thinking Zhao Yueying was feeling ashamed and retreating. It was better to let someone else take her place. She was a manly woman who couldn't have children, so it would be good to have the spot for herself early. She coughed twice, clearing her throat. Actually, I think Brother Lin wouldn't be interested in those young girls. Finding someone experienced and prettier would be better. Zhao Yueying, experienced and pretty? She looked at Widow Zheng from top to bottom. The shorter woman had a charming figure, a peach-shaped face, almond-shaped eyes. Really quite attractive. Zhao Yueying looked at the dirt on the ground, then rubbed her fingers. Wait here for me. Widow Zheng. Zhao Yueying quickly ran back home. Her older brother, Lin Lianlei, was in the kitchen, digging out roasted sweet potatoes from the stove after being kicked in the backside. Sister-in-law? Pass me the ladle next to you. That ladle was used for catching pig. Lin Chonglei couldn't bother to fetch the sweet potato, so he quickly handed over the long ladle. Holding the ladle, Zhao Yueying scooped water from the ditch in front of the kitchen door and poured it directly onto Zheng Widow.
A Zheng Widow's Kimed.
Lin Chongfeng felt cold inside and had already run back into the house, determined to protect his own reputation. It's over. Can I still explain this clearly? Zhao Yueying looked at Zheng Widow. Even after my husband died, you don't get to do whatever you want. Do you understand? Zheng Widow. Ah. Want to shout again? Zheng Widow ran outside the reach of the long ladle, then continued to shout. Ah. Zhao Yueying raised the ladle and chased a few steps, then Zheng Widow completely disappeared from sight. At the door, Lin Chonglei watched the scene, his little head turning quickly. He approached his brother and asked, "Did you do something wrong to my sister-in-law?" His brother kicked him over again. Things were getting worse. Don't bother telling your sister-in-law about me. I can't handle it. And you, kid, I can't handle you either. Lin Chongfeng felt he was very unlucky. It wasn't his fault. He was innocent. Lin Chonglei covered his aunt, before Lin Chongfeng could finish speaking, ran straight to Zhao Yueying. Sister-in-law, my brother, Lin Chongfeng, rushing out in a panic, stopped him, covering his mouth to prevent the little rascal from talking nonsense. Yueying, let's talk inside a house, okay? Inside. Zhao Yueying. When Chi Hongdo saw Lin Chongfeng and Zhao Yueying standing together, she felt that they looked good together. Lin Chongfeng was quite handsome. Unlike Guo Jianjun, who had a commanding military style, Lin Chongfeng was very standard and handsome. He wasn't the kind of refined, hair-splitting handsome seen in later generations, but had a wild, natural look, even a bit rough around the edges. Zhao Yueying was tall, with long legs. In later times, she could have been a model, confident and striking, very memorable. Both of them were striking in their own way, one elegant, one handsome, making them very eye-catching. Originally, Jiang Yun was worried that after her daughter went back, there might be trouble with her in-laws over the doctor visits, and she feared Lin Chongfeng might get angry and refuse to see the doctor, or even get into a fight with her daughter. She imagined all the bad scenes. That night, she kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep, so Zhao Yunwu even thought about going to her daughter's in-laws' house to see what was going on. Fortunately, Zhao Yueying and Lin Chongfeng had already gone to the commune's health clinic before. Because both my mother and grandmother are involved in this matter, Zhao Yueying casually mentioned it to avoid making the family worry and having to make another trip later. Lin Chongfeng followed behind Zhao Yueying, called all the family members, and then helped his younger brother-in-law with the chores. Jiang Yiyun quickly seized the chance to ask, "What did the doctor say?" Chi Hongdo also looked at Zhao Yueying. Both of them seemed healthy, not like they had serious health issues. As expected, Zhao Yueying's answer was similar to what she thought. The doctor said, "Chongfeng's health is fine. Some couples find it hard to have children. Although such cases are not common, they do exist. It all depends on fate." Jiang Yun was a bit doubtful. "You didn't lie to Mom, right?" She was worried her daughter was hiding something from her son-in-law. Originally, her mother personally took her daughter to the clinic, and the doctor said they could have children. If one of them can have children, then the other must have a problem. "Mom, don't worry," Zhao Yueying said with a smile to reassure Jiang Yun. Actually, the doctor hinted that she and Lin Chongfeng might have incompatible constitutions, making it difficult to have children. The world is full of surprises. Although such cases are rare, they do happen. If they want a child, they could adopt or separate and remarry, then try to conceive with someone else, which might be easier than staying together. Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng almost got angry at the doctor. The doctor risked being scolded to say this. If it weren't for the fact that the young couple was so pitiful, he wouldn't have revealed this. Fortunately, the doctor didn't get into trouble. After leaving the clinic, Lin Chongfeng and Zhao Yueying decided not to bother with big hospitals anymore. They decided to let nature take its course. They joked, "If we really can't have children, the Lin family won't be left without heirs. There's still Chonglei." When he said this, he was already thinking that they might never have children. "Don't you want to remarry?" Zhao Yueying asked seriously. If Lin Chongfeng said they should separate and live their own lives, she wouldn't insist. "Sweetheart, you don't want me anymore?" Lin Chongfeng was shocked. "If we split up, you find another woman, have a child, and live your life, sweetheart." Lin Chongfeng quickly straightened his expression after seeing Zhao Yueying not amused. "What's the point of living with someone else? I only want to live with you." Instead of saying, "I swear I am willing to not have children for my whole life, I think, rather than that, I want to settle down and live a steady life with you. There is no distant future, only the present." Zhao Yueying looked at him and said, "You said it, but don't regret it." "How could I regret it? If you dare play tricks, I'll break your leg." Lin Chongfeng touched his two broad shoulders. That's definitely his wife's style of speaking. Zhao Yuanwu saw his daughter and son-in-law arrive together and nodded. "Chongfeng."
Yes.
When Lin Chongfeng heard his father-in-law call him, he tensed up and hurried over. Zhao Yuanwu patted his shoulder and took his son-in-law aside to talk. They probably discussed something, and when they left the red flag team and went home, Lin Chongfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Wife, we agreed. You can't leave me, okay?" Who knows what his father-in-law thinks, especially since Lin Chongfeng not only has a very strong father-in-law but also two tall, big brothers-in-law, and even his wife is stronger than most men. He feels that his wife isn't worried about him finding someone else to have children with, but rather whether she will dislike him. Not just a man. Even men need a sense of security. Zhao Yuang looked at Lin Chongfeng's pitiful eyes. It's really not her intention to say this, but sometimes, seeing her man like this, he looks really silly. She pinched the small bag in her pocket, which her mother-in-law secretly gave her before she left, and whispered in her ear, "This is a secret family recipe for having children. You and Chongfeng each take one bag, one pill every 7 days."
Got it?
After the herbal tea, her mother-in-law somehow got these 2 small pills that looked like rat poison. When she opened the paper bag, Zhao Yueying could smell the medicine, but whether it works or not is another matter. She hesitated whether to give the pills to Lin Chongfeng. Seeing how silly her husband looked, she decided to give them. Whether it's a secret recipe or not, whether it can help have children or not, any small benefit is good. At least they are pills, so they should have some effect. With 2 working members in the family, Kahongda's income, which was once just 1 paycheck, now became 3. The dream of lying at home and having money to spend, which she had in her previous life, finally came true. Grandma Motsi's eyes were filled with envy. "Young lady, you're so lucky." Grandma Motsi didn't expect that Zhao Yujia, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, who was born with a golden spoon, would be so capable. She immediately helped her family's nephew get 2 jobs. Sending mail is hard, but it's still work. Chi Hongdo, old sister, what are you going to exchange today in town? She saw Ma Zi's basket of eggs, not covered tightly. For this little secret, Ma Zi waved her hand. "Exchange some oil and salt. The matches are gone, so I need to get some more." It's rare to use a lighter to start the fire in the stove. Most people still use matches. There is a firewood factory in the county, and some people take on the job of making firewood boxes. They can earn a penny for every 100 they make. Chi Hongdo thought, when the old lady was a child, she probably did this kind of work too, but her memory is too fuzzy now. These small things don't last long. Chi Hongdo was reminded that her own kitchen matches are almost gone too. Spring has come, and there are more farm chores. Today, Chi Hongdo is going to the brick factory to pick up Jiang Yun's wages, and she plans to buy some seeds and vegetables. The last batch of cabbages in the backyard vegetable plot of old Zhao's house has been harvested, and it's time to plant new ones. Knowing that Chi Hongdo is going to the brick factory to get her daughter-in-law's wages, Ma Zi was even more envious. "Old sister, you're lucky. Look at how filial your daughters are. The new dress inside your apron was made by your daughter, right? I remember you wearing it out, and it has no patches at all. A proper new outfit is usually too fancy for old ladies to wear. If children are not filial, they won't even bother to give new clothes, maybe just pocket money." Ma Zi tugged at her apron, revealing the collar of her new dress inside. "Oh, I say, I don't need it. Wearing such nice clothes is a waste. My daughter insisted on giving it to me, saying it was made to fit me. I won't wear it, and it would be a waste." She pulled at her own clothes and looked at the patches on Chi Hongdo's dress. "Big sister, you really are to yourself. With such a big family and many mouths to feed, if it weren't for that little wage, they might have run out of food long ago." Ma Zi understood, but she couldn't help feeling a little proud. Her own children are more thoughtful. The Zhao family's kids are not. She compared herself from head to toe like a child, then picked her most proud feature to win the comparison, and was satisfied. Old sister has a bit of a competitive streak. Chi Hongdo. I'm afraid I'd show my little fur vest and hurt your eyes." She turned and headed to the brick factory. The old man at the door still looked at Chi Hongdo with awe. Mrs. Zhang's mean mother-in-law is back again. Getting paid is something Chi Hongdo is used to now. After registering at the factory, she confidently heads to Jiang Yun's office. She stands at the door without making a sound. The people inside, who were chatting, instantly fall silent and all turn to look at Jiang Yun. Within 30 seconds, Jiang Yun appears in front of her, handing over the money and tickets. The scene looks like a landlord collecting rent in old times. Chi Hongdo takes the money and pulls out a salted duck egg from her basket to give to Jiang Yun. "Here, eat it with your lunch." This salted duck egg was inspired by her two children, Da Bao and Air Bao. Someone in the village raises ducks, and Da Bao and the others often find wild duck eggs outside. Many are laid by ducks in the fields. Pickled salted duck eggs are just as tasty, and they're easier to make than meat. Chi Hongdo traded for some duck eggs and then ordered a few workers to go into the mountains to dig up some red clay. They mixed the clay with ash and salt, and after a period of pickling, it was ready. They stored a jar at home. It looked like a lot, but because there are many people, they only eat a few when having porridge. They cut the eggs open and share them. Jiang Yun really liked this taste. Chi Hongdo noticed, but Jiang Yun never asked for more on her own. This time, when she came to collect her wages, Chi Hongdo simply gave her a salted duck egg. "All right, you go to work now. I'll head out first." She quickly shoved the salted duck egg into Jiang Yun's hand and left decisively. Jiang Yun's colleagues, leaning by the window, watched the scene and found it a bit surreal. They whispered among themselves, guessing, what did Jiang's mother-in-law give her this time? Last time it was either a pancake or candy, all edible stuff. This time, it's probably food again. Why do I feel like Grandma doesn't seem as unreasonable as before? Is Jiang finally getting ahead? You're so silly. Jiang's money still goes to her mother-in-law. She's not really ahead. At most, life has just become a little easier. Jiang Yun looked down at the salted duck egg in her hand. She was no longer surprised like when she first received a pancake from her mother-in-law. A small smile appeared on her lips, blooming like a tiny flower. A slightly better life is already the biggest luck in a peaceful life. Is this the in-law, right? After wandering around the town for a while, Chi Hongdo carried her basket back to Hongqi Brigade. Before entering the village, she was stopped by two suddenly appearing elderly men and women. Li Niupeng was pulling his wife along, looking very unhappy. "In-laws, where are you going?" he asked. Chi Hongdo stepped back a few paces and finally saw what these two people who were almost pressing against her looked like. She squinted her eyes. "Aren't these Li Xiao's parents?" Seeing that Chi Hongdo didn't answer, Li Niupeng with a long face said, "In-laws, you've become successful now, huh? You don't recognize us poor relatives anymore?" Li's mother looked at the basket covered in her hands and reached out to grab it. "In-laws, you went to town, right? Bought some good things? Let me see. Is there anything to eat? Give me a little, I'm starving after walking all day." Chi Hongdo was scratching her ear. What is she talking about? She held her basket and moved aside. How can there be such a reason in the world? If you're hungry, you can just go to someone's house for food. Why do you want to rummage through people's baskets when you see them carrying one? Since the founding of New China, bandits have been robbing on the roads. If caught, they'd be eating peanuts. Hearing this, Li Niupeng and Qian Dafeng couldn't help but tremble slightly. But then, remembering why they came today, their eyes turned fierce again. "Don't think you can scare us honest folks. We're relatives visiting your home. What's wrong with eating a little at your place?" "Exactly. Are you that stingy?" Chi Hongdo glanced behind these two and saw the villagers at the entrance, gossiping as usual. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think we're fools? It's the new year, and you're the ones who drove our Li Lu and my granddaughter out of the house. During the New Year's visit, you didn't even give the children a sip of water. And now you're relatives? Who would want such a family? Get lost already." Among Li Xiao's parents, they were definitely the most bizarre. People like them, once they get a little advantage, they start causing trouble. They're foolish and mean. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. Li Niupeng was annoyed. "My daughter married your son, and they've had a child for so many years. Just because we're relatives, doesn't that mean we're not? Are you bullying us?" Qian Dafeng said, "In-laws, we should be honest. If we hadn't agreed to marry our daughter to your son, he might have been taken away long ago." Li Niupeng responded, "Exactly. He's so young and already so unruly. All he does is kidnap girls. If we hadn't objected back then, he'd have been caught and beaten to death. What is this? These two old folks are spouting nonsense." Li Niupeng isn't sure if it's confidence given by his name, but his face is much wider than the barn. When he sees Chi Hongdo unwilling to pay much attention to them and even raises his foot to leave, He quickly pulls his wife and loudly shouts, "Old Zhao's family has turned their back on us. I've never heard of a relative coming to visit and then being chased away. Old Zhao's family is shameless." Their voices are sharp and harsh. The idle villagers, who had only vaguely heard some noise, gradually gather closer. This makes Chi Hongdo laugh out loud in anger. Visiting relatives? Li Niupeng and Qian Dafeng see Chi Hongdo paying attention to them and become even more proud. Our relationship, as long as we visit, isn't that like visiting relatives? Chi Hongdo continues to smile. All right, since it's a visit, why don't you come inside for some tea and chat? They close the door, silence fills the air, and no one makes a sound. It's uncertain whether these two old folks can hold their ground. Their scheming eyes are about to show. Do they really think people are fools? Li Niupeng, hearing this, finally feels satisfied. The couple follows Chi Hongdo to the Zhao family. Oh wow, this new house is so grand. Really impressive, dear relative. Do you have meat? Today is a family visit, so we should cook some good dishes, right? Chi Hongdo, come inside. I'll have my daughter-in-law cook some cured meat and stew a fish. How about that? Qian Dafeng, stewing fish needs to be served with pancakes. Plain pancakes dipped in the soup taste the best. Chi Hongdo, we have everything. Of course, we want to treat our relatives well. Cooking will take a while. Dear relative, why don't you tell us what brings you here today? Li Niupeng sits on a long bench and immediately says, "We came today with no other purpose but to ask you to arrange a job for our son." Qian Dafeng quickly adds, "Our family isn't wealthy and our son is about to get married. Dear relative, please prepare some dry food to take back with you." They are bold enough to speak up. Chi Hongdo's smile widens. Under their hopeful gazes, she coldly says, "Get as far away from me as possible." Dear relative, what do you mean by that? Li Niupeng's face stretches long like a gourd. He makes his demands confidently and even if rejected, he doesn't think he's being unreasonable, only that the other side has a problem. People like this, even if beaten to death, wouldn't be wronged. They come out just looking for trouble. Chi Hongdo adjusts her ear. If you have bad ears, don't go out. If you can't hear well, what are you talking about? Qian Dafeng, you. Do you not want to arrange work for our big boss? Chi Hongdo sneered. I think you look like someone who works. You say there is indeed work. Zhao Yuanshuang felt unhappy when he heard his father-in-law and mother-in-law arrived. Li Xiaoa was even more out of sorts, her spirit clearly off. Considering we're relatives, can't we just talk nicely and part ways? Why don't you go back to where you came from? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe I will take Xiaoa back home? If you lose your daughter-in-law, your son will cause trouble for you. Chi Hongdo looked at Li Niu's attempt to control her fate with a cold smile. Our Zhao family has never tied anyone up and kept them from leaving. If you have the guts, try taking your daughter back and see.
Mom.
Li Xiaoa outside the door heard this and was terrified. She rushed in shouting loudly. Qian Dafeng angrily shouted, "Good for nothing. Why are you only coming now? Did you hear what that ruthless mother-in-law just said? She doesn't want you anymore. She won't even let her sister-in-law help your nephew find a job. And she's your in-law. Now go back with your mom, do you hear me?" Qian Dafeng kept talking but noticed Li Xiaoa's gaze wasn't on her. She looked where Li Xiaoa was looking and realized that Li Xiaoa's call of mom was directed at her mother-in-law. "Mom, I don't want to go back. Please don't make me go." Li Xiaoa suddenly knelt on the ground. This startled Chi Hongdo. She had only spoken to Li Niu about her, but Li Xiaoa was a person, not an object. No one could just take her away if they wanted. She wasn't sure what Li Xiaoa was thinking, maybe she was serious. Chi Hongdo felt a headache and told Li Xiaoa to get up first. Li Niu's face looked like he had eaten something bitter, and he glared angrily at Li Xiaoa. "A person who turns against us, I've raised you for nothing. I said raising a daughter is worse than raising a pig. Look at her calling someone mom so submissively. Such a shame." The insults Li Niu and Qian Dafeng used to belittle their daughter were so harsh that anyone listening would question life. Even if there was some blood relation or they had truly raised her one day, no one would speak about their child like that. These two might look like people, but in reality, They're just walking animals. Old 6, your father-in-law and mother-in-law have had too much to drink. They keep talking nonsense. Why don't you send them back? Chi Hongdo finished speaking and looked at the still complaining, foot-stomping couple. For the sake of the children today, I'll let it go. You can go home. I'll pretend you never came. If your brains aren't clear and you run over barking again, don't think about finding work for your grandson. I can arrange jobs for your whole family. Hearing this unexpected turn, Qian Dafeng asked, You mean you agree to find work for our Daju? Chi Hongdo smiled kindly. Yes, I agree. As long as you agree. I have no reason to refuse. More people eating prison food isn't a big deal. Qian Dafeng understood and asked you want to send our Daju to prison? Li Niuping snapped. You say you'll send him? You old hag, who do you think you are so these two can think normally? Why do they come here and talk about arranging jobs? It seems their brains only work halfway, the other half is paralyzed. You can block the road and rob people, so why not send him to prison? Even if we report to the police, I have a reason. Can I really be bullied by you two old folks at my own home? Is that possible? Chi Hongdo's face hardened. Who's been overstepping? It's you two, right? These days, everyone knows it's hard to find work. But you come in and immediately ask for a job. Your son Daju doesn't even recognize a big character. How can he deliver mail? Would any leader want him? And you threaten me, saying you'll take your daughter back. Even your own daughter doesn't want to go with you. If I were a parent to this extent, I'd hide my face outside. It's shameful. The house is a mess, and each child is more crooked than the last. Yet they still have the nerve to come here and act tough. Do they really think so highly of themselves? Zhao Yuanshuang listened to her mother and smiled. She walked over, grabbed the old couple's arms, and pulled them outside. Dad, Mom, my mother means well. This job isn't as easy to find as you think. Besides, our house just got built, and we've spent all our savings. Where would we get extra money to help Daju? My mother is straightforward and honest, but she means no harm. I think you should go back now. You don't know, my brother-in-law works at the county's Revolutionary Committee. If you block the road and rob people, even if you're relatives, the police will investigate, right? When my eldest brother-in-law finds out, he will also inform the local police. You two are getting old, and you can't handle all this trouble, right? The more Zhao Yuanshuang spoke, the brighter her smile became. But her smile only stayed on her face. Her eyes remained dark and gloomy. Are they planning to treat our family like fat pigs to be slaughtered? Already feeling indifferent toward her father-in-law and mother-in-law, Zhao Yuanshuang kept coaxing and scaring them, sending Li Niuping and Qian Dafeng back to the neighboring village. After Zhao Yuanshuang pulled away Li Niuping and Qian Dafeng, Chi Hongdo looked at Li Xiaoa and asked, Why didn't you want to go back just now? Li Xiaoa replied, Mother, I was scared. Chi Hongdo asked, Do you realize what you looked like when you scolded Yuxiao? When you got angry at Yuxiao, your face looked just like your father and mother. The shadow of fear you've carried your whole life, something you avoid at all costs, has actually been with you all along. Unknowingly, you've become it, making it impossible to escape your entire life. Even horror movies aren't this scary. Seeing Li Xiaoa turn pale after hearing this, Chi Hongdo continued, Think about it. Maybe it's time to change that habit. Li Xiaoa felt her heart grow faint. As Chi Hongdo spoke, her mind suddenly blurred, merging her with Li Niuping and Qian Dafeng into a twisted, indistinct monster. She was wide awake, yet it felt like she was dreaming a nightmare. Leaving the main room, Li Xiaoa, distracted and lost in thought, saw Zhao Yuxiao cleaning the chicken coop. She remembered the day she took eggs to find her eldest daughter, Zhao Yulan, but her daughter didn't recognize her. When she arrived, her daughter shut the door as if she didn't know her at all. That look in her daughter's eyes. Even now, recalling it, Li Xiaoa felt her gaze was icy, like shards of ice. At the pond washing clothes, the water reflected her image. Li Xiaoa vigorously scrubbed her face. Later, she realized simply rubbing her face didn't help. She then forcefully splashed water, trying to disturb the calm surface. But the water no longer reflected her full face. Chi Hongdo's comment that she and Li Niupeng and Qian Dafeng looked alike hit her like a hammer on a drum. The moment it fell, the sound was loud, and it felt like the last layer of shame was being torn away. Li Xiao feels regret, shame, and sadness at this moment. She hasn't forgotten how she was forced by Li Niupeng and Qian Dafeng to marry the old man, but she has forgotten how desperate she was at that time. That's why she placed all her hope on someone she had just met. But as time went on, she seemed to forget her despair, gradually becoming like Li Niupeng and Qian Dafeng herself. Zhao Yuanshuang safely sent her parents-in-law back home, convincing the two elderly people from angry complaints to silence, just by talking. Chi Hongdo thought Zhao Yuanshuang was doing well, but the next day, she heard through Kai Wenli's gossip group that night, the beloved grandson of the Li family fell into a latrine. When the grandparents saw their grandson fall, they rushed forward, causing the grandson to fall in a second time, and they themselves were covered in dirt. Chi Hongdo thought, I don't know why, but my instinct tells me that Zhao Yuanshuang is responsible for this. But this time, it was quite satisfying. After this incident, Li Xiao became a bit awkward when facing Zhao Yuxiu. She seemed to want to be nice to her, but since they had always been cold toward each other, Zhao Yuxiu couldn't be like the close little sister type that mothers usually are to their daughters. Li Xiao didn't know how to be a proper mother to her daughter. Chi Hongdo didn't bother with this. She let them figure it out on their own. As long as Li Xiao wouldn't go crazy at Zhao Yuxiu again, that was enough. Really made me laugh so hard, my stomach hurts. Recently, Li Xiao has been acting strange, always sticking close to Yuxiu, but she can't even say a few nice words. It's hilarious. Still keeping old six, huh? That's mean. I heard his father-in-law's family has been stinky for over half a month, and they don't want to work with them. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, bringing so many city kids here as educated youths. Kai Wenli always spoke gossip energetically. Zhao Yuchuan listened and suddenly said, Shouldn't we do something about that girl from the older sister's family? She's already in the village, but she hasn't even come to our house. Are you stupid? Her mother didn't even open her mail bag, and they just carried it over for her. It's obvious her mother doesn't like her. Zhao Yuanquan was teased by his wife for a while. After thinking, he felt that his wife was probably more accurate than himself, so he just accepted Kai Wenli's words. But does his mother really not care about that girl? Wang Xiaoqiao now sleeps very peacefully every night. One of her two sons has a decent job, even though he has to give his wages to her. Earning money is good. Her youngest daughter is married and can stay at home, under her watch, so she doesn't have to worry about this or that. As for Xiangdong and Yuxia, they may not be wealthy, but they are safe and healthy. Wang Xiaoqiao feels her spirits have improved recently. Zhao Yuanwen is worried as school starts soon. He plans to send his two younger children to school but fears they might give up after a few days, just like last time. He has already told his mother that it's not okay. He needs to remind the children again. If they dare to misbehave, they will face serious consequences. As for his older sister's daughter, who is sent to be a young farmer, Zhao Yuanwen just took a distant look. He thinks she's just a little girl and probably easier to manage than his sister. But she seems delicate, and working on the farm might be tough for her. He doesn't know what his mother and sister said, but he doubts that girl can handle such hardships. She's never been to the countryside before. Zhao Yuanwen thought about all this before going to sleep, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Reporting to the leader, we're going to school now. On the first day of school, Debao held his little chest and saluted awkwardly, holding his head tilted. Erbao, not fully awake, leaned on his brother, dozing off. His loud voice startled him awake, and he looked around, then closed his eyes again. He couldn't understand why his brother wasn't tired. Chi Hongdo patted the heads of the two children and smiled kindly, acting like a gentle old lady. Be good, study hard. Debao touched his bottom and decided he didn't want to get into trouble for misbehaving, so he would try his best. Grandpa's spanking hurt a lot. A new day began. Some went to school, some went to work. Chi Hongdo was able to sleep in a bit and then enjoy a warm taro milk tea. Taking a sip, it was sweet and delicious. This was the treatment of a family's head. Older sister, go pick wild vegetables, Ma Zi's grandma called out loudly, bringing Chi Hongdo out of her room where she was drinking milk tea. I know a place with lots of shepherd's purse. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Grandma Motzi is truly a lively old lady despite her age. Chi Hongdo suddenly felt like she was visiting an old sister. Never mind, I won't drink milk tea anymore. She picked up a small basket and a shovel, then followed Grandma Motzi out to dig wild vegetables. Forget other wild greens. Shepherd's purse dumplings are the best dumplings she has ever eaten. When she heard the words shepherd's purse, Chi Hongdo's eyes lit up. Pure wild shepherd's purse, she thought, if she could get some good meat and mix it with the greens, making fragrant dumpling filling. She was coming for shepherd's purse dumplings. At first glance, shepherd's purse looks quite casual and doesn't seem very tasty. Chi Hongdo had only started to recognize what shepherd's purse looked like after eating shepherd's purse dumplings. If she hadn't eaten them herself, she probably wouldn't believe how fresh they could taste. Old sister, you're really amazing. Her basket was full of shepherd's purse. Chi Hongdo and Grandma Motzi, who was getting more energetic while digging, gave a thumbs up. They knew about this remote place. Grandma Motzi proudly said, "Of course. I didn't hide anything from you, did I? You're so impressive. I knew right away that you're someone who knows how to live well. You're different from the other old ladies in our team, kind and capable." Grandma Motzi blushed a little from the compliment, glancing at Chi Hongdo's basket. "Why are you just digging shepherd's purse? I have other greens too. Want me to share some?" "Oh, that's too kind. You worked hard to dig these. I only need these. The others can be dug out by the kids at home." Grandma Motzi said, "Oh, so you like shepherd's purse?" Chi Hongdo chuckled. "I want to make shepherd's purse dumplings. I'll go home and make some dough, add a little sesame oil, and they'll be delicious." Grandma Motzi drooled at the thought, but making dumplings was impossible for her. How many dumplings could she make? With so many people at home, 2 per person wouldn't be enough. She shook her head, thinking to herself that this old lady was getting greedier. Just blanch the greens and mix them. No need to make dumplings. What's so delicious about that? She turned and saw Chi Hongdo watching her. She touched her mouth and thought, well, at least I didn't drool. Chi Hongdo pretended not to notice Grandma Motzi's insincere words. Today, they had taken the first step in building a sisterly friendship. She reached into her pocket and took out a cheap candy, unwrapped it, and offered, "Try a taste." Because there are many children at home, her pockets inexplicably started to often hold some candies. Grandma Motzi unexpectedly tasted the sweet flavor. She didn't even have time to greet or refuse. Because Chi Hongdo knew that if she didn't give the candies like this, the old lady might take them home in her pocket and give them to one of her grandchildren later. How does it taste? Pretty good, right? Now, visiting someone's home, the highest etiquette isn't even pouring tea, but making sugar water for guests, which shows how wonderful this sweetness is. "Oh, I'm already quite old. If you give me candies, isn't that a waste? It's better to save them for Daba and Erbao." Chi Hongdo replied, "They are a bunch of little kids. If they want to eat something in the future, we might have a chance to taste it now. Why not? Besides, having an elderly person at home is like having a treasure. We should treat ourselves well, and that also saves the kids some trouble. Do you still expect those unworthy descendants who won't even visit your grave without your blessing to take care of you? Wake up early." Such bold words left Grandma Motzi stunned. The words may be rough, but the reasoning isn't wrong. "But, sister, you're being a bit too rough. However, the truth really is this." So Grandma Motzi kept quiet, no longer speaking, silently enjoying this moment of sweetness. In spring, there are many wild vegetables. Even tender shoots from some trees are put on the table. Besides shepherd's purse, another delicacy in spring is the young shoots of the Chinese tun tree. The freshest shoots in spring are the most delicious, and if not picked in time, after a few days, the shoots grow older and the flavor diminishes. The longer they stay, the worse they taste, and eventually, they become unsuitable to eat. Spring also has a tradition of making spring pancakes. Chi Hongdo hadn't eaten pancakes for a long time. During a meal, Lin Xiuyu and Zhao Yujie made a large pot of thin pancakes. Although made with mixed flour, they smelled very fragrant. They paired well with the seasoned Chinese tune shoots, very fresh and delicious. Chi Hongdo also didn't miss the shepherd's purse dumplings. Although there were many people at home, she still went to Zhu Dashan in town to buy fresh mincemeat for dumplings. The shepherd's purse dumplings didn't contain meat, so they were a bit dry. This month, we won't be giving out anything else at home. Let's all have a meal of dumplings together. They called it a meal, but everyone could only eat 5 or 6 dumplings to feel full, just to taste a bit. But no one had any objections or dissatisfaction. Once the food is in the stomach, it's all good. There's no waste, and it's not eaten every day. Eating a meal of shepherd's purse dumplings is most satisfying to the taste buds and then to the heart. When summer approaches and I talk about spring, the deepest impression is always the shepherd's purse dumplings. I often think, if I could enjoy this taste every spring, life would be perfect. Since I started picking wild vegetables with friends, Grandma Motsi has become more eager to chat with Chi Hongdo. At first, Chi Hongdo just felt like an old sister, but now she realizes that with Grandma Motsi, she is already her best old sister. Chi Hongdo. Why not? Did you know the second child of the team leader's family has come back? Who? The one born in the same month as your 5th sibling, the city person who moved here. You forgot? Chi Hongdo. Oh, what do you mean? Why would a city person come to our countryside? It's been so long since they returned, probably 10 or 8 years. If it weren't for Zhao Yuanwu, she wouldn't be able to connect him to anyone. Well, we don't really know much about that. But she came carrying big bags, probably bringing lots of good things. Who knows what kind of wonderful life this city person is living outside. But just listening to it sounds very fancy. The entire team only has one radio, which is said to be a gift from the second child. Now you call him second child? Be careful, he might get upset. Born in the same year and month as Zhao Yuanwu, he's also from the older generation and doing quite well. If she called him by his nickname, some people might get annoyed. Grandma Motsi pursed her lips, her eyes revealing the shrewdness of an old farmer. In Hongqi Brigade, I just call him second child right in front of him. If he doesn't respond, he still has to smile. Otherwise, the team leader would be the first to teach him to remember his roots. Chi Hongdo was amused and said, "Old sister, you're so clever. You're right. She used to be from the village, and she's stepped in mud before. If second child forgets his roots, the team leader's family might be overwhelmed with criticism." Originally, Chi Hongdo didn't know much about who had returned from wealthy relatives, nor did she care. But after gossiping in the daytime, that evening, the team leader and the team secretary called her over. When she arrived at the team office, she saw many people waiting for her. Standing next to the team secretary was a man wearing reading glasses and a neat Zhongshan suit, who nodded and greeted her. "Oh, so this is second child." Chi Hongdo continued to glance to the side, wondering about her family's unfortunate child. Soon, Chi Hongdo's eyes landed on Du Wan, who looked just like a wild, fiery little girl. This girl was still wearing a red shirt and sneakers. However, her white sneakers were now covered in mud, and her clothes were dusty and muddy too. When she saw Chi Hongdo looking at her, she turned her head to the side. Chi Hongdo chuckled to herself. This was Zhao Daoyang's well-behaved daughter. She had only been out to the countryside for a few days. Honestly, the team leader didn't really want to call Chi Hongdo over, but since she was his real granddaughter, he had no choice. "I'm Minyang. Today I called you here for a small matter. Mainly, it's just that 2 kids had a little disagreement." The team leader pointed to the girl next to the secretary, who was glaring at Du Wan like a fighting rooster. Looking at the quiet girl, her hair was messy, clearly scratched by herself. There were red marks on her face. Most importantly, her clothes were slightly better than Du Wan's. Oh well, she was also a troublesome child, Chi Hongdo could tell. After the team leader briefly explained the situation, the secretary quickly added, "Old aunt, actually, it's just about a bed." Comrade by June just arrived and doesn't know the situation. She thought swapping something for Do-won's bed would be fine, but she didn't expect Do-won suddenly. She used a fierce move, grabbing by June in a way that made her panic. Then the two girls almost tore apart the youth dormitory. When the secretary rushed over, he couldn't even describe how intense the fight was. These two girls, like a tornado, wrecked the youth station, really hard to look at. The key point was, Comrade by June was someone the head of the family had personally come to greet and promised to take good care of. He had promised his brother to take good care of her, and before Dan left, Bai June went from a quiet, polite city girl to a wild child. If someone else had fought Bai June today, the case would have been easy to settle. But the granddaughter of old Zhao's family, everyone knew she was hard to handle. So, they had to call Chi Hongdo. Although Do-won deliberately looked away, she was still worried whether Chi Hongdo would speak up for her. She was new to this place, with only the old Zhao family as relatives, but she didn't even know all her relatives outside her family. There was no real family feeling here. The daughter has been sent to the countryside, so she probably doesn't plan to take care of herself anymore. If even the mother doesn't care, can the mother-in-law still manage? With her messy hair and disheveled look, Do-won begins to feel tears welling up, thinking she is the most pitiful person in the world. Not only was she forced to go to the countryside, but she also had her bed taken by a crazy girl. That bed was carefully chosen by her, and she had been sleeping on it for a while. But this girl, who doesn't understand people, just came and snatched it like she's sick. And look at the attitude of the team leader. It's obvious he's supporting Bai Yun. That crazy girl has a backer. Compared to Bai Yun, Do-won feels even more miserable. Bai Yun has a team leader and a wealthy relative backing her, while she only has an elderly woman with limited mobility.
Sigh.
Is there any hope? While feeling sorry for herself, Do-won didn't notice that from the moment Chi Hongdo entered, the expressions of the team leader and the team secretary became much more serious.
Don't ask why.
If you ask, it's because Chi Hongdo has a record of standing up for her granddaughter, which is well known and impressive. Chi Hongdo understood that the bed snatching was Bai Yun's fault. But the fight started because Do-won was the first to strike, which was her mistake. And these two unlucky kids fighting also dragged others in the dormitory into trouble. So, the punishment is justified. It's not about assigning blame, but about deciding who should take more responsibility and who less. Honestly, if it weren't for this, Bai Yun wouldn't have snatched the bed first, and Do-won wouldn't have gotten so angry, right? The main responsibility for this shouldn't really fall on Do-won, should it? When Chi Hongdo spoke, Do-won's eyes widened gradually. She thought her mother-in-law wouldn't care about her, and even if she did, it wouldn't matter much. But to her surprise, the old lady immediately helped the team leader assign blame. Next to the team secretary, Dan heard Chi Hongdo's words and understood why her brother looked so troubled earlier. This little old lady looks thin and unremarkable, but she's very stubborn. But since the old leader's granddaughter was entrusted to him and she was beaten on her first day, he knew he couldn't explain this easily.
Dan frowned, feeling a faint sadness.
He reached into his pocket, pinched his cigarette pack, and really wanted to have a cigarette. The team leader. He knew this old lady was not easy to deal with. Although the team secretary didn't know who the old leader was, he understood that anyone who would personally come to greet his brother and be taken seriously was definitely not an ordinary person. The team leader's face lit up with a smile as he said, "Young people need to get to know each other through some fights. We're all educated youths, and we'll be living together in the future. I think it's best for Comrade Bai Yun and Comrade Do want to shake hands and make peace. But don't just settle here. If they go back and keep fighting, it will never end." As for the damage caused inside the educated youth dormitory, looking at both of them, they don't seem short of money. Just take out some, and each pay for what they broke. Who wants to shake hands with her? Bai Yun raised her chin and snorted coldly. You. Do-won was about to get angry again, but before she could speak, Chi Hongdo grabbed her like a duck's beak. Be quiet and behave. If you don't, I'll leave now and let the team leader handle it. You're just an educated youth, not at home. Don't think that the team leader is always smiling and easy to talk to. Only a fool would believe that. Obviously, Do-won is that fool. They're offering you a way out, but as an educated youth, offending the team leader could get you into trouble. Are you afraid he'll write it down in his little notebook? Do you still want to go back to the city? With a single move, he could make you regret it deeply.
Ah.
Chi Hongdo's hand gesture effectively muffled her. Do-won was initially reluctant, but after hearing Chi Hongdo's words, she stopped struggling. Seeing that the old lady was being reasonable this time, the team leader felt relieved. Fighting among children isn't a big deal. What matters is that adults understand reason. Zhang Guangyao is quite old and has already retired. In his early years, during a famine escape, only his siblings remained after his family died. Later, his sister got lost, and after finding a place to settle, not long after, his brother also left. Now, only Zhang Guangyao is left. Fortunately, he managed to survive and settle down, establishing a large family. Because he found his sons and daughters-in-law too nagging, he decided to visit an old friend early one morning for tea. When he arrived, his old friend was packing up with his wife. "What are you doing?" "Oh, it's that brat of ours, insisting on going to the countryside. She left happily, but we're worried about her missing things. So, we packed some stuff and sent it to her." Old Bai, although he has many grandchildren, Bai Yun is the one raised by him and his wife. Who raised whom? The old man can't be sure not to be biased. After all, the one raised in front of him feels different. White Yun's parents probably don't care for her as much as her grandparents do. Originally, White Yun had been living with her grandparents, which was quite good and peaceful. But ever since her biological parents took her back home, in just half a year, she seemed like a different person. Now she's determined to go to the countryside, and no matter how much they try to persuade her, it's no use. They don't understand what's really going on with her. Raising children is never worry-free.
Gang Guangao feels a bit sad.
When he was young, he worked tirelessly for days without feeling tired, but taking care of a child exhausts him quickly. It's very tiring. Yes, that's true. This little girl is very stubborn. Do you think being a young, educated youth is fun? She still wants to build the country's frontier. With her small arms and legs, even planting trees would wear her out. And they don't even mention the harsh climate of the frontier. So, where did you arrange for her to go? Zhang Guangyao asks curiously. Grandma Bai responds, to the southern province. It's definitely better than the frontier. Although there's a trend of going to the countryside now, just a little research shows that those young people sent to the countryside often have very hard lives. Besides, White Yun is a girl who has never experienced farm work in her 17 years. She wouldn't be able to handle it. Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai asked around and, within their means, arranged a relatively better place for White Yun to go to the countryside. Hearing southern province, Zhang Guangyao's eyes darkened for a moment, but he still comforted Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai. That place is good. The villagers are honest, don't worry. White Yun will do well. Grandpa Bai sighed. We're old now. We don't know how long we can look after her. After she goes to the countryside, they'll probably only see her once a year during the new year. The elderly are very reluctant to part. Zhang Guangyao joked, we're all getting old. The children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. We've been through tough times, and they will be too. Haha, that's true, Grandpa Bai replied with a smile. He looked down and asked, Hey, wife, did you put the big white rabbit candies I asked someone to bring into the bag? After going to the countryside, the first thing to suffer is the mouth. Grandpa Bai just wanted to find some treats for his granddaughter. Grandma Bai, feeling annoyed, pushed his hand away. Go away. I finally packed this bag neatly. Don't mess it up. I'm just worried, he said. Worried? It's the same as when you pack things at home a few times. Of course, I put them in. Grandma Bai crossed her arms, and the old man would just cause trouble. Zhang Guangyao laughed loudly beside her. The old buddy has been irresponsible his whole life. It seems he has no chance to turn things around. Du Wan and Bai Yun fought and were punished with a month of cleaning the dormitory. Each had to pay for the damages to other young workers' belongings. From that day on, whenever they met, they acted like enemies, arguing within 3 words. There were only so many beds in the dorm, and it was already full, so Yun and Do-won wished they could live at opposite ends of the world. Why are you looking? Haven't you seen someone wash their face? Early in the morning, Do-won pulled back the blanket, slipped on her shoes, and stomped around the dorm to get water and wash her face. She turned and saw Yun with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking sad. Did you know you snored all night? Early in the morning, it disturbed everyone, making people angry. What? No way, I don't snore. Do-won was furious and refused to admit it. She hadn't heard anything while sleeping after all. If she snored, so what? There were so many people in the dorm. Why didn't anyone say anything? Yun gritted her teeth. Of course you don't know. You sleep like a dead pig. After a day of hard work, the girls just collapsed into sleep at night. They were still getting used to everything and had no extra energy. Yun, however, had light sleep and was easily woken up. As soon as she closed her eyes at night, she heard the snoring sounds one after another. Yes, more than one person snored, but because of their rivalry, Yun thought Do-won's snoring was the loudest. You're just spreading rumors. Don't think I don't know. I won't believe it anyway. Do-won flicked her braid, mimicking how Yun looked with her chin raised yesterday, then grabbed her wash basin and left. Yun was so angry she wanted to kick that annoying girl from behind. What kind of person is she? Even more irritating than Lily. If Do-won didn't have relatives in the team, Yun was sure she would have already cried and apologized yesterday. Seeing the dawn breaking, she knew she couldn't sleep anymore. Yun reluctantly took out her basin and started fetching water to wash. Even though her arms felt like they weren't her own after working with her all day, she gritted her teeth and persisted. She chose to go to the countryside herself. If she broke her teeth and swallowed the pain, she wouldn't let Lily laugh at her. She was thinking this in her heart, but when she raised her hand to wash her face, she found she couldn't lift her arm. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. Oh no, it hurts so much. Grandpa and Grandma, Junjun misses you so much, boo-hoo. Do-won, sneaky and mischievous, moved the basin blocking her face and pointed at Yun, laughing loudly. Are you crying? Ha ha ha. Did you get a runny nose? Who would raise such an annoying person? Yun was so angry she almost threw the basin. From this moment on, Do-won officially replaced Lily, the most annoying person, as Yun's top annoyance.
Do-won was happy.
Yesterday, she saw from the big team secretary that Yun seemed to have some background. But now they are all sent to the countryside. Even if Yun has some background, how powerful can it be? What's so proud about? She even looked at her with her nose. What a joke. Do-won always looked at others with her nose. Meanwhile, the boys' dorm next door was waking up. From early morning, they heard Do-won's exaggerated laughter and some male young workers peeking over to see. What are they doing? Good morning, comrade Yun. Compared to Do-won, who was acting wild and unladylike, Yun, with faint dark circles but beautiful features, still showed her elegant charm. Several male young workers looked at her with admiration. Yun was furious and didn't bother to talk to the boys. She turned around and went inside holding her basin. The boys who failed to start a conversation were laughed at by others for a while. Amid the sounds of laughter and distant chicken calls from villagers' homes, the lively morning at the young workers' camp began. Maybe I should ask the younger ones at home to come and keep you company. They can visit you during the day to play, and then go back to my place at night. Zhang Guangyao listened to his granddaughter's thoughtful words. He hesitated to wave her off, feeling it might seem a bit unkind. After all, he wasn't a lonely old man. He had many children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. When he sneezed, there were always people around to take care of him. He also wanted to leave some space for his children to show their filial piety. So he nodded and agreed. After his granddaughter finished her chores and left, Zhang Guangyao opened a drawer in his bedroom. He took out a black and white photo from a notebook. The photo was small, and the people in it were blurry. You could vaguely see 3 figures, 2 older ones, and 1 younger. This was the only family photo of the 3 siblings. Little sister. The younger sister had been lost when they were separated. Their eldest brother never closed his eyes in death because he was still thinking about her. He searched for her for a long time but never found her. Everyone around him thought his search was hopeless. During chaotic times, many people went missing, which was quite common. Moreover, his sister was only a teenager when she disappeared, so she might have already passed away. Zhang Guangyao had experienced many hardships in his life, but thinking that his family was now down to just him, he felt a mix of emotions. He personally prepared his eldest brother's body, but his sister's fate remained unknown. No one knew if she was alive or dead. Zhang Guangyao wanted to try again to see if he could find out any news about his sister. If she was gone, at least he wanted to know where she was buried. Waiting like this, when he saw his parents and elder brother again, he could give them an explanation. The next day, Zhang Guangyao gathered his sons and told them about his plan. If I never hear from your aunt in my lifetime, and after I die you find out anything, please let me know when you visit her grave. He sighed deeply, bringing up old memories. He understood how difficult it was to find someone who had been missing for over 50 years, possibly gone forever. He hoped that heaven would help him resolve this matter. Wow, whose big package is this? Zhao Aimin now felt a bit regretful. He worked in the fields every day, so exhausted he couldn't lift his head. His two nephews, although busy running around all day, seemed much freer than him. Seeing Zhao Weigua carrying the big package, Zhao Aimin got excited. Should I still give that little girl something? The last big package was from Duan. Zhao Weigua shook his head. It has the name of the milk on it. Qi Hongdou. Who would send her something? Is it Zhao Daliang? That's unlikely, but among city relatives, there's only Zhao Daliang. He directed his grandson to open the package, which revealed 2 small bundles and a letter. After reading the letter, he realized that Du Pengcheng and Du Wanli had pooled their money together. Half was for Qi Hongdou, and the other half was for Du Wan. However, the 2 brothers knew their little sister's personality well. In the letter, they asked Qi Hongdou not to give her everything at once, but to give her small amounts over time. Most of the contents were food, with some miscellaneous small items like clam oil and safflower oil. The 2 brothers seemed quite thoughtful. Qi Hongdou opened her share of the package. The other items were pretty normal, but surprisingly, there was a nearly new flashlight inside. Du Wanli had given it to her as a gift. They say fools are lucky sometimes. Du Wan, with her quick temper, still has 2 brothers looking out for her, which somewhat makes up for her parents' unreliability. They just toss people here and leave it at that. That's the work Zhao Daliang and Du Qianjin did. Should I send something to my niece? I'll do it. I'll go. Zhao Aimin was very eager, staring at the contents of the package with shining eyes. Qi Hongdou, forget it. This guy can even cheat big treasures things, so don't expect him to have any shame. These cookies are not durable, take half a bag. All right, Mom, don't worry. I'll send it right away. Zhao Aimin happily carried the half bag of cookies and headed enthusiastically to the youth station. Meanwhile, Duan was crying as she ate her watery rice. The youth station took turns cooking, and today it was Bai Yun and another young woman. Their cooking was so bad that only she could stand it. She had never seen such terrible cooking skills. But since it was grain rice, no one wanted to waste it. She had to force herself to eat. As she ate, tears started falling into her bowl. Ugh, this is so terrible. It felt like eating this bowl of rice was almost enough to take her life. However, the 2 cans of canned food and a package of peach pastries she brought to the countryside had already been eaten. She simply couldn't resist or save any. Now, it's impossible to rely on snacks to save her. Why is her life so hard? Boo-hoo. When Duan thought about her parents and 2 brothers enjoying good food in the city, while she was so miserable, she felt even more pitiful. She wished she had a bag of peach pastries or cookies to eat. As she was daydreaming, Zhao Aimin came over carrying half a bag of cookies. Little one, your little uncle is here to see you. Duan was crying so hard she thought that if she cried a little more, she could forget how bad the food was. Just as she was trying to focus, she suddenly heard Zhao Aimin loudly calling her. Her body stiffened instantly. Because of Zhao Aimin's appearance, everyone turned to look at her.
Juan, ah.
So embarrassing. Little Juan, why are your ears so bad at such a young age? Your little uncle is here. Seeing Du-won burying her head and ignoring him, Zhao Aimin called again. Now, everyone at the table was staring at him instead of Du-won. Zhao Aimin, who was naturally shameless, didn't feel anything at all. His mind was only on the delicious, fragrant cookies in his hand. He didn't pay much attention to what the other young women thought. He went straight to Du-won. Little Du-won, I just saw you a little while ago, and now you don't remember your little uncle? Come, look at what I brought you. Before he could finish, Du-won quickly pulled away and left him behind, leaving only a fleeting shadow for the other young people to see. Who would have thought that comrade Du-won his relatives here? So jealous. I don't understand many of the dialects they speak here. Yesterday, an older woman talked to me for a long time, but I didn't catch what she said. That's nice. But why doesn't comrade Du-won stay with her relatives? That would be so convenient. She's probably rejected. Comrade Du-won's temper. Someone sneered sarcastically, then glanced at Bai-jun. In this moment of misfortune, everyone at the youth station knew that Bai-jun was their sworn enemy. Others also thought Bai-jun would take the opportunity to add a few more cuts. They accused Du-won of being unfriendly and out of place among everyone, not hardworking or simple. Bai-jun rolled her eyes at the person looking at her with disdain. She can't stand Du-won. Does that mean she can like others?
Why are you staring at me?
Are you bothering about whether others are in a good mood? She's just bored and restless. Bai-jun wouldn't be foolish enough to be used as a. After swallowing the last piece of bad-tasting food, she went to wash the dishes. Her cold expression made her look even more beautiful. Some male-educated youths and their friends exchanged glances. Bai is pretty, but she seems a bit fiery. A male-educated youth with glasses at the table was elbowed by his friends, but didn't respond. Instead, he turned around and went to wash dishes. He had finished eating too. Fake moral high ground. The educated youth who elbowed him earlier sneered. During the evening discussion in the boys' dormitory, when they criticized the girls' dorm next door, he didn't join in. Not joining was one thing, but when asked to speak, he even scolded them firmly. This place is so remote, no food, no entertainment, working hard all day, communicating with locals, and dealing with language barriers, so the educated youths naturally stick together. These discussions are also a way for them to pass the time and are a common group activity. Someone like Gu Chunxing, who clearly doesn't fit in, is not well liked. That's why Wang Zhengwo called him fake moral high ground. But it seems Gu Chunxing doesn't care about the subtle exclusion from other male educated youths. This was brought to you by your mother-in-law. Here, keep it. I've finished my task. In the corner of the educated youth point, Du-won kept breathing in and out like a pufferfish. After a long moment of brewing, she lowered her voice and shouted, "Why are you calling me like that?" The young uncle in front of her is only 2 years older than her. Plus, with his unreliable personality, Du-won finds it hard to feel any respect. So the young uncle stopped calling her and just used you instead. "Hey, little girl." Zhao Aimin raised his hand to scare her but realized Du-won wasn't afraid. Instead, she stared at him with wide eyes. He felt a bit regretful. This niece isn't as easy to fool as Daba. He raised his hand for a moment, then lightly tapped her on the head. It wasn't heavy, but it made Du-won start to jump around. "You're hitting me." What a frustrating little uncle. Who wouldn't envy having such relatives? "Someone, please take her away quickly." Originally, the cuckoo flower had red eyes, and now Zhao Aimin's anger made her burst into tears suddenly. Hey, it's not like that, little cuckoo, why are you crying now? Here, take some cookies." "Why are you crying?" "If you keep crying, I won't give you any more." Zhao Aimin was the one who eagerly brought the cookies. If the old lady found out he messed up and made his niece cry, his good behavior recently might all be for nothing. Hearing someone trying to comfort her, little cuckoo's fake tears turned real. Suddenly, tears flowed like a bursting river, making Zhao Aimin's head swell with worry. It's terrible. Even the 1-year-old girl at home doesn't cry this much. In desperation, Zhao Aimin, who loved to eat, opened the cookie bag and took out a piece. stuffing it into little Cuckoo's open mouth as she cried.
Ah.
Uh, good. She couldn't cry anymore. Zhao Aimin quickly prepared to leave. Take your time eating. Little uncle is going back now. Little Cuckoo took a bite of the cookie and noticed that the amount in the bag was clearly wrong. She knew well how much a normal bag of these cookies weighed, as she often ate them. She also saw crumbs on Zhao Aimin's mouth, and suddenly, she was furious and angry. You stole my cookies. Zhao Aimin, no way. Little uncle wouldn't do such a thing. Little Cuckoo, don't falsely accuse good people. If you argue later, your fellow youths will get involved, and then everyone will grab your cookies. Little Cuckoo. She was very angry, but this annoying little uncle seemed to be right. After eating the potluck meals these days, she noticed that there weren't many cooks among the youths, and the food was poor. At first, the youths were polite and reserved, but when they heard about something tasty, they all perked up like rabbits, with eyes greener than wolves. Bringing canned food and peach cookies to eat so quickly was partly because she was greedy, but also because the hungry gazes of the youths made her feel unsafe. After eating 2 cookies, she took the remaining ones back to her dorm, first hiding them under her pillow. Then, feeling uneasy, she opened her box under the bed and put the cookies inside. There was no choice, her dorm was so small, and the wardrobe was shared, so they had no private space. At this moment, Bai Yun came in. Little Cuckoo quickly ate the crumbs from her palm and threw a proud look at Bai Yun. I have what you don't. So mad at you. Humph. Bai Jun looked at her with disdain. At night, she lay on her bed, listening to the rising and falling voices in the dormitory, feeling anxious and restless. She was very hungry, and her mouth tasted bitter. Boo-hoo, she also wanted to eat some cookies. For the educated youth, surviving in a completely unfamiliar place was a big test for both body and mind. Added to that were differences in eating habits, customs, and even language, which created invisible pressure. After a month of hard farm work, the delicate educated youths all shed a layer of skin. I can't go on, I'm exhausted. I need to talk to the squad leader and ask for leave. After eating a cookie in bed, Duan started to complain. Her whole body felt like it had been taken apart and reassembled, making her feel terrible. Next to her, Zhong Ai Hung sniffed the smell of cookies in the air and rolled her eyes. The organization sent us young people to the countryside to help farmers, and we need to endure hardships. You've only been here a short time, and now you want to slack off. Du Wan. None of your business. Zhong Ai Hung, you only know how to slack off and enjoy yourself. That's capitalist behavior. I can say whatever I want. Everyone else eats the same food, but you get to enjoy yourself. Look at your clothes and bedding. Aren't they good quality? When others are drinking water, you're eating canned food. When others are going to sleep, you're still eating cookies at your bed. Who else enjoys life like you? If someone else were accused like this, they'd be scared to death. But Duan had a father working in the Revolutionary Committee, so she wasn't afraid at all. Plus, her way of thinking was different from others. I know what you're after. You want my canned food and cookies. If you want to eat, just say so. Anyway, I won't give you any. Humph. Zhong Ai Hong's face turned red with anger.
Conrad Duan.
Please correct your bad habits, recognize your mistakes, and actively improve. Otherwise, I'll tell the squad leader that you're corrupting the atmosphere. Duan, the squad leader is too busy to bother with you. Zhong Ai Hong. You bourgeois girl, acting so pretentiously. Duan, are you crazy? She was just asking for leave, and it didn't affect her work points. Why was Zhong Ai Hong making such a fuss? You've damaged our image in the eyes of the locals and tarnished the reputation of our youth team. Duan rolled her eyes and looked at Zhong Ai Hong. Who's tarnishing whom? Out of all of us, you're the darkest. Even darker than the boys' dorm next door. Zhong Ai Hong was stunned. She used to argue with people, quoting sayings and always hitting the mark. But Duan completely broke the usual pattern and seemed unaffected, as if her words didn't hurt her at all. I'm different from you. Your body is like iron, but mine is made of flesh. If you think I've damaged our youth team's image in the eyes of the villagers, then work harder, so they see there's someone capable like you among us. Do-won argues confidently, with a skill that seems instinctive, like a master of words. Although she doesn't think her words are very powerful, she often manages to make others so angry they can't help but get upset. Zhong Ai Hong was even more upset. Why isn't she tired? She's tired too, you know. But why can Do-won say she needs a day off without caring about the group? Isn't she worried this might cause trouble? With a snort, she turned her back and pretended to sleep, but Bai Jun, who was secretly listening the whole time, couldn't hold back her laughter. When she laughed, the others in the dorm, who had been pretending not to hear the argument, also started giggling softly.
Do-won?
Why is everyone laughing? Zhong Ai Hong really wanted to go complain to the team leader, but the youth team station wasn't inside the village. It was near a hill close to the village. It was getting dark, and now it was completely night. Looking at the dark roof, she felt a little scared and didn't dare go outside. She pulled the blanket over her head, furious and staring blankly inside the blanket. The youth team members came from all over the country, with different family backgrounds and personalities. Putting so many people together, it was clear it would take a long time to get used to each other. Do-won's temper was just like Chi Hongdo's at home. She was often scolded by her mother, and outside, she had no friends. Others in the youth team usually went out together to farm, but Do-won was always alone. Yet, she didn't seem very upset about being isolated. She just kept talking very lively. Team leader, we're here to support the rural youth. Making us work on the farm every day is a waste. Let us help the villagers instead. When Do-won complained, showing her bourgeois style, and the team leader asked what kind of trouble she was causing, Zhong Ai Hong temporarily gave up criticizing her. But she was full of energy every day, feeling that coming to the countryside was a great opportunity to do something big. She was a high school student after all. Facing a group of simple villagers, couldn't she show her talents? The team leader was really worried. It's just that city kids are hard to handle, and the commune leader insists they bring some back. Finally, a few are brought back, but among these, not many are easy to manage. Yes, Captain, Zhong Jiqing is right. We're all intellectuals. We can't just work in the fields every day and still teach knowledge. One of the young educated youths speaks up. Seeing support from others, Zhong Aihong becomes more confident. The captain, feeling unwell, glares at Zhong Aihong and Wang Zhengwo, who is speaking up. All right, tell me, if you're not working in the fields, what do you want to do? Zhong Aihong has already thought it through. We can start a literacy class. Wang Zhengwo gets even more excited when he hears this. Yes, yes, Captain. We can teach the villagers to read and write. Writing and drawing inside a house, protected from wind and rain, where they can decide what to learn. Just thinking about it makes life seem so good. Zhong Aihong is annoyed that Wang Zhengwo interrupted her. She used to think he was a like-minded person, but now she finds him quite irritating. Captain, I know our conditions are limited. I think we can hold the literacy class right at the commune office. I am willing to give my knowledge selflessly to the villagers. The captain looks at Zhong Aihong thoughtfully. A young girl who hasn't faced much hardship in society is dreaming big. Teaching villagers to read? From adults to children. If they can sit quietly on a bench for more than 10 minutes, the captain considers them capable of teaching. But Zhong Aihong completely misunderstands the captain's look and continues to argue. Captain, what do you think? The captain feels this is not very promising. But these young educated youths all think they are very talented. If they aren't given a loss, they believe they are unrecognized talents. And this girl, who keeps talking about learning and improving, is starting to be a bit annoying. So, the captain waves his hand and agrees to the literacy class. However, the classes will be held at night because everyone needs to work during the day, young or old. They may not recognize all the characters, but they can't neglect their farm work. Zhong Aihong is stunned. Is there even a point in starting the literacy class now? Of course, it's still necessary. The captain considers whether the literacy class idea is feasible. After thinking it over, he decides it can work. Mainly, he wants to temper these young educated youth's stubbornness and make them realize that dreaming big can lead to trouble. As for literacy classes, listen as much as you can so you don't have to work. Instead, a group of people gather and gossip, which brings more trouble and conflicts. Captain, are you saying we should work together during the day and then give literacy lessons to the villagers at night? Oh my, just thinking about it makes me exhausted. This is not what I expected at all. Zhong Ai Hung also tried to change the captain's mind, but his patience had run out. If we don't work during the day, will we just drink northwest wind? Little girl, I don't know how to teach and you can't farm. Just do as I say. If you really manage to run the literacy class well, I'll give you extra work points. So, work points are only given if you perform well later? At this moment, Zhong Ai Hung vaguely felt like she had dug herself into a hole. She looked back and asked, who wants to go with me to teach the villagers? Wang Zhengwo, who had just wanted to take credit earlier, said, the weather is pretty good today. Others agreed. Yeah. Zhong Ai Hung felt it was not united at all. No spirit of revolutionary effort. The captain turned away with his hands behind his back, leaving the youth camp. Today was another day of steady performance. After working in the fields all day and feeling exhausted, they still had to study. Who came up with such a bad idea? Chi Hongdo was pulled by Grandma Mazi to the brigade office to watch the fun. Under the oil lamp, Zhong Ai Hung pointed at the charcoal pencil writing on the slate, trying to teach, but after only a few minutes, she became very frustrated. No one was listening to her, let alone following her instructions. People were just looking at her curiously or standing or squatting, and within minutes, they started chatting among themselves. In the end, Zhong Ai Hung was driven away in anger. The villagers made a hissing sound, which turned into louder noise. The girl is so proud, Grandma Mazi shook her head. The villagers weren't fools. Couldn't they see Zhong Ai Hung acting superior and proud? Maybe everyone just came to watch the fun and listen to the lesson. But Zhong Ai Hung's behavior successfully triggered everyone's rebellious attitude, so the few people who spoke loudly later seemed to be deliberately causing trouble. And they succeeded in causing trouble. Hey, I heard your village girl is also at the youth camp. I've seen several youth from there recently, but I haven't seen your girl. How is she? Is she obedient? Chi Hongdo, such a troublesome girl. Who has the patience to worry about her? Grandma Motzi didn't find it strange. Children are hard to keep calm, especially when they belong to others. That's what they say, but at least it's under your watch. Our Red Flag Brigade has a pretty good atmosphere, but I've heard that over at the Mountain Support Commune, the female-educated youths have caused quite a few problems. Gossip always gets more exaggerated as it spreads. The stories Grandma Motzi mentioned are just small marks of the turbulent times. Some female-educated youths were forcibly taken back to be wives, and some were pushed into the river and drowned. So, the brigade leader's decision to set up a dedicated youth dormitory was quite forward-thinking. If everyone was placed in villagers' homes, it would surely cause more trouble. Chi Hongdo frowned when she heard this. In later times, there were no female-educated youths, but there were college students kidnapped into the mountains. Other things I don't count on. I just hope she behaves herself. I think you're just being harsh with your words, but kind-hearted inside. Are you really not concerned? Are you even sending AI Min to bring her some food? Although she hadn't seen Duan in person, Zhao Aimin was seen by many villagers when he took cookies to the youth station. He didn't hide himself, and as an uncle visiting his niece, there was nothing wrong with that. So Grandma Motzi heard about this and teased Hongdo about it. Chi Hongdo. Maybe not. Sometimes I think I can be sharp-tongued, but kind-hearted. That girl called by Yun, have you seen her? She really looks impressive, very elegant. She clearly comes from the city. With the disappearance of the literacy class teacher, everyone started chatting freely. Grandma Motzi, talking about the youth, mentioned the most beautiful female youth at the youth station. She thought Bai Jun was Bai Yun, and she felt that the girl's name was so pretty and elegant, just like her. Truly remarkable. I heard that Gutsueji even went out of her way to talk to Bai Yun, acting very friendly, trying to invite her over for a meal. Who is Gutsueji? Could she be that kind-hearted? Chi Hongdo immediately retorted, she's definitely up to no good. Ever since Chi Hongdo hit her with her shoe sole, the two families had completely stopped communicating. Good Sueji also tended to avoid Chi Hongdo whenever she saw her. But everyone in the Red Flag Brigade knew that not fighting didn't mean they were friends again. So, speaking ill of Good Sueji in front of Chi Hongdo was quite easy. Sure enough, this hit the mark. Grandma Motzi looked as if she understood everything, but she didn't try to persuade at all. Instead, she spat and said, "Spit, who doesn't know?" She just wants to get close to the brigade secretary because she has connections with Baiyun Jiqing and the team leader's family, trying to please the team leader. I can only say that Grandma Motzi is still naturally kind. When Chi Hongdo saw Go Tsueji holding Baiyun's hand tightly again, with a young man about 17 or 18 standing nearby, she thought that trying to please the team leader was probably just a side goal. It seems Go Tsueji has her eye on Baiyun, a beautiful girl from the city with a good family background. If it weren't for the youth going to the countryside, Go Tsueji would never have seen a girl like Baiyun in her life. Fortunately, Baiyun was annoyed and pulled her hand away, then turned and ran back to the youth station. Seeing Baiyun's back, Go Tsueji's face instantly changed, unaware of her own worth. A young girl, shamelessly seeking attention. While Go Tsueji was cursing and complaining, she suddenly turned her head and locked eyes with Chi Hongdo, who had been watching the whole time. She staggered forward suddenly, lost her balance, and fell flat on her face. Watch where you're going. At your age, falling like this must hurt your bones, right? But just watching the ground isn't enough. Sometimes, you need to look up at the sky. Heaven loves to strike the wicked. You're in danger, Chi Hongdo said calmly. Why you? Go Tsueji grimaced in pain, trying to scold Chi Hongdo but got so angry she couldn't speak properly. I didn't know your family was so rich, Auntie. You can even invite strangers from the youth group to eat. Since you're so hospitable, why not invite me tomorrow? I don't need fancy wine or dishes. Just a boiled chicken will do. You dream on. Shameless. Supported by her grandson, Go Tsueji stood up, her mouth twisted with anger. Chi Hongdo touched her rough face and sighed silently. Then she looked at Go Tsueji and said softly, "You're so shameless, yet you still have the courage to live. I think I just want to eat one of your chickens, that's nothing. What do you think?" Go Tsueji, you're crazy. Young youth from the countryside mostly looked on with curiosity, not with malice. But some people were different. Some, like Go Tsueji, harbored ill intentions, while others, like Lu Chunyan, were simply curious about the youth group. In the eyes of the village's young people, Baiyun and the others, who seemed gentle but well-educated, felt very different from the others. Although they are about the same age, one from the city and one from the countryside, the sense of difference is obvious. Just one look at each other naturally reveals it. For Lu Chunyan, whether the person is a male or female educated youth, they naturally carry a kind of quality that she admires. That is, these educated youths once had the status of city people. Although now they are assigned to rural areas and registered collectively, at least they have experienced things she never has. Out of curiosity and longing, Lu Chunyan has always paid attention to the educated youths. When she was assigned to work in the same field as Zhong Ai Hong and others, she even took the initiative to teach them how to work more efficiently. However, Zhong Ai Hong did not appreciate her kindness and mocked her. "We may not work as fast as you, but we do our work carefully and thoroughly. Unlike you who cut corners. If you slack off and do a poor job, will the scorekeeper deduct points from me or from you?" Zhong Ai Hong said with a stern face, leaving Lu Chunyan speechless. Lu Chunyan was not usually shy, but city people carry a certain aura, and she felt a subconscious inferiority. Because of this, even when Zhong Ai Hong scolded her, she didn't argue back. Later, she stopped hanging around Zhong Ai Hong. After successfully making Go Tsueji feel disgusted that day, Chi Hongdo soon heard some rumors in the village. Some educated youths think they look good and have bad intentions, tricking our brigade's naive young men into helping with work. They don't respect others at all, just fooling the young guys. They help her with work but don't even smile. Isn't that unsatisfactory? Are you talking about that person? I saw her grandson helping her fetch water that day. It's hard to tell. She looks gentle and refined, but she's so scheming. The rumors spread more and more, becoming more believable. By June, a young girl had previously only experienced the worst treatment when her grandparents favored her, and she was taken back by her biased parents. She was mocked by her sister, even though they were family. She was pushed outside the door and finally, in anger, chose to go to the countryside. She knew she was foolish at first and already regretted it in her heart. But there was no turning back from this choice, and she persisted bravely. I didn't expect that at home, with indifferent parents and a selfish sister, there would be such rumors outside about someone whose identity no one even knows. Bayun clenched her teeth, buried herself in work in the field, and tried hard to block out the noise, pretending she hadn't heard anything. After all, no one had yet named anyone specifically. Only the people at the youth commune knew she was the focus of the gossip. "Comrade Bayun, let me help you. Go away." Bayun raised her angrily, glaring at the biggest supporter of the rumors standing in front of her. That was Gu Tsueji's grandson, Zhao Qingsheng. Whenever he saw a chance, he would come close to her, trying to help with chores, even though she had told him repeatedly not to. But Zhao Qingsheng just smiled and ignored her words, doing whatever he wanted. Angry, Bayun wanted to hit him, but the difference in strength between men and women was too much. She simply couldn't win. And if she tried to fight, Zhao Qingsheng would pretend to be innocent and try to hug her. Although he never succeeded, their tug-of-war looked different to others. That's how rumors become more believable over time. Initially, even the people spreading the rumors didn't really believe Zhao Qingsheng could be with Bayun. She was so pretty, from the city, and educated. But after a few more encounters like this, people's eyes on Bayun changed. At this point, denying anything was pointless because no one would believe her. Even the team leader, who managed everything, couldn't control young people looking for partners. That day, after work, Bayun shook off Zhao Qingsheng and rushed into the dormitory. Once inside, she finally let out a deep breath. At the entrance of the youth commune, Zhao Aimin, following Qi Hongdo's instructions, arrived right on time to deliver relief supplies to his mischievous niece. It had been about a month, and that package of biscuits was probably used up for water, with all the crumbs gone. The package from Du Pengcheng and Du Wanli also contained a bag of candied fruit, which Qi Hongdo divided into two parts, giving one to Zhao Aimin to take to Du Wan.
Little Du Wan.
"Uncle is here to bring you some food. Come out quickly." As soon as she returned to the dorm, before she had a chance to drink water or see her rival Bayun lose her composure, Du-won heard her unlucky uncle's voice. She immediately tensed up, jumped up, and ran at full speed to the youth commune gate, exhausted from a day of work but unable to hide her anger.
"Keep your voice down."
Honestly, Du-won is not someone who easily feels shame. But since she discovered she is such an unreliable little brother-in-law, she thinks that sometimes feeling shame can be a good thing. If her unlucky little brother-in-law could feel a bit of shame, she wouldn't feel so embarrassed. "You're not happy when I bring you food? Here, take it. It's really sweet." Du-won glares. "You're stealing again." Zhao Aimin, being scolded by his niece, responds indifferently. "What are you saying? Little brother-in-law trying 2 candies isn't stealing. Can you call that stealing?" Du-won insists it is stealing. She already knew the package was sent by Du Pengcheng and Du Wanli, but it hadn't reached her hands yet. It was meant for her. She wanted to rush to old Zhao's house to get her things back. But somehow, her mind started to unconsciously recall the scene at the brigade office, where the old lady stood in front of her, talking to the brigade leader and the secretary. Forget it. Better not go. Finally, Du-won glared at Zhao Aimin, then ran back to her dorm with the candies. Other young women in the camp looked at the paper package in Du-won's hands with envy. Bai Jun saw this and also felt envious, not of the candies, but of Du-won having relatives nearby. Although Du-won thought Zhao Aimin was unreliable, just his presence made it clear, no matter if they were female or male youth from the neighboring dorms, anyone interested in her would think twice. Young people in the camp are like that, not to mention the young men from the village. Knowing that Du-won is the granddaughter of the old lady, no one even tries to flirt with her, not even those who talk to her. Young people trying to quickly fit in with local villagers find it quite difficult. Among this group of about 10 young people, the one least liked by others, Do-won, was actually the fastest to be accepted by the villagers. It's not that Do-won has exceptional social skills or high emotional intelligence. It's enough for the villagers when someone points at her and says, "Look, that's old Zhao's granddaughter." That's all it takes. The villagers automatically consider this city girl as partly one of them. Although they aren't particularly close to Do-won, they still feel a sense of familiarity, like, hey, there's a girl from the camp who's related to someone in our village. Even Bai-yun, who is entrusted to look after things by her younger brother, the village secretary, couldn't enjoy such trust. With Do-won's privileged position, many young educated youths secretly envy and resent her. Doing farm work is very exhausting. One young woman, after finishing her chores, couldn't even hold her bowl during dinner and was trembling. When the young educated youths went to the countryside, they believed they could make a big difference in the wide world. Now, all she wanted was to go home. Going back is not so easy. Who doesn't want to go home? Seeing the young woman crying non-stop, someone grew impatient. Zhong Ai Hong stopped the sarcastic young woman, saying, "That's not right to say." Do-won glanced over. She didn't believe Zhong Ai Hong was genuinely trying to comfort anyone. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhong Ai Hong began scolding the crying young woman. "We are city-born educated youths. If you want to do this work, you must be willing to endure hardships. How can you think of escaping when faced with difficulties?" Do-won thought she really has issues. Bai-yun already felt her stomach was upset. With Zhong Ai Hong's voice lecturing, the bland vegetable soup and rice became even harder to swallow. As Zhong Ai Hong spoke more, the tears of the young woman kept flowing. She was in poor health, and just managing to work until now was already impressive. Now, every morning when she heard the work call, she felt like giving up. She really couldn't go on. Zhong Ai Hong kept talking endlessly, and finally, she was very displeased with the crying young woman. She turned to others and said, "I think, besides a few comrades with weak willpower, most of us lack a sense of collective responsibility. It seems necessary to hold a meeting to improve our collective mindset." Zhong Ai Hong spoke passionately, looking especially energetic. Do-won said, "Everyone works so hard every day, who has so much energy to hold meetings. Besides the literacy class you mentioned with the team leader, have you even attended for 3 days? If you have the strength to hold meetings, why not help out at the literacy class and assist the villagers?" Zhong Ai Hong was embarrassed and annoyed at being called out. Those villagers simply won't cooperate. Is it because I don't want to teach? Or because they don't want to learn seriously? Some villagers even mocked her in dialect right in front of her. What made her angrier was that she mostly couldn't understand them, so she had to rely on their expressions and tone to judge whether they were praising or criticizing her. How can she teach under these conditions? She reported this to the team leader, but he didn't intervene. Zhong Ai Hong used to think that nothing was difficult when she participated in activities in the city. As long as she spoke up or wrote a big poster, she could make people lose everything, and a group of followers would rally behind her to fight bravely. Everything seemed very simple. But after going to the countryside, she realized that her previous skills and words of pride no longer worked. The young intellectuals ignored her, villagers couldn't communicate with her, and the team leader in charge of them would give confusing answers whenever she mentioned something. Zhong Ai Hong felt very uncomfortable. She looked at Do-won, who wasn't afraid of her and even used words to criticize her. Her gaze was sharp, like needles stabbing into Do-won, and she wished she could poke a big hole in her. In the city, reporting someone or making big posters and protesting was easy for Zhong Ai Hong. But in the countryside, everything was unfamiliar. Not to mention the young intellectual office, she even needed to report to the team leader before leaving the village, which was very difficult. The team leader saw that Zhong Ai Hong was a bit rebellious, so he agreed to organize a literacy class for her. Later, when the literacy class couldn't continue, Zhong Ai Hong came to reason with him again. The team leader didn't directly ask her to leave, but her words just went in one ear and out the other. Still, this didn't mean the team leader was afraid of a young intellectual. Honestly, the team leader didn't know much about city affairs and couldn't control them. But in this small piece of land in the countryside, if he let Zhong Ai Hung cause trouble, that would be a real joke. Even if Zhong Ai Hung wanted to use reports to slander someone or achieve some goal, those letters would be sent out and returned exactly as they were. Really, who doesn't have some connections? The team leader was smoking, surrounded by a group of young kids. Hey, economy girl, the team's secretary walked over with a smile, taking the white cigarette from the table. I remember you still have that pack of Dakium cigarettes, right? Why don't you take it out? The team leader chuckled, pulling the cigarette back from the secretary. He carefully smoked his 8-cent economy cigarettes, while the 30-cent Dakium was a gift from his son-in-law, and he didn't want to smoke it. This shameless old man was eyeing his cigarettes. Don't be so stingy. The team leader smiled at him. You're not stingy, then why don't you take out your pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, bought one by one? That pack of cigarettes from the beginning of the year to the end. Note, Sol, dialect, meaning showing off or bragging, and not smoking the last one. How can that be justified? These young intellectual kids are really restless. The captain was smoking lazily, not bothering to chat with his old friend. He sighed and said, You know that girl with the surname Bai, the one your brother is watching over? She's caught the attention of Go Tsueji, right? The captain smiled warmly. He was also surnamed Zhao, and was a generation older than Zhao Huafu. I've talked to Huafu. I told his wife to keep a low profile and not get excited just because a girl looks good. People like Gutsueji tend to mark what they like, as if it belongs to them. It's funny, if she glances at money in the bank, doesn't that mean it's hers too? The captain nodded. That's fine. Just don't let Gutsueji cause trouble. The young girl didn't do anything to her, so why keep stirring trouble? The secretary said, Exactly. Zhao Huafu is also a softie. He doesn't manage things well, so Gutsueji can do whatever she wants. Their family couldn't produce anyone impressive. Outsiders just feel frustrated seeing this. Spring quickly passed, and the white bell-shaped flowers on the persimmon trees, crowded together, began to fade. The locust flowers on the row of locust trees near the pond had been picked several times. Now, like the willows, the trees no longer had the plump flowers, only green leaves remained. The young workers had been working in the countryside for nearly 3 months. Things were mostly peaceful. Chi Hongdo didn't pay much attention to the youth education point. As long as there were no big problems at Duan's place, she didn't bother with the small stuff. At home, little Nyonyo was already 1.5 years old. She had learned to speak and walk. She inherited all the good traits from Zhao Xiangnan and Lin Chuyu: round face, big eyes, and light eyebrows. Even when she frowned in confusion, her eyebrows looked very cute. Madam. Little Nyonyo was still very clingy. Since she learned to walk, she was like a little tail attached to her. Wherever Chi Hongdo was, she followed. Her big, shiny, grape-like eyes looked at her and smiled, melting her heart. Oh, say madam again. Chi Hongdo gently touched the soft, tofu-like face of the little girl. The touch of a new human was really special, so soft, so wonderful. Little Nyonyo tilted her head and responded eagerly, Madam. After calling her, the little girl even rubbed her tiny face against Chi Hongdo's hand. It was full of a cute, spoiled kitten vibe. So adorable. Chi Hongdo picked up the little one, touched foreheads with him, quickly made a funny face, and made the little girl giggle happily. Children's laughter is clear and sweet. But adults' voices are different, rough and coarse. Mom, there's good news. The youth camp is going to have a wedding. Zhao Aimin, holding 2 bird eggs he found on the tree on his way home from work, burst out as soon as he entered. This family has 2 busybodies, among the women, Kai Wenli, and among the men, Zhao Aimin, who takes the lead. Hearing this, Chi Hongdo's eyes twitched. Who is getting married? There's still her troublesome granddaughter at the youth camp. Yuju, tonight when you're cooking, bake these 2 bird eggs for me. Zhao Aimin handed the eggs to Zhao Yuju, who was in charge of cooking, then leaned in with a gossiping look. Mom, do you know who's getting married? Chi Hongdo tapped Zhao Aimin's head lightly. Stop teasing. Zhao Aimin covered his head. Mom, you're too much.
I'm just telling you about this.
Look at my brothers. None of them are as filial as I am. They tell you everything they hear. Why are you hitting me? He was full of schemes, trying to boost himself while putting his brothers down. Chi Hongdo really wanted to remind Zhao Aimin that, when he said that, he should turn around and see that his brothers had already come back. Never mind, she was too lazy to remind him. If he got beaten up by his brothers later, it wouldn't be unfair. The one getting married is a young girl from the youth camp. Chi Hongdo's smile froze. Could it really be her troublesome granddaughter? What's her name? Wang Fong. That girl isn't tall. Mom, do you remember her? Chi Hongdo's expression stayed calm. She silently exhaled, and then lightly tapped Zhao Aimin's head again. Can't you finish talking in one go? I don't remember who is who, Zhao Aimin replied. He didn't remember Wang Fong's name, but if he mentioned her height, she did have a faint impression. The young girl was small and thin, looking far younger than her 17 or 18 years, almost like a child. As for her face, Chi Hongdo couldn't quite recall. But why was Zhao Aimin so gossiping about a girl from the youth camp just because she was getting married? Chi Hongdo squinted her eyes. She remembered that last year, this kid was quite eager to get married. Though she hadn't heard him talk about it recently, he was an adult man. What if he had some thoughts about a girl from the youth camp? Chi Hongdo suddenly felt a headache. Being a mother was really not easy. Raising a son meant worrying about many things. At this moment, Zhao Aimin couldn't connect with his mother at all. He kept enthusiastically gossiping. That girl from the youth team is marrying the construction chief's son. This was the real reason why the sudden marriage news made Zhao Aimin so curious. In Hongqi Brigade, the son of the brigade leader was definitely a very promising young man. Many young women were waiting to meet the brigade leader's son, but suddenly a city youth came in and stole him away. There was no warning at all. This made many girls who like Luo construction feel very disappointed. Chi Hongdo said, as long as the brigade leader agrees, who his son marries doesn't matter. Why are you so excited? She was still single herself. Chi Hongdo mockingly teased her young son. Zhao Aimin said, I'm not excited. I'm just waiting for the brigade leader's family to hold the wedding feast. Then he could enjoy a big meal, hee. When the brigade leader's son gets married, the celebration definitely won't be small. Thinking of this, Zhao Aimin eagerly rubbed his hands together. Chi Hongdo, do you overestimate yourself, Zhao Aimin? I thought you also planned to find a youth team girl to marry just like the brigade leader's son. Wang Fong was the girl youth who was scolded by Zhong Ai Hong that day and kept crying. She usually kept quiet, and no one expected her to suddenly want to get married. This news was like a thunderclap at the youth team, shocking everyone. Zhong Ai Hong gritted her teeth and said, Comrade Wang Fong, you're a high school graduate. You've only been in the countryside for a few months, and now you want to get married, especially to the brigade leader's family. Are you trying to escape work? Is that why you're doing this? Don't you feel ashamed? How will the other girls in the youth team face people in the future? Is it the brigade leader's family forcing you? If you want, we can report this to the youth office. Don't worry, we'll help you. In just a few words, Zhong Ai Hong's expression and tone kept changing. Wang Fong held her packed bag tightly. She didn't have any special demands for her wedding, nor did she want a big celebration. She just wanted someone to help her escape her suffering. She didn't listen to a word Zhong Ai Hong said because she knew she wasn't truly trying to help her. This person always spoke about justice, but ignored others who were exhausted to the point of vomiting and could coldly mock them. She did not have Bai Jun's background, nor did she have relatives nearby like Duan. Her family didn't care for her because she was unwell, yet she still had to work hard to earn points. She truly couldn't go on anymore. So, she chose to get married. Everyone, if you have free time later, you can come visit me. Wang Fong said goodbye to them. She couldn't really say, if you have free time, come to my house, but at that moment, she was willing and had no regrets. Watching the small, thin Wang Fong carry a big bag and slowly walk out of the youth commune, Duan suddenly felt a cold shiver down her back. Bai Jun's expression was even more complicated. On the day Wang Fong got married, the youth in the commune, regardless of gender, pooled some money to give her a gift. That night, after the banquet, June returned to the dormitory and had a nightmare. She woke up covered in sweat. Doo-won was about to get up to go to the bathroom. When she passed by June's bed, she saw through the moonlight shining in the window that June was lying on the bed, sweating and wide-eyed after waking from a nightmare. The scene was so frightening that Doo-won was startled.
Ah!
Suddenly, the entire girls' dormitory reacted in a chain. There were screams from those frightened by Doo-won's shout, pillows thrown in panic, angry curses, and later, worried questions. After the chaos, with Doo-won explaining, the girls' dormitory gradually returned to calm. As long as there were no rats crawling around or bad people attacking, it was fine. The disturbance in the girls' dormitory only lasted a short while. The boys' dormitory next door was also forced to wake up once, but they didn't even know what had caused it. Since the girls' dormitory quickly settled down again, they had no reason to go ask what happened. They just muttered a few words and went back to sleep. June looked apologetic, said sorry to everyone, and turned her quilt over her head. Inside, she was furious at Doo-won. This person really is as annoying as the number one pest. She was just lying awake in bed, wide-eyed, and suddenly turned into a ghost. It's one thing to talk nonsense, but she even dragged her into explaining that she just had a nightmare. Doo-won was also quite frightened and didn't want to go to the bathroom now. She quickly climbed into her own bed. Can she really blame herself for being dazzled? Whose good person stays awake at night with bright eyes, expressionless, facing the moonlight? She was just unlucky to be scared. Doo-won's mouth doesn't say much, but she has been afraid since she was young of hearing about strange supernatural things. She finds those invisible, intangible things very scary just to listen to. When she suddenly saw June, she couldn't tell whether what she saw was real or imaginary, and she was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare speak. Because of this incident, June and Doo-won became even more like sworn enemies, which also added another reason for even now, they can still be friends. Although her granddaughter can be a bit troublesome, if one day she says, "I want to get married," it would be quite shocking. Zhao Aimin, a grown man, only went twice to deliver things to Doo-won at the door, and it wasn't appropriate for him to enter the youth dormitory. Chi Hongdo politely greeted Zhao Yujin, a reliable person, and the next time she delivered something, she waved her hand and didn't let Zhao Aimin go, instead asking Zhao Yujin to go. Delivering things was one thing, but it was also a good chance to see if that girl was causing trouble, like trying to find a boyfriend. Zhao Yujin has a kind personality and a naturally friendly face. Compared to Doo-won's bad temper, she couldn't easily lose her temper in front of her cousin. Plus, with Zhao Aimin as a contrast, she truly felt her cousin was more dependable. At least her cousin wouldn't secretly eat her cookies or candies. However, perhaps because the items she received this time hadn't been artificially reduced in weight, Doo-won actually felt a bit shy. She looked at Zhao Yujin, then at the paper bag she was holding, which contained dried peanuts. She turned her back, rustled for a moment, then took a small handful of peanuts and handed them to Zhao Yujin. "Eat some too, cousin." It was the first time she called her cousin, and Doo-won's expression looked a bit unnatural. She wasn't very familiar with her relatives from her mother's side, and so far, Zhao Aimin, her little uncle, was the one she knew best. Zhao Yujin looked at Doo-won's face, glowing softly with the evening sunset, her fuzzy little hair catching the light. She smiled, seeing her little cousin like a child. She wanted to make friends, but didn't know how to say it directly, so she simply shared her snacks and said flatly, "You also eat some." It was a bit cute. Zhao Yujin said, "Thank you, little cousin." She accepted the small handful of peanuts, which were roasted with shells on, fragrant and tasty. Since she had a reason to share peanuts, Zhao Yujin and Doo-won chatted briefly, got to know each other a little, and then Zhao Yujin successfully completed the task Chi Hongdo had given her. It's not that Zhao Yujin is particularly skilled at polite talk, but rather that Doo-won doesn't have many secrets. If she were to hide a relationship from others, it would be too difficult. Given Doo-won's personality, she simply couldn't do that. After hearing the first-hand information Zhao Yujin brought back, Chi Hongdo felt relieved. As long as she doesn't cause trouble or casually get involved with someone, that's enough. That's her only requirement for Doo-won. Whoever raises the child cares about them. After sending the package, Old Master Bai and Grandma Bai waited eagerly for Bai Jun's reply. But the postal system isn't very advanced, so it takes a long time for a package to arrive. When Bai Jun received the package, almost a month had passed since her parents sent it. During this time, the package nearly got lost once, and later the label was smudged by rain, making it hard to read. It was also pressed in a warehouse for a while. Fortunately, a responsible postal worker finally delivered the package to Bai Jun. Zhao Weigua and Zhao Xiangnan, the two brothers, ran every day to deliver the mail. After a month, they had worn out several pairs of shoes. But they didn't complain or feel tired because they knew this hard work was something many people would eagerly want but couldn't get. That day, Zhao Xiangnan delivered Bai Jun's package to the youth commune. When he asked Bai Jun to sign for it, Zhao Qingsheng, who had been circling around her, just happened to see this scene. Because the two families don't get along well, they don't greet each other when they meet now. Zhao Qingsheng hid in the shade of a big tree, waiting until Bai Jun and Zhao Xiangnan left. Then, he kept staring at her with wide eyes. Sure enough, what his mother said was right. The Bai family really is quite wealthy. Looking at such a big package, he wondered what good things might be inside. Only Bai Jun, the older youth, had received her first large parcel. Doo-won's package was only known to Zhao's family. Outsiders didn't know about it at all. That's why Zhao Qingsheng's gaze on Bai Jun became even more intense. If he married Bai Jun, wouldn't her things become his? Thinking about what his grandmother said, marrying Bai Jun would mean having a youth wife and a well-respected in-law from the city. Zhao Qingsheng felt very excited. As for Bai Jun's repeated warnings and firm refusals, Zhao Qingsheng only thought it was her pride as a youth. Once he married her, he wondered if she would still be so proud. Because Bai Yun loves cleanliness, she changes her clothes every day. After receiving the package, she didn't bother to open it right away. She just put it aside. Then, before it got dark, she took a basin of clothes and went to wash them by the small river. Zhao Qingsheng hadn't left yet. He watched Bai Yun's graceful back, hesitated for a moment, then quietly followed her. Compared to Bai Yun, Doo-won wasn't as diligent. But she also didn't have many clothes, and hoarding them wasn't a good idea. So, after Bai Yun left, Doo-won debated whether to be lazy again today or to wash her clothes before she ran out of options. Finally, she carried a basin of clothes and headed to the river. Although Bai Yun grew up in the Bai family and was well-loved, she was not lazy or clueless. Otherwise, during her time in the countryside, she would have cried many times. She washed her clothes carefully. As a girl who loves cleanliness, she squatted by the river, washing and scrubbing little by little. When she was busy with her work, she didn't notice if anyone was behind her. But it was common for people to come to wash clothes by this river, so it wasn't strange. Bai Yun just wanted to finish quickly before dark, so she could go home and sleep early. Zhao Qingsheng saw that Bai Yun was alone by the river and thought it was a good time for two people to get closer and build feelings. He quietly approached and started talking to her. White young communist. Suddenly calling her from behind startled Bai Yun. She turned her head and saw Zhao Qingsheng. She quickly grabbed her stick and asked, "What are you doing?" "White young communist. Washing clothes now. Using laundry detergent? That's too fancy. It's a waste. Just rinse with clean water a few more times. It'll be clean enough." Although Bai Yun wasn't his wife yet, Zhao Qingsheng felt he should teach her things in advance. Even if she had money, she shouldn't waste it like this. Looking at her clothes, which seemed to be good quality, he thought that a girl shouldn't wear such fancy clothes in public. The thought made Zhao Qingsheng uncomfortable. It felt as if Bai Yun was already his wife, and others were seeing her. Bai Yun, unaware of Zhao Qingsheng's thoughts, would have been disgusted if she knew what he was imagining. "That's none of your business. Hurry up and leave." Bai Yun stood up, ignoring her laundry. She just wanted to chase Zhao Qingsheng away first. "Hey, White Jiqing, I'm just trying to help you. My mother told me that you city folks love to fuss over trivial things, but really, there's no need. Why bother cleaning so thoroughly? He's been rolling in the mud since he was young. A little dirt doesn't matter. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll call someone. June was angry, her eyes shining with rage. No longer the usual calm and beautiful appearance. This made Zhao Qingxing feel a strange thrill. Why did June agree just after he mentioned Ge Sueji once? June has money and connections, but most importantly, she's the prettiest girl he's ever seen. Go ahead, call someone. If they come, I'll just say we're dating. I've been following you around for days, and everyone in the village knows I'm seeing you. This means, June calling someone wouldn't do much except make the rumors true. Zhao Qingsheng just moved his lips. They were still some distance apart. He hadn't done anything yet. You're shameless. If June had never seen Zhao Qingsheng before, she wouldn't believe that this seemingly honest and simple man with a square face could be so shameless and disgusting. Why are you still insulting me? Zhao Qingsheng was very upset. Originally, if we were together, you wouldn't have to work hard for points or struggle to support yourself. When you're at my place, no one would bully you. Isn't that a good thing? Why aren't you happy? June knew she couldn't fight Zhao Qingsheng physically. She even forgot her basin and clothes, trying to bypass him and run back to the youth dormitory. But she couldn't escape. He grabbed her arm instead. The moment she was caught, June's heart sank sharply, filled with terrifying possibilities. Her tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. During her struggle, her peripheral vision caught a fleeing figure, Du Wan. She immediately recognized her as Du Wan. Perhaps Du Wan was also scared by Zhao Qingsheng, which is why she ran.
June felt hopeless.
Given Du Wan's nervous nature, she'd scream if she saw someone in the middle of the night, and their ongoing disagreements, she probably wouldn't care about such things. As she continued to struggle fiercely, June suddenly heard a scream of pain.
Ah!
It was Zhao Qingsheng. In the next second, Zhao Qingsheng, who was restraining her, covered his legs and collapsed on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. He let out a terrible, pig-like scream that occasionally escaped his mouth. She looked up again, her face pale and small, holding a stick, trembling all over, not at all showing the brave heroine spirit she had just displayed. Seeing June looking at the stick in her hand, Du Wan dropped it with a clatter. I guess I can't call for help anymore. I wanted to use the club, but I lost it, so I just grabbed the stick. Du Wan stammered as she explained. When she rushed forward with the stick, she didn't bother to distinguish between her head and her feet, just swung her arm with force. Then, Zhao Qingsheng suffered a pain so deep he couldn't speak about it. Du Wan's attack was surprisingly tricky, but it was just a wild strike. If she had aimed more carefully, she might not have hit exactly where she intended. As Du Wan gasped for breath, trying to say a complete sentence, June rushed over and hugged her tightly. Then she burst into tears loudly. Her crying was even louder than Zhao Qingsheng's screams on the ground. Why was she so unlucky? Why was she targeted by this troublemaker, Zhao Qingsheng? Once June hugged her so tightly, Du Wan stopped trembling and even covered her ears to remind her, keep your voice down. June cried even more sadly, I'm like this now. Don't you have a conscience? Boo-hoo, I thought you were going to run away and never come back. She was ignoring her own life. Du Wan was angry. Who do you think I look down on? Am I that heartless? Who do I look down on? Du Wan believed her character was much better than others at the youth camp. Being excluded wasn't her fault. It was because those people were ashamed of themselves and didn't deserve to be friends with her. Hearing Du Wan's story, June's crying gradually lessened. She simply couldn't cry anymore. How could her face be so thick-skinned? It was as if she was deliberately eating crumbs of cookies in front of her, and even the petty act of throwing small stones into her shoes to get revenge for being scared at night wasn't her doing. No matter how deep their past grievances, today Du Wan had come back and saved her. June realized she shouldn't judge people with old prejudices anymore. After all, today's events made her see that this person was actually her benefactor. So, what should we do about this on the ground? Du Wan was no longer very afraid. She pointed at Zhao Qingsheng, still rolling on the ground, and didn't even realize that according to family ties, he was her half-cousin. However, as a young worker, hitting a villager would be hard to explain to the team leader later. I don't care what happens to him.
Bei Yun angrily wiped away her tears.
Seeing Zhao Qingsheng's miserable state, she felt upset and ran over to kick him hard twice. Then she packed her basin and clothes and went back with Duan. Is that it? No need to do anything? Duan felt something was strange. Bai Jun was grabbed by Zhao Qingsheng and struggled, her face looking scared. Now Zhao Qingsheng was lying on the ground, but Bai Jun looked calm and relaxed. The contrast was too big. Bai Jun's eyes were still red. She heard Duan and smiled, revealing her white teeth that sparkled with cold light. No need to wait for him to complain to the team leader. I'll go myself. Before, Zhao Qingsheng's harassment was mostly just words. This time, there was no one around by the river. He's a grown man, grabbing her. What was he trying to do? Bai Jun wasn't afraid to go to the police. Even though she was a young worker without strong backing, she wasn't easy to bully. Moreover, Bai Jun had some tricks up her sleeve. She turned and went to the team secretary's house. When she entered, the team secretary was startled. The young girl looked like a red-eyed rabbit. Obvious she was in trouble. Take your time. No rush, the team secretary said, calling his wife to pour Bai Jun a glass of water. He tried to calm Bai Jun, who looked visibly upset, and sat her down to talk. In the young workers' dormitory, Duan experienced what it felt like to be uneasy and restless. Zhong Ai Hong, it's almost time to rest. Where did Bai Jigen go? Duan ignored her and kept pacing inside the dorm. Anyway, Zhong Ai Hong didn't seem to be talking to anyone in particular. Seeing she was ignored, Zhong Ai Hong raised her voice. Comrade Duan, it's late and not safe to go out. You just came back with Bai Jigen. Do you know where she went? Duan shouted back. I'm not her mother. I don't care where she goes. Other young workers stepped forward to try to calm her down. Because Duan was quite stubborn, many people stood by Zhong Ai Hong. But Duan didn't care at all. She thought this matter wouldn't be over easily. When Bai Jun left, she saw her expression. She looked fierce.
Duan felt une hésitation.
She thought she might have caused trouble and was a little scared. Already feeling unsettled, Zhong Ai Hong kept bothering her like a fly, chattering non-stop. No wonder Duan was about to lose her temper. Because Duan's stubborn personality had become a stereotype among other educated youths, whenever someone argued with her, they usually chose to comfort that person instead of Duan. Clearly, because Duan's way of thinking was different from theirs, they simply couldn't understand each other. Forget it, forget it. Why are you arguing with her?
Someone confortait Zhong Geong.
Yes, Duan's way of thinking didn't allow her to accept losing or winning during a disagreement, because in her mind, she could never lose. So, whatever the other person said was useless to her. But where did Bai Jichen go so late? It seemed like she was washing clothes earlier, but now the clothes were messy in a basin, looking like they hadn't been washed properly. That's not like Bai Jichen at all. Although Zhong Ai Hong's way of asking questions was quite rude, if a girl didn't come home at night, it was big news. While others were lost in their thoughts, Duan had already left the dormitory and was standing at the gate of the youth camp, looking out. Why isn't she back yet? That night, the Red Flag Brigade was supposed to follow their usual schedule of resting at sunset and becoming quiet as night fell. But as the sunset faded and the sky darkened completely, Zhao Qingsheng, who had been found injured and unable to get up, was carried back home. Gu Chuizhi and Zhao Huafu didn't even have time to find the culprit and settle the score before the brigade secretary, who always had a gentle smile, arrived with a cold face. Along with the brigade secretary, the brigade leader, who had planned to sleep early, also came. The brigade leader looked grim as well. Zhao Huafu blurted out, "Leader, secretary, you have to stand up for our Qingsheng. In our brigade, if my kid gets beaten like this, we need an explanation." Oh, heavens! Who did this? I'll fight that little girl. Wang Chunfin saw her son suffering and immediately rolled on the ground, cursing and crying loudly. Gu Chuizhi also wiped her tears, saying, "Leader, this is too much." Our Qingsheng said it was those two girls from the youth camp who did it. These girls are always thinking about flirting instead of working, and now they've beaten our Qingsheng like this. Leader, you must catch those two girls today. You still call them little girls. The brigade leader slammed the table loudly with a bang. Inside the house, Zhao Qingsheng's screams of pain made him furious. Do you know what Zhao Qingsheng from your family did?
Huh.
Captain, it was those two young women who deliberately seduced our Qingsheng. He didn't do anything wrong. Now he's hurt so badly. If you don't stand up for Qingsheng and instead support those two young women? When Wang Chunfang heard the captain's words, she couldn't hold back. She was so angry she felt like she was bleeding inside. If Bai Yun or Du Wan, any one of them, were in front of her now, she could tear them apart. What if Qingsheng can't have children in the future? Thinking of this, Wang Chunfin was about to explode. Gu Suizhi wiped her tears. Captain, Secretary, you can't just ignore the truth because Bai Yun's family has connections. The village secretary clenched his teeth. The house was a mess. He had warned Zhao Huafu already, and now his grandson had caused such trouble. And there's another thing. Wasn't that old lady's granddaughter involved? Our Qingxing said it was that girl Du Wan who started it. She ruined her son like this. She must pay for it, even if it means losing everything. Wang Chunfin's eyes flashed with anger. She grabbed her man, Zhao Yanwei, and rushed out without caring. She didn't even bother to hate Bai Yun anymore, since she was sure it was Du Wan who started it. Qi Hongdo wasn't asleep yet. The April evening breeze was intoxicating. Inside the house, they had a kerosene lamp lit. She and the lively little girl, Nunyo, sat on a cool bed playing shadow games. The front and back doors were open, and next door were her son and grandson. She wasn't afraid of any danger. Before Wang Chunfin even entered, the shouting and cursing had already started. Qi Hongdo covered Nunyo's ears. The curses were too dirty. Have you ever seen someone hurt the enemy and end up hurting themselves more? Qi Hongdo was witnessing it now. To be precise, she saw that hurting the enemy caused her to suffer even more, 8 times worse. Wang Chunfin burst into the house, rolling and cursing all the way. When she came to the Zhao family, her curses never stopped. This drew many villagers to open their doors and windows to see what was happening. As she caused a fuss, many curious people came over to join the scene. Wang Chunfin was overwhelmed by Qingxing's injury, but if she had been a little more rational, she wouldn't have been so impulsive, rushing to scold Qi Hongdo. Old hag, all this is your granddaughter's fault. If our Qingxing can't have children in the future, I won't let you go. A bunch of troublemakers, a young girl with a dark heart and harsh hands, all taught by you, old woman. I know what you're up to. If your family doesn't give us an explanation today, this won't end here, I tell you. If the team leader doesn't stand up for us, we'll go to the police. Amidst a string of dirty words, Qi Hongdo and the onlookers learned some useful information. For example, Wang Chunfin's eldest son seems injured and may not recover fully.
Wow.
Note, dialect, expressing surprise, not sure if everyone understands, so marked for clarification. It's late at night, and this is such shocking news. Hearing this, the villagers' gossip instincts were sparked. Is it really that bad, or just a rumor? Was he beaten by the old lady's granddaughter?
Impossible.
The young women from the village are so thin, hardly any flesh on them. How could they beat Zhao Qingxing that badly? Even Zhao Yanwei, upon hearing the villagers' whispers and sensing their strange looks, felt something was wrong. He wanted to pull Wang Chunfin aside, but she had already lost control. All the members of the Zhao family came out and stood next to Qi Hongdo. It's rare to see someone run over late at night to cause trouble. Are you saying my granddaughter caused your son to be disabled? Wang Chunfin's mind froze for a second, then she responded, nonsense.
My son is fine.
It was that girl Du Wan who hit him. But your family, I won't come after you. I'll settle the score with someone else. Qi Hongdo, didn't you say he wasn't badly hurt? He's not a child. Your son is a grown man, and he was pushed by a girl. Does he look like tofu? Wang Chunfin, That's because your wicked granddaughter hit my son. The villagers watching made vague "oh" sounds. So, it really was that place. No. No way. Chi Hongdo. Is that true or not? Zhao Yanwei felt ashamed. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Huafu pushed through the crowd, angrily grabbing his son. Pull your wife back now. Are you not ashamed? Wang Chuanfin rushed out like the wind, and the village head and the secretary looked as grim as a pot bottom. After the village secretary told Ge Chuizhi and Zhao Huafu about reporting to the police, he also explained how serious and terrible the situation was. This scared Zhao Huafu into going to retrieve the people. Ge Chuizhi was so frightened she collapsed to her knees. What is more frightening than Suanzi possibly becoming a useless person? It is that Suanzi might be taken to jail. What is even more terrifying than Suanzi possibly going to jail? It is that Suanzi's situation could drag his whole family into trouble. Being labeled a bad person at this time is not a good thing. Do you think Ge Chuizhi would feel scared when she heard this? Even Zhao Huafu was so frightened by the team leader and the secretary that he broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking about his son and daughter-in-law, who are both foolish and reckless, Zhao Huafu could only obediently go out and bring the person back. But they only lost a little time, and after returning tonight, there will be gossip about whether Zhao Qingsheng can still manage things in the red flag team. When the people left, Chi Hongdo's face also darkened. She had just said she was relieved that the young girl wouldn't cause trouble, but then something happened right after, and she didn't even say a word. Is she stupid? Late at night, Bai Yun was waiting at the secretary's house, hoping to get a result. She really plans to report to the police, she's not joking. But the team's secretary advised her to stay calm first. After all, Bai Yun's current status is just a young worker, and making enemies with villagers could be deadly. Mainly, if Zhao Qingsheng only suffered minor injuries, they could punish him more severely. But if Zhao Qingsheng is truly disabled, it would be a big problem. Losing his vital parts is no different from losing his life. At that point, neither Zhao Qingsheng nor his family could accept such a result. When people are pushed to the limit, they might do things you can't predict. If Bai Yun could return to the city immediately, handling the situation more strictly wouldn't be a problem. But everyone understands she can't go back now, so the matter can't be too tense. Sitting on the bench at the secretary's house, Bai Yun kept a stiff face, her expression as sticky as glue. Meanwhile, Duan was also taken back to old Zhao's house by Zhao Yuju from the young workers' dormitory. As soon as she entered, she saw the old lady sitting in the main room. Duan turned to run. Chi Hongdo shouted, "Catch her." Really, she's not even eating people. What is she running for? The village was noisy, and although the young workers' camp didn't know exactly what had happened, they had heard some noise. While others were still guessing what was going on, Duan suddenly tensed up. She was sure it was because of what happened earlier in the evening. Not knowing what to do, Bai Yun had been gone for so long and hadn't come back. Duan didn't know what was really happening. She decided to pretend she didn't see anything, bury her head in her cup, and just hope it would all be over. This false sense of peace didn't last 3 minutes before Zhao Yujin arrived. This seemingly easygoing and friendly older cousin, holding her hand, must have given her some kind of confusing advice. When she finally came to her senses, she was already at old Zhao's house. At this point, trying to run away was too late. Mother-in-law. After being blocked by a few cousins holding her arms, Duan gave up on her unrealistic idea of escaping and obediently admitted defeat. Chi Hongdo. Do you know why I called you here? Duan. Yes, I know. Chi Hongdo. Good, then tell the truth. Duan, with a tearful face, honestly explained. What if she ends up in jail? She often heard her father and brother talk about this, and it wasn't a good thing. Could it be that her mother-in-law was hinting at something? Duan's little brain was working fast, but unfortunately, none of her ideas hit the mark. This girl, really troublesome. Do you know what you're doing? People have reported to the police, and your family now has someone in jail. Will we still be able to keep our reputation in the team? Zhao Huafu. Good Sueji, I told you not to provoke the young intellectuals. Your grandson is deliberately breaking the rules, looking for trouble by the river, trying to touch the young woman. Even if she's only injured now, or even if her leg is broken, it's all your fault. The team leader and the secretary, like fiery dragons, scolded Zhao Huafu and Ge Cuiji harshly. But even so, their anger didn't fade. Especially when they saw Zhao Yanwei and Wang Chuanfin, the fools. They thought they could have discussed this behind closed doors, but now they're shouting everywhere. In the future, if people gossip about us, can we blame the young woman? They had seen stupidity before, but never this level of foolishness. The team's secretary almost laughed out of anger. These two really thought they were victims. Their minds weren't clear. Ge Cuiji, secretary, isn't that young woman's situation serious? My daughter-in-law cares about her children. She was fine, and now she's been hurt like this. If it were your child, could you tolerate it? The team's secretary didn't buy Ge Cuiji's words at all. Trying to stir trouble, she was just a fool and thought everyone else was stupid. Fine, she was fine? A young woman, suddenly losing her mind, and fighting with your grandson? I have already made myself very clear. If your family doesn't want to end up in jail, you need to sincerely apologize and promise there will be no next time. Be respectful. Be more respectful. I haven't even said much, and you're already hurting your hand. Kahongdu couldn't stand Duan's little actions, so she had to remind her. Duan quickly put her hand behind her back. When she's nervous, she tends to pick at her hands, which has become a habit. Without Kahongdu reminding her, she wouldn't even realize it. I've finished speaking. I was just swinging my stick with my eyes closed. Who knew? Duan felt a bit embarrassed. She rarely admits to being lucky with her aim. If she had seriously injured Zhao Qingsheng, he would have become after the founding of New China. The situation was urgent at the time, so Duan was just acting bravely. Kahongdu didn't scold her for being reckless, like Duan thought. Instead, she simply said calmly, "Your family is here. When something like this happens, you should tell us. If you don't, and someone comes looking for trouble, they will believe what they hear. Remember this time, if you really face a problem, come back and tell your family. No matter how easy or hard it is to solve, talking to each other helps. No one should be left to face trouble alone. We need to stand united." Duan couldn't believe it. The old lady in front of her was different from what she expected. She thought she only came to her house to enjoy herself. After going to the countryside, she didn't believe what Zhao Daliang told her. She thought the old lady could take care of her. Duan thought it was all lies, just tricks to get her to go to the countryside. Won't the team leader cause me trouble? Kahongdu. She was starting to act clever again. You're doing a brave thing. Why would the team leader trouble you? As for Ge Cuiji and Wang Chuanfin, they probably wouldn't come to cause trouble anymore. Didn't Duan say Bai Yun went to see the team secretary? She had some connections, so even if the team wanted to smooth things over, they should show some attitude. From the perspective of the team leader and the team secretary's work, both of them prefer peace and quiet. They'd rather avoid trouble altogether. They came to talk to Ge Cuiji and Zhao Huafu to help smooth things over, hoping the family would quickly forget about this. But it was all in vain, like showing their hand to a blind person. Zhao Huafu was unwilling, but Ge Cuiji still felt she had been wronged. After all, whether it was Bai Yun or Duan, both were good people, and their skin was not even slightly damaged. Zhao Yanwei, as a father, had no opinion. His mother's words made sense, and his wife's words were also correct. He only repeated what his grandmother or his wife said, like a parrot. The village secretary, usually so patient, couldn't hold back his anger this time. He really wanted to slap Zhao Yanwei. He was a man, but so timid and useless. What kind of man was he? Wang Chuanfin was no longer cursing or shouting. Her mind was half frozen, half fiery. She was still angry about her son's injury, but thinking about how the villagers had gossiped when her father-in-law dragged her back, she felt cold inside. What now? How can she explain this? Will people always say her son is disabled, no matter how good he is? Wang Chuanfin felt dizzy just thinking about it. If this news got out, how could her son ever get married? Ge Cuiji looked at the faces of the team leader and the village secretary and understood that they wouldn't stand up for her family today. They belonged to the same team, but their loyalties seemed to have shifted. especially the village secretary. He was actually from her own family. Thinking dark thoughts, Gutsueji pulled Zhao Huafu aside. After speaking, they both approached the others. Team leader, secretary, today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Qing Sheng is young and naive. Maybe he wanted to talk to Bai Jiqing and scared her. Yes, Qing Sheng was wrong in this. But Qing Sheng is now badly injured. Do you really think Bai Jiqing should report to the police? Isn't that a bit much? The team leader said, stop talking nonsense. If your grandson hadn't grabbed her and refused to let go, he wouldn't have been beaten. If you want to apologize, do it sincerely. If Bai Jiqing isn't satisfied and really reports to the police, I won't get involved in this anymore. The village secretary pointed at Zhao Huafu. How long do you want to keep fighting? You're the head of the family. You decide what to do about this. Either apologize or go to jail. Those are the options. Zhao Huafu definitely wouldn't choose the latter. We'll apologize. We'll apologize to Bai Jiqing. My wife. Gutsueji gritted her teeth. Yes, we'll apologize and pay our respects. Bai Jiqing was so scared. We'll give her 10 eggs. No, 5 eggs. She offered 10 eggs as if giving away 10 chickens, as if she had sacrificed 10 eggs. The scene is quite disturbing, but despite that, Wang Chuanfin is still not satisfied. Why should that little troublemaker get eggs to eat? Eating eggs won't shorten her life. This time, before the captain and the secretary could speak, Gu Chuizhi impatiently shouted, Yuan Wei, take your wife away. She's arguing non-stop and making us look bad. Thinking about how Sun Zi's reputation was ruined by Wang Chuanfin's own words, Gu Chuizhi was furious. How could she have such a foolish daughter-in-law? 10 eggs are not enough to dismiss someone. Under the disapproving looks of the captain and the secretary, Gu Chuizhi had to grit her teeth and add a chicken. She wanted to settle things peacefully. Her attitude and intentions couldn't be any less. Because Zhao Qingsheng had already been checked by the barefoot doctor afterward, confirming he wasn't seriously injured, just hurt and could recover with rest. So, Gu Chuizhi had no reason to cause trouble. Of course, this was good news for their family. After all, the grandson was safe. But listening to villagers gossip about their family, she thought for a moment and didn't rush to explain that her grandson was fine. Originally, Zhao Qingsheng had gotten into trouble because he wanted to be with Bai Yun. Now, his reputation was ruined, and Bai Yun still wanted to live a clean life? Gu Chuizhi shared her thoughts with Zhao Qingsheng. Lying on the bed, Zhao Qingsheng's eyes lit up. Grandma, you must get Bai Jiqing back home as my wife. Just wait and see how he handles her when she steps into his house. And that Du family member. Don't let him find a chance, or else. Because of the recent injury incident, which caused a big fuss, some villagers who usually played with Zhao Qingsheng even came over to show concern. It was supposed to be caring, but it was actually insulting. Will he ever be able to meet someone without taking off his pants to prove himself? The apology was made by the village committee. Gu Chuizhi and Zhao Huafu led Zhao Qingsheng, both smiling widely. By Jiqing, it was all a misunderstanding. We scared you, didn't we? Look at your pale face. Are you exhausted from working? You should rest and recover. Look at this hen. She's fat and perfect for making soup very tasty. And these eggs. Take them home and nourish yourself. Calm your nerves. Consider this an apology. Please give our family another chance. He doesn't have the courage to do something bad. He's just too clumsy to speak properly, so he acted out of panic. It's a good thing you came to work with us at Hengqi Brigade. It's also our fate. If you report such a small matter to the police, it wouldn't be good. If this gets out, it could hurt your reputation as a young girl. After all, you're just a young lady. Gai Tsueji's smile hides a sharp edge. She's old and always smiling on the outside, but inside she's waiting for this trouble to pass so she can teach this girl a lesson. The brigade's secretary coldly says, Grandma Qingsheng, just apologize sincerely and speak nicely. Gai Tsueji's words can easily fool the young girl, but can she fool him? Don't think he hasn't noticed the cleverness in Gai Tsueji's words. She often uses the girl's reputation to threaten her. An old lady who doesn't speak kindly.
Bai Yun says come.
She isn't fooled by Gate Sueji. At first, she wanted to give the brigade's secretary face, and Zhao Qingsheng sincerely apologized, so she thought the matter was over. But right now, she feels that just accepting an apology isn't enough. This family clearly doesn't realize how serious the problem is. Maybe after she accepts the apology, they will think she is easy to fool and become even more aggressive. Who knows if she will get such a good chance again? The words her grandmother reminded her of, brought by Duwan, are still fresh in her mind. My mother-in-law said that family is all crooked inside. They say they know they did wrong and need to apologize, but it's just words. Inside, they might hate her even more. The benefit of sharing information is that Duwan isn't blind. She can hear first-hand news about the Hongqi Brigade families. Of course, she also keeps up with the history of the grudges between Zhao's family and Gate Sueji's family. Bai Jun didn't know all this before, but now, with Duwan's reminder, she understands clearly. Secretary, you saw it too. They aren't sincere in their apology. I'm just an outsider girl. If they target me, I'll be worried and unable to live peacefully. So, I can't accept today's apology. Also, I will report this to the police. Bai Jun's words caught Gate Sueji off guard and also made Zhao Qingsheng lose his composure and become furious. You shameless woman who dares to act entitled. Just to give you face and get you to apologize, and you're still not satisfied? Now you want to report to the police? Zhao Huafu didn't stop Zhao Qingsheng and actually agreed with him inside. He thought Bai Yun was shameless for asking for face, and he believed her wife's schemes were not wrong. After all, a young girl would eventually have to get married when she grew up. Bai Yun had already become an educated youth, and no one knew if she could still return to the city. Moreover, Qingsheng had been following her for so long. Everyone in the commune knew she was Qingsheng's girl. If she didn't marry Qingsheng's family, who else could she marry? If it weren't for Bai Yun, his grandson wouldn't have been hurt like this. The warnings from the commune secretary and the commune head, which they had given him earlier, were all dismissed by Zhao Huafu. He wasn't very smart, but he knew reporting to the police was shameful. Otherwise, the commune secretary wouldn't have come to apologize and make amends to Bai Yun. Since it was an apology, it meant they were trying to downplay the issue. At least, he and the commune secretary shared the same family name, so he didn't think they would really let this young girl report to the police. The veins on the commune secretary's forehead were bulging wildly. These people were truly useless. Now that things had reached this point, why not just apologize properly and settle the matter? But now, the young girl's eyes were blazing with anger, and these people acted as if they didn't see it. It was as if they were molding her like clay, repeatedly and without regard. Facing such a vicious family, Bai Yun wasn't without fear, because she couldn't be sure if the commune secretary was truly just. The commune head knew this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. When he led people over, he saw the chaotic scene inside. Hearing what they were arguing about, his head started to ache. A bunch of ungrateful. Bai Jiqing, you want to report to the police, right? Come on, I'll go with you. Even if this matter got out and caused shame among the leaders of the commune, he would still go. He didn't believe he couldn't handle these. Coincidentally, because someone in the village married a young educated woman, others had started to get restless. Now, with the Qingsheng incident, he decided to make an example, kill two birds with one stone. Let's see who dares to treat educated youths like their own property and do whatever they want. The commune secretary nodded in agreement, even as Bai Yun looked at him with suspicion. Bai Jiqing, go report to the police. Since you refuse to accept the apology, we'll leave this matter to the police. Gu Chuizhi thought she was clever, so she saw everyone as fools. But this time, her cleverness had led her into trouble. Bai Jun reported to the police, Duwan testified, and with Wang Chunfin's previous fuss that everyone in the village knew about, Zhao Qingsheng being sent to the forest farm for reform through labor was not surprising at all. At least, it wasn't for Qi Hongdo. By the way, Gu Chuizhi still needs to thank Duwan. Although she almost injured Zhao Qingsheng badly with a stick, she also stopped him from succeeding. Otherwise, Zhao Qingsheng wouldn't have just been sent to the farm for reform. Now, With one person in reform, the whole family became famous, and Gu Chuiji had to lower her head when she went out. The family was completely quiet now. Give me one more, Duwon said, poking Bai Jun with her finger in the youth hostel. You have so many, and you still want me to give you one? You're so stingy. Bai Jun was annoyed by Duwon's skillful way of turning things around. She turned over and reached under her pillow to find a big white rabbit candy. To show her thanks, Bai Jun unwrapped the gift from her grandparents and shared half of her white rabbit candy with Duwon. This generous act made the other young people jealous. But Bai Jun wasn't a fool. The others didn't dare ask for some, because this was a white rabbit candy, so expensive and hard to buy. How could they have the nerve to ask for such costly candy? But Duwon had no problem asking. Bai Jun wasn't stingy, but what annoyed her most was that Duwon took the half of the white rabbit candy she shared and hid it away. Duwon wouldn't eat her own. She just liked to take a piece from Bai Jun here and there. When Bai Jun asked why she didn't eat her own, Duwon said she couldn't bear to eat her own. So she ate others instead. This penny-pinching behavior was simply outrageous. Last one, she said, but she was lying. Of course, she didn't hide any. The remaining white rabbit candies were all taken by Duwon. Bai Jun closed her eyes and handed the candy out, pretending not to see or care. Duwon happily took the last white rabbit and then fished into her pocket, pulling out a red hair tie. You're so stingy. I'm not asking for your food for nothing. Here, she said, tossing the red hair tie. Then Duwon ran out to wash up. Bai Jun opened her eyes and looked at the red hair tie in her hand. She was angry just a moment ago, but now she couldn't help but smile. This country bumpkin, without even a hairpin, had the nerve to take out a red hair tie to fool people into giving her candy. Bai Jun used to think all girls in the world were as annoying as Bai Lily, and Duwon had even surpassed Bai Lily in being irritating. But now she started to think that maybe it would be nice to have a sister like Duwon. In the eyes of other young workers, Bai Yun and Duwon probably won't go from being sworn enemies to good sisters after this incident. Because when they are together, you often hear Bai Yun's loud, angry voice without any concern for her appearance, and Duwon's carefree teasing. So maybe they're still a little apart, sometimes turning back into rivals. A young swallow that just hatched under the eaves shows its soft yellow beak, wide open, waiting for the parent bird to feed it. After everything comes back to life, snakes, insects, mice, and ants also increase. For the swallow, the ground is full of food, but for humans, it can be troublesome. For example, some mischievous children might pick a handful of wild grass by the roadside and get lucky. That day, Airbao came home from school almost crying. The spicy pepper is truly a nightmare for children. Airbao's arm was swollen from a sting. Sun Honyun was both angry and worried, saying, "You want to touch everything." She quickly checked Airbao's bottom. Dabao watched with a grimace, and Sun Honyun scolded him too. "Don't just stare at your brother." She carefully removed the venomous stinger from Airbao's arm in the sunlight, planning to teach her careless son again. Meanwhile, inside the house, Sibao suddenly fell from a stool and started crying loudly. Both of them are quite mischievous. Sun Honyun cursed and didn't bother with Dabao and Airbao anymore, going inside to check on Sibao. Zhao Xiongdong and the other strong workers are busy at the dam and haven't returned yet. They probably won't finish their work in the next few days, so the meals are sent over. Thinking of this, Sun Honyun, while feeling sorry for her husband, can't help but envy Lin Chuyu. Although her sister-in-law only has a daughter now, her brother-in-law's work is finally on track. No matter how hard it is, it's better than digging in the dirt. Similarly, Zhao Baojia's wife, Zhang Huifang, shares this thought. Farm work is never finished, and it's always exhausting. The weather is getting hotter, and at noon, the sun feels like it can roast people until they sweat. Chi Hongdo has iced milk tea to drink, and inside the small villa with a constant temperature, she feels less tortured. But others are suffering more. When Chi Hongdo saw that Zhao Yuya had mixed some mint leaves and herbal tea herbs into the pig grass she cut, she told Zhao Yuya to bring back more mint and herbal tea herbs. Mint can be boiled into water to refresh and wake up the mind. Dried herbal tea can be boiled to prevent heat stroke and cool down. Kahongdu wanted to recharge her energy. Just drinking mint water wasn't enough, so she added a little white sugar. The white sugar was bought with wages and tickets given by Zhao Weigua and Zhao Xiongnan, but after buying it, she kept it in her room. Whatever she decided was final. Zhao Yuya looked at her grandmother stirring the mint water with a spoon, her eyes almost falling in and unable to pull out. She saw her grandma put sugar in it. It must be very sweet. Zhao Yujin cooked a big pot of mint water. In the end, the two sisters each drank a bowl while being watched by Kahongdu, then carried the bucket full of mint water to the dam. Zhao Xiongdong, Zhao Baojia, Zhao Yuanwen, and Zhao Yuanwu were all there. When Zhao Yuya called them, not only did a few uncles and brothers look over, but others working with the red flag team also turned to look. "Oh, your girl is here to bring water? Yuanwen, you're so lucky. Your girl is very filial." Everyone knew Zhao Yuanwen had a daughter-in-law who was in the army and married into the family. Even if she wasn't as high-ranking as some leaders, she was still very good. So, when they said this, their eyes were full of envy. After a whole day under the hot sun, their sweat soaked and dried repeatedly, and their throats felt like they were on fire. But besides the scheduled meal times, no one specifically brought a bucket of water from home. When they were extremely thirsty, they just scooped a little water from the small river to drink. Zhao Yuanwu also saw Zhao Yuya carrying a wooden bucket with Zhao Yujin. He hurried over, carefully picked up the two small buckets that the girls were holding, and steadily placed them in front of his brothers and nephews, not spilling a drop. On the way, Zhao Yujin and Zhao Yuya's faces were also hot from exhaustion. They wiped sweat from their foreheads and greeted their father and uncles. Grandma said, "Don't drink the raw water outside. The house is boiled mint water, so you should drink it quickly." The men watching nearby found this amusing and looked at them with envy. 1 bucket of mint water and 2 wooden ladles. Several workers from the old Zhao family stood by the bucket, each with a ladle, drinking most of the water while standing. After swallowing the water, they suddenly realized it was a little sweet. Zhao Yuanwen looked surprised. After finishing a ladle of water, Zhao Yuanwu also realized sugar had been added. They looked at each other, and their mother was so generous. Such a big bucket of water could taste sweet. Surely, a lot of sugar was put in? Zhao Yuanshuang didn't understand what their older brother and 5th brother were doing foolishly. He worked all day and felt exhausted. He took the wooden ladle from the older brother and went to get some water to drink. As soon as he drank, his eyes lit up, and he gulped down the water eagerly. 6th brother, slow down. It's just a bucket of water. We're not competing with you. Why rush? Because Zhao Yuanshuang was drinking too fast, someone nearby teased him. Zhao Yuanshuang didn't care about talking. He was just happy to drink water. 1 bucket of water was finished by the Zhao family workers. Since it had sugar in it, none of the brothers dared to invite others to drink, to avoid gossip. Zhao Yuanshuang understood well that sometimes things need to be left to simmer. After finishing the water, his face showed no sign of happiness from the sweet taste. Kahongda knew they would be working at the dam for several days. She even asked Zhao Yujun and others to boil water for a few days, let it cool, and then send it over. Later, to prevent heat stroke, they sent herbal tea made from cooling medicinal herbs, brewed without sugar. Each sister carried a large bucket, not only for Zhao family's workers but also for the uncles and brothers in the village. Everyone praised them highly. During those days, the men eagerly waited for the 2 girls to appear. They praised Zhao Yuanwen and Zhao Yuanwu to the skies, saying it was so thoughtful to raise such good daughters. Although Zhao Yujun said it was the old lady's idea, every day they saw these 2 girls working hard to bring water, so they naturally thought the girls deserved the most credit. Old 6th Zhao Yuanshuang watched others praise his nieces and thought of his own 2 daughters, feeling complicated. Zhao Yul could still joke and laugh with Zhao Yuanwu, but his own daughters looked at him like mice seeing a cat, eager to hide away. As for Zhao Yujun, she was obedient and sensible, with a good husband. Zhao Yuanshuang thought that if his eldest daughter could be like that, he could work all day like his older brother and still smile. Compared to others, he felt he was neither better nor worse. Old 7th Zhao Yuanquan came to the dam to work for 2 days and then left, with special permission from the team leader because his health was poor. He was so weak that even a heat stroke might just make him faint. That scene was really frightening. When they helped him home, his twin children clung to him, one on each side. Zhao Yushan was so scared she cried loudly and kept asking if Zhao Yuanquan was okay. Clearly, compared to his brother and younger brother, Zhao Yuanshuang's father was not doing well. Zhao Yuanshuang cares about his reputation. Even when he notices the differences between himself and his brothers, he doesn't say anything. That night, he and Li Xiao lay in bed. Occasionally, they heard their nieces and nephews talking and laughing with their brothers. When the couple looked at each other, they felt a bit uncomfortable. It's not just that their 2 daughters don't show affection. Their only son, Zhao Xuanong, also isn't close to them. When Zhao Xuanong was young, he was lively, but as he grew older, he noticed that after their parents scolded his sisters, the good feelings his older sister and younger sister once had for him seemed to fade. The more their parents tried to give him the best things, the more they treated his sisters badly. This made him feel worse. They are all children of the same parents. Moreover, Zhao Xuanong couldn't understand why, despite the family being poor and having nothing, their parents always said they would leave everything to him, which led to them being especially harsh to his sisters. It seemed like he was unfairly making his sisters suffer. But he didn't want that at all. Where are the daughters? When did they become like daughters to my parents? You're lucky. You're a boy. Are you unhappy about that? Want me to go back? Why should I go back? Little brother, call me big sister. I ask you, would you rather be me or be my little sister? Would you prefer not to be a son and instead be a daughter? No matter how poor the family is, Zhao Xuanong, as a boy, feels a sense of stability that his sisters can never experience. This was what Zhao Xuanong thought when he visited his older sister, Zhao Yulan. Her words didn't seem good or bad, but what he couldn't forget was her expression when she said those words. It was calm, sarcastic, and hopeless. Thinking back, it made his hair stand on end. Because of that visit to Zhao Yulan, Zhao Xuanong started to feel a strong aversion to being too close to Zhao Yuanshuang and Li Xiao. He felt that if he became closer to his parents, he might truly become like his older sister said, someone who treats his sisters harshly just like his parents do. Has the eldest daughter said when she'll come back? Turning over in bed, Zhao Yuanshuang suddenly spoke. Later, Li Xiao also went to visit Zhao Yulan, bringing eggs in her pocket. Talking about this, Li Xiao felt angry and even a little wronged. Come back? That girl wouldn't even let me into the house. You say, in this world, where can you find such a daughter? I am her mother. She crawled out of my belly, and now she dares to deny me. Not only does she deny me, she even hates me. The candle holder is so tall that it can light up others but not oneself. Li Xiao and Zhao Yuanshuang are like this. Hearing Li Xiao say this, Zhao Yuanshuang rarely agreed and just fell silent for a moment. Mother and daughter don't hold grudges overnight. Yulan wasn't like this before. Maybe you can go visit her when you have time. After a long silence, Zhao Yuanshuang said this. I was just being overly sensitive. That stubborn girl dared to give me the cold shoulder. Does she think she can greet me with a smile next time? Li Xiao was very angry. Qian Dafeng and Li Niuping were her childhood friends. Now that she was middle-aged, these two were her nightmares. Don't think Li Xiao is usually unreasonable. In fact, she doesn't even dare to truly hate those two people. So she couldn't understand why her eldest daughter looked at her with such hatred. It made her feel wronged. Truly and deeply wronged. Zhao Yuanshuang fell silent again. In the second half of the night, neither of them spoke anymore. But when they closed their eyes, it felt like there was something extra in their hearts. Maybe things weren't supposed to be like this at all. Among the granddaughters, Qi Hongdou was the only one who hadn't met Zhao Yulan yet. As the first daughter of Zhao Yuanshuang and Li Xiao, Zhao Yulan's birth was not welcomed. As for the old lady at that time, it's even more unnecessary to mention. When she learned that the sixth couple's first child was a girl, she just said she knew and didn't care anymore. Surprisingly, This granddaughter's temper didn't resemble her father Zhao Yuanshuang or her mother Li Xiaoa. Instead, she was a bit like the old lady. Although her parents didn't pay much attention to her at home, and the family's conditions weren't good, and her marriage wasn't ideal, Zhao Yulan never once thought about relying on her family. She endured everything on her own. Since she couldn't rely on anyone, she could only rely on herself. Wu Tiniu was a stutterer and the oldest son, with many younger brothers and sisters. Zhao Yulan's marriage was hard, and she didn't share in any happiness. She woke up earlier than the chickens and went to bed later than the dogs. Over time, she became like a machine, with no time to think about anything else. Until Zhao Xuanong and Li Xiaoa came to see her one after another. She at least exchanged a few words with her younger brother, but with her mother, Zhao Yulan didn't want to say even one unnecessary word. She simply shut the door, which was enough to show her attitude. From the day she left home, Zhao Yulan considered herself as dead outside. Therefore, she had no desire to see Li Xiaoa again. Everyone has their own way of living. When Qi Hongdo learned about Zhao Yulan's attitude towards Li Xiaoa and her husband, she wasn't very surprised. A problem doesn't happen overnight. If Li Xiaoa and Zhao Yuanshuang truly realize their mistakes, it will take some effort to fix them. Before Zhao Yulan feels any real change, choosing to isolate herself from her parents is understandable. Even if Qi Hongdo goes there, she can't immediately change Zhao Yulan's mind. But small concerns still matter and should be cared for. Zhao Xuehua works very hard every day. Often, she earns as many points as the men do. Arya and Sia obediently follow their older cousin to cut grass for pigs, feed chickens, and take care of the pigs, working diligently. Although life at Grandma's house is peaceful and happy, much better than the days at Old Chen's, where they were afraid of being bullied by cousins, both girls still miss their sisters and little brother. Their mother, Zhao Xuehua, feels the same. Recently, there has been more work in the fields, and Zhao Xuehua is too busy earning points to visit her children. She can't find the time to go see them. At night, she keeps dreaming about her children being mistreated by Chen Shulin and bullied by his wife and children. Qi Hongdo notices Zhao Xuehua has blisters on her lips and asks why she is so anxious and upset. Because she cares about her children and is talking to her mother, Zhao Xuehua shares her dreams. Didi and Sanya are still young, and Xiaobing doesn't understand anything. I'm worried that Chen Shulin and his wife will see I am not around and not feed the children. When she wasn't busy, someone from the family would visit the children every month, sometimes Zhao Xuehua herself, sometimes her brother-in-law or cousin. Whoever was available would go. But lately, she's been too busy to manage that. Not knowing how her children are doing makes her worry endlessly. Are they hungry? Do they sleep well at night? Are they being bullied? She can't think too much about it. If she does, she worries about everything. If Chen Shulin dares to bully my grandchildren, I will have my brothers go and tear down their house. You all keep busy. If I get a chance, I will go there myself. It is impossible for Qi Hongdo to comfort Zhao Xuehua and get her to go work in the fields, but visiting the children is still okay. Since Chen Shulin broke his leg, he has been resting at home for a long time after the bone was set. At first, Zhao Xuehua was at home, and Chen Shulin didn't think much of it. But after she left, his sister-in-law, who used to get along well with his older sister-in-law, started fighting and arguing every day. Sometimes they would even quarrel. The arguments were mainly about which sister-in-law did more work and which did less. Lying in his room, Chen Shulin listened and realized that Zhao Xuehua was usually the one doing most of the chores. Since his leg was injured and he couldn't earn work points, no one at home cared much about him or looked after him. His own younger brother even mocked him, saying he married a good wife. His sister-in-law also often made sarcastic remarks. Even the older sister-in-law no longer looked at him kindly. His nephews didn't care either. They rushed into the room, ignoring whether he was resting or injured, just wanting food. Wait until uncle's leg heals, then I'll make food for you. Chen Guangzong and Chen Yaozu didn't listen to Chen Shulin's promises. They only wanted him to give them something immediately. Without caring, the nephews reached out and pulled at him, accidentally tugging his broken leg. Chen Shulin felt a sharp pain that tore through him, but his screams seemed to go unheard by the nephews. Chen Shulin suddenly felt very cold inside. That was what his older sister-in-law had said, that once the nephews grew up, they would still be filial and take care of him. But now they couldn't even show him a little kindness. It was only when Didi Sanya heard his screams and bravely rushed in, pulling and shielding him from the cousins, that they finally stopped bothering him. The 2-year-old Xiaobing was pitifully lying at the door. Chen Guangzong and Chen Yaozu didn't get any candy from him. Instead, they pushed Xiaobing on purpose to vent their anger. Chen Shulin saw this clearly. Guangzong, Yaozu, what are you doing? But unfortunately, his angry shout didn't scare the nephews at all. They turned around and scolded Chen Shulin. We're playing with Xiaobing. Why are you scolding us, uncle? Yeah, uncle, you don't love us anymore. Chen Shulin used to spoil these nephews so much, like giving stars and the moon. Back then, he hardly saw his own children. Now that he's not lying in bed sick, he's really unsure which family members and loved ones are genuine and which are not. But just resting for a while, without earning work points, felt like being useless. Chen Shulin suddenly realized he had become a burden at home, just sitting around doing nothing. Only his 3 children showed him care and concern. When he realized this, Chen Shulin felt stunned. Chen Shulin always thought that with his eldest gone, he was the main support of the family. But his leg was injured, not useless.
It could heal with some rest.
However, after a few days lying down, the family members started acting strange. Eyes not quite right, noses not quite right. Oh, some people are just so lucky. Their wives bring trouble, dragging the whole family down. Now they come home, expecting us to serve them like animals. Zhao Xuehua is so capable. Why didn't she take these 3 kids away too? Just leaving them here to eat for free. He's been lying here for more than half a month. When will this end? Old Chen, do you all want to exhaust your mother to death? Second uncle, wake up. We want to eat candy. Second uncle, I saw Sanner stealing good stuff. She won't give me any, and even bit me. Help me hit her. Besides lying in his room listening to his younger siblings complain and curse, occasionally his relatives would rush in demanding things, acting as if they didn't notice he was injured and needed rest. Because he couldn't work and had to lie down, Chen Shulin had plenty of time to think. The longer he stayed sick, the more he thought, and the more he felt heartbroken. The rest of the family didn't matter much, not even his father Chen Laogui. Instead of caring about his injury, his father kept urging him, when are you going to get up and stop lying around? Get up and work soon. Don't delay anymore. With such a big family, could they really rely on him, an old man? Did they want to wear him out? It was clear that his sons were useless, and he doubted he'd live to see the day they could support him. Lying on the bed, Chen Shulin listened to his father's harsh words, his face turning purple from frustration, but he couldn't say a word. This made Chen Laogui think even more that his son was weak and useless. His daughter-in-law was right too. Back then, they might as well have given all the children to Zhao Xuehua. Now, the family would have fewer mouths to feed. You lie there without moving. Do you expect me, an old man, to help raise the child? Old Chen huffed and walked away. Chen Shulin couldn't understand why he could treat his older brother's child as his own, and no one at home said he shouldn't help raise his brother's kid. Now, with his own 3 children and their father still alive, he is being so disliked. Doesn't their father know that years ago, he even asked someone to read his fortune because he didn't have a son? He had a hard time having children, and now that the truth is clear, Xiaobing is indeed his son. Shouldn't his father be happy? If only his father had considered him a little, he wouldn't have said to leave all the children to Zhao Xuehua. Who knows if he will even have another son? Originally, Chen Shulin mainly cared about his son, Xiaobing. But since Dai and Sanya stepped in to protect him, blocking the way to the bed and crying, "Father is hurt, don't bully my dad," Chen Shulin suddenly realized he hadn't taken good care of either his son or daughter. While recovering, Chen Shulin couldn't even eat enough food. No chicken, duck, or fish to nourish himself. Big sister-in-law always divided her food, giving half to Chen Guangzong and the others. She would say, "Second uncle, you need to get better soon. Guangzong and the others are counting on you." Your children are hungry at night and feel uncomfortable. You always care about them most. Surely you wouldn't want to deny Guangzong and the others their food. Because Chen Shulin was too blunt, he couldn't express his discomfort inside. He could only watch helplessly as half of his food was taken away. In the past, he thought he was an adult and could endure hunger, but his nephews and nieces needed to grow, so he shouldn't delay them. But now he felt it was different. Even if children need to eat more to grow, why have his 3 children never been given a little extra food? While Chen Shulin was recovering, he held back a lot of frustration and anger. He couldn't speak out. Later, he saw Guangzong happily eating candy he had somehow gotten, deliberately showing off in front of Sanya and others, making loud smacking sounds, while Xiaobing cried out of greed. He said, "You want to eat, huh? Haha, dream on. My mom said you all will be servants someday, not fit to eat candy." His proud nephew, the hungry, crying little son, and his thin daughter. Watching this scene, Chen Shulin suddenly felt as if his heart was pierced with a needle. When his legs nearly healed, the first thing he did was not to go work in the fields, but to buy a bag of egg cakes in town. Guangzong Yaozu saw Chen Shulin carrying the egg cakes and let out a loud cry, rushing over like a hungry wolf. Second uncle, you bought egg cakes. Give me some to eat. Second uncle, quickly give me some egg cakes. I want some too, I want to eat egg cakes too. A group of boys didn't wait for Chen Shulin to open the bag. They reached in directly. But no one succeeded alone, thinking Chen Shulin was holding the bag of egg cakes high. He looked at his 2 daughters at the corner of the wall, holding their little brother, seeming to understand that these egg cakes wouldn't be shared with them, so they just looked longingly, but didn't try to take any. Little soldier, not understanding, couldn't resist wanting to run over and get some like his cousins, but was held back by his 2 older sisters. You can't eat. Egg cakes aren't tasty at all. Xiaobing, don't eat. Chen Lady glanced at him, then hugged her little brother and started to comfort him. Third sister, although eager for the egg cakes, also agreed with her older sister to comfort her brother. Yeah. Egg cakes are stinky, sour, and not tasty. Hearing this, Chen Yaozu, who was trying to get some egg cake but failed, turned around and mocked them. Fools, egg cakes aren't stinky or bad at all. Really silly, they think egg cakes taste bad. Egg cakes are delicious, soft and fragrant, right, second uncle? Chen Yaozu didn't wait for Chen Shulin's approval. He turned his head and saw Chen Shulin carrying their egg cakes, walking straight toward the 2 troublemakers and the little waste who was eating plain rice. Chen Shulin opened the bag in his hand and divided a piece of egg cake for each of the 3 children. Chen Lady couldn't believe it. Chen Xiaobing hadn't even eaten yet and started drooling, while third sister, is this really for me? Dad, can I also eat egg cake? She looked up shyly at Chen Shulin, as if she wouldn't dare take the egg cake unless he said yes, or even if he just frowned. A wave of deep sadness rose in Chen Shulin's heart.
Eat.
These egg cakes that Dad bought are only for us 4. No one else will get any. But even after he said this, third sister still didn't dare to eat. She handed the egg cake forward to Chen Shulin. Then you eat first, Dad. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. Egg cakes are nutritious. If you eat some, it will help you recover better. Hearing her words, Chen Shulin couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Silly girl, she clearly knew that egg cakes are nutritious, but just now she lied to her brother that they were sour and smelly. Actually, she said that because she knew they couldn't afford to eat them. He used to be so blind-hearted. He doesn't love his own children but cares for others. Eat it. Dad still has some. Finish yours and I'll get you more, said Chen Shulin, pulling another egg cake from the bag and giving it to Sanya. While Chen Shulin was wiping his tears, Sanya quickly winked at her older sister, Chen Lady. A crying child always gets milk. Quietly enduring hardships, when faced with a father like Chen Shulin, she never expected him to share his food with her. Sanya learned this lesson on her own and quickly gained Chen Shulin's favor, becoming a child he cared for even more than his younger son, Chen Xiaobing. Seeing how clever and lively Sanya was, Chen Lady held her younger brother's hand tighter and tighter. She didn't know how long Chen Shulin's kindness would last, or if relying only on Sanya was enough. So, when Sanya got used to crying in front of Chen Shulin to trigger his fatherly love, her attitude toward him became more and more firm. The two daughters showed a clear contrast, and even the still innocent little brother was closer to his sisters. This realization made Chen Shulin feel guilty. If he had loved his own children as much as he loved his nephews, they wouldn't be like this now. Maybe Snowflake wouldn't have left. He and his children could still have a complete family. Mother-in-law. The children were very happy to see Chi Hongdo. Chi Hongdo was definitely the least welcome guest in the Qin family, no exception. Before Chen Shulin had his awakening, if Chi Hongdo had come, he might have pretended not to see her. But after experiencing the hardships during his illness and gradually understanding the true faces of others in the Qin family, Chen Shulin no longer hated his former mother-in-law as much, even though she was the one who caused his leg to be broken. Often, the ones who hurt us most are those closest to us, not outsiders. When Chen Shulin saw Chi Hongdo again, he still remembered to pour her a glass of water. That was about his current attitude. Long ago, Xiaobing hadn't seen Chi Hongdo and didn't recognize her anymore. They didn't have much time to get close. Chi Hongdo didn't mind and took out 3 plain sugar cakes, giving one to each of the 3 children. Xiaobing happily imitated his sisters and affectionately called her mother-in-law. Chen Shulin couldn't look away. Is this really how they feed the 3 children? Look at how thin their little faces are. Have they never been full before? Chi Hongdo gently touched each child's small face, full of love and concern. Old man Chen and sister-in-law Chen saw Chi Hongdo first give out 3 baked buns, then warmly ask about the children, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why does the old lady always cause trouble? The children don't need to eat so much. Such show-off. Sister-in-law Chen felt even more resentful. Didn't she see that Guangzong and the other boys were there? Why give food to the 2 little girls? Chi Hongdo ignored the crying and fussing of the Guangzong family and only cared about her 3 grandchildren. Second uncle, look at how big that bun is. Guangzong and the others are so eager. Why don't we let Daya and Sonia share half? Wei Xianji saw sister-in-law Chen speak and, worried her family might suffer, quickly added, Xiaobing is only a few years old. How big can his stomach be? If he can't finish, it'll be wasted. Let's share half with our Yao Zhu too. Knowing Chi Hongdo was tough, sister-in-law Chen and Wei Xianji both aimed their efforts at Chen Shulin. Old man Chen pretended to search for a broom at the door, ready to sweep, but was actually waiting to see his second son's reaction. He hadn't eaten many of these white buns himself. Chen Shulin listened to his sister-in-law and younger sister's words. He wanted to refuse but couldn't find the words. Turning his head, he saw Chi Hongdo's half-smile expression. Suddenly, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. No wonder the old lady was so concerned about whether the children ate enough. Looking at the aunt and sister-in-law, if the adults weren't present, they might even try to food from the children. Mother, do you want some water? I'll pour you a glass. He ignored the greed of his sister-in-law and younger sister and hurried into the kitchen. The children's grandmother could bring some good food for the children, but at home, his children couldn't even get full. Thinking of how he used to share his meals with his nephews, Chen Shulin suddenly felt he was so foolish. When people are confused and muddle through, they don't feel ashamed of their mistakes. But when they become a little clearer-minded, it feels really uncomfortable inside. Mother-in-law, how are my mother's second sister and fourth sister? Are they well? Sonia was eating her bun eagerly, the fastest among the children to finish. Only what she ate and swallowed was truly hers. The little girl knew this well. They're all doing well. I came to see if you are okay, and if anyone is bothering you, she said. When she mentioned being bothered, Chi Hongdo's gaze was sharp like a knife, sweeping over the others in the old Chen family. Sister-in-law Chen immediately lowered her head when she caught Chi Hongdo's look and hurried the crying children back inside the house. Wei Xianji felt upset inside, but remembering how the old lady had ordered her son to break Chen Shulin's leg without blinking that day, she held back her feelings. As for old Chen, he didn't know when he had lost his broom and had gone into the house. Sure enough, relying on the useless second son was pointless. He would never get a baked bun. Old Chin felt frustrated but dared not confront Chi Hongdo, afraid that if he sparked trouble, that unreasonable old lady might burn down the entire Chin household. We are all doing well. Dad is good to us now. Just a few days ago, he bought us some egg cakes to eat, Sanya said loudly. Chun Shulin, who was pouring water in the kitchen, just happened to hear this and felt warm inside. His third sister was truly kind and caring. Chi Hongdo also caught a glimpse of Chin Shulin's figure out of the corner of her eye. She patted the forehead of Sanya, whose face was covered with small freckles. Her cleverness was definitely 100 times better than Chin Shulin. Thinking this, Chi Hongdo pretended not to notice Chin Shulin approaching and sighed helplessly. As long as your father treats you well, that's enough. I'm just worried he might get confused and treat his nephews as if they were his own children, and his own children as if they were weeds. He should think about it. If he can't even raise his own kids properly, how can he expect others' children to be well-behaved? In the end, he might raise a troublemaker, losing both people and money, with no chance to regret it. Chun Shulin. Does he have any chance to regret now? He stopped listening and didn't move forward for a moment. Chi Hongdo continued, Hey, your father is just a fool. Fools are more annoying than bad people. Otherwise, I wouldn't leave you and your mother here alone. Foolish Chin Shulin. But then, she changed the subject and touched Sanya's small face, saying, Although your father is confused, you three are his children. You must help him watch out so he doesn't get tricked by others and end up losing everything. After all, you are your father's own children. No matter how much others cause trouble, you are still father and daughter. Although your father is a bit confused, he is also the backbone of the family. It's not easy for him. Third sister and little sister, do you understand what I just said? Chen lady and third sister nodded obediently. Third sister, I know Dad is a good person, so he was tricked by Auntie and the others. It's not that he intentionally made us go hungry. I won't blame Dad. Chen lady, holding her younger brother's hand, looked serious and said, When I grow up a bit more and can work in the fields, I won't let Dad work alone. We are not the ones who just eat without doing anything. Chun Xiaobing was busy eating a baked flatbread, his face covered with crumbs. Both sisters had finished talking, and he looked up with a small black face full of crumbs, blinked, and obediently called out, Mother-in-law. Then he looked at his two sisters again. Does that mean I've listened and called her properly? Can I keep eating my flatbread now? The flatbread really tastes so good. Chi Hongdo. Good. You're both good children. When your father's mind clears up, he will think of you and take care of you. After saying that, she glanced at Chin Shulin. Oh, dear. Is there sand in her eyes? Chin Shulin, rubbing his eyes, lowered his head. Actually, his mind seems to have become clearer now. But after his mother-in-law came and said all that, his clarity became even more profound. Mother, drink some water. Although Zhao Xuehua was no longer his wife, the old lady still made a trip for her grandchildren. Calling her mother, Chin Shulin felt he was not being unfaithful. Chi Hongdo coldly took the water from Chin Shulin's hand, told the children to go play nearby, and her face lost its previous kindness, turning stern. It seems that lady and third sister have become a bit thinner. The children are at the age to grow, and as a father, you should at least make sure they are full. Don't take advantage of our absence to feed your nephews with your own grain. Look at how well your nephews are raised. Are they the ones who need your food? What the mother-in-law said was all true, and Chin Shulin had done similar things before. He lowered his head even more. But if he had heard this before, he would have thought the other person was talking nonsense from the heart. But now, Chin Shulin's gaze swept over his three dark-skinned children nearby, and he clearly understood that what the old lady said was the truth. He was just too stupid. Chi Hongdo, Lai Di, and Sanya's words caused Chin Shulin to reflect a lot. Seeing that Chin Shulin finally seemed to see his own children, Chi Hongdo paused briefly before calling him inside the house to show him what was in her basket. These two vests were sewn by Snowflake for Lai Di and Sanya. I see their clothes are all patched up and can't be worn anymore. It's hot today, and the girls can't go around bare. They need 2 sets of clean clothes. I promise these clothes were for my 2 granddaughters. Don't just take them for your nephews. No, no, I won't. Don't worry, mother. I promise I won't do that this time, Chen Shulin quickly assured, noticing Chi Hongdo's doubtful look. That's enough. As long as you have good intentions, I believe you this once, she said. Chi Hongdo stopped there. Her goal was just to remind Chen Shulin. After giving him the clothes, she asked, "Are your leg wounds better now?" Chen Shulin instinctively reached to touch his leg, recalling the day it was broken. Cold sweat seemed to form on his forehead. He was so frightened. Chi Hongdo took out a handkerchief, wiped her eyes, and sighed. "I was a bit harsh when I hit you, but you also need to think about what you've done. If Snowflake and her mother hadn't been separated from you, who knows how much more they would have suffered. You're probably unaware that Snowflake fainted at home once. The doctor said her condition was hard to treat because she was too weak. Just think, how would any mother feel hearing that? It's like a knife stabbing her heart." Chen Shulin was speechless and a little uneasy. Snowflake was sick? Chi Hongdo waved her hand. Snowflake is still taking medicine. But I didn't come today to blame you for that. I just want to see if the children are doing well. No matter what, the children all call me mother-in-law. I can't just pretend they don't exist, right? Chen Shulin nodded repeatedly. Let's not talk about the past. Even if you're not my son-in-law, our families are not enemies, right? No, no, Chen Shulin quickly shook his head. He didn't want to be enemies with the old lady. Who knew if his leg on the other side would get broken again, next time? His attitude was somewhat acceptable. Maybe some people are like that, those closest to them don't matter much, but if you get a little farther away, they come right back. It's often called being a cheap bone. Chi Hongdo doesn't care about these things. As long as Chen Shulin can be a responsible father, that's enough. As for everything else, mother won't be here for dinner later. I didn't bring any food today, so don't waste your family's supplies. Don't worry, I'm not trying to scold you. I mean it sincerely. Did I see that old Chen family? You're the only one working so hard like an ox. Earning some work points for food isn't easy. I don't like those people who grab everything and act like big landowners trying to take everything at once. After all, you're not easy to deal with, right? Chen Shulin's eyes reddened again because of Chi Hongdo's words. No matter how confused or foolish he is, he always puts his heart into this family. But no one has ever appreciated him, let alone understood how hard it is for him. Chen Shulin didn't expect to hear such words from his former mother-in-law, since he never heard it from his own father or brother. Yes, he's just like the old lady said, working himself to exhaustion like an ox, only to be treated like a big landowner, exploited. After everything was taken, no one in the family appreciated him, except his own children who always went hungry. Chen Shulin's heart was in turmoil. He thought, even if he is like an ox, in the future he will only support his own children. There's no need to worry about those ungrateful wolves.